Gu Chun, having graduated from university, finds himself in dire straits as his family's company has gone bankrupt, leaving him with debts amounting to millions, and he is forced to sustain himself by delivering takeout. Fortunately, at that moment, an advertisement suddenly appeared on his phone screen, taking over the entire interface. Today's special offer: all items available for a mere 1 yuan flash sale. A luxurious villa situated in the heart of Yulon community. A 100 ownership of Wandai Plaza. Annual rental income of 300 million yuan. A building in Block A of EUE Plaza office complex. One limited edition Pagani Huayra from the Global Collection. Chapter 1. A chance encounter with a classmate following a car accident. In Huahai City, specifically the Northern District, which is in proximity to both the school and the industrial park, the abundance of students and office workers has rendered the takeout food scene exceptionally vibrant. The crowded streets are lined with small shops, including a modest eatery specializing in rice dishes. Gu Chan sat in a chair, gazing at the familiar yet foreign interface of his phone, which was dominated by an advertisement. Today's special offer: all items available for a mere 1 yuan flash sale. A luxurious villa situated in the heart of Yulon community. A 100 ownership of Wandai Plaza. Annual rental income of 300 million yuan. A building in Block A of EUE Plaza office complex. One limited edition Pagani Huayra from the Global Collection. Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback. What on earth? 1 yuan? Are you jesting with me? To recount the events, this situation began an hour earlier when he, as a food delivery rider, accepted an order and stopped at a traffic light to await the signal, when suddenly his customer messaged him asking to bring a bottle of soda. Spotting a small supermarket across the street, he proceeded to cross over. However, just as he took a few steps, a white BMW suddenly emerged from an alley next to the supermarket. With a loud crash, it knocked him and his bike to the ground, leaving him momentarily dazed. Fortunately, the BMW was not traveling at a high speed. Otherwise, his injuries would have been far worse. Ironically, the owner of the BMW was his college classmate Lu Yu, with whom he had maintained a decent relationship, though they had gradually grown distant due to certain circumstances. At the time, he was a prominent figure at school, and during the organization of an event, Lu Yu, serving as class monitor, had provided him with substantial assistance, which had fostered their acquaintance. Subsequently, he sensed that Lu Yu seemed to harbor feelings for him, leading to an awkwardness in their interactions, and he gradually distanced himself. Unexpectedly, after a year apart, their reunion revealed a world transformed. Witnessing him sprawled on the ground, it was evident that the driver was equally startled as she hurriedly exited the vehicle and approached Gu Chun. "Are you all right?" Gu Chun, a long-haired woman, her complexion pale, apologized, followed by a gasp of concern. Gu Chun took a while to regain his composure. Upon hearing someone call his name, he looked up and was enveloped by a familiar fragrance. "Class monitor," he tentatively called out. "Is that really you?" The woman sighed softly in relief upon hearing his voice, and she quickly assisted Gu Chun to his feet. "By the way, how are you? Are you all right?" She glanced at his body and the scattered takeout on the ground, her expression complex as she inquired. I'm fine. Gu Chun waved his hand dismissively, moving his limbs to confirm he was largely unscathed. Just as the woman seemed poised to say something further, a middle-aged man's voice emerged from the vehicle. "Is my darling all right?" A portly middle-aged gentleman stepped out from the front passenger seat. Upon hearing those words, the woman stiffened momentarily, discreetly glancing at Gu Chun before forcing a smile and responding, "Yes, it's nothing." Observing the intimate gestures exchanged between the two, Gu Chun was acutely aware that their relationship was far from ordinary. No wonder his university classmate, just a year after graduation, had acquired a BMW. It wasn't that he looked down upon his peers. Rather, he was fully aware of the family's background, which was decidedly modest. Yet, how was any of this relevant to him? "And who might this be?" he inquired, turning his gaze towards Lu Yu. "Babe, do you know each other?" The middle-aged gentleman was momentarily taken aback by Gu Chen's words. He scrutinized Gu Chun, and even as a man, he felt a twinge of jealousy upon seeing Gu Chen's handsome visage. However, upon noticing Gu Chen's delivery uniform, he relaxed, wrapping his arm around Lu Yu's slender waist. "This is my university classmate, Gu Chun." Lu Yu, slightly embarrassed, introduced him. "Gu Chun, this is my boyfriend, Li Kuan." "Ah, so you're his classmate." Then that makes you my classmate as well. Greetings, Li Kuan exclaimed warmly. Once he ascertained that Gu Chun posed no threat, his hostility dissipated. Hello, Gu Chun replied coolly. Lu Yu promptly interjected. All right, Gu Chun, you should head to the hospital. Li Kuan echoed Lu Yu's sentiment. Yes, Gu, you ought to go to the hospital first. No need. I'm fine. Gu Chun declined. How can that be? After all, you are Yueter's classmate. Allow me to cover the medical expenses, Li Kuan declared generously, pulling out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his wallet. He felt an innate sense of superiority over Gu Chun. After casting a glance, Gu Chun shook his head, stating he had work to attend to, and bid farewell to Lu Yu before departing. Lu Yu watched Gu Chun's retreating figure in silence for a long moment. All right, let's go. I must warn you, if you dare to seek him out without my consent, don't blame me. Li Kuan's words trailed off, yet the implication was unmistakably clear. Lu Yu remained silent for several seconds before breaking into a smile. Don't worry. Ever since I started dating you, I've lost contact with all my former classmates. That's good to hear, Li Kuan replied, evidently pleased. At that moment, Gu Chen's phone rang, interrupting his reverie. Glancing at the screen, he saw the contact labeled Mom and answered without hesitation. Hello, Mom, son, have you eaten lunch yet? A warm and gentle voice resonated from the other end of the line. I have. How are you and Dad? Gu Chan fought back tears, hurriedly inquiring. You don't need to worry about home. Your father and I will manage. Just take care of yourself out there. Hearing those words, Gu Chan felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He had grown up in a wealthy family. His father was a notable figure back home. However, everything changed when his father's company went bankrupt the year he graduated from university, leading to the confiscation of their possessions to settle debts. They were fortunate to retain an ancestral home, or they might have found themselves homeless. Yet, they still owed millions in debt, which explained why he resorted to delivering food. He needed to earn money. This past year, he had not taken a single day off, often sleeping later than a dog and waking earlier than a rooster, all to complete a few more orders. Yes, I understand, Mom. The company noticed my impressive performance this month and awarded me a bonus. I'll transfer it to you shortly. After a few more exchanges, he ended the call and gazed out at the passing vehicles. Shaking his head, he opened his Alipay app, staring at the 4-digit balance and letting out a bitter smile. He reserved 1,000 yuan for himself and transferred the rest of his salary to his mother. Ding! The screen confirmed the transfer success. As he stared at the notification, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him. The burden of millions in debt loomed large, and he had no idea when he would be able to repay it. Chapter 2. The 1 yuan flash sale. As a former scion of wealth, he was quite aware that the items displayed were beyond what his family could afford at their peak. Believing his phone had frozen, he hastily logged out, only to be met with the same interface upon re-entry. Damn, is my phone infected with a virus? Or is the security of today's Taobao so feeble? He muttered to himself. Yet, if it were true, how fortunate that would be. Gazing at the text, Gu Chen shook his head. If it were genuine, he would not have to toil so hard. Nevertheless, he dared not click further, for as a university student, he was well acquainted with numerous high-tech scams. These often employed enticing advertisements that, once clicked, would surreptitiously breach your phone's security, leading to the complete theft of your funds. Although his account was nearly empty, losing even that would leave him penniless for a month. Determined to exit, his finger inadvertently slipped, and he found himself clicking on the 1 yuan flash sale. Instantly, the screen flickered as if a red envelope had been opened, with coins spinning incessantly. What the heck? Gu Chun exclaimed, startled, and frantically attempted to exit the application. But the screen seemed frozen, unresponsive to his commands. Even shutting down the phone was futile. In a fit of desperation, he considered smashing the device, but hesitated, knowing it was worth far more than his meager balance. Little did he know that this app was so potent that even turning off the phone was impossible. Resigned, he watched the screen, and after a few seconds, the coins came to a halt. Congratulations. You have been selected for the A block of the Iyue Plaza office building. The message from the system left Gu Chen momentarily stunned. Ignoring the notification, he swiftly opened Alipay and checked his balance. Only 1 yuan was deducted, allowing him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ding. Transaction completed. Today's event has been cancelled. Please return tomorrow. As 2 messages arrived in quick succession, realization dawned upon him. Could it be real? Not a virus or malware. Was it a system error? Gu Chen speculated. At that moment, he distinctly felt something additional at his chest. Looking down, he was astonished to find a tool bag. Upon inspection, it contained a document. He hurriedly reviewed the previous messages and discovered that he had indeed won the office building for just 1 yuan. Staring at the property certificate bearing his name, he was left dumbfounded. Was this truly happening? Only then did Gu Chen comprehend that everything he experienced was real, and his phone was not infected. Rather, his Taobao had undergone an inexplicable transformation, akin to a golden finger from a novel. Observing the notification stating that today a special had concluded and to return tomorrow, he exhaled softly. This entire experience felt like a fleeting dream. He pinched his cheeks a few times to confirm he was not dreaming. Meanwhile, in the management office of Yue Plaza, several employees were diligently working. Suddenly, the office door burst open, startling a few of them. A middle-aged man rushed in, clearly out of breath from a brisk walk. "Mr. Ma?" The employees quickly stood and greeted him respectfully. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement and said earnestly, "I have come to convey an important message. The prime office building A block in our plaza has been sold." "What?" The employees exchanged bewildered glances, fully aware that this building was not for sale and had always remained under the group's ownership. There had been inquiries in the past, but all were met with rejection. "Mr. Ma, do you know who the buyer is?" One of them bravely inquired. Mr. Ma shook his head. "I just received the notification. All I know is the buyer's name and phone number, Gu Chen. We must ensure he has a good impression, which is why I rushed here to inform you. We cannot afford to offend him." He understood that purchasing a non-sale asset from the group indicated that the buyer possessed significant influence and status. The group had no financial constraints. If they were to sell, it would have been done long ago. The only plausible explanation was that the buyer was someone they could not afford to offend. Realizing this, he felt increasingly anxious. The employees grasped the gravity of the situation, yet they were unaware of the buyer's appearance. If they inadvertently offended him, their positions could be jeopardized. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man suddenly remarked, "By the way, the rent for this month is due soon. That client should be coming by." The employee's eyes brightened at this. The office building, being in a prime location with 66 floors, had all but a few rented out. Most tenants paid annually, but some paid monthly. "Let us have the sales department send a message to the buyer, asking him to come by tomorrow to settle the rent," Mr. Ma instructed, "and notify the security team to be on high alert to ensure that tomorrow's handover goes smoothly. If you encounter anyone named Gu Chen, be sure to observe proper etiquette and never offend him." Everyone understood the gravity of the situation and ceased any further chatter. Understood. Thus, word of Gu Chen spread throughout Yue Plaza, reaching all staff members. Not only were the tenants of Office Building A informed, but Gu Chen also received a text message. "Dear Mr. Gu, greetings. This is the management department of Yue Plaza. The office building you purchased will soon be due for rent collection. Please be sure to come by for information exchange. Contact number 135. Still in a state of disbelief, Gu Chen received the text. He stared at his phone in silence. Had he not been holding the property certificate, he would have firmly believed this was a scam message. Is it true? A visit tomorrow would reveal all. Gu Chen murmured to himself, deciding not to dwell on his uncertainties. Just then, an order notification pinged on his phone. "You have a delivery order. Please expedite the delivery." He placed the tool bag on his electric bike and continued with his deliveries. Time slipped away as Gu Chen traversed various shops and alleyways. As night fell, he finally paused. After requesting a day off from the delivery supervisor, he returned home to rest. The following day, in a lavishly decorated boutique apartment, a couple lay on the bed, having bared their souls to one another. It was none other than Lu Yu, Gu Chen's university classmate, and her boyfriend, Tycoon. Suddenly, a phone rang. "Hello, team leader Lu. What? How could this happen?" "No. All right, I'll be there immediately." Chapter 3. It's mine now. After hanging up, Tycoon's brows furrowed in concern. As the owner of a renovation company with a net worth in the tens of millions, he was perplexed. "What's wrong?" Lu Yu asked, noticing his troubled expression. "A sales team leader from Yue Plaza just called me, saying the company building has changed owners and that we need to vacate promptly." Tycoon, in his 40s, had ventured into the world with tenacity and was fortunate enough to catch the eye of a local power broker, marrying his daughter and swiftly building his own empire. In theory, he was thriving in both love and career. However, his wife bore a striking resemblance to a gorilla in terms of her robust physique, which left him devoid of any desire. Consequently, he maintained a string of mistresses, one of whom, Lu Yu, he had met a year ago at a certain club. Given Lu Yu's qualifications, one might wonder why she would settle for being someone else's mistress. Yet, with her father gravely ill and in dire need of funds, she found herself under the patronage of Tycoon. "Why must we relocate?" Lu Yu queried, puzzled. Her knowledge of Tycoon's company was rather scant. The truth is, with my company's standing, we simply cannot afford to rent such prime real estate," Tycoon replied with a wry smile. "Are you implying that I should wonder how you managed to secure it?" Lu Yu inquired, her gaze fixed on him. "Indeed. I bribed a team leader at Yue Plaza and privately leased it at a rate exceeding the market value, Li Kuan confessed. Who would have thought a change in ownership would occur so abruptly? It is truly perplexing. He ruffled Lu Yu's hair, still grappling with the situation. Having spent considerable time in Huahai City, he was well aware of numerous whispers circulating in the community. As Yue Plaza was a landmark property, it was typically deemed unsellable. What could possibly have empowered someone to acquire it? I see. But why must we move there? Lu Yu asked, suddenly enlightened, yet still intrigued. That location is prime real estate, the best representation of a company's strength, Li Kuan elucidated. The success of my renovation company can largely be attributed to our location. In this industry, reputation and standing are paramount. Other firms may possess equal capabilities, yet their inferior locations render them less appealing to clients. When an ordinary client visits your company and perceives its image, they subconsciously form an impression of your capabilities. Now, hurry along to Yue Plaza. Today, the mysterious buyer will be finalizing the handover, and we need to ascertain whether we can continue our lease, Li Kuan instructed Lu Yu. The two promptly rose and dashed toward Yue Plaza. Meanwhile, in a modest rental unit, Gu Chun dressed casually, washed up, and hailed a cab to Yue Plaza. Previously, he would never have considered such a lavish mode of transportation. Following a family crisis, he had spent the past year relying on public transport or his own 2 feet. However, if what transpired yesterday was indeed true, he would no longer have to endure such a lifestyle. With a glance at the property certificate beside him, anticipation coursed through him. By the time he reached Yue Plaza, peak commuting hours had passed, and he arrived in half an hour. Upon alighting and settling the fare, he gazed up at the towering office building that would now belong to him. After a moment of reflection, he made his way toward the management office, only to find himself lost in the vast expanse of one of Huahai City's largest plazas. Excuse me, could you direct me to the management office? Gu Chen asked. Having wandered in circles, with no other option, he sought assistance from a security guard. What do you need the management office for? The guard inquired, curiosity piqued, as it was his first time being approached for such directions in his tenure there. Oh, I received a message from your management office asking me to come. Gu Chen replied honestly. At this, the guard's demeanor shifted, and he asked, Are you Mr. Gu Chen? Yes, Gu Chen responded, a bit surprised. Upon hearing his confirmation, the guard's expression transformed. Mr. Gu, please hold on, he said, then picked up his walkie-talkie to communicate. Headquarters. Headquarters. This is 07. I've encountered Mr. Gu. After a series of crackling sounds, an urgent voice responded, Received. Please have Mr. Gu wait. I will send someone immediately. Curiosity piqued. Gu Chen wondered why there was such a significant reaction to his name. The wait was brief. Within a couple of minutes, he spotted several impeccably dressed men jogging toward him. Hello, you must be Mr. Gu Chen. I sincerely apologize for making you wait. The foremost figure, a middle-aged man exuding an air of professionalism, spoke even before reaching him. Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, that's me. And you are? I'm Ma Fei, the general manager of this plaza. You can call me Xiao Ma. The man replied eagerly. Ah, Manager Ma, it's a pleasure. I assume you need to verify my ownership certificate for our information exchange? Ma Fei inquired with a hint of obsequiousness. Gu Chen smiled slightly. Yes, here it is. He handed over the tool bag from yesterday, his heart racing as he feared it might be counterfeit. Yes, this is it. Ma Fei inspected the document, nodded in affirmation, and proposed. Shall we proceed to the management office to complete the formalities? Certainly, Gu Chen replied, feeling the last remnants of unease dissipate. Just as they were about to depart, a voice interrupted Manager Ma. Turning at the sound, Ma Fei furrowed his brow, deep in thought before realization dawned. Li Kuan? Yes, it's me, Li Kuan responded, visibly pleased that his name had been recognized. Gu Chen, at the center of the gathering, could not see who was speaking but felt a strange familiarity in the voice. What brings you here? Ma Fei asked Li Kuan, recalling that he had privately leased their building. I'm here to settle this month's rent and to meet the new owner, Li Kuan stated, fully aware of Ma Fei's elevated status. Just as Li Kuan finished speaking, the gazes of Ma Fei and the others turned toward Gu Chen. In that instant, Gu Chen recognized the voice as belonging to Li Kuan, and their eyes locked for a prolonged moment. Gu Chen, is that you? Li Kuan exclaimed, his face shifting dramatically in shock. Gu Chen nodded, feeling the world had become exceedingly small. Mr. Li, do you two know each other? Ma Fei inquired. Noticing the change in expression on Li Kuan's face, Li Kuan's countenance shifted through a myriad of emotions, momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Yu quickly pieced together the situation, nodding and addressing Gu Chen. So you are the new owner of Yue Plaza's office building? In contrast to Li Kuan's reaction, Lu Yu found it far easier to accept the revelation. She had known Gu Chen's family was affluent during their university days, yet she was astonished by the extent of his wealth. Yes, Gu Chen affirmed with a nod, as Gu Chen confirmed his identity. Both Li Kuan and Lu Yu fell into a contemplative silence, particularly Li Kuan, who felt a surge of embarrassment recalling his previous air of superiority. Are you here to renew the lease? Gu Chen asked, turning to Li Kuan, recalling his earlier words. Indeed, Mr. Gu, this Mr. Li was previously one of the tenants. Ma Fei hastily clarified when he noticed the two fell silent. I see. Since the class leader is renewing the lease, let us set the price at 10% below the market rate, Gu Chen mused, glancing at Lu Yu with a smile. He was unaware that Li Kuan had been renting privately at a rate exceeding market value. Ma Fei smiled quietly at this decision, casting a surprised glance at Li Kuan, who was fortuitously acquainted with the new landlord. Li Kuan, initially incredulous, soon wore an expression of complexity. He understood that Gu Chen's words were not a favor to him, but rather a gesture toward Lu Yu beside him. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a tremor in her heart, recognizing that Gu Chen was repaying a debt of gratitude and acknowledging their shared student background, which extinguished the last flicker of her feelings for him. Manager Ma, may I entrust these matters to you? Gu Chen turned to Ma Fei and inquired. Certainly. We in the Plaza Management Department are more than willing to assist with such trivialities, Ma Fei replied, clearly delighted, as Gu Chen's trust in them was evident. Very well, class leader, I have a few matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If you wish to renew the lease, feel free to discuss it with Manager Ma. Gu Chen nodded at Lu Yu before departing. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I and Yuer shall not disturb you further. I wonder if you might have time for dinner this evening? Li Kuan eagerly interjected, his smile broadening. As a wealthy businessman, he had no qualms about being forward. He had navigated his way to this position with astuteness, knowing when to concede. Regardless of past incidents, the current Gu Chen was not someone he could afford to offend. Fortunately, he hadn't previously antagonized him. He also felt a surge of satisfaction at the connection between Lu Yu and Gu Chen, viewing it as a bridge to strengthen their relationship. He could see that even Ma Fei, who was not someone to cross, was quite deferential in Gu Chen's presence. No need. I have other commitments this evening. Gu Chen was well aware of Li Kuan's intentions, but declined nonetheless. No problem at all, since Mr. Gu is quite busy. Yuer and I shall not impose, Li Kuan quickly responded, his demeanor remaining unperturbed. Lu Yu, however, remained silent. All right, I shall take my leave. Gu Chen nodded at Lu Yu and walked away with Ma Fei. As they left, Li Kuan wore a forced smile until they were out of sight. He was taken aback that someone of such high stature would even consider delivering takeout. The mindset of the wealthy was truly inscrutable. Yuer, what is the background of your classmate? You didn't mention anything yesterday. He turned to Lu Yu, now hesitant to threaten her, given the day's astonishing events. I'm not entirely sure, just that his family is quite affluent, Lu Yu replied, shaking her head calmly. Quite affluent? Li Kuan accepted her statement without skepticism. Yet possessing the means to purchase the entire office building and garner such treatment from Ma Fei was not something mere wealth could accomplish. Let us go, darling. We owe you this. He then embraced Lu Yu, his mood buoyant as they exited. It's nothing. Lu Yu offered no further comment. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of EUA Plaza's management department, congratulations, Mr. Gu. The A block of EUA Plaza officially belongs to you now. With Gu Chen's signature on the contract documents, their legal effect was activated, and Ma Fei extended his congratulations. Thank you, Manager Ma. Henceforth, I shall leave the management of that office building in your capable hands. My only duty will be to collect the rent, Gu Chen responded, a broad smile illuminating his face, his spirits exceptionally high. Haha, no problem. Rest assured, Mr. Gu. Ma Fei was equally pleased by Gu Chen's amiable demeanor, readily accommodating his requests, which were but trifles. After exchanging pleasantries, the sight of Gu Chen's nonchalant attitude further solidified their impression of his extraordinary status. Upon exiting the management department, Gu Chen felt as if he were floating. This was due to the fact that the month's rent had already been deposited into his account. Gazing at the six-figure sum, everything felt surreal. Over 580,000. A full 580,000. Moreover, Ma Fei had informed him that this was merely a fraction of the total, as many rents were paid annually. Upon hearing this, his heart inexplicably fluttered. From this moment forth, the trajectory of his life would deviate from its original path. And this transformation was all thanks to the peculiar Taobao. With this thought in mind, he felt a surge of curiosity, pulling out his phone to open Taobao. The familiar interface appeared, prompting a knowing smile from Gu Chen. The offerings had changed. The 1 yuan flash sale from yesterday had concluded, and today a special was a group buy for 9 yuan and 90 cents. Special offer today, everything for 9 yuan and 90 cents. A top-floor duplex apartment at Thompson Riviera, a 5 million yuan universal shopping cart, a bottle of Han Dynasty Matai, valued at 30 million, a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Indeed, a new batch of products had arrived, and after the events of the previous night, Gu Chun's heart had grown remarkably indifferent. Without further hesitation, he pressed the button for the items. Instantly, the phone screen froze. After a few seconds, ding, the phone vibrated, and Gu Chun opened it to find, "Congratulations. You have selected a top-floor duplex apartment at Thompson Riviera. Congratulations. You have selected a 5 million yuan universal shopping card." Chapter 5. Spending 5,010,000 in a single day. The two notifications caused Gu Chun to gasp. The luck of the European emperor has descended upon me. He stood by the roadside, chuckling at his phone. Thompson Riviera echoed in his ears, a name he had heard countless times. It was the epitome of luxury. With even the cheapest units priced over 10 million, the duplex he had selected was undoubtedly far more expensive than a standard suite. Located alongside Binjiang Avenue, Thompson Riviera occupies over 20,000 square meters, with a total construction area exceeding 115,000 square meters, comprising 4 luxurious riverside residences and 11 high-end clubhouses. The highest floors exceed 40 stories. Unbeknownst to Gu Chun, the unit he had chosen was the most opulent and costly, colloquially referred to as the king of the building. In contrast, the other items seemed relatively ordinary, yet for the vast majority, it still represented an unfathomable figure. Gu Chun then gazed at his chest, anticipating the appearance of the property deed, which had mysteriously manifested there the previous day. He had always been curious about how it materialized, and now that he had the chance, he was determined not to miss it. Minutes passed, and Gu Chun's eyes nearly grew weary, yet nothing appeared. Could it be that my persistent gaze has hindered its emergence? He then raised his head, rubbed his stiff neck, and mentally chastised himself for his folly. Deliberately averting his gaze from his chest, he waited a few seconds, but still, nothing materialized, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. What is going on? Just as doubt crept in, his phone vibrated, drawing his attention. The property deed and shopping card have been placed in the user's backpack. Please check. Reminder, the shopping card's password is the last 6 digits of the card number, and it will expire after today. Please use it promptly. Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback, hastily removing the backpack from his back. Upon opening it, he discovered, as expected, the property deed and a shopping card. When he took out the property certificate, his name was prominently displayed in the homeowner section. His fingers gently caressed the document, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. A man's success is often marked by possessions of a house and a car. Now he had acquired a residence, a luxurious one at that, and as for the vehicle, he was confident it wouldn't be long before he obtained one. But first, he should utilize the shopping card, as it was only valid for today. As a diligent and frugal man, he understood the importance of being economical. 9 years of compulsory education had instilled in him the principle of not wasting a single penny. Soon after, Gu Chun hailed a taxi driver to Guangyuan Shopping City. After stating his destination, Gu Chun fell into contemplation. For an ordinary person, spending 5 million in a day would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. However, am I truly an ordinary person? After a moment of reflection, Gu Chun's spirits lifted. After all, he had once been a wealthy second-generation offspring, and when it came to spending, he was nothing short of exceptional. He had already devised a plan for his expenditures. The saying goes, clothes make the man. Apparel was therefore his first priority. He was familiar with luxury men's brands such as Brioni, Armani, Zegna, Ferragamo, Connolly, and Versace. The foundation of his upbringing as a wealthy heir became significant at this juncture. Yet, considering these garments alone, it seemed unrealistic to spend 5 million. Thus, next came the quintessential symbols of masculinity, watches and wallets, most telling of a man's success and his lifelong romance. As he thought of watches, Gu Chun touched his wrist, reminiscing about his first timepiece, a gift from his father on his 18th birthday. Patek Philippe, renowned as the pinnacle of the watch industry, boasted an advertisement that had garnered much ridicule. No one truly owns it. You merely safeguard it for the next generation. Arrogant and domineering. It was this very slogan that had initially drawn him to the brand. However, his father had gifted him a mere entry-level watch back then, which he later sold. This time, he could indulge in a worthy acquisition. A smile crept onto his face, and the taxi driver, noticing this moment, interjected, "Little brother, are you off to a date with your girlfriend?" Unable to resist engaging in conversation since Gu Chun had entered the cab, the driver seized the opportunity. Assuming the young man, with his star-like appearance, must be meeting a romantic interest. Without waiting for Gu Chun's response, the driver continued with compliments. Thank you. But I don't have a girlfriend." Gu Chun chuckled and clarified. "No worries. With your looks, how could you possibly struggle to find a girlfriend? But Guangyuan Shopping City is a shopping paradise. Most can't afford it. You, young man, clearly embody youth and wealth, not to mention charm." The driver, realizing his earlier assumptions might have been misplaced, remained unperturbed. Hearing this, Gu Chun felt a tinge of bashfulness. "You flatter me," he replied. Subsequently, he opened his phone and transferred 500,000 to his mother's account. He hadn't forgotten the substantial debts they owed at home. Had it not been for the shopping cart's inability to be converted into cash, he would have cleared the debts long ago. Nevertheless, he believed it wouldn't be long before he could repay everything, bolstered by his newfound confidence in the mutated Taobao. Barely seconds after the transfer, his phone rang. Seeing his mother's name on the screen, he anticipated the outcome. Swiping right to answer, he heard her familiar voice. "Chen, I just received a transfer of 500,000. Did you send this?" Just as he expected, before he could even bring the phone to his ear, his mother's voice rushed through. "Yes, Mom. Really? How did you come by such a sum?" His mother was understandably flustered. "I must tell you, Chen, you mustn't do anything reckless." Gu Chun quickly reassured her. "Mom, please let me explain." Almost immediately, the other end fell silent. "Mom, didn't I tell you? I work as an executive at a company and often come across valuable information. In my spare time, I've leveraged this information to trade stocks, which is how I earned this money. I've also started my own business, so please don't worry. I'm making money legitimately. I'll soon be able to settle our family's debts." Gu Chun delivered his well-prepared explanation. "I always knew my son was the best." After hearing Gu Chun's words, his mother exhibited no doubt, as he had always been a source of reassurance for her. Gu Chun smiled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him, and he could faintly hear his mother speaking of his father, along with a growing gratitude for the mutated Taobao. "All right, but do take care of yourself. Make sure to come home for the new year." "Yes, I promise I'll be back for the new year." Last year, he had chosen not to return home to earn a little extra. Very well, very well." His mother added a few more words before hanging up. "Oh dear. I knew this young man was exceptional, far better than my own son, who only knows how to play games all day," the taxi driver exclaimed, noticing Gu Chun in the call. "Everyone has their own path. Gaming can be a viable career too. The industry is growing rapidly. Perhaps your son will become a professional player one day." Gu Chun responded with a smile. "Indeed, he says the same thing, but I thought he was just making excuses. Since you also say so, I won't mention it again." The driver nodded in agreement. "Oh." Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, silently thinking, "Did you take my comment seriously?" However, sometimes guidance is necessary, so he interjected, "If I may ask, how old is your son?" Not wanting to lead anyone astray, Gu Chun felt compelled to ask. "It's infuriating. My boy has already graduated from college, yet he spends his days gaming, claiming he wants to be a professional player." The taxi driver lamented, his frustration palpable. But, sir, there are age requirements for becoming a professional player. The younger, the better. As one ages, the opportunities diminish." Gu Chun offered a gentle piece of advice. "What? Are you saying my son has already passed the prime age?" "No way. If that's the case, and he still harbors such unrealistic dreams, I'll confiscate his computer when I get home," the driver exclaimed, his eyes widening in outrage. Seeing the driver's reaction, Gu Chun couldn't help but silently mourn for the brother he had never met for a brief moment. Time slipped away as Gu Chun and the taxi driver continued their dialogue. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a steady stop by the roadside. When it came time to settle the fare, a small incident occurred. The taxi driver insisted that Gu Chun was a kindred spirit who had helped him with his son's situation and resolutely refused to accept the full fare. Gu Chun, however, was equally insistent, and, after much back and forth, the driver finally agreed to take the payment but insisted on a 20% discount. Gu Chun, unable to refuse, accepted the driver's generous gesture with a bemused smile. Guangyuan Shopping City, one of the top 10 shopping centers in Huahai City, is a haven for luxury brands from around the globe. It is truly a place where every inch is precious, a favored destination for wealthy heirs and internet celebrities alike. Simultaneously, it serves as a grand marketplace that amalgamates dining, entertainment, and leisure. Gu Chun casually indulged in some snacks around the vicinity. He has never been finicky about food. Except for his ardent love for spiciness, he truly cannot enjoy a meal without it. After hastily resolving his lunch, he made a beeline for the mall, aware of the limited time he had and unwilling to squander it. This place undoubtedly lives up to its reputation as a shopping paradise, bustling with activity, where handsome men and beautiful women abound, and numerous internet celebrities abound as well. After a brief moment of reflection, Gu Chun proceeded directly to the clothing section, where the crowd thinned considerably, as the average person could scarcely afford the offerings here. A glance revealed the flagship stores languishing with few customers, with several sales associates idly chatting by the entrance. Upon spotting Gu Chun, their expressions brightened momentarily before quickly fading into disinterest. As staff in this industry, keen observation is paramount. They have long memorized the various luxury brands, and upon seeing Gu Chun clad in what appeared to be inexpensive apparel, their interest waned instantly. Although Gu Chun was quite handsome, they had encountered many like him before. Working here, they would not indulge in any airs of superiority. Luxury goods not only sell brands, but also the service accompanying them. Yet, they did not approach Gu Chen. Unfazed, he continued to browse alone. Chapter 6. Armani Men's Attire. Xiaoya, where are you going? Li Jie, isn't there a customer? I'll go attend to them. Xiaoya, you've just arrived, and your discernment isn't quite there. That person is clearly not a potential buyer. Just look at those bargain bin clothes he's wearing. He's obviously here to show off. Have you seen anyone else approach him? At the entrance of the Armani flagship store stood a pair of young, attractive sales associates. The more striking one, Xiaoya, shook her head at Li Jie's words. Then that settles it. I have far more experience than you. It's best to avoid fruitless efforts, Li Jie advised earnestly. But during training, weren't we told not to discriminate against any customer? Xiaoya hesitated upon hearing this. We're not discriminating. If he comes in, we will naturally welcome him with enthusiasm. But since he hasn't entered yet, it's not discrimination. Li Jie, being seasoned, understood Xiaoya's concerns and explained with a smile. However, I haven't made a single sale this month, so I'd like to give it a try. Xiaoya shook her head after speaking and then strode toward Gu Chen. Hey Xiaoya, just wait, and you'll see. Li Jie thought to herself, convinced that Xiaoya would return looking dejected. Hello sir, how may I assist you today? Xiaoya approached Gu Chen with a bright smile. Gu Chen was taken aback that someone would actually engage him, nodding at the youthful and vibrant sales associate before him. Indeed, as a luxury brand sales associate, her looks were certainly commendable. Do you have a men's section? Certainly. We have the Armani flagship store dedicated exclusively to men's attire. Xiaoya's eyes sparkled. She had not held out much hope, but was suddenly filled with a flicker of optimism upon hearing Gu Chen's words. Excellent. Let's take a look. Gu Chen had certainly heard of the Armani brand, renowned globally as a prestigious Italian luxury label, particularly famous for its menswear, with nearly 10 distinct lines. The most notable being Armani Prive Haute Couture. At the entrance, Li Jie watched in astonishment as Xiaoya, smiling brightly, conversed with Gu Chen and led him into the store. Could it be that she was mistaken? No. It must be that Gu Chen found Xiaoya attractive and was merely putting on a brave face. Yes, that must be it. With this thought, her jealousy gradually subsided, and she resumed her smile. Welcome to Armani. Regardless of her internal dismissiveness toward Gu Chen, her expression showed no hint of disdain. Li Jie, I will attend to this gentleman now, Xiaoya said cheerfully to Li Jie. Then, leading Gu Chen further inside, she remarked, This way, sir. All right. Gu Chen nodded and calmly entered, showing no signs of hesitation. The opulent store was adorned with an array of luxury items. The various decorative lights overhead casting a brilliant glow, while the wooden walls displayed an assortment of fashionable attire. What would you like to see, sir? Xiaoya asked enthusiastically, her smile beaming. Please bring out your latest collections for this year, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. Of course. Please have a seat in our relaxation area while I gather them. Xiaoya felt a surge of joy at Gu Chen's words. Perhaps today, she could finally break her month-long streak of zero sales. Sure. Gu Chen headed straight to the relaxation area, as a high-end brand naturally had its own lounge where customers could enjoy a comforting afternoon tea. Meanwhile, Li Jie continued to observe Gu Chen, convinced he was merely putting on an act, eagerly anticipating the moment when he would struggle to pay. Before long, Xiaoya returned, carrying several pieces from the latest summer collection. Gu Chen took them into the fitting room, trying each one on. As a luxury brand particularly focused on menswear, Armani's aesthetic was undeniably impressive. After trying on several outfits, Gu Chen was thoroughly satisfied. Wrap these up for me. Certainly. Xiaoya's face broke into an uncontainable smile at the prospect of finally overcoming her zero sales record, with commissions potentially nearing 1,000 yuan this month. Oh, and please bring me a few sets for home wear as well, Gu Chen added, directing his request to Xiaoya. Absolutely. Xiaoya promptly turned to fulfill his request. Gu Chen then wandered throughout the store, acquiring anything that caught his fancy, utterly unconcerned about the prices. However, Xiaoya's smile began to fade as she watched him repeatedly summon staff to package his selections. Yes, that one too, please. Gu Chen continued with enthusiasm, calling for various items that appealed to him, ensuring he had selections for every season. Sir, at last, Xiaoya could no longer contain herself and called out to the exuberant Gu Chen. Seeing the towering pile of packaged boxes at the front desk, her face turned pale. Deep down, she regretted not heeding Li Jie's advice. Even if no one confronted Gu Chen, she knew she would surely face criticism. The commotion Gu Chen created had already drawn the attention of the entire store, leaving Li Jie dumbfounded. She never anticipated Gu Chen would be so extravagant. What is the matter? Looking at Gu Chen's handsome visage, she felt an urge to hurl the packaging bags at him, exclaiming, What do you mean? What's the matter? You. Gu Chen noticed the hesitation in Xiaoya's expression, surveying the store and realizing everyone was scrutinizing him. He instantly understood. Do you think I'm here to cause trouble? Gu Chen chuckled. Not at all. Xiaoya immediately retorted, then fell silent, realizing the implications of her words. All right then. Please proceed to finalize my purchase, Gu Chen said with a smile. He felt a degree of fondness for this sales associate, if only for her outward respect. Certainly. Xiaoya sighed in relief as she hurried to the front desk. At this moment, Gu Chen also paused his shopping, casting his gaze upon the towering pile of packaging boxes, feeling that it was sufficient. He then proceeded towards the checkout counter. However, Xiaoya seemed momentarily stunned. How much is it? Gu Chen asked directly. Good day, sir. I am the manager of this store. A refined middle-aged woman standing beside Xiaoya spoke up with a smile, as Xiaoya remained oblivious. Hello? Gu Chen nodded slightly. May I inquire if you possess a membership card for our store? No, Gu Chen replied with a shake of his head, understanding her implication. I sincerely apologize, sir. Unfortunately, there are no gifts to offer with this purchase. The manager's expression did not reveal much, merely portraying a sense of regret for Gu Chen. In the luxury goods industry, discounts were unheard of. No matter, I presume you provide home delivery services? Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. Indeed. The manager cast an appreciative glance at Gu Chen, recalling previous reports of disturbances in the store that prompted her swift arrival. However, witnessing Gu Chen's demeanor, any lingering disdain evaporated. Such tranquility was not something ordinary individuals possessed. All right, how much in total? Let us settle this with a card. Upon hearing his words, everyone but the manager displayed expressions of disbelief, including Xiaoya. This was far removed from their expectations. What are you still dawdling for? The manager admonished the cashier, who appeared dazed. I apologize. The cashier quickly regained her composure. Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 1,088,500 yuan. Charge it. To their astonishment, Gu Chen not only remained unfazed but also appeared somewhat disappointed. Just round it down to 1,080,000. The manager interjected suddenly. The cashier accepted the card from Gu Chen's hand and replied, Understood. Beep. The payment was promptly confirmed. Sir, your card. The cashier respectfully returned it. Thank you. Please have these delivered to Tang Chenyi Pin. Gu Chen expressed his gratitude upon receiving it. Hiss. At this point, no one harbored doubts about Gu Chen anymore. Even the manager's gaze sparkled with intrigue. The numerous women in the store regarded Gu Chen with eyes alight, akin to hungry wolves spotting a lamb. However, they quickly averted their gazes. Given Gu Chen's standing, they felt no hope. Young, wealthy, and strikingly handsome, he was beyond their reach. Yet, they seemed to recall something and turned their envious eyes towards Xiaoya. For it was she who had recognized Gu Chen's worth and not looked down upon him. Thus, she had effortlessly claimed the title of sales champion for the month, earning a commission of several tens of thousands. Xiaoya, now coming to her senses, blushed, evidently exhilarated. By the way, delivery will be in 2 hours, Gu Chen added, recalling that he had yet to inspect the residence, fearing awkwardness should the access control register not recognize his identification. Yes, rest assured, the manager replied respectfully, assuming Gu Chen would not be home for over 2 hours. We look forward to your next visit. The manager and her staff chorused at the entrance. In that moment, Gu Chen felt as if he were floating, having instantly become the focal point of the gathering. The other sales assistants in the store undoubtedly recognized that Gu Chen had made a substantial purchase, each one envying Armani. Next, he intended to peruse watches. Recalling that the Patek Philippe boutique was located here, albeit on a different floor, he followed the signs to the top level. Chapter 7. Gu Chen, who spends lavishly. With nearly 4 million remaining on his shopping card, he was determined not to waste it. He had always harbored a fondness for watches, making this the perfect opportunity to indulge. The saying, the poor play with cars while the rich play with watches, was not mere banter. Upon reaching the top floor, Patek Philippe's boutique came into view. Gu Chen strode in, and as he reached the entrance, a young saleswoman greeted him. Good day, sir. Welcome to Patek Philippe. How may I assist you today? Her perfectly timed smile was uplifting. Gu Chen, feeling the fatigue from his earlier shopping dissipate, responded with a smile. I would like to look at some watches. Certainly. Right this way, sir. The saleswoman's smile widened further. May I inquire if you have any previous purchase records with us? Yes, Gu Chen replied. Could you please provide your name for easy reference? Initially, the saleswoman had asked casually, but upon discovering that Gu Chen indeed had a record, her demeanor brightened. Patek Philippe was distinct from other brands. Certain watches came with numerous restrictions, and wealth alone did not guarantee access. As a prestigious name in horology, their timepieces were highly coveted, and priority purchasing rights were granted to members when multiple individuals sought the same watch. Gu Chen was aware of this and smiled. Gu Chen. Excellent. Please follow me. You may take a look, the saleswoman cheerfully instructed. Delighted, Gu Chen complied, moving to the display area. He admired the exquisitely crafted and dazzling watches for a considerable time before recalling his budget of nearly 4 million, focusing his attention on the section below that price point. While 4 million seemed substantial, in the realm of luxury watches, it was indeed trivial. He scrutinized the selection closely and soon spotted a piece that perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences. Just then, the saleswoman approached. "Mr. Gu, as a junior member of our store, how may I assist you?" she inquired respectfully. Though merely a junior member, such a status was not easily attained. One needed assets of at least tens of millions to qualify as a Patek Philippe junior member. "Please retrieve that watch for me to examine," he requested. Of course. The saleswoman promptly took the watch and began her professional introduction. "This is the super complicated timepiece series, model Cal 240 LUCLC, with a diameter of 38 millimeters, a thickness of 681 millimeters, and 45 jewels. That will suffice. You should have stock available, correct?" "Yes." The saleswoman was momentarily taken aback. Having never encountered such a generous customer, then quickly regained her composure, delighted at the prospect of a sale. After all, this was her client, and a successful transaction would earn her a commission exceeding 100,000. "Oh, and also wrap up that one for me." Chen indicated another display. Boom. She was momentarily overwhelmed by the intoxicating scent of wealth, her head spinning as she packaged Chen's selections. At this moment, Chen slipped the watch onto his wrist. The mechanical feel and exquisite appearance brought him immense satisfaction. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. He had previously noted this watch's price at over 2,800,000, a sum he would have never considered in the past. He then approached the front desk, where the waiting saleswoman greeted him with a slight smile. "Let us process the payment." He handed over his shopping card. The front desk attendant accepted it and inserted it into the card reader. "Mr. Gu, please enter your password," she prompted. Without hesitation, Chen input his password. Beep. With the sound of the card machine, a receipt was promptly printed. The waitress who had attended to Chen was instantly filled with joy. Having exceeded her sales targets for the month, her commission was nearly 200,000, allowing her to finally purchase the coveted handbag she had long desired. "Mr. Gu, please keep this." The receptionist, quick to react, handed Chen his card along with another watch, feeling an unusual envy towards the waitress. "Thank you." Chen nodded in response. "By the way, sir, we will also gift you 2 straps from the same collection." The waitress exclaimed excitedly as she finally grasped the situation. After accepting the items, Chen turned and departed, leaving the 2 waitresses with fervent gazes. "This gentleman is truly handsome, more appealing than any celebrity, and affluent too. That girl must be smitten. You're not any different." They teased each other. Yet, they were acutely aware that after today, they might never encounter Chen again. As the largest live-streaming platform on the internet, Tiger Fish boasted unparalleled popularity. Among its mid-tier streamers was a host known as Xiao Lu Shui, who had amassed nearly 200,000 fans. Her looks could only be described as modestly attractive in the realm of internet celebrities. Such a visage was unlikely to garner much fame. Indeed, for over a year of streaming, she had remained inconspicuous, until 3 months prior when she fortuitously connected with like-minded advocates of feminist ideology online. These individuals, standing firmly from a female perspective, vehemently criticized men, aligning themselves with the feminist movement. Upon encountering such rhetoric, she felt an immediate sense of belonging. Subsequently, she adopted this banner to champion the freedom of women to remain single, asserting that no man in society was worthy of trust and that society should be led by women. This ideology attracted a wave of women susceptible to such notions. As her online presence grew, she intensified her critiques of men, resulting in a substantial female audience during her broadcasts. This demographic shift brought her numerous offers from various women's product brands seeking her endorsement, allowing her to earn considerable commissions. Her last endorsement of a lingerie brand, after her enthusiastic promotion, saw sales soar, resulting in significant profits for her. Recently, another brand sought her endorsement at Guangyuan Mall, where she had come to promote their products. Thus, she commenced her live stream as soon as she arrived. "Hello everyone, I am Xiao Lu Shui. I am currently situated in the legendary hotspot for internet celebrities, the luxurious shopping paradise of Huahai City, Guangyuan Mall. If you wish to discern whether a man truly loves you, bring him here and see for yourself." Xiao Lu Shui declared earnestly to her live audience. "Sister Xiao is formidable. Oh, how right she is. A man who spends on you may not necessarily love you, but one who hesitates to spend surely does not. Yes, as soon as my boyfriend returns, I'll get him to take me here. All right, now let us conduct some interviews with the passers-by and see how they respond." Watching the barrage of comments flood the live chat, she felt an immense sense of pride. She had successfully set the tone for the stream, and now it was the perfect moment to find a passerby for an interview. seamlessly integrating the theme of the perfume she was endorsing to fulfill her brand obligations while also attracting viewership. However, she was determined to select her interviewee carefully. At that moment, Gu Chen stepped out of the elevator, catching Xiao Lu Shui's eye. His striking good looks rivaled those of a star, making him the ideal candidate for her interview. She understood her audience well. They were a group of unrealistic dreamers. Though they professed their adherence to singlehood, deep down, they were all yearning for affection. The appearance of a charming figure like Gu Chen would undoubtedly stir their enthusiasm. Without a doubt, he would significantly boost her stream's popularity, and she could subtly guide him to follow her script to further capitalize on the situation. At that instant, Xiao Lu Shui envisioned countless bills beckoning to her. Dear brothers and sisters, let Xiao lead you to interview our lucky audience member today, she announced to the live chat before eagerly approaching him. As the broadcaster moved, the camera focused on Gu Chen, and the live stream erupted with excitement. Wow, what a handsome young man. Is this lucky audience member the one the host mentioned? I'm in love. I need to know everything about this young man in 3 minutes. Host, please ask him if he has a girlfriend. Tips are not an issue. Finally, the host is doing something worthwhile today. Hurry up. The comments rapidly filled the screen, and the host was elated, realizing that the handsome gentleman's allure exceeded her expectations. As Gu Chen exited the elevator, he immediately noticed a young lady approaching him with a selfie stick. Understanding her intentions, he surmised she was an outdoor streamer. Hello, handsome. I'm a small streamer from the Tiger Fish platform. May I interview you? Xiao Lu Shui requested of Gu Chen. He, without hesitation, nodded in acquiescence. Finding no reason to decline such a simple request, this response was unsurprising to Xiao Lu Shui, as men typically do not refuse women's requests, provided they are reasonable. Observing the gifts flying in from the live chat due to her interview with Gu Chen, she felt a surge of joy. Convinced of the brilliance of her decision, Xiao Lu Shui inquired, Handsome, may I ask if you have a girlfriend? Gu Chen replied, No. Turning to the audience, Xiao Lu Shui exclaimed, Did everyone hear that? This young man is single. If anyone is interested, act quickly. How can such a handsome young man be single? This is outrageous. I've decided, this young man is now my husband. Stop right there. He is my husband. Is this Guan Yuan Mall? Sister Qiao, I'm on my way. Hold on. Let me through. As the live stream became a frenzy of adoration, Gu Chen remained oblivious to the commotion. Xiao Lu Shui continued, generally speaking, if a girl desires a handbag, should a man buy it for her? This question required no contemplation from Gu Chen. If they are in a relationship and the price is reasonable, I believe most men would not refuse. Hearing this response, Xiao Lu Shui's eyes lit up, and she replied, So you agree that it's acceptable to purchase it? She began to carefully craft her narrative, subtly steering the conversation. Gu Chen, unaware of her intentions, simply nodded. Wow, this young man is incredibly considerate. Being his girlfriend would surely bring happiness. He is handsome and has great values. I'm sold. Enough talk. I'm almost there. Is the spot still available? As Gu Chen nodded, the live stream nearly froze, with an avalanche of comments flooding in. Clearly, the female audience in the chat was exceedingly pleased with Gu Chen's decision. This group of feminist supporters soared with delight, especially since even their idols seemed to endorse their sentiments. Excellent. Upon witnessing Gu Chen begin to follow her script, Xiao Lu Shui's lips gradually curled into a smile. Young man, would you be willing to spend a month's or even several months' worth of income to purchase a handbag for your girlfriend? She could already foresee that this young man would undoubtedly respond in the affirmative. After all, men are inherently concerned about their image, especially in front of so many women in a live broadcast. It's all just talk. Who can't say such things? She had interviewed countless people and had long mastered the psychology of these passersby. This was her script, infallible and layered. By leveraging this psychology, her live streams rarely faltered. So she maintained a beaming smile as she awaited Gu Chen's response. I am not willing, Gu Chen declared. A wave of confusion washed over Xiao Lu Shui. Brother, why are you deviating from the script? Did you mistakenly grab the wrong one? Weren't you just agreeable? She queried, bewildered. How am I supposed to respond to that? Are you going to ruin my sales pitch? Goodness, I never falter, and now I've stumbled because of you. In an instant, the comments in the live stream took a drastic turn. Humph, I misjudged you. Indeed, a man's words are deceitful. You can't even bear to buy a handbag for your girlfriend. No wonder you're single. Uft, what a scoundrel. Such a waste of a handsome face. The moment he stepped off the metaphorical stage, he was met with a chorus of insults, though there were also a few defenders among the crowd. Brother, well done. That's all I can say. Indeed, we had wronged him. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Lu Shui's eyelids twitched. This young man was proving to be a challenge for her. Did you not seem quite agreeable just now? Why the sudden change of heart? Xiao Lu Shui felt urgency creeping in as she attempted to salvage the situation. When did I express agreement? Gu Chen shot her a disdainful glance. Xiao Lu Shui responded with a teasing, 666, my brother. You truly are a role model for us all. Some of the haters in the live stream, upon hearing this, became emboldened and began to unleash a torrent of comments. Xiao Lu Shui felt on the verge of losing her mind. She had the distinct feeling that she had not consulted the fortune teller before stepping out that day. All right, what I meant was that if the price were within a reasonable range, I would consider it. But to spend a month or even several months' salary just for a handbag, I am certainly unwilling. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu Shui's heart trembled. How was she to respond? She now had undeniable proof that her live stream had gone awry today. However, she had to salvage it somehow. Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Gu Chen interjected once more. Of course, there is another reason. Xiao Lu Shui instinctively asked, what reason? The moment the words left her mouth, regret washed over her. Fearing Gu Chen might utter something outrageous. I want to see what kind of woman could prompt me to spend millions on a handbag, Gu Chen stated matter-of-factly. He mentally calculated that with the rent from his office building nearing hundreds of millions annually, his monthly rental income would certainly exceed several million, easily surpassing 10 million over a few months. Sure enough, as Gu Chen spoke, Xiao Lu Shui felt the situation deteriorate. She was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the comments in the live stream erupted. Holy cow, we have a millionaire in the chat. Sister Xiao, you've encountered a rich second generation. Rich? Nonsense. This guy is definitely bragging. His entire outfit looks like street market goods, and his watch is clearly a knockoff. Millionaire? Please. 666. Bro, I admire your serious nonsense. Are all men nowadays this full of lies? As always, it's us women who bear the brunt of it. The entire live stream was filled with disbelief. Ahem. Young man, are you saying your monthly income is over 10 million? Gu Chen nodded roughly. Definitely a guaranteed 10 million. Just from rent alone. It's several million a month. Not to mention the lucrative Taobao business. He realized he was dealing with the fabled feminist streamer. Given that, he had no qualms about setting the record straight. Typically, he wouldn't be this ostentatious. 10 million guaranteed? Come on, that's a stretch. Bro, you're going too far. Observing Xiao Lu Shui's expression, Gu Chen understood her skepticism. However, he was too fatigued to explain. At this moment, Xiao Lu Shui perceived Gu Chen as a hypocritical man, full of falsehoods, wasting his good looks. She then mockingly inquired, what exactly do you do for a living? I deliver takeout. Xiao Lu Shui was taken aback. Oh, why have you stopped boasting, young man? Uffed. So, you're the legendary all-capable delivery guy. Exactly. The anchor might just be telling the truth. Our most mysterious team surely can't be questioned. Haha, are you all brain dead? If what this brother says is true, I'll eat my hat upside down. Another round of skepticism flooded in. As the interview progressed, Xiao Lu Shui was astonished by the surge in viewership. Any more questions? Gu Chen, feeling dismissive, decided engaging further would be a waste of his time. Xiao Lu Shui, sensing the momentum in her live stream was due to Gu Chen, hesitated to continue questioning. She shook her head. No more, young man. This interview concludes here. Thank you for your cooperation. No problem. Gu Chen smiled. At that moment, his phone vibrated, and as he pulled it from his pocket, 2 slips of paper fell out unbeknownst to him. He pressed the unlock button only to find a mere advertisement, promptly dismissing it and turning to leave. This guy has some serious audacity. Is this how young men are nowadays? Sigh. Truly, only we women can be relied upon. Watching the messages on the screen, Xiao Lu Shui felt a rush of excitement. Though it was a mixed bag, it significantly elevated her profile. Initially, she had received numerous gifts, and overall, this episode was not a loss. Just then, as she looked down, she noticed a slip of paper where Gu Chen had been standing moments ago. With a glint in her eye, she addressed the audience. Dear brothers and sisters, did you see that? This must be the slip dropped by the young man we just interviewed. Let us see what it is. Upon hearing this, the live stream audience was indeed captivated by her words. It should be a receipt. Why are you dawdling? Hurry up and pick it up to see. Quickly, quickly. Let us delve into the daily expenditures of this affluent individual, whose monthly income exceeds 10 million, and broaden our horizons. Today, a trending topic emerges, a certain enigmatic second-generation wealthy individual whose shopping expenditures in the mall barely amount to 100. The host eagerly prompts us to unveil the mystery. As anticipation mounts. Chapter 9, The Unpretentious Life of the Tycoon. Observing the live chat filled with demands to reveal the contents, the host, Xiao Lu Shui, hesitates no longer. She bends down to retrieve a note, and in a bid to ensure her fans witness the content promptly, she unfurls it and places it directly before the camera. When everyone glimpses the figure on the receipt, an immediate hush envelopes the entire live stream. Xiao Lu Shui, staring at the silent screen, feels a flicker of curiosity. A glance reveals an astonishing sum, prompting her to exclaim the familiar phrase, "What the heck?" This utterance seems to trigger a cascade of similar reactions across the screen. What the heck? In that moment, Xiao Lu Shui's livestream reaches its zenith. The string of digits proves utterly irresistible. How many zeros are there? Then, the host discovers a second receipt, shifting it into view. The chat erupts once more. Another sequence of numbers. The reality hits. What was presumed to be mere pretense has proven to be authentic brilliance. Indeed, this individual is a true tycoon. Over 3 million. What could he possibly have purchased? Have you not noticed the words above? Patek Philippe. Indeed, the watch adorning his wrist is a Patek Philippe. I initially assumed it was a counterfeit, but it turns out to be genuine. Is it that easy to encounter a tycoon? Truly, this place is a paradise for the wealthy. How envious. I always suspected he was extraordinary, but now it's confirmed. I calculated the 2 receipts, totaling over 5 million, indicating that he spent more than 5 million today alone. The chat's sentiment swiftly reverses. The prior mockery directed at Chen stemmed from the belief that he was boastful. However, the revelation that he has consistently spoken the truth transforms their perception. Meanwhile, the host's expression betrays her deep regret. She had noticed the watch on Chen's wrist earlier, but mistakenly believed it to be a cheap imitation. Forgive her ignorance of Patek Philippe. Having only heard of it, but never seen one, she feels as though she has missed an opportunity to marry into wealth. Her expression begins to reveal a hint of her inner turmoil. Haha, look at the host. She's regretting it so intensely. The expression on her face could easily be animated. Ha ha ha. Host, you missed your chance to enter a wealthy family. Furthermore, she didn't even obtain his contact information. Truly a model of our generation. Upon witnessing the barrage of comments, Xiao Lu Shui's regret deepens. I just left the mall. I must hurry back and find that young man. Don't think about it. I have already arrived at the mall. Only a dashing and affluent young man is worthy of me. Yes. As Xiao Lu Shui observes, her brow furrows. What are you all doing? Even if it's a competition, it should be me. No way should this group of clowns have a chance. She turns on her heels and runs. What a joke. How could a wealthy second-generation individual with such looks slip through her fingers? And who knows? Perhaps he has taken a liking to her? Wouldn't being a wealthy lady be delightful? What is the point of carrying goods or live streaming? How much can one truly earn? The crisp sound of high heels echoes in the live stream. Meanwhile, Chen remains oblivious to all this. Even if he were aware, it would not concern him. Just as he intends to tally his shopping cart expenditures, he reaches for it. Where's my receipt? Did I lose it? Regardless, it holds little significance. He calculates that there isn't much left on the shopping cart, and he realizes he has little need to purchase anything further. Thus, he decides to take his leave. At that moment, the host, Xiao Lu Shui, manages to locate Chen but discovers he seems about to depart. This cannot be allowed. She quickly rushes after him. Unfortunately, she is too late. Upon exiting, she witnesses Chen stepping into a taxi, and the livestream camera captures the scene perfectly. 666. A tycoon with a 10 million monthly income is actually taking a taxi. Is this the unpretentious life of a tycoon? Indeed, the wealthy are remarkably low-key. I just arrived at the mall, and the young man is leaving, adorned with $1 million watch and spending millions daily, yet he rides in a taxi worth mere tens. Is this the everyday life of a wealthy second generation? My mother asks why I'm kneeling to watch. And I say, I only lack a taxi to be on par with the rich. The viewers are overthinking it. The live stream chat buzzes with conversation. After all, aside from spectating, they have no connection to the affluent. Some even take to social media to share the news. A tycoon spotted at Guangyuan Mall, daily expenditure of 5 million. Yet departing in a taxi. This post quickly trends, garnering nearly 1 million views and comments, inadvertently making Chen a sensation. Chen returns to his rented accommodation. This is a place he shares with several colleagues, but now that he has secured his own residence, there is no longer a need to rent. Moreover, it seems he no longer needs to work as a delivery person. After all, he initially took that job to earn extra money. Now, he need not endure such toil. Yet, he finds he has little to pack. He has purchased ample clothing, and the furniture in his new place at Tangchun Pen appears sufficient, requiring only a suitcase for a seamless move. As he surveys the space he has inhabited for over a year, Chen feels a twinge of nostalgia. However, he does not belong here, even without the peculiarities of Taobao. Opening his phone's contact list, he scrolls to the number of the delivery manager and dials. Moments later, the call connects. Hello? Hello, Brother Zhang, it's me, Chen. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen smiles. It's you. Why are you calling? I heard you took the day off today. Is something the matter? Manager Zhang's voice is filled with surprise, followed by a hearty tone. Yes, Brother Zhang. I'm calling to resign. Chen hesitates for a moment before responding with eagerness. To his surprise, Manager Zhang does not attempt to dissuade him. It seems you've overcome your challenges. I always knew you were exceptional and wouldn't remain here for long. A dragon on the shore will eventually soar when it encounters the winds and clouds. Haha. Gu Chun, I accept your resignation. I won't hold you back. However, before you leave, let us gather for a farewell. Manager Zhang pauses for a moment, then speaks with heartfelt sentiment. Gu Chun feels moved. Manager Zhang has been incredibly supportive over the past year. Without a second thought, he agrees. No problem, but this meal's on me. He shares a good rapport with his colleagues, so a farewell gathering seems appropriate. Great. Let us set it for tonight after work at our usual spot. All right. Gu Chun readily agrees. He is well acquainted with the usual spot Manager Zhang mentions, a bustling eatery they frequent for gatherings. After exchanging a few more words, they end the call. Gu Chun then sends a message in their group chat with coworkers. Today, my friend resigned, and tonight we gather at our usual spot. Upon sending the message, the chat group instantly buzzed with excitement. Come on, it's not April Fool's Day. Xiaoqing, your joke isn't amusing. Wow, Xiaoqing, what's going on? This is the first time I've seen you take a leave. Yes, indeed. If you're facing difficulties, do share. We are here to help. Observing the rapid responses, Gu Chun felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Despite being at the bottom rung of society, their camaraderie was unwavering. No worries. Your father has struck it rich. I shall never forget my sons. Though touched, he couldn't resist taking advantage of the moment. Get lost, you rascal. Xiaoqing, how can you speak to your father like that? Indeed, have you not missed a beating after a day apart? Several responded in unison, yet they understood Gu Chun was genuinely leaving. And a wave of melancholy washed over them after sharing more than a year of life together. Enough banter, let us meet tonight. All right, see you later. Gu Chun replied with a smile. He then closed the door behind him and headed downwards. Gu Chun hailed a taxi and stated his destination. Brother. To Tangshan Yiping on Binjiang Road. Got it. The driver, appearing to be in his 30s and radiating youthful vigor, immediately struck up a conversation upon Gu Chun settling in. So, are you moving with all these bags? Yes, Gu Chun nodded. He realized that taxi drivers were particularly chatty. Don't tell me you're moving to Tangshan Yiping? Indeed. Gu Chun admitted without hesitation. The driver was taken aback, then burst into laughter. That joke isn't funny at all. Gu Chun found himself at a loss for words. In this world, why was it that no one believed the truth? He had always been a model student, the future inheritor of socialism. Yet, he felt no need to elaborate. The conversation lulled into silence, the only sound being the hum of the engine. However, the taxi driver was evidently not one to stay quiet for long. He was restless in the absence of chatter. While waiting at a traffic light, his gaze fell upon the watch adorning Gu Chun's left wrist. His eyes lit up, revealing an expression of excitement. Brother, do you like watches too? Gu Chun glanced at his wrist and nodded. Indeed. What a coincidence. I'm quite fond of watches as well. By the way, your watch looks rather exquisite. How much was it? I might get one myself. Chapter 10. Do the nouveau riche really know how to play? Gu Chun chuckled softly. Brother, it's not that I look down on you, but you truly couldn't afford it. Of course, he dared not voice this thought aloud. Not expensive, merely over 2 million. The atmosphere inside the cab fell silent, the driver casting several incredulous glances at Gu Chun. After a moment, he slowly replied, now that's a rather unamusing comment. I know plenty of watches worth millions, but I've never seen this model before. Gu Chun, uninterested in defending himself, simply smiled and said, I was just joking. It's a high imitation. Upon hearing this, the driver beamed with a knowing smile, as if to say, I knew it. Indeed. Brother, I'm not boasting. But there isn't a watch I don't recognize. Gu Chun's lips twitched, opting not to challenge him. Oh, you're quite impressive, aren't you? The taxi driver wore an air of pride. Of course. To be honest, I have 3 great passions in life. Women, watches, and luxury cars. Don't let my job as a taxi driver fool you. I've kept myself informed about many watch brands, and I can spot any watch, whether authentic or a replica. Gu Chun realized this taxi driver was quite the braggart, seeing himself as superior in their conversation. Could you take a look at mine? A friend gifted it to me, and I don't know much about watches. I'm curious about its brand. Suppressing a smile, Gu Chun extended his wrist. The driver took a glance, then raised an eyebrow. It's a replica Seagull. Anyone knowledgeable about watches would know this. The cheaper ones are around 1 to 2,000, while the expensive ones can go up to several tens of thousands. Oh, it's a Seagull. No wonder I hadn't seen it before. You truly are well informed, my friend. Gu Chun feigned admiration. You're doing well, just keep learning. And I'll recommend a streamer who specializes in watch reviews. Your model is quite attractive. It must be a replica. The price should be around 5 to 600. Gu Chun suddenly understood that the driver's watch knowledge was gleaned from a streamer, which made sense. The driver believed Gu Chun was impressed, and his vanity swelled with satisfaction. I've observed your clothing. It's all mainstream brands, so I guess your financial situation might be average. Hence the 5 to 600 estimate. He then proudly displayed his own wristwatch. Gu Chen recognized the driver's intent. Come, my friend. It's rare to meet someone who likes watches. Take a look at mine, Longines. What do you think? Gu Chen responded enthusiastically. Wow, a Longines. I've heard even the simplest models start at over 10,000. Haha, quite right. In fact, it's 15,000. Gu Chen expressed genuine envy. You're quite wealthy. My friend. The driver beamed with pride, relishing the flattery. Oh, it's nothing. I have no extravagant hobbies. I can't afford supercars. So I indulge in fine watches instead. It took me 3 years to save up enough to buy this. Gu Chen admired his perseverance, giving a thumbs up. Such determination is commendable. Oh, it's nothing. As long as you have dreams, you'll surely be able to afford one in the future. Gu Chen nodded seriously indeed. However, achieving this dream presents certain challenges. He was aware that Longines was a prominent mid-range brand. Not at all. As long as you dream, you can make it happen. The driver misinterpreted Gu Chen's words. Thank you. Gu Chen thought to himself that he was wearing a 2 million watch and would only acquire better ones in the future. Why would he settle for a watch worth tens of thousands? However, he kept this thought to himself, not wishing to come off as pretentious. The rest of the journey was primarily the driver talking while Gu Chen listened, and he found it quite entertaining. He had never experienced such a conversation before. Before his family fell into misfortune, he usually drove himself or hired a driver. After their troubles began, he felt reluctant to take a taxi. Soon, they arrived at Binjiang Road. Where should I drop you? At Tangshaniping. Gu Chen noticed the driver's puzzled expression and clarified. Yes, my friend, just head that way. The driver said nothing further and proceeded to the destination. To be honest, he had never been to this location. Who had ever seen a resident of Tangshaniping taking a taxi? It was no wonder the driver was skeptical. The taxi rolled to a halt at the entrance of the prestigious Thompson Riviera, coming to a complete stop. Buddy, we've arrived, but I can't go in there. The driver remarked. Although he was unaware of Gu Chen's reasons for choosing this location, he dutifully brought him to this spot. The taxi driver gazed enviously at the luxury cars passing by, his admiration palpable. As he glimpsed the legendary mansion within, a sense of infinite yearning filled his heart, silencing his usually loquacious tongue. With a smirk, Gu Chen replied, All right, thanks, my friend. How much do I owe you? The driver, jolted back to reality by the voice, responded, 30. Gu Chen, having already scanned the payment code, paused in surprise. Is that all? I remember it costing over 100 the last time I was in this area. Chuckling, the driver replied, You see, I think you're a decent guy. A bit of a braggart, perhaps, but it's rare to meet someone who shares my passion for watches. I won't charge you much, just enough for fuel. Gu Chen, bemused, insisted, That's not right. Come on, brother, let us settle this fairly. It seemed that every taxi driver he encountered lately either offered him free rides or charged only for gas. He had often heard tales of drivers deliberately taking longer routes to maximize their fare. Was it all just a ruse? The driver, his expression suddenly serious, asserted. If I say it's fine, then it is. I'm out here picking up passengers to enjoy my freedom. You know what I mean? Gu Chen found this reasoning compelling. Ever since his luck had changed thanks to his recent purchases on Taobao, he felt his fortunes had genuinely improved. Sighing, he handed over 30. The driver beamed with satisfaction upon receiving the fare. That's more like it. If you need a ride again, don't hesitate to call me. All right. I'll take my leave now. Thanks again. Gu Chen replied with a smile, then opened the door and retrieved his suitcase from the trunk, nodding at the driver as he made his way toward the entrance of Thompson Riviera. Meanwhile, the driver reclined in his seat, a satisfied grin on his face. Today, he had finally showcased the ostentation he had longed to display. Previous passengers had either shown no interest or lacked appreciation, rendering his expensive watch useless. Yet, encountering Gu Chen had been a rare delight. Turning to glance at Gu Chen, who was now conversing with the security personnel at the entrance, the driver's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? This guy actually lives here? His lethargy vanished, replaced by astonishment as he observed Gu Chen, backpack slung over his shoulder and suitcase in tow, engaged in respectful dialogue with the guard. Witnessing the guard's demeanor of utmost respect, the driver suddenly understood. Everything Gu Chen had claimed was indeed true. He really resided here, and that watch he wore was valued at over 2 million. His face flushed crimson at the realization, and he felt as though he could spontaneously combust. Oh my, have I just been slapped in the face? Attempting to show off only to be humiliated, he wished he could vanish. He recalled noticing that Gu Chen's watch bore a striking resemblance to a Patek Philippe. But he had never believed that Gu Chen could afford such a luxury. Even a replica would cost thousands, so he had dismissed that thought entirely, until now. He whipped out his phone and accessed the Patek Philippe website, scrolling through the prices, starting from 2 million and upwards. He searched meticulously, recalling how stunning Gu Chen's watch had been, the memory lingering in his mind. As he perused the prices, his heart raced with envy. He knew he could never own such a piece. Even a 6-figure watch was merely a dream. Suddenly, his breath hitched as he spotted a particularly handsome model priced at over 290,000. It was identical. No doubt about it. The watch in the picture was the very same one Gu Chen had worn. 290,000, and he hadn't even been boasting. He had understated its value. Good grief, he exclaimed inwardly. His gaze darted back to Gu Chen, who happened to turn and meet his eyes, offering a slight smile and a nod. Seeing that expression, the taxi driver recalled the earlier scene in the car. It dawned on him that Gu Chen had merely been observing him, choosing not to expose the truth. His mind raced, fixated on the string of figures displayed on his phone. 290,000, along with a residence in Thompson Riviera. What on earth? Are today's wealthy truly so adept at playing the game? Meanwhile, Gu Chen approached the security desk at Thompson Riviera and came to a halt. The guard politely intercepted him, displaying none of the disdainful attitudes often depicted in novels. In reality, such arrogance was rare, even if it existed. It would not manifest in a place like this, where every resident likely had a few less fortunate relatives. Gu Chen promptly provided his name and identification. The guard, courteous, requested him to wait a moment. After checking the homeowner database, the guard's expression shifted from surprise to shock, and ultimately to disbelief. The young man who had just alighted from the taxi was indeed the owner of the top-floor duplex in Thompson Riviera. Despite the building's renowned reputation, less than one-third of its units had been sold. Why? One word: expensive. Moreover, affluent buyers preferred villas, leaving luxury flats like these to languish. This young man, though strikingly handsome, was dressed quite ordinarily. The guard had initially assumed Gu Chen was merely visiting friends or relatives, never imagining he was the one who had purchased a 500 million yuan property. Truly, one should never judge a book by its cover. Hello, Mr. Gu. I sincerely apologize for the oversight. I'll gather your information and issue your access pass right away. The guard's demeanor became exceedingly respectful. Thank you, Gu Chen replied, and the guard proceeded to process his details. While waiting, Gu Chen felt a twinge of boredom and turned to look outside, just in time to see the taxi driver still lingering. Puzzled, he wondered if the driver had no work to attend to. At that moment, the driver glanced back, mistaking it for a greeting, and smiled back at him. Just then, the guard completed his task. Mr. Gu, thank you for your patience. Your access pass is ready, and you may enter freely from now on. Great, thank you. Oh, by the way, a delivery truck will be arriving shortly to drop off some items for me. Could you please grant them access? Gu Chen recalled the clothes he had ordered and informed the guard. Of course, I will make sure to notify you. The guard assured him. Gu Chen then walked inside, leaving the guard reflecting wistfully on the young man's uniqueness. Who was this remarkable individual? Truly extraordinary. The guard felt a deep sense of envy. Although he worked at the entrance, enjoying free access, none of the opulence belonged to him. As Gu Chen entered Thompson Riviera, he was greeted by the visually pleasing layout and the top-tier landscaping that enveloped him in a serene natural setting. Gu Chen was immensely satisfied. Even the grand villa from his hometown paled in comparison to this place. After strolling around for a while, he took great pleasure in his surroundings before making his way directly into the hall. The opulent and majestic reception center was a passage every resident traversed upon returning home, with a dome of all-glass construction standing beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Inside the hall, 2 rows of exquisitely dressed women in tailored black suits stood elegantly beside the entrance, with the property manager of Tang Chen Pin, Xiao Yuan, at the forefront. He was anxiously awaiting the arrival of the mysterious homeowner who had purchased their luxurious penthouse duplex. Although they had no information about this enigmatic buyer, it did not deter them from wanting to make a splendid impression. He occasionally glanced at the entrance, intrigued by the security guard's report of a remarkably handsome young man, which only heightened his curiosity. At that moment, Gu Chen stepped inside and was taken aback by the scene before him. Good heavens, what was going on? Clearly oblivious to the stir he had caused, Xiao Yuan felt a jolt of realization upon seeing the striking and unfamiliar young man enter. He hurried forward. Mr. Gu, welcome to Tang Chen Pin. The lined-up receptionists chimed in unison. Welcome, Mr. Gu, to Tang Chen Pin. The enthusiastic service jolted Gu Chen into awareness. They were here to greet him. It felt quite delightful. Although his expression remained impassive, internally he felt a surge of satisfaction. Clearly, the anomalous Taobao had already rationalized everything. Thank you, he acknowledged with a courteous nod. Tang Chen Pin comprised 4 buildings. Building A and C were for sale, while Building B and D were available for rent. Those who resided here were undoubtedly individuals of considerable stature. After all, ordinary people could hardly afford to live here. Celebrities, business magnates, scions of illustrious families, and the ultra-wealthy, all were part of the network. With a proud expression, property manager Xiao Yuan declared, "It is our honor to serve Mr. Gu." He then handed over a business card. Tang Chen Pin provides every resident with personalized butler services, available 24/7 throughout the year. Gu Chun accepted the card as Xiao Yuan personally guided him away. At that moment, the elevator of Building C suddenly opened, and a stunning woman stepped out onto the floor. Her eyes widened in surprise at the scene unfolding in the hall, her alluring lips slightly parted. This was not her first encounter with the developers of Tang Chenyi Pin. Miss Chu called out a team leader, recognizing the homeowner Chu Sinny as she emerged. Sister Rong, it appears that our pin house has been sold today for a staggering 500 million. Sister Rong indicated with envy towards Gu Chun's departing figure. Look, he is both handsome and youthful. I wonder which affluent family he belongs to. Is that the duplex penthouse? Chu Sinny inquired, her face a picture of astonishment. Though her family was wealthy, producing 500 million in cash was a daunting task. In these times, many were affluent, yet few could produce such a sum outright. Especially for a property. If it were a villa, it might be more understandable, but for a flat? This indicated considerable financial strength. It was akin to asking a millionaire to purchase an $80,000 car. They would likely hesitate. As she gazed after Gu Chun, she caught a glimpse of him turning to enter the elevator, and her brows furrowed slightly. A wave of familiarity washed over her. She felt as though she knew him intimately, yet was perplexed by his strangeness. The circles in Huahai City were not exceedingly large. She had encountered many young gentlemen capable of such cash transactions, yet none quite like Gu Chun. The familiarity nagged at her. She felt she had seen him before, but could not place when or where. By the way, Sister Rong, do you happen to know his name? She asked, turning to Sister Rong. His surname is Gu, and his name is Gu Chun. Sister Rong offered without elaboration, as it was not a secret. Gu Chun Chu Sinny's eyes brightened. She finally understood the source of her familiarity. Gu Chun, a student from the business management department at Huahai University, was her alumnus. During a business negotiation event, he had reached the finals. Meanwhile, she had exhibited her business acumen from a young age, joining her family's company during her freshman year. Renowned for her decisiveness and unconventional methods, even being invited to serve as a judge for school events. It was amusing to recall how she had heard tales about Gu Chun, a figure of renown at their university. Upon encountering him, she had found him striking and bold in his self-presentation, aiming to capture her attention with a refreshingly unique demeanor. At that time, she had admired him, but not in a romantic sense. After all, she had long since stepped out of the ivory tower of academia and into the real world. However, as her busy schedule gradually made her forget him, she had later regretted not having recruited him when she had the chance, only to lose contact after his graduation. She had never anticipated running into him here. Do you know Mr. Gu? Chu Sinny nodded in response. No wonder. Sister Rong's expression reflected her understanding. She was aware of Chu Sinny's status as the daughter of the Chu group. Naturally, her acquaintances would be of a certain caliber, making it unsurprising that she could afford a 500 million mansion. By the way, Miss Chu, are you headed out? I have a dinner engagement tonight. Chu Sinny replied, a fleeting smile of resignation crossing her face, though it vanished quickly, unnoticed by Sister Rong. I see. I won't disturb you any longer, Miss Chu. Sister Rong remarked enviously, perceiving Chu Sinny's life as an epitome for all women. Chu Sinny shook her head, offering no further explanation as she walked towards the exit. Ding! The elevator arrived at the top floor. Mr. Gu, we have arrived, the property manager announced. Gu Chen nodded as he proceeded to set up the biometric access controls with 3 fingerprints under Xiao Yuan's guidance. Finally, he beheld his luxurious abode. The bulletproof door, crafted from exquisite, intricately detailed wood and adorned with masterful carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuded grandeur. There were numerous unlocking methods, so he required no assistance from the property manager. Upon acquiring this lavish residence, the automated artificial intelligence had already recorded Gu Chen's iris and fingerprints. Of course, for the sake of the homeowner's security, key codes were also available for unlocking. With that, Gu Chen opened the door. The entrance hall, a sprawling 20 square meters, was the envy of many, and it was Xiao Yuan's first time stepping inside, his eyes wide with admiration. Very well, Mr. Gu, if you require anything, please do not hesitate to call. I shall take my leave now. Despite his overwhelming envy and desire to linger, reason urged him to depart. Gu Chen nodded. Watching Xiao Yuan enter the elevator and depart, he resumed his forward motion. Upon entering the suite, an expansive living room greeted him. The decor was a blend of minimalist luxury, imbued with a strong modern aesthetic. The classic black and white sofas harmonized beautifully with various bespoke furnishings, seamlessly integrating into the overall design. Truly magnificent. Even the worldly wise Gu Chun found himself momentarily astonished. He then proceeded to survey the entirety of the residence. At this moment, one word echoed in his mind: vast. The top-floor duplex of Tang Chenyi Pin was a grand flat, spanning 2 levels, the lower floor covering 600 square meters. and the upper floor 400 square meters, with a total area exceeding 1,000 square meters. It boasted a master bedroom, a study, a conference room, a private swimming pool, a private cinema, a gym, a wine cellar, and guest rooms, everything one could desire. Most importantly, its location was unparalleled, situated in the heart of Huahai City, and it was the tallest building in the vicinity. Guchen could enjoy a 360-degree unobstructed view of Huahai from here. The bustling metropolis, particularly its nightscape, was reputed to be the best place for appreciation. He then made his way to the master bedroom, placing the 2 property certificates and another watch from his backpack into the safe. After a brief respite, he received a call from the Armani delivery personnel he had spoken to earlier. It dawned on him that he had purchased numerous garments that morning, prompting him to hastily call them to deliver the items to his door. Otherwise, he would have had to make several trips back and forth. Observing the somewhat reserved demeanor of the delivery man, Gu Chun smiled warmly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, my brothers. Feel free to take a look around." The 2 Armani delivery personnel were taken aback for a moment, then looked at Gu Chun with sincere appreciation. They were not strangers to opulence, having delivered to many wealthy households, yet they had never encountered a residence of such lavish decor, far surpassing any villa. Upon receiving Gu Chun's permission, they indulged their eyes for half an hour before departing, thoroughly satisfied. The experience would provide them with ample material for boasting and bragging among their colleagues. Leaving them with an air of pride, Gu Chun then proceeded to the community supermarket, acquiring various daily necessities. It was not until late evening that he finally settled onto the balcony sofa, reveling in the stunning night view of Huahai. The city was ablaze with lights, skyscrapers towering like a colossal steel beast. Gazing down at the Huangpu River, which flowed with wealth, and the vibrant neon lights flickering in the evening breeze, Gu Chen's thoughts emptied, and the year's hardships faded away, replaced by a surge of exhilaration. At this moment, the entirety of Huahai lay beneath his feet. After approximately 10 minutes, his phone rang unexpectedly. Chapter 12. Gu Chen, the unemployed drifter. He snapped back to reality and checked his phone, realizing it was the delivery manager. Oh no, Gu Chen suddenly remembered he had an engagement that evening. "Hello, Brother Zhang," he answered quickly, realizing he had lost track of time. "Where are you? We're just waiting on you. I sincerely apologize. I got caught up with moving and completely forgot. My fault. Brother Zhang, please go ahead and order. I'll be there shortly. All right, just be safe." With that, Gu Chun ended the call, hurriedly exiting the building. Under the respectful gaze of the security guards, he hailed a taxi and departed. The same 2 security guards from earlier exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their bemusement at Gu Chen's peculiar habits. A billionaire who hails a cab every time he goes out. Truly an eccentric character with unique preferences. Unbeknownst to Gu Chun, who was anxious to reach his appointment, he had already become a figure of intrigue in the eyes of the guards, embodying the traits of a lavish tycoon with peculiar quirks. Fortunately, the gathering location was not far from his residence. Otherwise, he might have arrived to find everyone already satiated. Half an hour later, Gu Chen scanned to exit the taxi, greeted by a bustling street filled with enticing aromas that made his stomach rumble after a long afternoon. He navigated effortlessly to a dining table, offering an apologetic smile to the group. After downing 3 self-imposed shots, they finally let him off the hook. The conversation flowed freely among the group, with everyone animatedly discussing various topics, knowing that Gu Chun belonged to a different world altogether. Gu Chun welcomed every toast, and the farewell dinner turned into an emotional affair, as they drank to the point of feeling as if they were parting for eternity. However, Gu Chun was mindful to settle the bill, and it was not until nearly 10 that they finally departed. Only the delivery manager and Gu Chun retained a semblance of clarity as they helped the others into cabs, sighing in relief afterwards. "Gu Chun, you can still reach out to us for drinks in the future." "Indeed, Brother Zhang. Thank you for your care over this past year." "It's nothing. I'll just take them home now." "All right." Watching the taxi disappear, Gu Chun sank heavily onto a nearby bus stop bench. Though he could hold his liquor, he was no match for the collective focus on him. Although he had emerged victorious in drinking, he was now nearly inebriated. After resting for a moment, he unsteadily rose and began to walk forward. At that moment, outside an upscale private dining establishment, a couple was embroiled in a heated dispute. "Xine, think carefully. If you leave today, our 2 families' collaboration ends here." One man, clad in formal attire, spoke with a threatening tone. The other figure revealed herself to be none other than Chu Xine. Her beautiful eyes blazed with anger, unable to fathom the other's shamelessness. "Fang Tianqi, don't push your luck." Her stunningly delicate face paled with fury. "Where have I overstepped? I merely wished to invite you for a drink at the nightclub. I never expected you to be so unyielding. If that's the case, what need is there for our 2 families' collaboration?" The formally dressed man displayed an indifferent demeanor. Humph. You must be aware of your intentions. Let me make this clear. If you think you can coerce me, Chu Xine, you are sorely mistaken. With that, Chu Xine regained her composure and turned to leave. The man's expression darkened as he watched her alluring silhouette, a fleeting glimmer of desire flashing in his eyes before he hastily pursued her. In the underground parking lot, just as Chu Xine entered her car, the man caught up to her. Xine, don't be this way. I apologize for my earlier attitude. I only wanted to invite you for a drink, nothing more. However, Chu Xine offered him no chance, her vehicle speeding away without pause. Xine, Chu Xine, he called out, his voice echoing through the vast parking lot. Fine. You force my hand. You wretched woman. One day, I shall shatter your pride. He seethed darkly. Unbeknownst to Chu Xine, even if she were aware, she would remain indifferent. At that moment, her heart was a tumultuous storm. She understood the immense challenges faced by women in the workplace. Yet she had no intention of yielding. However, she had not anticipated that such a repugnant incident would transpire. Her company specialized in product research and processing, and recently she had successfully secured an international contract with a 2-month deadline, which she confidently accepted, feeling no pressure. To her dismay, during the contract signing meeting with various suppliers, her company's largest raw material supplier made a rather peculiar request to have dinner that evening. After some consideration, she agreed. Only to discover it was Feng Tianqi, she began to comprehend that he was behind this manipulation. Having navigated the business world for quite some time, she was acutely aware of his intentions. How could she possibly accept such a notion? She could easily seek alternative partners. After all, with the reputation of their Chu family, there would be countless suppliers eager to collaborate. With that thought, she finally exhaled in relief. As she gazed ahead, a figure suddenly materialized in front of her, causing her complexion to pale in terror. She slammed the brakes with a forceful stomp. The screeching of the tires echoed sharply against the pavement. At last, the car came to a halt several dozen meters away from the figure. With a sigh of relief, she finally relaxed, only to be overcome with anger. What are you doing? Are you not afraid of death? She exclaimed, flinging open the car door and unleashing a torrent of curses at the silhouette. At that moment, Gu Chen's eyes sparkled with confusion. Hearing someone speak loudly behind him, he turned around and was met with a multitude of blurry figures dancing before his eyes. Before everything faded to black, he vaguely caught the sound of a melodious female voice before losing consciousness. Gu Chen, hey, are you all right? At that instant, Chu Xine recognized Gu Chen when he turned around. Seeing him collapse, she hurried over to his side and was hit by a sharp odor of alcohol. Realizing he was drunk, she breathed a sigh of relief. How could you drink so much? She instinctively asked. Clearly, Gu Chen was in no position to respond. She then summoned all her strength to lift him into the car, intending to take him to a hotel. However, upon discovering they both lacked identification, she abandoned that plan. With no way to access Gu Chen's home, she had no choice but to bring him back to her own residence. The following day, ugh, where am I? Gu Chen groaned, rubbing his temples as dizziness enveloped him. He recalled having a drink with some former colleagues, only to find himself inebriated and encountering someone before everything went dark. Surveying his surroundings, he recognized that he was in a guest room. Yet its decor mirrored that of Tang Chun's residence. Had someone brought him back yesterday? Rising from the bed, he stepped out into the hallway, only to be met with a scene of utter unfamiliarity. Where's this? He thought, momentarily stunned, believing he was still at home. You're awake. A melodious voice chimed from his right. He turned to see a stunning woman, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with an oval face, phoenix eyes, and willow-like brows. Her features were exquisitely sculpted, seamlessly blending into a visage of natural perfection. Her long, raven hair cascaded down to her waist, and she wore a cozy set of loungewear, delicately balancing 2 bowls of congee as she approached him gracefully. She truly resembled a fairy from a painting. What rendered him speechless was the familiarity of her face. Chu Xine? How? Do I not recognize you? Chu Xine walked over to the dining table, a smile gracing her lips as she looked at Gu Chen. His face flushed. No. Why are we here? With a playful grin, Chu Xine replied. You truly don't remember? Gu Chen shook his head, feeling utterly bewildered. All right. Let us eat breakfast first. We can talk while we eat. Chu Xine gestured with her delicate hand. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen took a seat across from her. Who did you drink with last night? You consumed so much without a care. If I and T happened to pass by, you might be mining in some pit right now. Chu Xine teased, casting a playful glance at Gu Chen. Coughing, Gu Chen, who had been sipping his congee, suddenly choked at her remark. Haha. Chu Xine burst into laughter, completely losing her composure. Gu Chen couldn't help but be surprised at the playful side of the legendary Chu Xine. Once he managed to swallow, he expressed his gratitude. Thank you for last night. If it weren't for you, I would have had to sleep outdoors. No problem. By the way, where are you working now? Did you start your own company? Chu Sini recalled something and inquired. I'm unemployed, just resigned. Gu Chen responded, glancing at her. Start a company? Do you think everyone is like you? He was unaware that Chu Sini had seen him check in yesterday. Oh, Chu Sini mused, then lowered her head to focus on her kanji. She assumed that Gu Chen had been drinking heavily due to his recent job loss. The two fell into a contemplative silence, with only the sounds of slurping kanji breaking the quiet. Half an hour later, they found themselves seated on the living room sofa. I didn't realize you were so wealthy. Chu Sini suddenly broke the silence. Huh, what? Gu Chen blinked in confusion, looking up at her. Stop pretending. The penthouse at Tangshan Epin was purchased outright by a mysterious young gentleman yesterday, causing quite a stir in Huahai City. Many are curious about the identity of this enigmatic figure. I wonder, Gu Chen, are you aware of this? Chu Sini's bright, phoenix-like eyes fixed on him, a teasing smile playing on her lips. Hearing this, Gu Chen's heart raced. Could it be that she knew? Meeting her penetrating gaze, he realized she was likely aware of the truth. Ahem, how did you find out? Gu Chen asked, curiosity piqued. Logically, he hadn't disclosed this matter to anyone, especially since they hadn't been in contact for quite some time. Could it have been the property management of Tangshan Epin? That didn't seem likely, as they maintained strict confidentiality regarding the identities of owners. Of course, I saw it with my own eyes. Chu Sini replied nonchalantly. Then why didn't I see you yesterday? Gu Chen racked his brain, trying to recall if he had encountered her. How could the esteemed Gu heir possibly pay attention to someone as insignificant as me? Chu Sini feigned innocence. Unbeknownst to her, she revealed her true self upon seeing Gu Chen again. Ahem, Chu Sini, you jest. If the illustrious heiress of the Chu Corporation, the Ice Queen manager of Huahai City, is deemed insignificant, then what does that make us mere mortals? Gu Chen chuckled, unable to contain his laughter. The two continued their conversation until Chu Sini's phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. She glanced at the screen and, with an apologetic smile, walked over to the balcony. Maintaining a clear boundary between work and personal matters, she was adept at distinguishing between the two. Gu Chen, feeling a tad bored, began to survey the room. Noting that while the furniture and decor didn't quite match the luxury of his own home, it was undeniably filled with a youthful charm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Director Chu, there's trouble. Tianhe has suddenly reported that the international situation is dire and raw materials are scarce, so they may not be able to supply us. Yes, I understand. Find another supplier immediately. We cannot delay our orders with Europe. Chu Sini replied, showing no surprise. She had anticipated the deceitful nature of Feng Tianqi, the heir of Tianhe Group, and knew they would breach their contract. Understood, Director Chu. I'll find another supplier right away. I assure you it won't delay anything. Good. From now on, add Tianhe to the blacklist for the Group's partnerships. We shall also sue them for breach of contract. A glint of coldness flashed in Chu Sini's eyes, clearly disgusted by Tianhe Group's antics. Finished? Gu Chen, though unaware of the specifics, sensed the absence of any smile on her face, which couldn't be a good sign. Yes. Well then, thank you for today. I'll take my leave now. I'll treat you to dinner in a couple of days. Noticing her silence, Gu Chen decided not to press further and bid her farewell. All right, but you'd better keep your word. Chu Sini's smile returned at his promise. Back at home, Gu Chen wasted no time and took a shower. The stench of alcohol overwhelming even for him. Afterward, he sank into the comfort of the sofa, relishing the moment. All right, today. It seems I have yet to open Taobao. I wonder what awaits me today. With a face full of anticipation, I opened the familiar interface of Taobao, which proclaimed today's special offers. An entire clearance sale. Buy one, get one free. A luxurious handmade bespoke suit from Zegna. A staggering 99% discount. A Patek Philippe 5003P at a loss of just 10. A trade-in offer for a Bugatti Divo. Gazing at these three options, a pang of disappointment struck me. Have I exhausted all my luck yesterday? Why are all these items what I see today? Nevertheless, I knew I could not alter my fate and had to choose prudently. The first option is utterly out of reach. I currently have no job. What use is a suit? I haven't even worn the many clothes I bought yesterday. The second option. As I looked at the second choice and then at my wrist, I suddenly felt a twinge of regret. That watch on my wrist cost over 20 million. I had only seen it on the official website and not even in yesterday's specialty store. Alas, upon seeing the 90% discount label, I realized it was beyond my grasp. The third option. Well, that goes without saying. I have no car. Perhaps I once did. But that was then. After much deliberation, it turned out that I was left with no choice but the first option. What was a multiple choice question had devolved into a single choice. There was no other option, given my financial constraints. Consequently, adhering to the principle of not wasting, I selected the first option. Ding. Congratulations. The user has chosen a luxurious handmade bespoke suit from Zegna, originally priced at 220,000, now just 200 yuan. automatically deducted from the account. Congratulations, the user has acquired a 60 stake in Tycoon Group. 2 notifications chimed in succession, leaving me utterly stunned. What is this? The gift exceeds the purchase price? Then came a wave of elation. What an unexpected delight. After resigning yesterday, I pondered my next steps. I couldn't possibly seek employment. That would be too demeaning. Who would have thought that today I would acquire a company? Yet, I still had no idea what kind of company it was. I mumbled to myself. At that moment, my gaze fell upon the coffee table, where a set of unopened packaging and a document the size of A4 paper had abruptly appeared. How did I overlook this? I picked up the A4 document and discovered it was indeed a share transfer agreement. To this day, I still marvel at the extraordinary capabilities of this transformed Taba, which enabled me to acquire something so rationally present in the world without a hint of flaw. After setting down the transfer agreement, I opened the gift box and, upon inspecting its contents, found myself exceedingly pleased. Founded in 1910, Zegna is renowned worldwide for producing the finest woven fabrics, particularly in the realm of high-end bespoke suits. Through 4 generations of innovation, Zegna has meticulously balanced the relationship between material selection, craftsmanship, and technology, achieving immense success in the market. The suit is made from high-quality wool, cashmere, and mohair fabrics, imparting a gentle, comfortable, and refined sensation. Indeed, it is worth every penny. It surpasses any suit I have ever encountered in both aesthetics and comfort. I am thoroughly satisfied. Perhaps I could wear it to the company. However, I should first find out what Tycoon Group actually does. I then opened my phone and began searching for information on Tycoon. A plethora of results soon appeared. Tycoon Group, the top supplier of raw materials in Hawaii. This year, the group's market value has shrunk by 20 due to poor raw material harvests. Discover the true Tycoon Group. My eyebrows raised in intrigue as I clicked on the third link. Tycoon Group, one of the top 10 raw material suppliers in our country, has been established for nearly 50 years, holding a 5% share of the international market. The most mysterious aspect is that to this day, the identity of the group's largest shareholder remains unknown. Rumor has it that the group is heavily state-controlled, thus ensuring smooth development within the country. With a current estimated market value of around $30 billion, its headquarters is located in the industrial park of the Southern District of Hawaii City. Upon reading this, I gasped in shock. Does this mean I am now a billionaire? Estimating in my mind, owning 60 of Tycoon Group equates to approximately $180 billion. I was at a loss for words. Sitting at home, wealth descends from the heavens. I am indeed incredibly wealthy. Just as I reveled in this thought, my phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, I saw an unfamiliar number. Could it be related to Tycoon? With that thought, I promptly answered the call. Hello? May I speak with Mr. Chen? A middle-aged voice came through. Yes, this is he. And you are? I had a sense of reassurance. Yet my voice betrayed a hint of curiosity. I am Jiang Dongxiang, one of the board directors of Tycoon Group, currently serving as the general manager. The situation is as follows. Our remaining shareholders would like to invite you to dinner to discuss the group's affairs, if you have the time. The other party cautiously articulated their request, unsure of my temperament, hence their trepidation. Regarding how I became the largest shareholder, it was due to their mysterious stockholder who abruptly notified them that he had transferred his shares to someone named Chen. This news was akin to a seismic shock for them, prompting an emergency meeting among the remaining shareholders that very night to discuss how to handle the situation. However, no matter how they investigated, they could uncover nothing about my identity. In the end, the former chairman provided a piece of advice: never offend Chen. Thus, they dispatched a representative to reach out to me. Of course, all of this was orchestrated by the transformed Taba, unbeknownst to me. Oh, let us meet tomorrow. I'll visit the company. After a moment of consideration, I agreed, as I too was eager to see the company. Wonderful. I shall await the esteemed chairman's arrival alongside the other shareholders tomorrow. Jiang Dongxiang replied respectfully. With absolute control over the group, I naturally assumed the role of chairman without hesitation. Very well. See you tomorrow, Manager Jiang. Until tomorrow, I shall not keep the chairman any longer. With that, I hung up the phone. Chairman? How intriguing. I chuckled to myself, then spent the entire day lounging at home. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager at the Chu Group, Chu Sinny sat in her chair, her expression exceedingly grim. Before her stood a woman of similar age and striking beauty. Chapter 14. The Crisis of the Chu Group. General Chu. I have just contacted all of the top 10 raw material suppliers in Hawaii City, but they have all declined our request. The reasons given were that all raw materials have been fully acquired by Tycoon Group, and it will take nearly a month to transport them from the source. Chu Sinny's face darkened further upon hearing her assistant's report, and she slammed the documents in her hand onto the solid wood desk. How despicable. What should we do now, General Chu? With Tianha's interference, We can only sustain our operations for 3 more days before facing a halt. The assistant inquired anxiously. Under normal circumstances, she would not have worried. It would simply mean waiting for other suppliers to deliver their goods. However, prior to this, their conglomerate had received a substantial order from abroad, promising a profit margin of 30%. Should they succeed, the Chu family would ascend to new heights, significantly enhancing their stature and reputation domestically. Thus, the Tianhe group had discerned the vulnerabilities of the Chu family, emboldening their audacity. What of the other small suppliers in Huahai City? Chu Xini quickly steadied her nerves and inquired of her assistant. What about them? President Chu, I've inquired as well. That group of people is simply taking advantage of the situation. Their prices are exorbitantly higher than the market rate, the assistant replied, her expression darkening with indignation. The entirety of Huahai City was now aware of the Chu family's substantial order, prompting many to opportunistically seek to profit from the chaos. Hearing this, a glint of cold determination flashed in Chu Xini's eyes. Agree to their terms, but after this, we will settle the score. Understood. However, these small companies only have a meager supply of raw materials. The assistant nodded in agreement, yet remained apprehensive. I will devise a solution for the remaining issues. But I have one condition. We cannot halt production. Chu Xini said, rubbing her temples. Of course. The assistant, witnessing the weariness etched on Chu Xini's face, felt a pang of sympathy. She knew that despite her youth, the weight of such pressure would be unbearable even for a man. By the way, President Chu, there's another conglomerate with ample raw materials, the assistant suddenly recalled, turning to Chu Xini with renewed hope. Which one? Chu Xini's eyes widened, fixating on her assistant, urging her to continue. The Taiyu Group. Although the Tianhe Group has leveraged its connections to secure all the raw materials in Huahai City, the Taiyu Group operates on a national scale. If we can persuade them, our predicament will be swiftly resolved. The Tianhe Group cannot possibly acquire all of Taiyu Group's resources. They lack both the influence and the financial capability. The assistant exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, Chu Xini's spirits lifted as she realized her earlier oversight. Without delay, she retrieved the contact number for Taiyu Group's customer service department and promptly dialed. The assistant held her breath, filled with anticipation. Hello? You've reached the customer service department of Taiyu Group. How may I assist you? After 2 rings, a pleasant and polished voice answered. Greetings. I am the general manager of Chu Group. I wish to speak with your president Jiang. Chu Xini stated directly, without preamble. Do you have an appointment? None. Chu Xini replied, and an awkward silence ensued on the other end of the line. I apologize, Miss Chu, but I'm afraid I cannot assist you with that. Could you relay my request? Chu Xini implored, desperation creeping into her voice. I'm sorry, Miss Chu, but I truly cannot help you, came the dismissive response, followed by the sound of the line disconnecting. Chu Xini felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had not anticipated such a lack of consideration from them. President Chu, perhaps they mistook you for a scammer. The assistant, noticing Chu Xini's expression, offered a comforting suggestion. I'm fine. Even if they do know, what of it? They are a national corporation, and we, the Chu family, we likely haven't even registered on their radar. Chu Xini sighed, shaking her head in resignation. She understood that in their eyes, the Chu family held little weight. Otherwise, she would have been able to directly contact their president. This is our only option. Tomorrow, I will personally visit their headquarters to meet President Jiang, Chu Xini declared with unwavering resolve. The next morning, Chen awoke early, donning the custom suit he had received as a reward the previous day, and stood before the mirror. He admired the impeccable fit, a product of careful arrangement from the online retailer. Time to set off. He then stepped outside and hailed a taxi, watching as the scenery zipped past the window. Perhaps it's time for me to purchase a car. He noted the awkward glances from the security guard at the entrance, but years of delivering takeout had steeled his composure. The recent rewards had momentarily clouded his sense of self. First an office building, then a luxurious apartment in the Tangshaniping complex. And now the title of a chairman of a billion-dollar company had made him forget the reality of his previous, impoverished existence. Though these assets could potentially elevate him to billionaire status, assets and cash are not synonymous. They represent 2 distinct concepts. At times, he even contemplated selling the office building. Yet the thought was swiftly suppressed. However, he remained unperturbed, confident that it would not be long before he acquired genuine wealth. As he drifted into thought, the taxi had come to a halt on the road. An hour had passed, and they had barely covered 5 kilometers. Is it always this congested? Chen inquired, observing the snail's pace of their progress. Indeed, it's the peak hour for commuters. This stretch is notoriously congested. I once had a passenger who was so anxious he ended up getting out and running. The driver chuckled, glancing at Chen with a look of approval. Maintaining a calm demeanor leads to great prospects. Chen mused, not overly concerned since he had no pressing schedule. What boss ever arrives on time? The driver, buoyed by their conversation, seamlessly transitioned from traffic woes to national affairs, proving to be more loquacious than a news broadcast. Gu Chen, bemused, engaged in polite exchanges. As they continued, an urgent announcement broke through the radio. A serious rear-end collision has occurred on Binhai Road. Passengers traveling this route are advised to find alternate routes. Looks like we're stuck for a while, the driver remarked to Gu Chen. Is that so? Gu Chen frowned at the news. If you're in a hurry, you might consider getting off here. There's a subway entrance not far ahead, the driver suggested kindly. All right, thank you, I'll get off here. How much do I owe you? 15 for the base fare will suffice. Gu Chen scanned the payment code, completed the transaction, and exited the vehicle. On his way, he noticed many white-collar workers in suits, also making their way to the nearby subway entrance, finding the scene quite amusing. At that moment, a young man in a suit and tie stepped down in front of him, yanking at his tie as if it were a leash. Uffed. Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Hey there, off to work as well. The young man brightened upon spotting Gu Chen, greeting him warmly. Yes, Gu Chen nodded, then inquired. But it seems you're not too fond of that tie? Well, my mother insisted on taking me shopping for a suit yesterday. Not much, just around 10,000. I told her I'm not fond of wearing suits, but she was adamant. The young man replied nonchalantly, raising an eyebrow. Especially when the mention of tens of thousands arose, Gu Chen cast a glance at the fellow beside him. Gu Chen found himself in a state of bemusement. Had he stumbled into the realm of Versailles literature? He then scrutinized the gentleman before him. My friend, that suit of yours appears rather dapper. I suspect it must cost a few thousand, no? Noticing Gu Chen's silence, the man examined his suit again, adopting an air of worldly wisdom. Quite so. Gu Chen replied, merely acquiescing. He refrained from elaborating further, for, to be frank, the gentleman likely wouldn't believe him anyway. It was perhaps better to remain silent than to have him think Gu Chen was merely putting on airs. My friend, let me tell you. A well-tailored suit is the epitome of a man's charm and status. I'm not exaggerating. Just wait until I board the subway. Discerning ladies will surely regard me with newfound admiration. The gentleman, brimming with self-satisfaction, declared. Gu Chen, stifling a laugh, thought to himself that he had expected some profound revelations from this chap. By the way, where are you headed? The gentleman inquired. Perhaps we could venture together, and you can witness the allure of a suit worth over 10,000. South District Industrial Park, Gu Chen replied without reservation. What a coincidence. We truly are fated. I am headed there as well. By the way, my name is Hukai. And you? Gu Chen. Let us go. Together. The two then made their way towards the subway entrance. Chapter 15. The Awkward Hukai. In the South District Industrial Park of Huahai City, numerous companies have established themselves, prompting the city government to construct a subway line last year, designated as Line 6. At this moment, the express train heading to the industrial park was packed with white-collar workers clad in suits. Gu Chen and his newly acquainted Hukai managed to squeeze aboard after much effort. Bro, don't shove. Make some space. Step aside. Gu Chen followed Hukai, occasionally hearing his loud exclamations. Upon reaching the middle of the carriage, they finally took a breath of relief. Who would have thought the subway would be this crowded? Had I known, I wouldn't have taken it. Hukai lamented. Gu Chen nodded in agreement, though it was too late for regrets. At that moment, Hukai lost his desire to showcase his suit, and silence enveloped them until the next station, where the carriage became significantly less crowded. Just then, two elderly gentlemen boarded, instantly capturing the attention of the entire carriage. The two appeared to be in their 60s, yet they were impeccably dressed in fine suits. Typically, individuals of their age would be at home enjoying retirement and doting on their grandchildren. However, these two seemed to still be toiling away, which naturally drew the gaze of the crowd. Unperturbed by the attention, they occasionally leaned in to converse quietly with one another. Hukai, ever observant, noticed that the pair's eyes occasionally wandered in his direction, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Could they have recognized the superiority of my suit? With that thought, he perked up, automatically disregarding Gu Chen's presence beside him. Hey, did you notice? Those two old gentlemen have discerned the uniqueness of my suit. Hukai leaned closer to Gu Chen, speaking in a hushed tone, unable to conceal his pride and exhilaration. Gu Chen stole a glance and indeed saw the two elderly men looking their way, even nodding in acknowledgement. Did you see that? They even greeted me. Hukai exclaimed, his joy amplifying. How about that, my friend? I told you a fine suit undoubtedly enhances one's allure. Even the elderly cannot resist. Gu Chen, however, was left speechless, stifling a laugh. He had recognized from the outset that the suits worn by the two gentlemen were of a far superior quality, undoubtedly more expensive than Hukai's. Hence, how could they possibly admire Hukai's suit? Yet, he chose not to burst his bubble. Could it be they recognized the suit I'm wearing? Gu Chen pondered internally. Gu Chen, they're coming over. Hukai's exclamation snapped Gu Chen from his thoughts. Looking up, He saw the two elderly gentlemen indeed approaching them. As he observed Hu Kai's excited demeanor, a mischievous thought flashed through his mind, and he eagerly anticipated Hu Kai's expression when they arrived. Hu Kai was the first to speak. "Good day, gentlemen." "Ah, good day, young man." One of the slightly younger elders replied with a smile, glancing at Hu Kai before proceeding to walk past him towards Gu Chen. "They must be coming for my suit," Hu Kai exclaimed excitedly. However, upon seeing the two gentlemen ignore him entirely and approach Gu Chen, his words trailed off abruptly. In unison, the three turned their gazes towards Hu Kai. "Oh, what was this brother saying?" The elder who had greeted Hu Kai inquired curiously. "Cough, cough, nothing at all," Hu Kai stammered, feeling an intense wave of embarrassment wash over him. "You, young man, is that a Zegna custom suit you're wearing?" Another elder's eyes sparkled as if he had encountered a rare beauty. "Your eyesight is commendable," Gu Chen responded with a smile, inwardly affirming the elder's discernment. "Indeed, I had ordered a suit ages ago, yet it remains unfinished. I never anticipated that a young man like you would be so remarkable." The elder's murky eyes suddenly glimmered with clarity. "Your praise is excessive," Gu Chen replied humbly, genuinely unaware that his suit was still on order. "Young man, do you realize that your suit is a rare find within the industry? Zegna only offers a limited number of slots each year," the elder exclaimed with fervor. "What are you two discussing?" Hu Kai, utterly befuddled, finally grasped the essence of their conversation. Gu Chen's suit was exceptionally renowned and exorbitantly priced. Realizing this, Hu Kai's gaze towards Gu Chen became notably complex. "I mistook him for a mere bronze, only to discover he is a king." Soon, Hu Kai found himself unable to hear the conversation between Gu Chen and the two elderly gentlemen. At that moment, he felt as though he had been parading around as a clown. As Gu Chen conversed with the two gentlemen, he glanced at Hu Kai and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at his expression. "All right, young brother, we have arrived. Let us chat more another time." Just then, they reached a station, and the two elderly gentlemen, thoroughly enjoying their conversation with Gu Chen, exchanged contact information with him. "Goodbye, Mr. Liang and Mr. Lei." Gu Chen bid farewell politely. "Hey, my friend, how much did that suit cost you?" Once the two gentlemen departed, Hu Kai approached Gu Chen with curiosity. Gu Chen, with a nonchalant glance at Hu Kai, replied, "Not expensive. 2,200 yuan. Hu Kai, incredulous, retorted, "Come on, my friend, that's hardly believable. Those two gentlemen were clearly in awe of your suit. How could it possibly be worth just over 2,000? All right, it's more like 30,000. Gu Chen casually stated. 30,000 isn't too much. Why did those two hold you in such high regard? Hu Kai exclaimed, initially taken aback, then speculating. Perhaps they simply have a preference for that particular style. Indeed, Hu Kai pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. It's true what they say. Money cannot buy genuine appreciation. The two then lapsed into a contemplative silence. However, Hu Kai couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. It wasn't until they reached the subway's terminal station, the industrial park station, and heard the English announcement that he finally realized. Wait, my friend. Seeing Gu Chen heading for the exit, Hu Kai hurriedly chased after him, confusion etched on his face. Hey buddy, were you referring to US dollars regarding the price you mentioned earlier? Hu Kai asked anxiously, gazing at Gu Chen. Gu Chen, taken aback, couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the question. Haven't you realized that it's been ages since we last spoke? Yet, you're only asking now? Nevertheless, he nodded affirmatively. Wow, is that truly the case? Hu Kai's expression underwent a rapid transformation. Gu Chen merely greeted him before departing, leaving Hu Kai in a whirlwind of confusion. Over 30,000 US dollars converted to RMB would amount to 200,000, wouldn't it? Goodness, a suit worth 200,000? What kind of family does that imply? And here I am pretending to hold my own in front of him? The thought filled him with embarrassment as he stared vacantly at Gu Chen's retreating figure, pondering how utterly peculiar Gu Chen was. With such wealth, why did he take a taxi to work and even squeeze into the subway with him? It was indeed very strange. Subsequently, he made his way to his own office. Upon exiting the station, Gu Chen, guided by his phone's navigation, arrived at the tallest building in the vicinity. His heart raced with excitement as he beheld the imposing characters that read Tycoon Group. This is my company. Gradually calming his emotions, he proceeded toward the lobby. Good day, sir. May I inquire who you are looking for? The receptionist greeted him politely. Gu Chen, instead of responding, surveyed his surroundings. The gleaming marble floors and opulent crystal chandeliers spoke volumes about the group's prowess. Sir, who are you looking for? Noticing Gu Chen's silence and his apparent satisfaction with the surroundings, the receptionist felt a mix of curiosity, pride, and amusement. She took pride in being a part of Tycoon Group and relished the admiration others had for her company. It was amusing, however, to see this young man seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was not a mere visitor but someone of significance. My apologies. I am looking for General Manager Jiang Dongqiang. Gu Chen finally realized, apologizing to the receptionist as he stated his purpose. The receptionist's expression stiffened. May I ask if you have an appointment, sir? Gu Chen nodded, recalling his conversation with Jiang Dongxiang from the previous night. I suppose that counts as an appointment, doesn't it? Then may I request your name for verification? The receptionist's smile grew even more radiant. Gu Chen, he replied, nodding as he stated his name. Very well. Please hold on for a moment. The receptionist began searching the visitor records for that day on her computer. Her expression soon turned peculiar as she glanced at Gu Chen, who remained composed and thought perhaps she had overlooked something. After a thorough check, she confirmed that there was no record of anyone named Gu Chen on the list of visitors for the day. Mr. Gu, are you certain there hasn't been a mistake? I seem to have no record of your appointment, the receptionist said with a polite smile. As a renowned conglomerate worth billions, Tycoon Group prided itself on its excellent service. Gu Chen was taken aback, observing the sincerity on the receptionist's face, which did not suggest deception. My apologies, I'll make a quick call. Feeling a slight flush on his cheeks, he stepped aside to make a phone call. Meanwhile, the receptionist, though not mocking him, had already classified Gu Chen as a potential opportunist wishing to meet General Manager Jiang. Having worked at the front desk for a while, she was well aware of how many individuals sought to meet the general manager without prior appointments. Gu Chen stepped aside, pulled out his phone, and dialed the number he had called yesterday. Within moments, the call was answered, indicating the recipient was keenly awaiting his call. Hello? Mr. Gu? Where are you? Jiang Dongxiang's voice came through, filled with urgency before Gu Chen could utter a word. General Jiang, I've arrived at the lobby, but I haven't made an appointment, so I can't get in. Gu Chen joked lightly. My apologies, Mr. Gu. I completely forgot. I'm so sorry. I'll call the receptionist right away. No, I'll come down personally. Jiang Dongxiang responded, momentarily taken aback by Gu Chen's words. No problem. Gu Chen heard the sound of hurried footsteps before he hung up, shaking his head at the situation. Chapter 16. The helpless Chu Sini. Just as Gu Chen hung up, preparing to speak to the receptionist, a middle-aged gentleman entered the lobby. Minister Du, the receptionist exclaimed promptly. Xiaoru, you look more beautiful than ever. The middle-aged man nodded, offering a complimentary remark to the receptionist. Pressured by the man's status, she refrained from commenting further. Meanwhile, Gu Chen furrowed his brow. Hearing the receptionist refer to the man as minister indicated that he was also part of Tycoon Group. However, glancing at his watch, Gu Chen noted it was already past 10 o'clock, well beyond the standard start time. Was a member of the management team leading the way in tardiness while flirting with employees? Gu Chen's expression darkened. At that moment, Minister Du seemed to notice Gu Chen and paused. And who might this be? He turned to the receptionist, seeking an explanation. This is Mr. Gu. Here to see General Jiang, the receptionist explained, glancing at Gu Chen. Oh, here to see General Jiang, you say? Xiaoru, how could you let General Jiang's guest wait here? Upon learning that Gu Chen was there to meet General Jiang, Minister Du's demeanor shifted dramatically, his face transforming with a speed that could rival a political figure's change of expression. However, I've just checked, and Mr. Gu does not have an appointment with General Jiang. The receptionist, Xiaoru, added with a hint of defensiveness. What? Minister Du was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening significantly. He quickly realized that many had sought to meet General Jiang without appointments in the past, hoping to chance upon him in the lobby. Clearly, he had misjudged Gu Chen as one of those individuals. With a scoff, he shot a glare at the receptionist, masking his embarrassment, and disregarded Gu Chen as he strode toward the interior. Internally, he berated Gu Chen repeatedly. Just then, the elevator arrived at the 15th floor, and upon opening, he was taken aback to see Jiang Dongxiang and a group of high-ranking officials waiting at the elevator door. General Jiang, Minister Du, you're just in time. Come, let me introduce you to someone, Jiang Dongxiang said, nodding in acknowledgement. Though puzzled by the situation, Minister Du obediently followed behind. Spotting a colleague with whom he had a good rapport, he inquired, Old Lu, what's going on? I have no idea. General Jiang suddenly called us over to welcome someone. Old Lu replied, shaking his head. All right then, Minister Du said, disappointed. Ding. The elevator reached the ground floor, and Jiang Dongxiang was the first to step out. Upon seeing only the receptionist and a young, unfamiliar face in the lobby, he immediately understood that this young man was the major shareholder of the group and the future chairman. He approached with warmth. Hello, General Jiang. Gu Chen smiled, extending his right hand for a handshake. Truly, seeing you in person is far more impressive than hearing about you. I never expected Mr. Gu to be so young and handsome. Jiang Dongxiang lavished praise without restraint, leaving the high-ranking officials behind him utterly astonished. Mr. Gu? They exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they had stumbled upon a momentous secret. At this moment, Minister Du's complexion had turned pale. He had not anticipated that the young man from earlier truly knew their President Jiang. and it seemed he was more than just an acquaintance. The thought made his pallor even more pronounced. "Mr. Gu, allow me to introduce you to the management team of our group," President Jiang remarked, casting a glance at the individuals behind him as he spoke to Gu Chen. Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Gu, this is our Chief Financial Officer, Liu Yu, and this is the head of the RD department." President Jiang introduced each member to Gu Chen, and when it came to Minister Du, he observed the man's evasive gaze and ashen face with growing curiosity. "Minister Du, is everything all right? Are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing this, Minister Du's expression became even more distressed, unsure of how to respond. "It's nothing." He noticed Gu Chen's silence and visibly exhaled in relief. "Now, I believe everyone is quite curious about the gentleman before us." President Jiang then turned to the crowd, smiling as he continued. "This is Gu Chen, the largest shareholder of our group and also the chairman." As soon as the words left his lips, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically, despite having their suspicions beforehand. Hearing President Jiang state it aloud was still astonishing. It is worth noting that these senior executives had been with the group for several years, some even longer, and had never encountered the chairman, believing the group to be without one. "Good day, Chairman." After a few seconds, everyone chorused in unison. Having navigated the corporate world for quite some time, they were astute enough to understand that this announcement signaled the chairman would personally oversee the entire group moving forward. "Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you." Gu Chen greeted the crowd with a smile. "All right, everyone, please return to your duties. From now on, the chairman will personally preside over our operations," Jiang Dongxiang stated, having seen Gu Chen nod in agreement. "Understood." The crowd grasped the implication and departed in an orderly fashion, nodding respectfully to Gu Chen as they left. "President Jiang, how long has Minister Du been with us?" Gu Chen suddenly inquired, watching the retreating figure of Minister Du. "Minister Du? He has been with our group for nearly a decade." Though President Jiang was uncertain of Gu Chen's intent, he answered candidly. "I just witnessed him openly harassing staff and arriving late to work." Gu Chen cast a glance at Jiang Dongxiang, speaking in a calm yet firm manner. "Of course, I am not suggesting how you should handle this, but I merely wish to convey that I do not want to see such behavior occur again." "Understood. I will take care of it, Mr. Gu," Jiang Dongxiang replied, nodding. "Let us cancel his year-end bonus for the next 3 years," Gu Chen added, as if struck by a sudden thought. He was aware that even in the largest of corporations, such conduct could persist, but now that he had identified it, it would not be tolerated. "Understood," Jiang Dongxiang agreed without hesitation. He then escorted Gu Chen to his office, where 3 other shareholders awaited. The entire scene that unfolded in the lobby had not escaped the keen eyes of the receptionist, who watched with rapt attention. She had not anticipated that Gu Chen was indeed the chairman of their group, and hearing him pronounce punishment upon Minister Du filled her with delight. It seemed she would no longer be disturbed by him in the future. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office on the 15th floor of Tycoon Group, 5 men lounged casually on the sofa. An older gentleman complimented Gu Chen. "Mr. Gu, you truly are a remarkable young talent. Indeed, I have every confidence that Taiyu will flourish even more under your leadership." The others chimed in. "Oh, not at all. The group still relies on the guidance of esteemed individuals like yourselves." Gu Chen, far from a novice in the workplace, had been exposed to such flattery since childhood at his father's company, and he responded with polished grace. The group then proceeded to introduce themselves to one another, filling the office with cheerful laughter. At that moment, a luxurious red vehicle glided smoothly to a halt in front of the Taiyu Group building. The security guard, intrigued by the arrival of a luxury car, turned to observe. A breathtaking beauty, resembling a celestial being, emerged from the driver's seat. Her tall figure adorned in crystal high heels as she strode toward the lobby. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" The receptionist, still lost in thoughts of Gu Chen, suddenly snapped back to reality upon hearing the sound of approaching footsteps. She beheld a woman whose beauty sparked a twinge of envy within her, yet she remained committed to her duties. "Greetings. I am looking for President Jiang," came a melodious voice. "Do you have an appointment, miss?" the receptionist inquired, maintaining a professional demeanor. "No." The woman hesitated briefly before shaking her head. "I'm sorry, but without an appointment, I cannot allow you entry." "Is that so? Beautiful, could you please assist me? I truly have matters to discuss with President Jiang." The woman, realizing her request had been denied, felt a sense of urgency. "I'm terribly sorry, madam, but without an appointment, I lack the authority to let you in." The receptionist reiterated firmly. "My name is Chu Sini, the general manager of Chu S Group. I wish to speak with your President Jiang regarding a potential collaboration." It turned out this striking woman was indeed Chu Sini, known as the Ice Queen of Huahai City. Upon hearing her name, the receptionist's eyes widened in surprise, her expression transforming into one of excitement. Chu Sini was an idol to many women, her prowess rivaling that of any man. The receptionist was no exception, yet she retained her composure, understanding the necessity of following protocol. I truly apologize, Miss Chu, but if you wish to meet President Jiang, you will need to schedule an appointment through the customer service department, the receptionist said apologetically. Is that so? Chu Xinyi's face fell as disappointment washed over her. She understood the receptionist's duty and did not blame her, but her heart sank at the thought of having to rely on luck to secure an audience with President Jiang. Miss Chu, do you really wish to see President Jiang? The receptionist asked, feeling a twinge of sympathy for her. Yes. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinyi fixed her expectant gaze upon the receptionist. Miss Chu, I cannot guarantee anything. Even if I let you in, you may not meet President Jiang. However, I can call his assistant to see if he is willing to meet you, the receptionist said, feeling a bit guilty at the prospect of helping. Thank you so much. Chu Xinyi expressed her gratitude fervently, feeling immensely appreciative of the receptionist's willingness to assist. Hello, this is the front desk. The receptionist picked up the phone and dialed the number. Yes, came a brisk voice from the other end. I have a visitor who wishes to see President Jiang. I wonder if Assistant Yin could relay the message? The receptionist felt a wave of anxiety wash over her, fully aware that she was overstepping her bounds. Yet the hopeful gaze of her idol spurred her on, and she relayed the request, holding her breath as she awaited a response. Chapter 17. I have a proposal here. Would you like to learn more? At that moment, Chu Xinyi too was engulfed in nervous anticipation, knowing this was her final opportunity. Seconds ticked by, and silence enveloped the line. Chu Xinyi's heart began to sink into despair. Su-Ru, are you aware that you are violating protocol? Surely you know that President Jiang is not meeting with guests today? A frigid voice emanated from the other end of the telephone, causing the receptionist to turn pale with fright. She suddenly recalled that today was the day when the chairman of their group would conduct an inspection. She had even encountered that remarkably youthful chairman before. At that moment, the receptionist was at a loss for words, while Chu Xinyi looked at her with a face full of remorse, understanding that the current predicament was a consequence of her presence. Nevertheless, the chairman had previously expressed considerable praise for her. Just as the receptionist was grappling with her uncertainty, another voice broke through from the phone. Huh. The receptionist was momentarily taken aback. What had she just heard? Chu Xinyi, too, was stunned, having caught the voice from the other end. Prior to this, she had already acquired some knowledge about Taiyu Group, whose leader was General Manager Jiang Dongqiang. It seemed that the enigmatic chairman of their group had never made an appearance, leading the outside world to believe that Taiyu Group lacked a chairman altogether. Therefore, I shall assist you this once, but whether General Jiang will meet is beyond my foresight. The voice on the other end suddenly chuckled. Huh, thank you, Assistant Yin. The receptionist exclaimed joyfully, expressing her gratitude. Although she was unaware of the reason behind Gu Chen's commendation, she was elated to hear that Assistant Yin was willing to help. She then turned to Chu Xinyi, her expression radiating satisfaction. Despite her own inner confusion, Chu Xinyi felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, as it meant yet another opportunity for her. Who wishes to see General Jiang? It is Chu Xinyi, the general manager of Chu Corporation. So it is she. Assistant Yin was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping the intention behind the call. However, she did not believe General Jiang would agree to collaborate with her. As general manager's assistant, she was privy to many insider matters. Afterward, Assistant Yin ended the call and proceeded to the general manager's office, faintly hearing the sound of pleasant conversation within. She pressed her lips together and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Upon hearing the sound, everyone inside turned their heads. General Jiang frowned slightly. Come in. Chairman, General Jiang. Esteemed directors, I apologize for the interruption. I just received a call from the receptionist in the lobby, stating that someone wishes to see General Jiang. Assistant Yin reported truthfully. Huh, did I not specify? I am not meeting with anyone today. General Jiang was momentarily taken aback, then spoke with displeasure. He scrutinized his assistant, who had been with him for several years, expecting her to provide him with an explanation, as he believed she would not be so oblivious to the importance of timing. I mentioned it, but the receptionist insisted that the visitor is here to collaborate with General Jiang. Assistant Yin glanced at Gu Chun as she spoke. If it were not for Gu Chun's prior praise of the receptionist, she would not have taken such a considerable risk. Oh, Gu Chen's interest was piqued. He had previously learned about the receptionist's character, which was far too accommodating for her to be so assertive this time. Who wishes to see me? General Jiang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Had it not been for Gu Chun's earlier commendation of the receptionist, he would have already expressed his frustration. It is Chu Xinyi, the general manager of Chu Corporation. Assistant Yin did not hesitate and directly stated the name. It is her. The four individuals in the office were momentarily stunned, though their thoughts diverged. Tell her that Taiyu cannot assist with the crisis at Chu Corporation. General Jiang quickly understood the situation and shook his head as he addressed Assistant Yin. Understood. Assistant Yin had anticipated this outcome and promptly turned to leave. Wait. Suddenly, Gu Chen's voice rang out within the office. He had not expected to encounter Chu Xinyi here, and it seemed she was in distress. Director Gu, what is it? General Jiang inquired with curiosity. Assistant Yin also paused, looking at Gu Chen. Let us meet. That Chu Xinyi is my fellow alumnus, Gu Chen stated directly. What? This revelation astonished the others present. They had not anticipated that Gu Chen was an academic achiever. General Jiang was the first to recover, promptly showering Gu Chen with flattery. Indeed, who would have thought our Director Gu is an alumnus of Huahai University, truly a person of exceptional talent. Since she is a fellow alumnus of Director Gu, then we should meet. Several shareholders chimed in supportively. Yes, I will make arrangements immediately. Assistant Yin had not foreseen such a fortunate coincidence and quickly exited. General Jiang, you mentioned earlier that even you cannot assist her. What issue could possibly be so dire that even Taiyu is powerless? Gu Chun inquired with curiosity. Director Gu, the story is quite lengthy. It is not that we are incapable. Rather, it pertains to matters concerning Chu Corporation. General Jiang began to explain the origins of the issue to Gu Chen. So that is how it is. Gu Chen understood. Recalling the phone call Chu Xinyi had received the previous morning, likely related to this matter. I sincerely apologize, Director Gu. We were unaware of her connection to you as a fellow alumnus. General Jiang offered his apologies. It is of no consequence. The interests of the group must take precedence. You acted correctly. He understood that business was primarily driven by profit. However, he also wished to assist Chu Xinyi, especially since she had saved him the previous night. Yet, he would not extend help without some form of reciprocation. Meanwhile, in the lobby, Chu Xinyi watched the minutes tick by, her heart sinking as her hopes dwindled. Deep down, she recognized that the likelihood of receiving assistance was infinitesimal, but as long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she was unwilling to concede defeat. Unless a miracle occurred, it seemed her corporation would struggle to survive this ordeal. Contemplating this, her heart filled with sorrow. The receptionist beside her, uncertain how to comfort Chu Xinyi, had not anticipated that her idol was under such immense pressure. At that moment, her phone rang, instantly capturing both their attentions. Hello? How did it go, Assistant Yin? The receptionist asked anxiously. All right, have Miss Chu come to the 15th floor. I will be waiting by the elevator. Assistant Yan's tone was gentle. Ah, really? The receptionist was overjoyed upon hearing this. Chu Xinyi, too, caught the words. Although she understood the likelihood of General Jiang agreeing to help was slim, she still wanted to hear it directly. Okay, thank you, Assistant Yin. The receptionist expressed her gratitude promptly. She then called for Chu Xinyi to head to the 15th floor. Miss Chu, it's all up to you now. I hope you achieve your desires. The receptionist wished her well. Thank you, Su-Ru, Chu Xinyi said gratefully. Were it not for her, she would not have obtained this opportunity. With a heart full of trepidation, she entered the elevator, which soon ascended to the 15th floor. When the elevator doors opened, a meticulously dressed woman in a professional suit appeared before Chu Xinyi. Upon seeing the identification badge on her chest, Chu Xinyi realized she was the Assistant Yin from the call. Thank you, Assistant Yin. Chu Xinyi was the first to express her gratitude. Typically, among women, rivalry can be fierce, but upon seeing Chu Xinyi, Assistant Yin felt a pang of envy for her beauty and complexion. No need for thanks. Let us go. The chairman and General Jiang are waiting, she replied, turning to lead the way. Chu Xinyi hurriedly followed, her curiosity about their group's chairman intensifying. Knock, knock. The two arrived at the door of the general manager's office. Come in, came the voice from within, inviting them. Please, Miss Chu, Assistant Yin said. Thank you. After expressing her gratitude, Chu Xinyi stepped inside. Within, 5 gentlemen came into her view. She recognized Jiang Dongxiang, but the remaining 4 were unfamiliar to her. However, upon seeing the last figure, she was taken aback. Gu Chen, what are you doing here? She exclaimed in disbelief. What? Am I not allowed to be here? Gu Chen replied with a smile. Miss Chu, this gentleman happens to be our group's chairman. If he isn't here, then where else could he be? At that moment, President Jiang glanced at Chu Xinyi, his gaze still as captivating as ever. Every time he encountered her, he felt the same way. He began to understand Gu Chen's intentions. Their chairman was also young and handsome, making him a suitable match for Chu Xinyi. What? You are the chairman of Taiyu? At that moment, Chu Xinyi's beautiful cherry lips parted in astonishment, her face filled with disbelief. Indeed, Gu Chen affirmed with a nod, finding her expression quite pleasurable. Hearing Gu Chen's own admission left her still struggling to grasp the reality. It was akin to a friend suddenly revealing that he was, in fact, the son of a billionaire. One could easily comprehend her current turmoil. By the way, what brings you here? Gu Chen asked, amusement dancing in his voice. Oh, right. President Jiang, my purpose for coming this time is. At the sound of Gu Chen's inquiry, Chu Xinyi finally gathered her thoughts and turned to President Jiang. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted. Chairman Chu, I understand your intentions, but I am powerless to assist. Our raw materials at Taiyu have already been purchased by Tianhe and at a price 30 above the market rate. Therefore, we are unable to help. Once in work mode, President Jiang addressed her by her title. I sincerely apologize. Had you mentioned your acquaintance with our chairman earlier, I would have certainly pursued a collaboration with you. President Jiang expressed regretfully. Upon hearing this, Chu Xinyi's expression darkened. Although she anticipated such an outcome, hearing it confirmed was an entirely different matter. She had initially intended to seek out Gu Chen further, but the words caught in her throat. Her pride forbade her from pleading with others, and she always felt a unique emotion in Gu Chen's presence, unwilling to appear weak before him. Classmate Chu, Gu Chen suddenly interjected. Although I am the chairman of the group, you know I cannot jeopardize the interests of the corporation, so I, too, am powerless in this matter. Hearing this, Chu Xinyi was momentarily stunned, then nodded, though her heart was heavy with sorrow. Despite her show of understanding, women are inherently emotional beings. However, I do have a proposal here. Would you be interested in learning more? Chapter 18, Remarkable. Chu Xinyi looked up at Gu Chen, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of hope. President Jiang and the other 3 board members observed Gu Chen, previously unaware that he had another plan in mind. What do you think of Taiyu? Gu Chen did not reveal his proposal immediately, instead posing a question. Chu Xinyi, though unsure of Gu Chen's meaning, pondered briefly before responding earnestly. As one of the top 10 raw material suppliers in our country, Taiyu also holds a significant position in the international market. It is a group with tremendous prospects for development. Indeed, yet, this is both its strength and its weakness, Gu Chen remarked, observing the puzzled expressions on their faces. While only Chu Xinyi appeared contemplative, he continued, given that Taiyu commands such a substantial market share, why cannot we leverage this advantage? For instance, we could establish our own processing plants and develop our own products. As Gu Chen spoke, the individuals in the office suddenly found their spirits lifted. Though President Jiang and his colleagues soon grew somber again. Director Gu, we had considered this previously, but it ended in failure. President Jiang admitted. Gu Chen smiled knowingly. I am aware. It is because our group lacks mature technology and a complete processing industry, is it not? He had familiarized himself with many aspects of Taiyu Group prior to his arrival. President Jiang was taken aback. He had not expected Gu Chen to know the reasons. The other 3 shareholders, though not involved in management, were sharp-eyed and equally surprised by Gu Chen's insight on his very first day. Their confidence in Gu Chen's leadership of the group soared. Indeed, Director Gu, since you know this, do you already have a solution? They understood that once the group overcame this hurdle, it would experience rapid growth, leading to a substantial increase in assets, thereby elevating their worth as shareholders. Naturally, Gu Chen replied, casting a glance at Chu Xinyi, confident that she had discerned his proposal. At that moment, however, Chu Xinyi's thoughts were in disarray. As astute as she was, she recognized Gu Chen's intention was to acquire her family's company. She was quite inclined toward this notion, given that the Chu family business was still too minuscule. Although they possessed technology, they lacked a solid foundation. As demonstrated by their current predicament, the loss of raw materials had abruptly plunged them into a vulnerable state. Yet, she felt a twinge of reluctance. As the company was wholly owned by her and her father, meaning it represented their family's legacy. Therefore, she was unwilling to see the Chu group vanish. Moreover, she was uncertain of her father's, the current leader of the Chu family, stance on this matter. Classmate Chu, what do you think? Gu Chen observed the myriad of expressions flitting across her face, knowing she was tempted. After all, her business acumen was remarkable. I need to think it over. Chu Xinyi found herself at a loss. Director Gu, what are you discussing? At that moment, President Jiang appeared perplexed, unaware of the enigmatic exchange between the 2. The other 3 shareholders were equally clueless. President Jiang, our group lacks technology, products, an industrial chain, and rich experience, while Chairman Chu possesses all of that. Gu Chen stated with a smile. Boom. Gu Chen's words suddenly illuminated President Jiang's mind. Exactly. What we lack at Taiyu, the Chu family has. And given the current troubles facing the Chu family, this is the perfect opportunity for us to acquire them. President Jiang thought excitedly. He had not anticipated Director Gu's brilliance. Previously, he assumed Gu Chen was merely smitten, but now he realized Gu Chen was considering a strategic acquisition, taking advantage of the situation. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. President Jiang was filled with admiration for Gu Chen, akin to an unending river. For the sake of the group's interests, he was willing to disregard allure. This level of insight was something he could never hope to achieve. Chairman Chu, what do you think? Taiyu could perfectly fill the gaps in the Chu family. President Jiang observed her hesitation and began to persuade her. The atmosphere in the general manager's office grew quiet. Gu Chen sat calmly, confidently maintaining his position, while President Jiang and the other 4 shareholders hesitated to speak. Director Gu, President Jiang, May I inquire what your terms are? Chu Sini suddenly asked. Hearing this, the group was elated, as it indicated her heart was beginning to soften. Chairman Chu, why don't you share your requirements first? President Jiang suggested, noticing Gu Chen's silence. Equity. I want to take a stake. Chu Sini looked at Gu Chen before firmly declaring to President Jiang. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, clearly taken aback by her unexpected demand. Mr. Chu, you must understand that Taiyu boasts a market value of over 10 billion, while your Chu Corporation barely surpasses 1 billion. Mr. Jiang remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. I am aware. However, the technology at Chu Corporation is exceptionally sophisticated. You should recognize our value. It is undoubtedly what Taiyu requires. Chu Sini responded, maintaining a composed demeanor, as this was a moment of competing interests. Mr. Jiang, fully cognizant of the current importance of technology, pondered on the situation. If not for the predicament faced by Chu Corporation, Taiyu would indeed struggle to secure a favorable deal. Yet, they were reluctant to relinquish any of their shares. Casting glances toward Gu Chen for assistance. Noticing the attention directed at him, Gu Chen spoke up. How many shares does Mr. Chu desire? 15. Impossible. Gu Chen calmly rejected. While your argument holds merit, you must realize that Taiyu is not entirely dependent on Chu Corporation. He dismissed the notion outright. 15 shares represented considerable capital, potentially equivalent to 2 or 3 Chu corporations. Indeed, Mr. Chu, you jest. Mr. Jiang chimed in, supporting Gu Chen's stance. What do you propose then? Chu Sini inquired, unfazed. 5. Gu Chen stated. Mr. Gu, you should be aware of the technological prowess held by Chu Corporation. Chu Sini's expression shifted as she stared at Gu Chen for several seconds, taken aback by his audacious offer. After a round of negotiations, they reached an agreement. Chu Corporation would fully merge into Taiyu Group, acquiring a 10% stake, while Gu Chen and the other 4 shareholders would allocate 2% to Chu Corporation. Moreover, Chu Corporation would contribute 2.5 billion to Gu Chen and his fellow shareholders. This, of course, was merely a verbal agreement, with the specifics to be formalized by their respective attorneys. Excellent. Today marks Mr. Chu's official induction into our Taiyu family. Shall we gather tonight? Mr. Jiang suggested with a smile. Certainly. Both Gu Chen and Chu Sini exchanged glances and smiled in agreement. Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow when we sign the contract to arrange a gathering? Gu Chen proposed. That works. They concurred. Chu Sini, surprised by the turn of events, had come seeking collaboration, only to find herself joining Taiyu. She recognized that this entire situation was orchestrated by Gu Chen. Had it not been for him, she likely would not have met Mr. Jiang today. Grateful thoughts toward Gu Chen crossed her mind, and he, noticing her gaze, smiled and nodded, causing her cheeks to flush. The group continued their discussions for some time before parting ways. The following day, at the Sheraton Hotel, in a lavish private room, the two parties were clearly defined. One side led by Gu Chen, while the other featured a middle-aged gentleman, over 50, accompanied by the enchanting Chu Sini. The youthful appearance of the enigmatic chairman of Taiyu Group astonished the middle-aged man, who mused about the prodigious talents of youth. Not at all, Mr. Chu. It is you whom I admire. Gu Chen offered a courteous reply. After both sides introduced themselves, they produced the contract, which was verified by their lawyers before being signed. Thus, Chu Corporation ascended to become the second-largest shareholder of Taiyu Group, holding a 10% stake, with Gu Chen as the primary shareholder at 58%, while Mr. Jiang and 3 others each held 8%. Additionally, Gu Chen's account swelled by 50 million. As he glanced at the figures, elation surged through him, prompting curious looks from the nearby Chu Sini. This arrangement had been orchestrated by Mr. Jiang. Now that we have concluded the signing, I propose we raise a toast to our first gathering as shareholders of Taiyu Group. Mr. Jiang declared with a smile. Cheers. Gu Chen and the others rose, clinking their glasses before downing their drinks. Ladies and gentlemen, I have long retired, and thus the affairs of the group will now rest upon your shoulders. The former chairman of Chu Corporation, now a board member of Taiyu Group, Mr. Chu Tianqing, stood to address them. The others, already aware of the situation, expressed no surprise as they departed, each heading to their designated vehicles, except for Gu Chen, who found himself perplexed, standing alone at the entrance. Realizing that the chairman of a billion-dollar corporation could not even afford a car. Just as he prepared to hail a taxi, a voice called out, Gu Chen? Chapter 19. Master, do you believe in love? Hearing his name, Gu Chen turned, feeling a wave of familiarity wash over him. A young man in a suit had just exited the door, recognizing Gu Chen's profile. As Gu Chen turned fully, the young man exclaimed, Is that really you, Gu Chen? Din Rue? Gu Chen recognized him as well. What brings you here? Din Rue stepped closer, visibly pleased to encounter Gu Chen. Just finished a meal. How about you? Oh, it's a long story. By the way, are you free? Let's grab a drink. Din Rue chuckled wryly. Sure. Gu Chen agreed, following Din Rue to a barbecue stall. You missed the graduation photo session, and you left the class group. Everyone speculated that something must have happened to you. Din Rue remarked as they chatted while waiting for their food. Something did occur, but thankfully, it has been resolved, Gu Chen replied with a smile. Din Rue was his university classmate, and they had maintained a decent relationship. After a year apart, Gu Chen noticed that the once vibrant Din Rue had lost some of his former zeal. Understanding the struggles Din Rue faced over the past year, Gu Chen empathized, knowing that Din Rue had encountered the harsh realities of life while delivering takeout. By the way, I overheard you mentioning something had happened? Gu Chen inquired, curious. Din Rue sipped his beer and slowly recounted. You remember Kai, right? Yes, Gu Chen nodded. Kai was their class monitor. A local from Huahai who often looked down on outsiders. I invited him here for dinner today. He truly is a piece of work. Din Rue expressed his frustration. As Din Rue recounted the events, Gu Chen learned that Din Rue was employed at a certain company, handling product processing, albeit on a smaller scale than Chu Corporation. Due to Tianhe Group's recent acquisition of most raw materials in Huahai City, many companies, including Chu Corporation, were struggling. Consequently, Din Rue's company had dispatched him to establish connections with various suppliers. However, having just started, Din Rue lacked the extensive network needed. After some digging, he discovered that their class monitor, Kai, had connections with Tianhe Group, prompting him to invite Kai for assistance, given their prior camaraderie in school. Yet, it was all too clear that Kai had offered no help. Only now do I realize how much more complex society is compared to school. Din Rue lamented after a few drinks. Indeed, Gu Chen agreed, nodding in understanding. He deeply resonated with the sentiment. Had it not been for the unforeseen turn of events on Taba a few days prior, he would likely have found himself in a far worse predicament than Din Rue, especially given the immense debt he was burdened with. Enough of that. It has been ages since we last met. Let's share a drink today, my friend. With a casual wave of his hand, Din Rue lifted his beer. Absolutely. The two then reminisced about the amusing incidents from their university days. Suddenly, Din Rue seemed to recall something and turned to Gu Chen, saying, by the way, Chenzi, in a couple of days, there will be a class reunion organized by that rascal, Kai. Are you planning to attend? A reunion, you say? Gu Chen paused at the mention, his mind flooding with memories of university life, where he had once been a prominent figure, well-liked by his classmates. However, following a family crisis, he had left abruptly, missing even the graduation photo, with his diploma sent via courier. Of course, it has been a year since we last saw each other. Indeed, although it is Kai who is organizing it, everyone is quite eager to participate. If they discover you are coming, they will surely go wild. Din Rue's spirits lifted considerably upon hearing this. This was no exaggeration. Gu Chen, the school's heartthrob, had been generous, often treating the entire class to milk tea. And as a result, all the girls held a fondness for him. Conversely, his exceptional basketball skills ensured he had strong camaraderie with the boys. Just give me a call when the time comes. Gu Chen agreed. Great. I must give them a delightful surprise. By the way, what are your plans regarding work? I'm not sure. I'll try a few more places tomorrow. I refuse to believe that Tianhe Group has monopolized all the raw materials in Huahai City. Ding Rue pondered and replied, you might want to give Taiyu a shot. They are bound to have some resources. Gu Chen was well aware of the situation. Indeed, Tianhe Group had acquired most of the raw materials in Huahai City. Huh, Chenzi, you can't be serious. Taiyu Group is a major national corporation. They wouldn't bother with our modest enterprise. Gu Chen chuckled. I happen to know a supervisor at Taiyu Group. You can reach out to him. Really? I had no idea you were acquainted with someone of such stature. Ding Rue exclaimed, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Gu Chen. It was a chance encounter. Gu Chen replied nonchalantly, refraining from revealing that he was the chairman of Taiyu Group, as it might come across as boastful. Ding Rue beamed, impressive, Chenzi. If only I had met you sooner, I wouldn't have had to beg that scoundrel Kai. Gu Chen's words had truly alleviated his worries. You should be grateful. Otherwise, how would you have crossed paths with me? True. Haha. The two continued to drink heartily, but Gu Chen soon decided to stop. He had not forgotten the lessons of the past. All right, we can drink more later. Don't you have work tomorrow? Yes. Let us do it this way. If I complete my tasks, I'll definitely treat you to a drink. Ding Rue stood up, intending to settle the bill. I've already taken care of it. They then parted ways at the street corner. Thank you, Chenzi. Ding Rue sincerely expressed from the taxi. It's nothing. Just let me know when you get home. To him, it was merely a matter of a phone call. Watching the taxi drive away, a gentle breeze swept past, refreshing Gu Chen's senses. Reflecting on Ding Rue, he shook his head and glanced at his watch. It was already past 10 in the evening, and he resolved to leave. He waited at the corner for a taxi, but none appeared. It seemed that encountering that previous taxi had indeed been a stroke of luck. Gu Chen sighed in resignation. It appeared he truly needed to acquire a vehicle, as the inconvenience was becoming unbearable now that he had the means, especially after the recent transfer of 50 million from the Chu Group. With that thought, he promptly sent 10 million back home. If others were to discover that the chairman of a billion-dollar conglomerate was in debt, it would undoubtedly be a grand spectacle. He could easily end up trending online. Chairman of a billion-dollar group owes millions. He would surely become an overnight sensation. He also sent a message to his mother, assuring her not to worry. After waiting for a considerable time without a response, he surmised that his family must have already gone to bed. Just as he was about to put away his phone, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to claim today's special deal. Last night, he had only managed to redeem a bottle of red wine, leaving him quite disappointed. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully purchased the hypercar Aston Martin 177. In an instant, a notification flashed, dazzling his eyes. No way! Is this real? Chen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He had indeed secured a car, something he had longed for yet had never been able to achieve before. Unexpectedly, today, he had actually won it. However, it seemed he wouldn't be able to drive it himself, which left him quite vexed, especially since he had been drinking. At that moment, he felt something new in his pocket. He realized it must be the key. When he pulled it out, he was amazed. It was a miniature version of a supercar. Its sleek lines a perfect embodiment of technological elegance. Couldn't you have appeared a bit earlier? Just then, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, he found a message waiting for him. Dear Mr. Gu, your supercar has been parked in the underground parking lot of the Sheraton Hotel. Upon reading this, Chen resisted the urge to rush over and take a look. After all, seeing it without the ability to drive it would only deepen his frustration. Of course, he could hire a driver, but he didn't want the first time experiencing his supercar to be with someone else at the wheel. Thus, he resolved to take a taxi home and retrieve the car the following day. Just then, a taxi arrived, and Chen hurriedly waved it down. However, it appeared someone else was already in the back seat, leaving him disheartened, thinking he would have to wait longer. To his surprise, the car stopped right in front of him. Hey, handsome, where to? Over to Bingjiang Road. Perfect, I'm passing through there. Shall we go, handsome? The taxi driver chuckled. After hesitating for a moment, Chen opened the front passenger door. It was exceedingly difficult to hail a taxi in this desolate area. Once inside, he was greeted by a potent aroma of alcohol. Turning around, he discovered a young woman, thoroughly intoxicated, slumped against the rear window. I wonder what happened to her to be in such a state, he thought, catching the driver's eye, who smiled and explained, You see that? She is completely out of it. Chen remained silent, and the driver refrained from further comment. Having detected the faint scent of alcohol on Chen as well, the taxi continued its journey in silence, with the neon lights outside casting a vibrant glow against the pitch-black night, creating a strikingly beautiful scene. Suddenly, a voice piped up, Driver, do you believe in love? The melodious tone, akin to a mountain stream, resonated from the back seat. Chen hadn't anticipated that the girl would possess such a delightful voice. As for love, I can't say. I only know that the fare is 300. The taxi driver's quip instantly dispelled the previously tense atmosphere. Chen couldn't help but chuckle, finding the driver rather trendy for being aware of internet humor. After a few seconds, the young lady in the back seat, perhaps taken aback by the driver's unexpected response, felt her melancholy lift momentarily before she continued. Isn't it 200? In today's world, love has seemingly become more expensive, and I find myself caught in this inflation as well. The humorous voice of the taxi driver instantly made Chen burst into laughter. He never anticipated that their interaction would be so amusing. Moreover, through the rearview mirror, he noticed that the young lady in the back seat was also smiling. I apologize, Chen quickly said, realizing that laughing in front of her, especially given her recent heartbreak, was rather inconsiderate. Hey, young lady, you seem quite young. Life is just beginning for you. It's hardly worth it to dwell on matters of love, the taxi driver continued, assuming the role of a wise sage, prompting Chen to nod in agreement. It appeared that this driver had his own stories to tell. As time passed, Chen glanced back occasionally, observing that the young lady's mood had noticeably brightened. He couldn't help but admire the driver's ability to uplift spirits. Eventually, they arrived at his destination, and Chen was oblivious to the fact until the taxi driver reminded him. We're here, handsome. How much? He inquired. 30. Since it's on the way, I'll charge you a bit less. Sounds good. After scanning the payment, Chen exited the vehicle, nodding at the young lady in the back seat as he walked away. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of his features and was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to be so attractive, and her cheeks flushed as she recalled the earlier events in the car, realizing he had witnessed her vulnerable moment. Truly, it felt like social death. See, I told you. There are always better people out there. Just like this handsome guy. You should have asked for his WeChat right away. The taxi driver continued. Chen, completely unaware of this exchange, returned home, took a shower, and went straight to bed. The following morning, in his spacious bedroom, Gu Chen was lost in pleasant dreams when the melodious ring of his phone on the nightstand stirred him awake. Hello? Is that you, Xiao Chen? Still asleep? Is today a day off? The voice on the other end jolted him into full consciousness. Cough, cough, Mom, is that you? Yes, I'm off today. That's good. I was worried you were unwell. No, Mom, you know I'm in great health. Oh, that's a relief. But what about the money you sent last night? Where did you get so much? Don't tell me it was a bonus from your company? Gu Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He realized he might not be able to dodge this inquiry. Actually, I started a company, and due to its immense market potential, several investors wanted to buy shares. So I sold a bit yesterday. Gu Chen rubbed his eyes. Clearly, his mother was skeptical. She wasn't naive enough to believe that shares could be worth millions. Really, Mom, I can show you the company contract. Knowing his mother wouldn't easily be convinced, he hurriedly sent her the pictures he had taken of the documents the previous day. Soon, he heard two sharp intakes of breath on the other end, indicating her astonishment. So what do you think? I wasn't lying, was I? Impressive. My Xiao Chen is truly remarkable. Guma instantly believed him. Of course. As Gu Chen got out of bed and began to wash up, he chatted casually with his family over the phone, though at that moment, he was running water and couldn't hear the laughter coming through the line. Since your company went bankrupt, don't think about anything else. Just enjoy life. But what? Do you intend to drag your son down with you? Enough. It's settled. Gu Chen, oblivious to his parents' conversation, continued his morning routine. After a few more exchanges, he ended the call, finished breakfast, and prepared to retrieve the car he had driven yesterday. Meanwhile, in a modest rented apartment, a young woman with striking features lay on her bed, engaged in a phone conversation. Xiaoyan, it's not a big deal, right? It's just a breakup. With your looks, you have nothing to worry about in finding someone new. Don't overthink it. By the way, I just got some news. There's a globally limited edition sports car parked in the underground garage of the Sheraton Hotel. Not many streamers know about it yet. So you could go live and attract some attention. The voice on the other end was urgent. Really? The woman named Xiao Yin, with a pale complexion, displayed a hint of curiosity. If Gu Chen were present, he would certainly recognize her as the young lady he shared the taxi ride with last night. Her name was Yin Qing, an outdoor streamer on the Tiger Fish platform, and the caller was a close acquaintance from the same guild. Of course, a fan personally messaged me about it. If your popularity hadn't dipped this month, I would have gone myself. Cough, cough. Ineen, you're the best. I want to be polite this time. I'll treat you to dinner at the end of the month when payday comes. Yin Qing quickly replied. That sounds great. Let us keep it that way. Thank you, Ineen. What can I say? I'm lucky to have a sister like you. After a brief exchange, they hung up. Yin Qing's smile faded momentarily before returning. After all, she had to earn a living. She swiftly prepared herself and headed towards the location of the sports car. During her journey, she activated her live stream. Welcome everyone to my live stream. Today, I have a special treat for you. Yin Qing greeted the camera cheerfully. Today's host is exceptionally stunning. Wow, why is the stream so early today? What is the treat? Could it be the comments flooded in, drawing in viewers intrigued by the unexpected early broadcast? The host finally figured things out. I love the abnormality upstairs. The viewer count surged, and various comments filled the screen. Yin Qing feigned anger. What are you all thinking? Do you really think I'm that kind of person? She knew her audience was primarily drawn to her looks. Previously, a few wealthy fans had offered to take her out to dinner, but given the implications of such offers, she had declined without hesitation. In the end, the major contributors in her stream understood that she wasn't that type of person, leading many to leave. However, this only amplified her uniqueness in the eyes of her audience, resulting in a growing fanbase. Today, I received news that a limited edition supercar is parked in the underground garage of the Sheraton Hotel. She then revealed the details. No way. Is that real? Hurry, let us go. We want to see it up close. The excitement in the chat was palpable. Yin Qing continued to engage with her viewers as she made her way to the destination. An hour later, she arrived at the Sheraton Hotel. Just as she was about to head to the parking garage, a striking young man appeared beside her. He was undeniably handsome, yet she felt an odd familiarity about him. It was Gu Chen, who also recognized Yin Qing but did not immediately connect her to last night, as the lighting had been dim. Gu Chen couldn't help but steal a few glances at her. Her beauty was captivating, especially with the selfie stick she held, clearly indicating she was a streamer. In her previous encounters with Gu Chen, Yu Qing had maintained a respectful distance from streamers and thus decided to keep her distance. Little did she know what was on Gu Chen's mind. At that moment, upon catching sight of Gu Chen's silhouette, a sudden flash of recognition struck her. It was he, the dashing young man she had shared a ride with the previous night. Given that her camera faced outward, it had naturally captured Gu Chen's figure, causing her live stream to erupt in excitement. Wow, we've spotted a rare handsome guy. His back looks incredibly charming. Sister Qingqing. I strongly recommend you go flirt with that handsome lad. 1,000 fervent requests. Please, streamer, go strike up a conversation with him. Instantly. The previously silent viewers, those who identified as flirts, fujoshis, and homebuddies, began to flood the chat. Gifts such as rockets appeared in abundance. With no choice but to comply with her fans' enthusiastic requests, Yu Qing, adept at outdoor streaming, had long since mastered the art of approaching strangers. However, the thought that Gu Chun might recall her embarrassing moment from the previous night caused her cheeks to flush ever so slightly. Hello there, handsome. I'm a streamer. May I interview you? She hurried over, boldly posing the question, though a hint of nervousness lingered in her demeanor. Gu Chun glanced back, noticing the pure, youthful face before him, now slightly flushed, likely from her recent sprint. Yet, he had no intention of partaking in an interview and was about to decline when he caught sight of her pleading expression, which softened his resolve. All right, after all, it's a trivial matter for me. Thank you. Basic manners should never be neglected. My name is Yu Qing, a small streamer on the Huyu platform. As she spoke, her breath wafted like a fragrant orchid, gradually reaching Gu Chun's senses. Then, she turned the camera toward him, instantly revealing a handsome, youthful visage to her audience. Wow, so handsome. Indeed, a striking figure from behind, and his face is just as captivating. Is this a script? To casually encounter such a handsome guy? I bet the streamer is drooling. The truth is out. Haha, could it be that the handsome guy is also interested in cars? It seems all attractive young men have a penchant for them. Seeing that Gu Chun failed to recognize her, Yu Qing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet an inexplicable emotion also stirred within her. Chapter 21. The Divine Vehicle, Wuling Hongwang. What car? Gu Chun was taken aback. At that moment, he was entirely unaware of the stir his vehicle had caused. You don't know? This time, it was Yu Qing who was left speechless. What should I know? A limited edition Aston Martin 177 is parked in the Himalaya Grand Hotel's parking lot. Upon realizing, Yu Qing smiled and explained. Hearing her words, a flicker of intrigue crossed Gu Chen's eyes. So, they had come to see my car. After all that, he was both amused and bewildered. Handsome, what are you doing at the parking lot? Yu Qing inquired curiously. Picking up my car, of course. What else would I be doing at the parking lot? Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. His response left Yu Qing feeling somewhat embarrassed, as the question did indeed lack depth. Isn't going to the parking lot to pick up a car the only reason? To mask her embarrassment, Yu Qing quickly changed the subject. So, you're quite young to already own a car? Then it hit her. She remembered that Gu Chun had hailed a taxi from this very spot the night before. If he owned a car, why then had he chosen to take a taxi? Weren't you the one who took a taxi last night? Why aren't you driving? Impulsively, she blurted out her confusion. How do you know that? Gu Chun halted, intrigued by her knowledge. Yu Qing felt her face heat up, at a loss for words, as last night's embarrassing display replayed in her mind. What was happening? Did the handsome guy genuinely not recognize her? Could it be? Had the streamer been tailing him? What a scandal. I can already foresee tomorrow's trending topics. A certain streamer, enamored by good looks, stalks a stranger. The live chat exploded, with countless lurking viewers suddenly chiming in. In an instant, her stream's popularity soared. You aren't the one who got drunk last night, are you? Gu Chen suddenly realized, no longer puzzled by her familiar face, though he was interrupted before he could finish his thought. It's me. Yu Qing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she cut him off. All right. Gu Chen couldn't help but glance at her again, connecting her to the girl from last night who drunkenly questioned the taxi driver, bursting into laughter. Last night? Drunk? Forgive me for misinterpreting. You're not alone. Oh no. I never expected even the streamer. The chat was inundated with comments, a torrent of excitement sweeping through. Oh, come on. Where are your minds going? I got drunk last night and coincidentally met this handsome guy to share a ride with. Hence our newfound acquaintance, Yu Qing quickly clarified, realizing she was still live streaming. She needed to divert the conversation before things spiraled out of control. With the chat finally quieting down, she breathed a sigh of relief and swiftly changed the subject. You still haven't answered my question. However, she couldn't help but feel shy as she glanced at Gu Chun. I was also drinking last night. So that's it. I never expected such a handsome guy to not only look good, but also have a solid moral compass. I'm in love. Ladies, draw your swords. Let the guessing begin. What kind of car does our handsome guy drive? Gu Chen's statement instantly garnered him countless fans. Buick? Chevrolet? Touareg? Wuling Hongwang? Hyundai? Volkswagen? BMW? Mercedes-Benz? Audi? Uft. Yu Qing burst into laughter at the comments flooding in. Wuling Hongwang? Are you joking? The majority of the guesses centered around the Wuling Hongwang, sending the entire stream into a frenzy. Truly the legendary divine vehicle. I'm betting on the Touareg. Yu Qing eagerly joined in the guessing game, firmly believing that the handsome guy would not be driving a Wuling Hongwang. Currently, Buick and Volkswagen had the highest vehicle ownership rates. while Touareg was an emerging brand known for its affordability and reliable safety features. The two then entered the parking lot, walking side by side. "We're here. Get ready for an up-close visual feast," Yuqing exclaimed excitedly. Her stream was buzzing with hundreds of thousands of viewers, drawn in by her enticing title. In this day and age, a good hook was essential for capturing an audience. Her live stream title read, "Location, Hawaii. Join me for a glimpse of limited edition luxury sports cars. Experience a visual feast." This renowned five-star hotel did not disappoint. With its parking lot brimming with luxury vehicles, suddenly, they encountered a throng of people gathered around a corner, with 4 security personnel maintaining order, specially assigned by the lobby manager. After all, the hotel had just unveiled tens of millions worth of top-tier sports cars, and any mishap would leave them in a bind. "Please do not crowd. Only photography is allowed. No touching," for security guards were diligently maintaining order. Utterly astonished that such a capricious car owner would dare to park their luxury sports car here. This was no private parking lot. What if it got scratched? Nevertheless, they were also filled with admiration and envy, never anticipating they would have the opportunity to behold such a magnificent vehicle up close one day. A crowd soon gathered, snapping pictures and posting them on social media, relishing the chance to flaunt their encounter. 2 individuals excitedly navigated through the throng, their eyes drawn to a car exuding a futuristic allure. The silver paint gleamed, its aerodynamic form captivating, with a jet-like rear wing and titanium alloy exhaust pipes positioned centrally. The brilliance of the bright overhead lights cast a delicate halo around it. It was simply breathtaking. The live stream erupted with excitement. "Incredible. The host does not deceive me. This is indeed a limited edition sports car." The comments flooded in, expressing awe. "This is where a man belongs." The Aston Martin 1-77, limited to just 77 units globally. Originally priced over 40 million, now fetched astronomical sums of over 50 million in the domestic market, with demand far exceeding supply. Who would have thought they would be fortunate enough to witness it in person one day? "Without further ado, let us send some rockets," a generous host exclaimed. "1 rocket for a chance to touch it. Tell me how it feels." Instantly, the excitement in Yanqing's live stream surged, quickly reaching 400 to 500,000 viewers and still climbing. Gifts flooded the screen, and even rare rockets appeared, a sight seldom seen. "Wow. I've never received so many gifts before." Yanqing was taken aback, not expecting such a response. The exhilaration within her was palpable. Beside her, Gu Chun merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. Yanqing soon regained her composure, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. To enhance the live stream's effect, she continued to engage Gu Chun. "So, what do you think? Isn't this car every boy's dream? It's decent. A bit more enjoyable to drive than an average car," Gu Chun replied nonchalantly, his expression unchanged. "Oh, you speak as if you've driven one," Yanqing shot back, rolling her eyes. The two continued their banter for several minutes, circling the sports car, much to Yanqing's satisfaction. Gazing at the luxury vehicle, she yearned to touch it but hesitated, fearing she might inadvertently damage it and be unable to afford the consequences. Her indecision elicited a gentle chuckle from Gu Chun. Just as she was about to step forward, a voice called out, "Hey, didn't we say no touching? This is a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Don't damage it." One of the security guards cautioned Gu Chun. Hearing this, the crowd instinctively stepped back, casting wary glances at the car, their hearts racing. They had assumed the vehicle cost hundreds of thousands, only to realize it was worth tens of millions. Even a minor mishap could lead to financial ruin for them. Curiosity piqued. They wondered who the affluent individual was that could afford such a car, especially in Huahai, where this sports car was at the pinnacle of luxury. Yes. Don't break it." Yanqing quickly approached Gu Chun, believing his excitement was entirely justified. What boy wouldn't he feel thrilled upon seeing such a car? "By the way, where's your car parked? Aren't you here to pick it up? Come on, let us see your car." She swiftly redirected the conversation to coax him. Initially reluctant to show off, Gu Chun realized he had no choice but to comply. "Haven't you been watching?" He chuckled, retrieving his keys and pressing a button. A crisp engine roar erupted, and the headlights illuminated with an enchanting glow, startling the crowd, who instinctively recoiled. "The doors are opening? Is the owner arriving?" As everyone watched in awe, the car doors elegantly ascended like butterfly wings, revealing the opulent interior. Countless eyes widened in disbelief. You. Yanqing was momentarily speechless, pointing at the sports car, then incredulously at Gu Chun, her words failing her. The live stream mirrored her astonishment, the chat exploding with questions. "The wealthy patron has been among us all along. This guy is too low-key. Wow, I suspect this is scripted." The realization hit. The calm demeanor he maintained was because it was indeed his car. "I thought I was the only one who noticed." The chat buzzed with excitement. Yanqing, an ordinary person, found herself completely captivated, This car represented a lifelong dream for her. If she could rise to fame and become a pillar of the platform, that would be a different story altogether. Should she dare to touch it? Gu Chen, noticing her dazed expression, asked, "Do you want to touch it? Is it really okay?" Yanqing bit her full lower lip, still reeling from the shock. Chapter 22. Why did He close the door? Of course. Gu Chen nodded, stepping forward. This time, the security guard did not stop him, instead watching cautiously. Oh no, the host is about to become the plaything of a wealthy patron. The unfolding drama was predictable for seasoned viewers in the live stream. Getting in the car, speeding, dining, and booking a hotel, all in one go. This was the straightforward yet effective approach wealthy individuals took in wooing. Yanqing approached the gleaming silver supercar, touching it under the envious gazes of onlookers. The surface was cool to the touch, smooth and sleek, a magnificent beast devoid of sentiment. After she finished admiring it, Gu Chen entered the vehicle, settling into the incredibly comfortable leather seats that perfectly conformed to the contours of his back, creating a seamless bond between him and the car. The luxurious central console was equipped with cutting-edge technology. This is comfortable. If watches and wallets symbolize a man's romance, then supercars epitomize a man's dreams. In the passenger seat lay a document folder containing all the car's paperwork. Ignoring the causal relationship, the altered reality of e-commerce could rationalize all that seemed unreasonable. As for driving skills, as a former wealthy heir, not knowing how to drive a sports car would be the greatest irony. Meanwhile, Yanqing remained entranced by the exquisite sensation of touching the car, pondering, what if he invites me to get in? Should I or shouldn't I? She was torn. While nothing untoward would happen, she was live streaming. Yet, the opportunity to sit in a supercar might never present itself again. Her flushed cheeks were a picture of conflict. However, Gu Chen had already made the decision for her. He simply closed the car door with a resounding thud. Bang! Instantly, Yanqing snapped back to reality. What just happened? She stared at the closed door, bewildered. He closed the door? Wait, this isn't how the script goes. Does this wealthy patron not fancy our host? Is he a cold-hearted man? The chat erupted with disbelief. In the eyes of the affluent, only the car matters. Women are merely distractions that could slow down the vehicle. Both the live stream and the on-site audience were left perplexed by Gu Chen's actions. No one expected him to disregard the host who had accompanied him, leading to a chorus of criticism towards Gu Chen for squandering such a precious opportunity, overlooking both the exquisite car and the stunning lady by his side. A mere touch. Just a fleeting brush. Is this truly the legendary Xior? At this moment, Yanqing found herself bewildered, grappling with a trifecta of existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? She even harbored grave doubts about her own appearance. It is worth noting that many pursued her in the outside world, including affluent individuals who generously offered to treat her to lavish meals and proposed extravagant financial arrangements. In an instant, she was engulfed in self-doubt, questioning whether her allure had faltered. All of this, however, was of no concern to Gu Chen within the confines of the car. Once he acclimated to the environment, he rolled down the window and nodded at the dazed Yanqing. With a swift press of the accelerator, he unleashed the car's power, roaring to life. The engine's distinct growl reverberated, compelling the surrounding crowd to instinctively part ways. Even the thought of causing a scene was too daunting, as they feared the repercussions of potential damage, which would render any compensation for medical expenses insufficient to cover repairs. The rush of air from the car's rear and the friction between the tires and the pavement stirred up plumes of dust. In an instant, it surged forward like a galloping cheetah, vanishing from sight in mere seconds. After paying the parking fee, Gu Chen departed amidst the envious and respectful gazes of the attendant. The unmistakable sound of the sports car drew the attention of pedestrians along the road, creating an expansive bubble of space around him, with other vehicles keeping their distance. Some female drivers, their male companions visibly anxious, were even advised to pull over. As Gu Chen reminisced about the expression of the beautiful streamer, a smile broke across his face. My apologies. I have matters to attend to. It is not that I lack appreciation for romance. Perhaps I shall treat you to a meal next time we meet. Gu Chen mused. He had to head to the company to address matters concerning a merger and issues related to Chu Sini's position. Additionally, he harbored an inexplicable fondness for Chu Sini, and thus wished to steer clear of any emotional entanglements. With a decisive press of the accelerator, the sports car shot forth like a drawn sword, racing towards Tycoon Group. As onlookers in the parking lot witnessed the departure of the sports car, they soon dispersed, having lost interest in the spectacle. However, each person cast a sympathetic glance at Yanqing before leaving, causing her cheeks to flush. Amid the playful jests of her online audience, she too departed from this sorrowful scene. Yet, she bore no resentment towards Gu Chen, for they had only just met and were not yet familiar enough for such an invitation. In fact, she felt grateful to him. This live stream had been unprecedentedly successful, garnering over 3 million viewers, and when Chen revealed his identity, the gifts poured in, causing her popularity to soar manifold, along with an increase of over 50,000 followers. The only regret lingered that such a handsome and wealthy gentleman had slipped through her fingers without her acquiring his contact information. Beside the Tycoon Group building, two men engaged in conversation as they gazed at the edifice. The elder gentleman regarded the younger man with a tinge of apprehension, remarking, "Xiao Ding, is your classmate reliable? I hope we don't end up as the subject of ridicule." "Rest assured, manager, my classmate is my closest buddy, and his family is quite affluent. Knowing a supervisor is a mere formality," the young man asserted confidently. This was Ding Rue, who had shared drinks with Chen the previous night, and the other was the purchasing manager of their company. "You never mentioned this before?" the manager questioned skeptically. After all, Tycoon was a substantial corporation, far beyond the reach of their company. "I only met him yesterday, and that was when I heard him speak of it." "Very well. I hope your classmate isn't deceiving you. Our supplies are running low, and if this works out, you will have done a great service." "Don't worry, manager." With that, the two made their way toward the Tycoon building. "May I assist you, gentlemen?" The receptionist in the lobby greeted them with a smile. "Hello. We are here to see Supervisor Chen Wei from the materials department," Ding Rue replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety as the confidence of his small company faltered in the face of the vast corporation. "Supervisor Chen?" The receptionist nodded, promptly dialing the internal number. After a few beeps, the call connected. "Hello, this is the front desk of the group. I have two guests here to see Supervisor Chen." Seconds later, she hung up with a smile. "Supervisor Chen will send someone right over. Please wait in the designated area." The receptionist observed the nervousness of the two men and offered a professional smile, directing them to the waiting area. "Oh, thank you." Ding Rue was taken aback momentarily, but then smiled appreciatively. He and the manager settled onto the client sofa across from them. "It seems your classmate wasn't misleading you after all. They came to see you without even knowing your name," the manager remarked, visibly relieved. "Of course," Ding Rue replied, somewhat surprised but elated. Before long, a young man clad in work attire approached them, addressing Ding Rue and his companion. "You were the ones who made the call, correct?" Ding Rue quickly stood up and nodded. "Which of you is Mr. Ding Rue?" "I am," Ding Rue replied, slightly taken aback. "Greetings, Mr. Ding. I am here on behalf of our supervisor Chen Wei. He is unable to attend and has asked me to extend his apologies and to assist you both." The young man smiled slightly. Upon hearing this, Ding Rue and the manager were momentarily stunned. Neither had anticipated such an outcome. "No worries. We apologize for the intrusion." The manager quickly waved his hand, recovering from the shock. It was a jest. They were very much aware of the other's status. And though they did not comprehend why he was so courteous, they did not dare to overstep. "Yes, indeed," Ding Rue echoed, equally flabbergasted, unable to fathom the situation. He could only attribute it to Chen. It seemed Chen was far more formidable than he had imagined. "There is no need for such formality. The supervisor has instructed me that if you gentlemen require assistance, please feel free to ask, as long as it does not contravene the interests of the group," the young man said with a smile. He had learned from Supervisor Chen that this was a directive from the newly appointed chairman of their group. Subsequently, Ding Rue and the manager articulated their requests for the visit. After sharing their needs, they anxiously awaited the young man's response. "Rest assured, how much do you require? Once the contract is signed, we can arrange for immediate delivery." The young man wore a demeanor of nonchalance, as this was a trivial matter for him. Moreover, it was a directive from the chairman. The manager, however, still found it hard to believe that such matters could be resolved so effortlessly. He shook his head, reflecting that had it been this simple, he wouldn't have had to run around. After consulting with the company as president, he was authorized to handle the matter independently. Thus, he accompanied the young man, busily finalizing the contract for over half an hour. Once the manager returned with their company's seal, it would become effective. As they exited the lobby, the young man cheerfully proclaimed, "Manager Liu, Mr. Ding, I wish us a fruitful collaboration." His joy stemmed not merely from the completion of the deal, but also from the prospect of leaving a favorable impression on the chairman. Mr. Li likewise. "Thank you very much for your assistance." The manager responded with delight, fully aware that the success of this endeavor was due to Ding Rue's classmate. Subsequently, the young man escorted the two individuals to the intersection and was just about to bid them farewell when a thunderous roar of an automobile resonated through the air. Instantly, it captivated the attention of the onlookers. In the distance, a sleek sports car glided into view. Chapter 23. Surrender? An impossibility. The sports car passed by, eliciting admiration and awe from Ding Rue and his companions. As men, how could they not envy such a magnificent vehicle? Suddenly, they noticed the sports car making its way directly into the underground parking lot of Tycoon Group. "Team Leader Li, it seems this is someone from your group, isn't it? Driving a sports car to work?" Ding Rue, inquired with a hint of envy directed at the young man. However, the young man himself appeared quite perplexed. It seemed that no one in their group had ever driven a sports car to work, a certainty he held. Such a notable occurrence would have undoubtedly created quite a stir if it had happened before. Is this not one of your group members? Seeing the young man's expression, which conveyed his ignorance of the car's owner, Ding Rue couldn't help but ask curiously. The young man nodded slowly, and then realization dawned upon him. A name surfacing in his mind. I know. It must be our chairman. The young man speculated, casting a meaningful glance at Ding Rue. Your group's chairman? Upon hearing the young man's words, both Ding Rue and the manager exclaimed in unison. Clearly, they were aware that the chairman of Tycoon Group had never made a public appearance. The affairs of the group were managed by General Manager Jiang Dongqiang. Yes, indeed. It is the chairman. The young man noted Ding Rue's lack of knowledge with a hint of surprise, considering that this matter had been explicitly instructed by their chairman to be kept confidential. After exchanging a few more words, the group parted ways. As they watched the young man's departing figure, neither Ding Rue nor his companion spoke for a moment. Ding Rue, it seems your classmate's identity is far more complex than you let on. Manager Liu remarked with a sense of awe. Indeed. Ding Rue nodded, for he was not foolish. Observing the young man's demeanor towards him made it clear that Gu Chen's acquaintance with the chairman was not merely that of knowing a supervisor. At that moment, Gu Chen parked the sports car in the underground parking lot, entirely oblivious to Ding Rue by the roadside. Now, Tycoon Group was aware of the arrival of a new chairman. Gu Chen effortlessly made his way to his office. The spacious office exuded an unparalleled luxury. With a blend of Eastern and Western decor, it was aesthetically pleasing, clearly crafted by a master artisan. The conference room, reception area, and office were all impeccably organized. And to his astonishment, there was even an outdoor terrace. The entire office was spotless, indicating that it had been meticulously cleaned, even in the absence of the chairman. After surveying the surroundings, he settled into his exclusive office chair, thoroughly satisfied. Soon after, General Manager Jiang and Chu Sini arrived. Chairman, everyone exclaimed in unison. Please, take a seat. Gu Chen nodded. Chairman, I believe Miss Chu is more suited for the position of general manager than I am. So I would like to relinquish my position to her. Jiang stated eagerly as soon as he sat down. Upon hearing this, not only was Gu Chen taken aback, but even Chu Sini appeared incredulous. Chairman, I cannot accept this. I have just joined the group and am still unfamiliar with everything. I am far from qualified for this position, and the employees below will surely not accept it. Rest assured, Miss Chu, I will fully assist you in the transition. Your talents are well known throughout Huahai. There is no need for modesty. Jiang insisted earnestly. He understood that there would inevitably be positional changes once Chu Sini arrived, and he believed it would be better for him to step down. After all, he knew he was truly unfit for the role of general manager. Otherwise, the group's strength would have increased significantly by now. Enough. I have already devised a plan for this matter. You need not continue to argue. Gu Chen interjected, halting their conversation. I intend to create an additional position, executive president, who will oversee all group affairs. Apart from strategic direction that requires my input, all management will fall under the purview of the executive president. As both of them turned to look at him, Gu Chen spoke calmly. Then, Chairman, Jiang began. Confused. I will not be remaining with the group indefinitely. Moreover, you need not relinquish your position as general manager. However, your authority will certainly be lesser than that of the executive president, and your primary responsibilities will be internal, alongside assisting the president externally. Gu Chen delineated. Jiang nodded in understanding. I hereby appoint Chu Sini as executive president, overseeing all group matters. Jiang, your position remains unchanged. Please notify everyone accordingly. Yes. After Gu Chen's announcement, Jiang Dongqiang and Chu Sini exchanged a glance before heading off to arrange matters. Gu Chen, feeling unburdened, gazed contentedly out the window at the splendid scenery. Just then, his phone buzzed. Upon checking, it was a message from Ding Rue. Thank you, Chenzi. I want to say much more. I'll treat you to drinks in a couple of days. By the way, tomorrow's gathering is at Huatian Grand Hotel at 6 in the evening. Don't be late. Also, I've informed our classmates about your arrival, and everyone is thrilled. After reading the message, Gu Chen smiled and shook his head. Understood. I will arrive on time. He then opened Taobao, realizing he had yet to claim today's promotional activity. Moments later, a notification appeared. Congratulations. You have won the cashback event. If you spend on the Huiyu platform today, you will receive 100-fold cashback. Up to 1 million. Staring at the message, Gu Chen was momentarily stunned. What is this? Cashback? 100-fold? How marvelous. Feeling invigorated, Gu Chen was well aware that while he owned several properties, his cash reserves were quite limited, amounting to only over 40 million. Thus, this opportunity piqued his interest immensely. However, the maximum limit was only 1 million. What a pity. Considering this, Chen felt a tinge of regret, as such opportunities were rare. He then began scrolling through Huyu videos. Engrossed in the various captivating clips, he lost track of time, watching for over an hour. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a video from his own city. Curious, he clicked on it, and was taken aback to discover that the protagonist was none other than himself. It turned out to be the video of him picking up the car. Intrigued, he perused the comments. Is this young man a devil? The streamer's bewildered expression at the end was simply hilarious. I can only say, well done. Someone, bring me the high-voltage wire. I want to play East Wind Breaks for him. Upon reading this, Chen couldn't help but chuckle. In this day and age, the comments were indeed entertaining. He also recalled the streamer's expression at the end, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Suddenly, he noticed the streamer's profile picture and clicked on it, realizing she was currently live. This reminded Chen of his original purpose. He promptly transferred 1 million from his account. So this is the joy of spending money. He then opened the previous streamer's live broadcast, as he figured it was all about spending money anyway. After all, he had felt a bit awkward towards her earlier. Upon entering, he found the same streamer, Qing, even more captivating on camera. However, it appeared to be a battle of skill. The opponent was a dancer on a streaming channel, known as Little Dance Sister, exuding an extraordinary sensuality, especially when she danced. Her slender waist twisting in such a captivating manner that even Chen felt a surge of excitement. Who among the viewers did not relish such a spectacle? At that moment, Qing watched as her health bar was utterly eclipsed by her opponents. It was gone. Qing could only manage a bitter smile. Although she surpassed her rival in beauty 100-fold, she could not replicate such overtly provocative moves. There was no doubt that she was destined to lose this match. And as for her guild, she held no expectations. Previously, upon emerging from the parking lot, her popularity had soared, astonishing the guild, which prompted them to request a PK. After all, this was tied to monetary rewards. She had no choice but to acquiesce, leading to her participation in the live PK. Gifts poured in from all directions, allowing her to achieve a series of victories. Now, she had matched with a streamer whose fanbase was roughly comparable to hers, albeit from the dance sector, where victories were more frequent than losses. Thank you, Brother Wong, for the rocket. Thank you to Little Dance's Guardian for the 3 super fires. Thank you to the top donor for the airplane. As the dance concluded, a flurry of gift effects erupted in the opponent's live stream, with the host's expressions of gratitude ringing out continuously. In stark contrast, Qing's situation was rather dismal. While her viewer count was not lacking, the gifts were pathetically meager. Although she received numerous free gifts, the paid ones were merely a few dollars each. Occasionally, some airplanes and sports cars appeared, but compared to her opponent, they were of a completely different caliber. Qing felt immensely embarrassed. The PK is entering the 30-second countdown. Gentlemen, could we see some gifts? This streamer is truly in dire straits. Qing lamented to her audience. Haha, streamer, just accept your fate. Yes, unless you learn from the opposing streamer. I guarantee you won't be any worse than her. Haha, they're all freeloaders. It's a pity the previous streamer couldn't retain that wealthy patron. Otherwise, this PK would be trivial. Haha, right. Unfortunately, the streamer doesn't even have their WeChat. Qing's face turned pale as she read the barrage of comments. She was on the verge of losing, and her fans were rubbing salt into her wounds. Nevertheless, among the throng, there were indeed a few affluent viewers. Despite the disparaging remarks, gifts began to trickle in. A few rockets effects appeared in the live stream, occasionally mixed with airplanes and sports cars. Yet, compared to the opponent, the disparity remained vast. Qing ultimately decided to concede defeat. Chen found it all quite amusing. He had not anticipated that live streaming could be so entertaining. Seeing the disappointed expression on Qing's face, he couldn't help but smile. Want to lose? Not on my watch. Chapter 24, Charitable Donations. Are you daring enough? He promptly opened the gift list. The most expensive option was the Superfire, priced at 3,000 yuan each, followed by rockets at 2,000, airplanes at 1,000, and sports cars at 500. Without hesitation, Chen selected the Superfire option and sent 10 at once. Instantly, the Superfire effects lit up Qing's live stream, allowing her to surge ahead of her rival. Wow, which Tycoon just stepped in? 10 Superfires right off the bat? Streamer, you've struck gold. A wealthy benefactor has graced your live stream. The bullet comments flooded in, all astounded by Chen's actions. Thank you, dust flying high, for the 10 Superfires. Qing was taken aback, then filled with joy. Just when she thought she would lose this live stream, a benefactor had emerged. Haha, we've turned the tables. It turns out there was a wealthy patron lurking in Qing's live stream all along. Now, Qing reverted the stream's title back to her name, Qing's live stream. Upon seeing that they were overtaken, the opposing team felt a surge of anxiety, believing victory was within their grasp, only for a Tycoon to suddenly appear. Brothers, let's rally together. Little Dance doesn't want to lose. She began to solicit sympathy from her viewers. As a result, the men in Little Dance's live stream were invigorated, showering her with gifts once more, including some affluent viewers who were eager to save face. They quickly overtook Yanqing's stream again. With only 10 seconds remaining, the gap widened once more. It's over. The opponent has launched an offensive. Is dust flying high still present? We need you now. The bullet comments whirled rapidly, followed by a series of notification sounds. Dust Flying High has donated 20 superfires in Yanqing's live stream. This announcement resonated throughout the platform, drawing in countless newcomers and spectators. What? 20 superfires? 60,000 yuan. Is this real? Which tycoon is this? Is this the superfire for free series? Could it be a plant? Or is the guild just laundering money? In an instant, the hype surged, and Yanqing's live stream attracted an overwhelming influx of viewers. Soon, the 10 seconds elapsed, and her opponent's health bar was entirely depleted. Yanqing emerged victorious. Little Dance was left in a state of shock. She had thought she would win, but unexpectedly, the other party had executed a surprise comeback, leaving her feeling utterly defeated. If it were a contest of skill, she was confident she could prevail. Not just the streamer, but even the prominent figures in her live stream shared the same belief. Let us go again. You just snuck in a win. That doesn't count. Let us have a proper showdown. Trash streamer. Lacking skill is one thing, but conducting yourself so dishonorably is another. Instantly, many flocked to Yanqing's live stream, hurling insults. Yanqing, still processing her victory, was bombarded with derogatory comments in the bullet chat. TSK. Can't handle losing, can you? A loss is a loss. What is this about a sneak win? If you had the ability, you should have donated more earlier. Sneak win? Your health bars are gone. Exactly. Just as Yanqing was about to speak, her fans began to defend her fiercely. The atmosphere grew heated, as this was Yanqing's domain, and her supporters had no qualms about attacking the opposing team. Meanwhile, Chen remained silent, merely smirking in disdain. To the one who donated the superfires. I know you're still in the stream. Do you dare to go for another round? Let us have a real competition. Whoever loses must apologize. Yes. Do you dare to face off again? What is this about a sneak win? The opposing team's top donor, unable to withstand the ridicule from Yanqing's fans, issued a challenge directly to Chen. How laughable. You think you can just challenge me? I won't waste my breath, Chen retorted. Humph. If you're scared, just admit it. What else with the facade of being a tycoon when you have no money? Exactly. If you're too afraid to compete, just say so. What else with the excuses? Seeing Chen's comments, the opposition grew furious. Want to fight? Sure. We can head to the charity live stream to donate. Dare you? Chen replied. Let us go. Who's afraid of whom? In an instant, Yanqing's live stream was charged with tension, drawing in countless onlookers. Dust Flying High is formidable. Yes. Let us go to the charity stream. Wow. Is this what a big shot looks like? Truly admirable. I love it. No wonder you're so wealthy. It's all about your attitude. You deserve to be rich. Indeed. With wealth comes responsibility. Why flaunt it here? Let us do some good. The entire live stream was filled with praises for Chen, who garnered support from all corners, while on the other side, a sparsely populated stream struggled to keep up. The live streaming room, named Charity Live Stream for Poverty Alleviation in the mountainous region, is hosted by a dedicated teacher who has ventured deep into the heart of central mountainous areas to provide education. Witnessing the dire poverty here, he found that the facilities for children to learn were deplorably dilapidated. The local government, overwhelmed by similar circumstances throughout the region, was unable to allocate funding. Consequently, he sought to devise his own solutions, and by chance, he stumbled upon the concept of live streaming, which led him to initiate this endeavor. He naively believed that once the broader society became aware of the situation, donations would pour in. However, the stark reality proved to be disheartening, as the audience was minimal, leaving him profoundly disappointed. Only a handful of viewers occupied the stream, when Chen, having spoken in Yanqing's live stream, began searching for charity live streams. He soon discovered the charity live stream for poverty alleviation in the mountainous region. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. This was the one. Dare you not accept this challenge? Come here and contribute real money. Chen promptly shared the link in Yanqing's live stream, followed by a message declaring, "The big shot is serious. Let us go take a look. Are you up for it?" In an instant, Yanqing's live stream surged in popularity. The opposing group of individuals found themselves in a predicament. They had assumed Chen's challenge was merely a pretext, only to realize he was indeed earnest. However, upon witnessing the flood of comments, they gritted their teeth and decided to participate. They had previously assessed Chen's account level, deeming him a novice with little financial clout, which allowed them to approach the situation with a sense of ease. In the poverty-stricken live stream, the audience's enthusiasm skyrocketed, while a young man, unaware of the unfolding drama, began to grasp the situation as he read through the multitude of comments. Thank you to all the brothers and sisters for joining this live stream, the host quickly expressed. Dusty Terrain generously rewarded the stream with 10 super fires. Hurry and check it out. Chen wasted no time, launching straight into his significant contribution, which resonated throughout the entire platform. Hello, host. Thank you, Dusty Terrain, for your generous gift. On behalf of the students here, I sincerely appreciate your support. Rest assured, every donation will be directed towards poverty alleviation, and everyone is welcome to monitor the usage. The host's face radiated gratitude, as this was the most substantial and valuable gift he had received since starting his live streaming journey. Are there still such impoverished places? It's easy for sand to get in your eyes when you grow up, he continued, expressing his limitations in wealth, but emphasizing his commitment to do his utmost. The audience, captivated by the host's sincerity, began showering the stream with gifts. The commotion naturally caught the attention of the platform's administrators. Unsure of how to proceed, they escalated the matter, leading to a senior official's decisive action. This presents an excellent opportunity to promote the positive energy of our platform. We shall fully lift the traffic restrictions for this live stream. Moreover, we will not take any commission from the gifts donated here. Every penny will be allocated to charitable activities. With this directive, the staff swiftly sprang into action. The homepage prominently displayed the live stream link for charity live stream for poverty alleviation in the mountainous region, and staff members even contributed gifts themselves. Tigerfish staff member has rewarded the host with a super fire. Come and see. The notification sounds echoed across the platform, drawing further attention from the audience. Hello, host. I am a staff member from the official platform. As per the higher-ups decision, from now on, all gifts in this live stream will not incur any platform fees. Every contribution will be used for charity. Additionally, we will assign personnel to oversee all financial transactions. This announcement sent shockwaves through the audience, as no one anticipated the platform's engagement. Thank you for the support, official platform. On behalf of all the students here, I express our heartfelt gratitude. The host was momentarily taken aback, then overwhelmed with joy, never imagining that he would attract the attention of the official platform. Wow. I didn't expect the platform to be so benevolent, truly deserving of its esteemed reputation. Indeed, I've decided to only watch Tigerfish live streams from now on. Dusty Terrain is impressive. One action drew the platform's focus. The stream was flooded with positive comments, and the observant supervisor was thoroughly satisfied. Where are you all? Have you fled? Chen, however, did not forget about the earlier challengers. Brother Wang has rewarded the host with 10 super fires. The guardian of Xiao Wu has rewarded the host with 10 super fires. The top supporter of Xiao Wu has rewarded the host with 10 super fires. As Chen's words faded, a series of sounds erupted in succession. The live stream buzzed with excitement. The battle of the affluent had begun. Chen watched with a smile, pleased by the unfolding spectacle. Dusty Terrain has rewarded the host with 50 super fires. Dusty Terrain has rewarded the host with 50 super fires. Without further ado, he unleashed his generosity, leaving everyone astounded. Goodness, what a wealthy benefactor. At that moment, the sheer magnitude of his contribution dazzled the viewers. 100 super fires, worth 300,000? Just like that? The perspective of the wealthy was unfathomable to many. Not only the viewers in the live stream were taken aback, but even those who had positioned themselves as wealthy individuals felt the weight of his contributions. Where are you all? Chen taunted, noticing their silence. Have you run away? As the hour drew to a close, he had accomplished a modest goal. Upon hearing this, the individuals who had previously opposed him felt their faces flush with embarrassment. After a brief discussion, they decided to make a concerted effort. Each of the 3 challengers rewarded the host with 30 super fires, thereby elevating the live stream's popularity. Is this all? Chen cast a dismissive glance, then disdainfully typed 2 characters before swiftly rewarding the host with 4 sets of 50 super fires, another 600,000. This left the challengers speechless, realizing they had indeed encountered a formidable opponent, far beyond their financial capabilities. They dared not show their faces again, slinking away in defeat. The live stream audience was momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated Chen's audacious display of generosity. After waiting for a while, noticing that the previous challengers had yet to return, they understood that they would not dare to confront him again. And yet, there was no mockery, for they recognized Chen's extraordinary strength. He had not even flinched at the scale of his contributions. The big shot is magnificent. The big shot is imposing. The big shot is remarkable. In unison, these words flooded the live stream. Thank you, Dusty Terrain, for your generous gifts. I extend heartfelt thanks on behalf of the children. The host, now fully aware of the impact of Chen's contributions, expressed his gratitude fervently. It's nothing. I hope you stay true to your word. Chen replied with a magnanimous spirit. After all, he had $1 million budget. Whether it was spent here or elsewhere, he preferred to channel it into charity, making a difference while avoiding waste. Rest assured, I will transparently broadcast the allocation of funds. You are welcome to oversee the process. The host maintained a humble demeanor and expressed profound gratitude towards Gu Chun, fully aware that without him, the broadcast might not have continued. After exchanging a few words, Gu Chun exited the scene. Yet, despite his departure, the live stream's popularity surged remarkably. The previous extravagant display had attracted a plethora of viewers. Wow. I never anticipated that such a profound mindset could belong to a tycoon. Is it possible to be so wealthy without such depth of thought? Though I may not possess the same fortune as the illustrious Gu Chun, I can still contribute a small token of appreciation. The online audience, witnessing Gu Chun's previous lavish generosity, erupted in excitement, showering the broadcast with gifts in hopes of aiding children in impoverished mountainous regions. Gu Chun's actions garnered widespread attention, portraying him as not only wealthy but also compassionate, earning him the admiration of many. Numerous streamers, upon learning that Gu Chun had donated over $1 million within a single hour, felt a surge of envy and eagerly sought to connect with him, hoping to align themselves with such a benevolent benefactor. At this moment, Gu Chun received a notification on his phone. Congratulations. The user has completed the activity. Total expenditure, 1.03 million. A cashback of 100 million has been credited to your bank account. Please check. Upon reading this, Gu Chun felt a wave of exhilaration. He had indeed received a staggering sum. Dear Mr. Gu, your account has received a transfer today. Current balance, 138,974, 306 yuan. Shortly thereafter, his bank account sent another notification. I achieved a minor goal in just 1 hour. Gu Chun couldn't help but smile broadly. Just then, a knock echoed at his office door. Come in. The visitor was none other than Chu Sini. What brings you here? Gu Chun asked, momentarily taken aback. This was perhaps the busiest time for her. I've come to report to the board. Chu Sini cast a complex glance at Gu Chun. Witnessing this transformation felt surreal. Her former classmate had ascended to become her superior. Is there something that requires my decision? Gu Chun asked nonchalantly. It's regarding Tianhe Group. Chu Sini's teeth clenched in anger, clearly still seething over the past actions of Tianhe Group. Gu Chun was momentarily at a loss for words, recognizing that without them, he would not have been able to acquire the Chu Corporation. I just spoke with General Manager Jiang to understand the situation. Our Taiyu is exponentially more renowned internationally than Tianhe, so I propose we target their raw materials. Before Gu Chun could respond, she continued. My investigation indicates that international suppliers have more trust in Taiyu. Additionally, as we are undergoing a transformation, we require a substantial amount of raw materials, which will also allow us to capture market share and expand our influence. She then looked at Gu Chun with eager anticipation. Gu Chun chuckled softly. Contemplating her proposal, her assessment was indeed valid. Previously, their group had little need for raw materials, hence their indifference. However, now that they were transitioning, the necessity for raw materials was undeniable. He believed that outmaneuvering Tianhe Group was certainly a factor. All right, you have full authority over this matter. Gu Chun decided to delegate the responsibility to her. Yes, thank you, Chairman. Chu Sini exclaimed joyfully before striding confidently out of the office. She handled matters with remarkable efficiency. That girl. Gu Chun shook his head, then turned his attention to the plethora of documents that required his signature. As time passed, the workday came to a close. As the leader of the group, he could not be the first to leave. Thus, Gu Chun punctually exited the company. Others followed suit. And one must admit that the work environment in large corporations is relatively humane. As long as one completed their tasks, they were free to leave on time, with overtime being compensated. Gu Chun smoothly drove his sports car out of the parking lot. Wow, a supercar. Whose car is that? So cool. I haven't heard of anyone driving a sports car to work. Not even General Manager Jiang. Could it be the chairman? As employees emerged from the building, they immediately began discussing the sports car that had just emerged from the underground parking lot, their envy palpable. Female staff members displayed expressions of infatuation. Chairman Gu Chun, young and handsome, with a net worth in the billions, was indeed their ideal man. Upon returning home, Gu Chun felt a wave of boredom wash over him, prompting him to embark on a gaming spree. He opened the game, entering the familiar interface. Nostalgia enveloped him. It had been a year since he last played. Once a master in the game, he found himself demoted to platinum rank. Without further ado, he dove into ranked matches, embarking on a winning streak, dominating each match as the MVP. The prowess of a master was simply unstoppable in the Platinum League. As he glanced at his watch, he realized it was already past midnight. I can't believe I've played for so long. After stretching his neck, he exited the game. A bit of entertainment was sufficient. There was no need to overindulge. Recalling that the day's activities had reset, he opened Taobao, hopeful that his previous streak of luck might continue. allowing him to draw an exceptional item. Congratulations. The user has won a 1 yuan voucher redeemable at Huatian Grand Hotel. Gu Chen stared at the notification in disbelief, then erupted with joy. Could it be that I have stumbled upon a secret? Is it necessary to play a few games before winning a prize? Huatian Grand Hotel, renowned as a 5-star establishment in Huahai City, eclipsing even the Sheraton in prestige, hosted an array of business magnates and international tycoons. Such invisible resources were invaluable. Tomorrow happens to be the class reunion. How fortuitous. Gu Chen suddenly remembered that the gathering would indeed be held at Huatian Grand Hotel. A knowing smile crept across his face, realizing that despite his aversion to showing off, this peculiar Taobao experience seemed intent on compelling him to do just that. Such is the irony of life. The night passed uneventfully, and Gu Chen awoke early. After attending to his personal hygiene, he set off in his vehicle towards Huatian Grand Hotel. Following the navigation, an hour later, his sports car came to a smooth halt in front of the hotel. Admiring the opulence of the establishment, Gu Chen felt thoroughly satisfied. It was indeed a premier 5-star hotel. Upon stepping out and entering the lobby, he was greeted by a resplendent and grandiose space. The interior decor was exquisite, with rows of bookshelves displaying numerous artworks and classical literature, infusing the modern luxury of the lobby with a touch of elegance, evoking a sense of noble quality. Gu Chen couldn't help but nod in approval. The facilities were undeniably impressive. Hello, sir. Are you checking in, or? The sweet voice of the front desk attendant interrupted his thoughts. Hello. I'm here to meet someone. Gu Chen replied, acknowledging the excellent service. Very well, sir. You may wait for your acquaintance in the designated leisure area over there. The front desk staff offered a considerate suggestion, displaying no hint of dissatisfaction. Thank you. Gu Chen made his way to the comfortable sofa across the room and pulled out his phone to make a call. The call was made by Taobao last night, presumably from the hotel manager. After a few rings, the call connected, and a deep, resonant voice came through. Hello? Is this Gu Chen? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen could distinctly perceive a pause on the other end. I am Gan Yuan. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Gu. I did not expect you to arrive so early. Please bear with me for a moment. I am still in Ning City, but I will be there shortly. The voice on the other end hesitated slightly before hastily continuing. Gan, that surname is rather intriguing. However, what are you doing in Ning City? Shouldn't you be at work? Gu Chen furrowed his brow at this thought. Mr. Gu, please give me 30 minutes. I will be there shortly. I am truly sorry. Hearing Gu Chen's silence, he assumed it was due to dissatisfaction and immediately expressed his apologies. Regarding Gu Chen's acquisition of his hotel, he felt nothing but gratitude. Those who could afford a hotel naturally possessed significant resources. He also owned another company. Unfortunately, his company was recently experiencing a cash flow crisis, leading to an impending bankruptcy. In less than a month, he would face either insolvency or imprisonment. Selling a 5-star hotel was no trivial matter. It required a substantial amount of cash, which was beyond the reach of most individuals. Furthermore, rumors circulated, and no one dared to take over his hotel, often offering prices that were exceedingly low. Just as despair began to envelop him, a man claiming to be Gu Chen suddenly appeared, expressing interest in acquiring his hotel for an exorbitant price, thereby alleviating his financial shortfall and resurrecting his company. This gesture was akin to a life-saving grace in his dire situation, evoking profound gratitude within him. It's quite all right. Take your time, no need to rush. Gu Chen, unaware of the other party's identity, assumed he was merely the hotel manager and was curious to see what he would say next. After ending the call, Gu Chen settled into the lobby, primarily surveying the environment and facilities. He had to admit, they were indeed impressive. Both the software and hardware were top-notch. Suddenly, he noticed a woman in uniform approaching, addressed as Manager Liu by the front desk, which left him momentarily astonished. She is the manager? Then what is Gan Yuan's role? Gu Chen found himself perplexed. As he watched her take the elevator, he hurried to the front desk. Was that person your manager? Gu Chen couldn't help but inquire. Yes. That was our hotel's general manager. Why, sir, do you find our manager attractive? The receptionist smiled at Gu Chen, misinterpreting his curiosity. Gu Chen was taken aback. Attractive? He had not particularly noticed. Sir, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best to give up. Our manager has never shown any interest in any male. Seeing Gu Chen's expression, she assumed he was embarrassed by her comment and quickly added her counsel, likely influenced by his handsome appearance. By the way, has the person you are waiting for arrived? Not yet. He said he would be here in half an hour. Gu Chen shook his head and returned to the sofa. Less than 30 minutes had passed, only about 25, when Gan Yuan rushed in, drenched in sweat. Although Gu Chen had told him not to hurry, he was clearly anxious. Having arrived at the hotel in a state of urgency, he had journeyed from Ning City, a neighboring city not far from Huahai, typically a half-hour trip. Mr. Gan. The front desk staff tensed up and called out nervously. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun turned to see a well-groomed, middle-aged man entering. "Are you Mr. Gu Chun?" Gan Yuan, scanning the room, noticed Gu Chun seated in the lounge area and hurried over to inquire. Though Gu Chun appeared quite youthful, capable individuals seldom concern themselves with age. Gu Chun smiled at the weary Gan Yuan and replied, "Mr. Gan?" Realizing that the other man was indeed the hotel owner, Gu Chun understood the gravity of the situation. "I apologize for keeping you waiting, Mr. Gu," Gan Yuan said, adopting a humble demeanor, which puzzled Gu Chun. He was unaware of the dynamics at play. "I merely purchased his hotel. Why is he treating me so courteously? Could it be due to my charm?" At this thought, Gu Chun shuddered, feeling a chill. "Mr. Gu, let us now tour our hotel. If it weren't for my company's issues, I would never consider selling it." Gan Yuan began to explain the hotel situation to Gu Chun. "All right," Gu Chun nodded. Upon reaching the front desk, Gan Yuan introduced, "Xiao Qian, allow me to present our new owner, Mr. Gu Chun." Hello, Mr. Gu." The receptionist was momentarily flabbergasted to discover that this handsome young man was her new boss, causing her to stutter. "Hello," Gu Chun greeted with a smile, feeling favorably inclined towards the receptionist, not in a romantic sense, but rather in a professional admiration. "By the way, where's Manager Liu?" Gan Yuan inquired of the front desk. "Manager Liu just went upstairs," the receptionist replied candidly. Although Gan Yuan would no longer be their boss, he had always treated them well. "Inform Manager Liu that there will be a meeting in the conference room for everyone." After addressing the front desk, he turned to Gu Chun and said, "Mr. Gu, please." "Certainly." Gu Chun took the lead without hesitation. 10 minutes later, in the conference room of Huatian Grand Hotel, over 100 individuals filled the space. The front row was occupied by the management team, with the first seat taken by Manager Liu Ying, who had previously met Gu Chun. As the attendees entered, all eyes were drawn to the front of the room. Suddenly, the main door swung open, and two figures stepped inside. The first was not the familiar Gan Yuan, but rather a young man. Their collective confusion was palpable. Who was this young man? Why was he walking in front of the boss? What gave him the right to sit in the boss's seat? Only Liu Ying knew the truth, and she too was mildly curious about her new superior. Despite their intense curiosity, no one dared to voice their questions, and the room fell into a hushed silence. After a moment, Gan Yuan, looking at the familiar faces, felt a tinge of sadness, having worked alongside many of them for years. Ahem. He cleared his throat, pulling their attention back. "Ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of today's meeting is to inform you that I have sold Huatian Grand Hotel to this gentleman, Mr. Gu Chun. From this day forth, Mr. Gu shall be your new boss." As his words echoed through the room, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. They had received no prior notice. It was all so sudden. They could not comprehend why Gan Yuan would sell a thriving hotel. Having observed the crowd's reaction, Gan Yuan felt a mix of nostalgia and regret. "Hello, Mr. Gu." However, they quickly regained their composure. Gu Chun nodded, signaling everyone to take a seat. Curiosity enveloped the room as they scrutinized Gu Chun, discovering that the new proprietor was not only youthful but also exceedingly handsome. Owning such a grand hotel undoubtedly indicated immense wealth. He was the very archetype of a male protagonist from an urban romance novel. Compared to the previous general manager, Gan Yuan, Gu Chun was nothing short of perfection. Most of them harbored little sentiment for Gan Yuan, not out of cruelty, but simply due to the nature of their employment. After all, it was merely a change of boss, which did not significantly impact their lives. Thus, Gu Chun's striking appearance left a profound impression on them. Subsequently, Gan Yuan relinquished the stage to Gu Chun, having said all that needed to be said. From this moment forth, the Huatian Grand Hotel would belong to Gu Chun. "Ladies and gentlemen, I shall be direct. Everything will remain as it was. The reward system will not be affected in any way. After all, I have only just taken over this establishment and am not yet familiar with all of you. Therefore, in the coming period, I shall closely observe your work attitudes. Those who demonstrate a commendable work ethic will not only see their salaries remain unaffected, but will also experience an increase." Gu Chun surveyed the room and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, the collective sigh of relief was palpable. As long as the salary and reward system remained intact, even if the sky were to fall, it would bear no consequence for them. That is all I have to say for now. The meeting is adjourned. The management team, please stay behind to brief me on the hotel's operations. With that, over 100 individuals dispersed, leaving around 10 to continue the meeting. The spacious conference room now felt somewhat desolate. At this moment, a woman in her 30s, seated closest to Gu Chun, stood up. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Liu Ying, the general manager of the hotel. I will provide you with a comprehensive introduction to all matters concerning the hotel." Unbeknownst to Liu Ying, Gu Chun had previously encountered her, and she greeted him with a professional smile. Gu Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Having just taken the reins, he possessed only a vague understanding of the establishment, making Liu Ying's detailed introduction all the more valuable. She proceeded to elaborate on the hotel's operational model and various tasks, leaving no detail unaddressed. Gu Chen was astounded by her capability. He had not anticipated Lu Ying's proficiency to be so exceptional, as she recalled every minute detail concerning the hotel. Regarding the future direction of the hotel, the challenges it faced, and potential solutions, Lu Ying consistently offered insightful perspectives. Even Gu Chen found himself secretly impressed, for he could not conceive of a better approach than hers. It is worth noting that Gu Chen was not uninformed. As a graduate of a prestigious institution, he was far from lacking in knowledge. Noticing Gu Chen's gaze linger on Lu Ying's face, Gan Yuan leaned in and whispered in Gu Chen's ear, "Lu Ying, 31, is a top graduate from the business school of Stanford University. Her abilities are beyond reproach. She has been managing this hotel all along. What? Do you have thoughts about her?" Gu Chen's lips twitched in exasperation as he shot Gan Yuan a look, shaking his head. This old rascal. No wonder he behaved like that at the hotel reception. The problem lay here. Mr. Gu, if you have intentions towards her, it may prove somewhat challenging. It is impossible to exert your influence over her, given her undeniable competence. She could find opportunities anywhere, and she carries herself with grace. Frankly, it is beyond my capabilities. It all depends on your strategy. Gan Yuan assumed Gu Chen was merely feeling shy. Gu Chen, however, had grown tired of Gan Yuan's antics. Initially, he had expected someone who could afford a grand hotel to be exceedingly serious, yet he was surprised. Suppressing his inner thoughts, he earnestly listened to Lu Ying's presentation. The meeting then progressed normally, with everyone expressing their opinions. Lu Ying adeptly provided insightful suggestions to every issue and proposal regarding the hotel. Gu Chen nodded in agreement. As he could not conceive of a more effective strategy, he felt a surge of happiness, realizing that Lu Ying's capabilities extended far beyond mere hotel management. A fortunate stroke of luck for him. Time passed gradually, and various issues were continuously resolved. Outside, the sky darkened with the approach of evening. Chapter 27. The students speak so sweetly. Due to the meeting, Gu Chen had set his phone to silent mode. Thus he remained oblivious to the barrage of messages flooding in. Ding Rue. Gu Chen, the time is drawing near. When will you arrive? Ding Rue. Gu Chen. I have already arrived. Where are you? Ding Rue. Gu Chen. Where are you? Everyone is here waiting for you. The messages were not solely from Ding Rue. In the Haida Management Class Gathering Group, Class Secretary Xie Kai. Gu Chen, you are the only one missing. Are you lost again? Wang Feng. Gu Chen. It has been ages since we heard from you. Ding Rue mentioned you would come. Everyone is excited. You aren't bailing on us, are you? Tang Lin. Come on. We are all classmates. You wouldn't leave us hanging, would you? Ding Rue had added Gu Chen to this group, so he was being bombarded with messages. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, nearly 20 classmates had gathered in front of the Huatian Grand Hotel. Upon seeing familiar faces, they eagerly reminisced, as if they were back in their school days. The others who could not attend were not from Huahai. Ding Rue occasionally glanced at his phone, noticing that Gu Chen still had not responded. At this moment, the organizer of the gathering, Class Secretary Xie Kai, approached slowly. Upon spotting him, one person waved their hand excitedly. "Kai Ge, over here." The crowd greeted him warmly, having long since matured beyond their naive school days. Understanding that Xie Kai came from a family that owned a business which might one day require their assistance. Only Ding Rue remained aloof, snorting derisively at everyone's flattery towards Xie Kai without uttering a word. "Haha, it has been so long since we last met," Xie Kai exclaimed joyfully. He scanned the crowd, but his expression darkened slightly when he realized Gu Chen was absent. "Where's Gu Gu? Wasn't he supposed to come today?" he inquired, turning to Ding Rue. I met Gu Chen a couple of days ago, and he said he would be here," Ding Rue explained, noting the curious glances from the other classmates. "Let us wait a bit longer. It has been ages since we last saw Gu Chen. This is a perfect opportunity." He had a decent rapport with Gu Chen, though Gu Chen was far more popular in school. Observing the classmates' attitudes towards himself brought a sense of satisfaction. The group then noticed two figures approaching. "Class monitor? You finally made it," someone with keen eyesight shouted. The crowd turned to see two figures emerging from the underground parking lot. It was their class monitor, Lu Yu, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman. "Hello, everyone," Lu Yu greeted cheerfully. "Hello, class monitor." They soon became aware of the middle-aged man beside Lu Yu and were filled with curiosity. If Gu Chen were present, he would certainly recognize him. It was none other than Li Kuan. "Ahem. Greetings, fellow classmates. I am Li Kuan, Lu Yu's boyfriend," Li Kuan exclaimed warmly to the gathering. Originally, he had no intention of attending, but upon hearing that Gu Chen would be present, he promptly changed his mind. For this was a rare opportunity to interact closely with Gu Chen. As he learned the location of the gathering, his enthusiasm intensified. He was astonished to discover that Lu Yu's classmates were not to be underestimated. as securing a reservation at the Huatian Grand Hotel was not merely a matter of wealth. Like him, despite being worth millions, he felt inadequate in the presence of Huatian. In an instant, the expressions of the crowd shifted. They had not anticipated that their former class monitor would choose a boyfriend old enough to be their father. This must be Xie Kai. Who could have imagined he would be so handsome? Li Kuan, of course, noticed the gazes directed at him, yet he remained unperturbed, immediately identifying the center of attention. Xie Kai? He knew that this was the individual who had reserved a private room at the Huatian Hotel, surely indicating a noteworthy status. Ah, congratulations to the monitor for finding such a considerate older gentleman, Xie Kai remarked, sensing the atmosphere was slightly off. May I inquire about Mr. Li's profession? Noticing the silence from the crowd, Xie Kai continued, compared to you all, my small business barely sustains me. Li Kuan chuckled amiably. The collective gaze of the onlookers settled on Lu Yu, perplexed as to why she would choose someone so much older. Lu Yu merely pursed her lips in silence. In a year, I might earn around 1 to 2 million, he stated nonchalantly, eliciting a notable shift in the crowd's demeanor as they finally comprehended why the monitor had chosen someone nearly twice her age. Reactions ranged from disdain to disgust, confusion, disappointment, and envy. Haha, if Mr. Li is merely scraping by, then what does that make us? Xie Kai quipped, prompting the crowd to lighten up. All right, since Gu Chen hasn't arrived yet, let us head inside and wait. It's rather awkward standing at the entrance, Xie Kai suggested. The other students readily agreed yes. Perhaps Gu Chen will arrive shortly. Ding Rue observed the scene and opted not to voice any further objections. After all, it was unreasonable for everyone to linger here solely for Gu Chen. Who knew what he was up to? He wasn't even responding to messages or calls. However, Xie Kai, you truly are impressive for managing to secure a private room, someone remarked. I've heard that reservations here are exceedingly difficult to obtain. Who would have thought I'd one day dine in such a place? Truly, you live up to your reputation, Brother Kai. The group praised Xie Kai as they walked. Oh, it's merely Uncle Gon showing me favor, thanks to my father's connections. Xie Kai feigned modesty. He had hoped that his words would elevate his status, not realizing that none of his peers recognized the owner of Huatian Grand Hotel, leaving him feeling quite vexed. If I'm not mistaken, the owner of Huatian Grand Hotel must be surnamed Gon. I never imagined that Xie Kai's family had such extensive connections. Li Kuan, trailing behind, suddenly brightened at this realization. He hadn't expected Xie Kai to know Gon Yuan, a well-known entrepreneur in Huahai City. Mr. Li, do you know him? Xie Kai inquired eagerly. Naturally, one must have someone to support them, otherwise, it would lose its charm. You jest, Xie. He is a big boss. Far beyond the likes of us. Li Kuan replied, self-deprecatingly. Wow, I never knew our class secretary had such clout, even knowing a 5-star hotel owner. Brother Kai, you truly are remarkable. The flattery from his classmates made Xie Kai feel elated. You are too kind. It's merely my father's network. I don't possess such capabilities. In truth, Xie Kai was exaggerating. His father had met Gon Yuan a few times at various events and merely wished to know him better. The reservation was simply made through a hotel manager, a detail he was wise enough to keep to himself. Upon entering the lobby, the group was immediately awestruck by the opulent decor of the hotel. Xie Kai was no exception. Despite having visited multiple times, he remained utterly astonished. Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation? A charming attendant approached with a smile. Yes. Xie Kai, he replied, nodding. After the attendant confirmed their reservation on the lobby computer, she smiled and led the way. Certainly. Mr. Xie, please follow me. The group followed, taking in their surroundings. This decor, it's simply exquisite, truly befitting a 5-star hotel. After tonight, I'll have plenty of material for my social media. Do we resemble Lu Lao Lao entering a garden, looking like we've never seen such splendor? Someone chuckled. Haha, whether we look like that is uncertain, but you certainly do. They teased. The laughter continued as Lu Yu and Ding Rue brought up the rear, equally astonished, though they remained silent. Ding Rue, however, was internally cursing, thinking, damn. This place is so luxurious. The expenses must be astronomical. Even if a wealthy person covers half, it still costs a fortune. I wonder if I have enough money. Suddenly, distracted by his thoughts, Ding Rue bumped into someone. Ouch! Who is that? Why aren't you moving? He rubbed his nose in discomfort. Looking up, he found himself face to face with Lu Yu's boyfriend, Li Kuan. Yet Li Kuan didn't respond. His gaze was fixated on something to the right, following his line of sight. Ding Rue was taken aback. Gu Chen, why didn't he notify me he was coming? I worried for nothing. He grumbled, noting the unfamiliar figure beside Gu Chen. Li Kuan, however, was in a state of shock, feeling it was entirely reasonable. Gon Yuan, the owner of Huatian Grand Hotel, is right next to Gu Chen. Laughing and chatting, it's unbelievable. Yet, upon recalling that Gu Chen owned the Yue Plaza, a non-saleable office building, it seemed rather fitting. Meanwhile, after concluding a meeting in the conference room, Gan Yuan expressed his desire to leave, prompting Gu Chun to escort him out. Mr. Gu, I trust you with the hotel, Gan Yuan remarked, acknowledging the young man's wealth and remarkable capabilities. Not at all. It's merely a matter of you exerting yourself, Mr. Gan. I look forward to your future visits. Gu Chun replied with a modest smile. Following behind, Lu Ying remained silent, her demeanor reserved. Despite her exceptional talents and cool personality, she was astute enough to recognize her role in the conversation between the influential figures. Great. I will definitely return. Should you need assistance, Mr. Gu, do not hesitate to ask. I shall not decline within my capacity, Gan Yuan said earnestly. Gu Chun could discern that Gan Yuan's words were sincere, not mere pleasantries. Although he was uncertain why Gan Yuan felt this way, he smiled in response. All right. I shall certainly trouble you then. Not at all. Call me if you need anything. The three made their way to the lobby. Well then, Mr. Gu, this is where I take my leave. Gan Yuan paused to address Gu Chun. Upon hearing this, Gu Chun nodded, understood. Safe travels, Mr. Gan. Lu Ying, who had been quiet for some time, also spoke softly. Safe travels, Mr. Gan. Currently, the proprietor of this hotel is Mr. Gu, and I am no longer your Mr. Gan. Gan Yuan remarked with a smile. Lu Ying was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a wistful smile. Safe travels, Mr. Gan. After all, working under Gan Yuan had been quite comfortable for her. She was indeed talented. Yet she also required a stage to showcase her abilities. Since Mr. Gan entrusted the hotel to her, he granted her considerable authority, which instilled a profound respect for Gan Yuan in her heart. Gan Yuan nodded pensively, his gaze sweeping the room with a complex expression before he turned and departed without a backward glance. At that moment, Gu Chun caught sight of Li Kuan and was momentarily surprised. What was he doing here? His astonishment grew as he also noticed Ding Rue and Lu Yu, along with many familiar faces. It suddenly dawned on him that today seemed to be their class reunion. Under the curious gaze of Lu Ying, he exchanged a few words and then stepped away from the scene. Observing Ding Rue, he couldn't help but smile wryly as he pulled out his phone. Indeed, there were numerous missed calls and 99 unread messages. Gu Chun, when did you arrive? Ding Rue's booming voice resonated throughout the hall, causing the classmates in front to turn around. Upon seeing the exceptionally charismatic Gu Chun, a wave of excitement swept through the crowd. Gu Chun, when did you get here? It's truly a rarity to see you, they exclaimed, marveling at their once celebrated school heartthrob. Where have you been this past year? You didn't even show up for graduation photos. Instantly, the classmates transformed into a barrage of inquiries, surrounding Gu Chun with questions, their enthusiasm far surpassing that during Xie Kai's arrival. Long time no see, everyone. Gu Chun responded with a smile. Xie Kai, witnessing Gu Chun's popularity, felt a shift in his demeanor. He hadn't anticipated that Gu Chun would steal the spotlight upon his arrival, stirring a deep sense of jealousy within him. However, he quickly regained his composure and feigned familiarity. Gu, you've really kept us in suspense. Completely vanished for a year. If it weren't for Ding Rue, we might never have seen you, he said, acting as if they were the closest of friends. It's been a while, Xie Kai? Gu Chun replied. Once Xie Kai noticed that all attention had shifted to him, he announced, all right, everyone, let us head to the private room first. We can talk more there. Yes, let us eat first, and we can chat later, chimed in another classmate besides Xie Kai. Gu Chun, did you know? Xie Kai has been a tremendous help. If it weren't for him, how could we have the chance to dine here? Another classmate praised Xie Kai. Satisfied, Xie Kai cast a pleased glance at the two. Although he lacked Gu Chun's fame, he had indeed brought benefits to his classmates, an advantage Gu Chun couldn't claim. Moreover, they were now in the real world, no longer in school. The dynamics of school did not apply to society, and he felt confident he could redirect everyone's enthusiasm towards himself that evening. After all, a class reunion was about enjoying the admiration of peers, wasn't it? As for Gu Chun, though he knew Gu Chun came from a wealthy family, it hardly mattered to him at that moment. As a native of Huahai, he held a disdain for outsiders, regardless of their wealth. Oh, it seems I owe a great debt of gratitude to Kai. Gu Chun was fully aware of the underlying motives of the group, yet he remained unfazed. Only Li Kuan shook his head disdainfully, the previous scene still vivid in his mind. Hello, Gu classmate. He quickly approached Gu Chun, seeking to assert his presence. Hello. Gu Chun nodded, also acknowledging Lu Yu. By this time, the group had reached the second floor. The server leading the way felt a wave of nervousness upon seeing Gu Chun and was about to greet him when he stopped her with a glance. Thus, she treated the group with even greater enthusiasm. Suddenly, a crackling voice emanated from her earpiece. After listening for a moment, she resumed her demeanor. But instead of leading them to the planned private room, she veered towards an even more luxurious suite at the end of the second floor. The classmates assumed it was part of Xie Kai's arrangement and followed without question. Only Xie Kai's expression shifted. He was unsure of what had transpired. He knew that such a room was not easily booked, even by his father, let alone by him. However, noticing the expressions of his classmates, he concealed his surprise, content to bask in their flattery. Tycoon, however, observed Gu Chen's inscrutable expression and quickly deduced the truth. This was all part of Gu Chen's design. The room's decor was even more opulent than that of the hall, adorned with dazzling chandeliers. And the walls featured exquisite traditional ink paintings that lent a layered depth to the space. The lavish, solid Wangwali wood table was complemented by a miniature landscape fountain, with light streaming in from the windows creating a visually pleasing pattern, together with other embellishments. The room felt like a step back into a grand tavern from a millennium ago, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Don't be shy. Siakai finally snapped back to reality and assumed the role of host. Yet, the group remained somewhat reserved. Gu Chen scanned the room, casually pulled out a chair, and sat down, with Ding Rue following suit. Tycoon, meanwhile, urged Lu Yu to sit beside Gu Chen. Only then did the others take their seats. Who would have thought, Siakai, that you have such clout, able to secure a room like this? Exclaimed one classmate. Absolutely. Kai Gu is the best. Impressive. As soon as they settled in, the classmates began to express their excitement, lavishing praise upon Siakai. His smile stretched from ear to ear. Let us keep it low-key. Siakai waved his hand, feigning nonchalance. Gu Chen, watching this unfold, was momentarily taken aback, but then he chose not to interrupt. If Siakai enjoyed playing the part, let him be. By the way, Gu Chen, it's been ages since we've seen you. What happened this past year? You seem to have vanished. Siakai remarked, his gaze landing on Gu Chen, a hint of irritation flickering within him. As expected, following his words, the remaining classmates turned their attention to Gu Chen. Yes, Chen Gu, what has been going on? You even left the class group? Share with us, perhaps we can help. They began to chatter, their concern evident. Gu Chen felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. However, with so many questions, he was at a loss as to which one to address first. All right, everyone. Let us eat first. I imagine you must be hungry by now, Gu Chen suggested. The group nodded in agreement, having reached a consensus. Especially since many had not eaten since lunch, knowing a grand dinner awaited them. Gu Chen then pressed the service bell, navigating the situation with ease. Watching Gu Chen engage with their classmates, Siakai felt a wave of frustration. Who had organized this gathering? Who had arranged the private room? After a few minutes, the door to the room swung open with a thud. A finely dressed woman entered first, holding a beautifully crafted menu. In an instant, the eyes of all the young men in the room widened in astonishment, including Siakai, who was left utterly dumbfounded. Could it be that even the waitstaff here were so breathtakingly beautiful? Meanwhile, the young women were consumed with envy at the woman's exquisite appearance. Welcome everyone to the Huatian Grand Hotel. I hope you all feel at home. The woman spoke joyfully, her voice as melodious as the song of a golden oriole, while she extended the menu in her hand. This was none other than Lu Ying, the general manager who had recently parted ways with Gu Chen. If everyone knew that they were being served by the manager of a five-star hotel, they would surely be astounded. Such a role was certainly not one she should be fulfilling. However, today marked the first meal of her boss, so she took it upon herself to provide service personally. At that moment, Siakai seemed to seize an opportunity, eagerly picking up the menu to place an order. After all, this was where he could outshine Gu Chen. Yet, as his eyes skimmed the menu, he was taken aback, nearly dropping the menu from his grasp. Siakai, what's wrong? His unusual reaction naturally drew the attention of those nearby. It's nothing. Siakai quickly recovered, maintaining an impassive expression, though his heart was bleeding. Why? Because during the previous gathering, he had boasted that he would cover half of the expenses for this outing. He had thought it would be a splendid opportunity to show off, believing that no matter how much one could eat, it wouldn't amount to much. However, he never anticipated that the room assignment would be mistaken, and now he was filled with regret. He knew well that the prices of dishes differed significantly between rooms. Nonetheless, at this juncture, he could only grit his teeth and proceed to order. Seeing the expression on Siakai's face, Gu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. This was the consequence of showing off. After Siakai ordered a few dishes, he handed the menu to a classmate nearby. Wow, this is so expensive, the classmate exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment upon seeing the prices. Several others quickly gathered to take a look, each expressing their own gasp of disbelief. After all, most of them hailed from ordinary families and were recent graduates. How much worldly experience could they possibly have? Had it not been for Siakai's claim that he would cover half the expenses, they would never have dared to gather here. They had initially thought that with so many people splitting the costs, it wouldn't amount to much, but now they realized this was far from sufficient. Standing aside, Lu Ying couldn't help but twitch her lips. Is this expensive? Just so you know, the price of this private room hasn't even been factored in. If you were to order everything on the menu, it still wouldn't surpass half the cost of the room. Yet, Being young, they gritted their teeth and began to order. They resigned themselves to eating instant noodles for the next month. When the menu was passed to Gu Chen, he noticed that everyone had only selected relatively inexpensive dishes. And he shook his head with a smile. With a grand gesture, he disregarded the prices and ordered several lavish dishes. Ding Rue, watching nearby, felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. All right, that's enough. We can always order more if needed. He closed the menu and handed it to Lu Ying, who smiled slightly before departing the room. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open once more, but it was not Lu Ying who entered, but a young man. Upon seeing him, Xia Kai's face lit up. Zhang, it's you. The young man, bearing a respectful expression, looked momentarily stunned before exclaiming in surprise. His name was Zhang Yuan, the lobby manager of the Huatian Grand Hotel. Typically tasked with serving VIP rooms, he had received word that guests were dining in the Supreme Mogul room and had come to provide service, only to encounter someone familiar. Xia Kai, what are you doing here? He asked, incredulous. Previously, Xia Kai had merely asked him to book an ordinary room. Yet now he found himself in a VIP suite, which was hard to believe. Didn't you arrange this for me, Zhang? Xia Kai asked, surprised and smiling. Me? Zhang Yuan responded, wearing a look that suggested disbelief. No, this is not something I can arrange. He quickly shook his head. What? Not you? Xia Kai felt his mind go blank at Zhang Yuan's denial. Then who? The other classmates began to grasp the situation. Their presence here was not orchestrated by Xia Kai, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. Li Kuan, however, wore an expression of realization as he spoke. Everyone should thank Gu Chen. The room fell silent as all eyes turned toward Gu Chen, who remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and self-assured, which only heightened their disbelief. Gu Chen, is it truly you? Chen Gu? You've hidden your wealth quite well. Yes, if you hadn't mentioned it. We would have thought Xia Kai was behind this. Gu Chen, upon hearing this, wore a wry smile, preparing to say something when Zhang Yuan interjected, Gu, is that you? Recognizing Gu Chen, he immediately addressed him with respect, now understanding why they found themselves in a VIP suite. Gu Chen is our hotel's new owner. Zhang Yuan's words left everyone even more puzzled, unable to comprehend the implication. Zhang, what is going on? Xia Kai inquired, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Gu Chen is the new proprietor of our hotel. Upon hearing this, Xia Kai stood there, stupefied, his expression a spectacle to behold. The other classmates shared the same reaction. Mouths agape in disbelief. What had they just heard? Gu Chen was his boss. The Huatian Grand Hotel belonged to Gu Chen? The realization struck them like a cold breeze. This was utterly absurd, especially for Xia Kai, whose face turned crimson, feeling as if he had been slapped. He had no doubt about Zhang Yuan's words. Remembering his earlier bravado, he desperately wished to find a place to hide. After all, what kind of establishment was the Huatian Grand Hotel? It was a renowned five-star hotel in Huahai City. What a staggering value. Moreover, how could someone who owned a five-star hotel not possess significant influence? Wealth alone could not secure such an establishment. Gu Chen had such immense power. After all this time as classmates, he had never realized it. Otherwise, how could he have dared to flaunt himself before Gu Chen? Wow, Gu Chen, you've been awfully discreet. We had no idea you were so wealthy. It's been a struggle to keep up with you. After a lengthy pause, Ding Rue was the first to regain his composure, patting Gu Chen on the shoulder. He had also pieced together why Gu Chen had previously visited Tycoon Group. It was likely a simple matter for someone who could afford a grand hotel to assist him. Incredible. I always thought Xia Kai was the wealthiest in our class, but I never expected it to be you, Chen Gu. Indeed, this is a five-star hotel. How astonishing. They exclaimed. So, we're dining at your home now? Gu Chen, what business does your family run? We thought you were already affluent enough at school. But it turns out you're on a whole different level. The classmates gradually returned to their senses, while Xia Kai remained pale, his expression fraught with complexity. He now felt overshadowed by Gu Chen. Thank goodness he hadn't offended Gu Chen. Otherwise, he feared his father might break his legs. Well, regardless of my wealth, I remain your classmate. Gu Chen observed the expressions of his classmates, filled with envy and astonishment, yet devoid of any other emotions, which somewhat reassured him. By the way, does anyone want a drink? Drink. Tonight, we must make sure you are down for the count. Ding Rue proclaimed loudly, inciting a chorus of agreement from many. Manager Zhang, please make arrangements. Charge it to my account. Gu Chen mentally chastised himself for speaking out of turn, but upon noticing the eager expressions around him, he realized he was likely unable to escape this evening's festivities. All right, Mr. Gu, I will arrange it right away. Zhang Yuan responded with delight, pleased that Gu Chen remembered him, and respectfully exited the room. Mr. Gu is so generous. Chen Gu is amazing. Does the big shot need any accessories? Yes. Accessories are our specialty. Upon hearing that Gu Chen was treating, many classmates began to flaunt their own connections. Gu Chen, with a mock scolding smile, retorted, "Go on. Go on. You lot are more nauseating than I am." Laughter and joyous chatter filled the room as they reminisced about their school days. After a while, an array of dishes began to arrive, and the delightful aromas wafted through the air, instantly tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Typically, the service time at a five-star hotel is not swift, as many items are prepared on-site and require prior reservations. However, with the boss present, they dared not slack off. Soon, Zhang Yuan returned, carrying 2 bottles of fine wine. "Please enjoy." After professionally uncorking the bottles, he placed them on the table and exited the room. "Everyone, don't hold back. Let's begin." Gu Chun, feeling a bit hungry, chuckled as he spoke. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was the first to reach for the dishes. The others followed suit, indulging heartily in the feast while showering praises. As expected of a five-star hotel, the flavors are truly exquisite. Gu Chun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the skill of the chefs at his own hotel. As he surveyed the unfamiliar bottles of wine before him, he casually picked one up and began pouring it into glasses. "Oh dear, how can Mr. Gu pour his own wine? This is quite embarrassing." Ding Rue feigned shock from the side. However, despite his words, his actions revealed otherwise. Gu Chun rolled his eyes, but felt pleased that no one was distancing themselves from him because of his status. The rich aroma of the wine wafting from the glasses even tempted the girls to partake, as it was evident that the wine was priceless. Nearby, Li Kuan lifted his glass, gently swirling it before bringing it to his nose for a deep inhalation, his expression one of rapture. "Mr. Li, your expert movements suggest you are familiar with this wine?" His classmates immediately chimed in. "Quite the coincidence. I happen to recognize this wine. I had the fortune of tasting it once." Li Kuan replied confidently. He understood that Gu Chun was indeed a person of great influence, if he left a good impression. A few casual comments from Gu Chun could lead to substantial gains for him. "This glass in my hand is Romani Conti, and the bottle on the table is Macallan M," Li Kuan stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, even Gu Chun felt a flicker of curiosity. He hadn't anticipated that Li Kuan would know the names of these 2 bottles. Goodness. The price. A classmate quickly checked on their phone, only to be shocked by the exorbitant cost. Ding Rue, equally curious, glanced at the price and gasped in disbelief. Is this the wicked nature of capitalism? How utterly decadent. The atmosphere turned slightly awkward as the classmates realized that, while Gu Chun might not mind the expense, they certainly did. "It's just 2 bottles of wine. Everyone, drink freely." Gu Chun dismissed their concerns, as he had far more expensive wines at home, let alone this. Upon hearing Gu Chun's reassurance, everyone relaxed and began to toast with him. In terms of financial capacity, they could never compete with Gu Chun, so they could only strive to outdrink him at the table, justifying it as gratitude for his generous hospitality. Thus, Gu Chun found himself in a predicament, inundated with various reasons to drink, leaving him dizzy and lightheaded. Eventually, even Xia Kai approached him for a toast, and Gu Chun said nothing, simply clinking glasses and downing it in one go. After a flurry of clinking glasses and toasts, the group began to feel the effects of the alcohol. Most of the girls remained unaffected, merely sporting rosy cheeks, as they had only sampled a sip before abstaining. Hence, they could easily call for rides home. The boys who had overindulged, however, would rest directly at the hotel, which, if nothing else, had plenty of rooms. The others were all called vehicles to return home, leaving only Gu Chun, Ding Rue, Xia Kai, Lu Yu, and Li Kuan. "Gu Tongxue, Lu Yu and I will take our leave." Li Kuan spoke first. "All right, goodbye." Class monitor. Gu Chun nodded in acknowledgement, smiling at Lu Yu. "Goodbye," Lu Yu replied, then headed towards the underground parking lot, watching their retreating figures. The remaining 3 fell into a momentary silence. "All right, everyone else, you may leave. We'll gather again in the future." Gu Chun stood at the door, taking in the cool air as he felt a slight headache coming on. Goodbye, goodbye." Without further ado, Gu Chun summoned a designated driver and departed. "Have you taken care of that matter from last time?" Xia Kai hesitated for a moment before asking. "No need. It's already been resolved." Ding Rue replied without turning back, exiting the hotel. The camaraderie they had nurtured during their university days seemed to evaporate as soon as they stepped into the real world. The initial effects of the red wine were manageable, but as the night progressed, the intoxication grew stronger. Half an hour later, the car smoothly arrived at Tangchini Pin. After the designated driver left, Gu Chun rested in the vehicle for a moment before slowly emerging. "Mr. Gu?" A voice called from behind him, prompting him to turn around. "Chu Zong, why have you had so much to drink again?" Chu Sini had just returned from working overtime at the company and coincidentally ran into Gu Chun. "Class reunion," Gu Chun replied, rubbing his forehead, feeling unwell. "Why have you only just returned?" Chu Sini quickly took a couple of steps forward to support Gu Chun, who comfortably inquired, "You still say that? If it weren't for you, the chairman, Neglecting your duties, would I be arriving home now? She shot him a glance, albeit in good humor, as her mood lifted. Today, she had finally completed the information gathering on Tiana Group and was poised to deliver a decisive blow the following day. However, such significant matters still required reporting to Gu Chen. Mr. Gu? Gu Chen blinked, momentarily taken aback. It's late. You should rest early, he said, shaking off her support and directly entering the elevator of Building A, not looking back and leaving Chu Sinny in a state of disarray. It was only when the elevator doors closed that she stomped her foot in frustration and turned to leave. Back at home, Gu Chen exerted all his energy to take a quick shower before collapsing onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. Truly a master at the art of slumber. He fell asleep in mere seconds. The following morning, the serene brightness of the day was shattered by the persistent ringing of a telephone. However, the first ring failed to rouse Gu Chen from his slumber. It wasn't until the third ring that he stirred, his eyelids fluttering open. A wave of dizziness washed over him, a testament to the hangover that had set in. Gu Chen reclined against the headboard of his bed, gently massaging his temples before accepting the call on his phone. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Gu, are you still asleep at this late hour? Upon hearing the voice, Gu Chen glanced at the contact name, Chu Sinny. Is there something you require, Miss Chu? Open the door. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what she meant. I'm outside your door, Chu Sinny clarified. Realizing the situation, Gu Chen hastily rose to dress and made his way to the entrance. It's truly not easy to reach you. A radiant beauty greeted him with a beaming smile. What brings you here? Oh, I've brought you some hangover congee. Chu Sinny lifted the takeout box in her hand. How did you know I had been drinking? Gu Chen inquired, perplexed. You don't remember last night? Chu Sinny blinked her alluring eyes. Last night. Gu Chen began to recall the events after the gathering. He remembered encountering someone and having a few brief exchanges before departing. Come in and have a seat. Gu Chen then proceeded to wash up. By the way, did you have something to discuss? Sitting at the opulent dining table, Gu Chen savored the delicious congee as he spoke. What? Am I not allowed to deliver breakfast to my boss without a reason? Chu Sinny shot him a playful glance. All right, of course you can. But now that you've delivered it, you ought to head to work. Be cautious not to be late and have your salary docked. Gu Chen shrugged. Well, actually, I came to report on work matters to you. Chu Sinny's voice faltered for a moment. Then she gazed intently at Gu Chen for several seconds before averting her eyes. I have completed negotiations with all the suppliers for raw materials in the international market. Once the official documents arrive, we can proceed. You can take full responsibility for this matter, Gu Chen stated decisively. Great. Goodbye, Mr. Gu. Chu Sinny exclaimed joyfully, immediately standing up to leave without a moment's hesitation, leaving Gu Chen momentarily astonished. Ah, women. Such capricious beings. Wait. Chu Sinny paused, looking back in confusion. From now on, all of the Group S events will be held at the Huatian Grand Hotel. Gu Chen jested. After all, such lucrative opportunities were not to be squandered. Coincidentally, in just a couple of days, they would host a welcoming ceremony at Tycoon Group to foster camaraderie and cooperation between the employees of the previous Chu Corporation and Tycoon. Chu Sinny, perplexed by Gu Chen's intentions, noted that Tycoon Group traditionally collaborated with another grand hotel, so the sudden change was rather unexpected. She then began sipping her congee slowly, disregarding Chu Sinny's curious gaze, and pulled out her phone to check messages. What started as a quick glance turned into an engrossing 30 minutes. Desire is a blade that cuts to the bone, indeed. Gu Chen quickly emerged from his reverie. He had inadvertently opened a video and had become entranced, losing track of time for half an hour. Rushing to wash his bowl, his phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, he found it was the hotel's general manager, Lu Ying. Hello? Is there something you need, Manager Lu? Mr. Gu, I apologize for disturbing you so early. I have something to report. Lu Ying continued. The general manager of Tianqing Entertainment just called, stating they wish to book our hotel for the entire day on September 30th. I see. Manager Lu, you may decide as you see fit. Gu Chen replied after a moment's contemplation. However, they wish only to reserve our Chinese restaurant. But it has already been booked. Lu Ying elaborated. If it's already booked, instruct them to choose another venue. I did mention that. But they offered to pay double the price for the Chinese restaurant. Oh, what makes the Chinese restaurant so special? Gu Chen's interest was piqued. Our hotel's Chinese restaurant is designed to resemble an ancient royal palace. It is not only resplendent, but also symbolizes nobility. Moreover, the chefs are trained in imperial cuisine, authentically recreating the lifestyle of ancient royalty. Huatian became renowned nationwide precisely because of this restaurant. I recall Director Gan mentioning they even hosted a certain esteemed guest. Lu Ying explained. Ah, I see. Gu Chen nodded, realizing he had stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Since they have already made a reservation, we cannot breach the agreement. Gu Chen lamented, feeling the pang of financial loss as he envisioned a substantial sum slipping through his fingers. All right, I will respond to them immediately. Lu Ying understood Gu Chen's intent. By the way, who made the reservation for the Chinese restaurant? Gu Chen inquired curiously. It was booked by the general manager of the Huahai branch of a Yue group. There was a brief pause as Lu Ying seemed to search for information. Is it them? Gu Chen was taken aback. He was somewhat familiar with Yue group, as he owned an office building they occupied, but he had not paid much attention to them beyond that. Gu Chen then spent the next 2 days at home, selecting some necessities. Before he knew it, September 30th arrived. The eagerly anticipated National Day holiday was just around the corner, and Gu Chen decided to host an internal gathering for the group before the break. Notably, Tianqing Entertainment had expressed understanding upon learning that despite offering double the price, they could not secure the Chinese restaurant. As for revenge, was that a jest? Did they have the audacity? Ultimately, they reserved another hall, which, while not as famous as the Chinese restaurant, was still exquisitely decorated. With all 5 halls of Huatian Grand Hotel booked, the booming business was evident. As chairman, Gu Chen naturally donned formal attire, preparing to deliver a speech. Once dressed, he stepped out of his room and took the elevator directly to the hall. As he traversed the gardens towards the underground parking lot, he was met with a cacophony of noise ahead. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how residents of such affluence could create such a ruckus, akin to a bustling marketplace. What is going on? Gu Chen gestured to a property staff member for clarification. Mr. Gu, I sincerely apologize. We will do our utmost to disperse the crowd. The staff member seemed apologetic upon recognizing him. How can there be so many people? Gu Chen inquired, intrigued. It seems that Lu Bin, the popular star residing in Building D, is heading out for an event. The property staff scoffed, showing little respect for the resident. Someone must have leaked the information, as his fanatical fans have converged at his door. The rising star, Lu Bin, was indeed residing in the luxurious Thompson Riviera but unable to afford a purchase. Was renting a unit in Building D, not even able to afford a unit in Building B. Is this truly happening? Gu Chen was taken aback. Aren't these fans jeopardizing their idol's reputation? Such mindless fans seemed utterly oblivious. This place was a gathering of elites. It was hardly a playground for a young star. Indeed, the property staff mentioned receiving numerous complaints throughout the day. It was likely that this young star would soon find himself blacklisted from the premises. Well then, I must witness just how foolish these fans can be, Gu Chen declared, bidding farewell to the property staff as he made his way to the underground parking lot to retrieve his supercar. Just as he prepared to start the engine, a few knocks echoed on his window. Miss Chu, you haven't left yet? As the window was rolled down, it revealed Chu Sinny. Oh right. Would you care to give me a ride? She inquired. Don't you have a car? It broke down. Gu Chen observed the car keys in Chu Sinny's hand, poised to say something, but upon meeting her fierce gaze, he wisely chose silence and opened the car door. Chu Sinny happily took her seat, and soon the engine roared to life as the sports car zoomed out of the parking lot. Upon reaching the entrance, they were met with an impenetrable blockade. What on earth is happening? The passenger, Chu Sinny, was evidently unaware of the situation. A group of fervent fans has gathered to catch a glimpse of their idol. Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. What? At that moment, several security guards were attempting to negotiate with a property manager amidst the chaos, but their efforts seemed futile. Step aside. You gatekeeper. We demand to see our idol. Bin, we adore you. We shall forever support you. We eagerly await your new works. I love you. The fervent fans, numbering perhaps in the dozens, waved support banners and light sticks, completely blocking the entrance. At that juncture, the property manager, Xiao Yuan, rushed over, panting and visibly distressed. He had just endured a harsh reprimand from the board, who insisted he resolve the matter swiftly to restore order. Manager, should we not summon Mr. Liu? Urged a property staff member who had been trying to mediate. He felt reluctant to confront the fans directly, fearing any mishap could lead to dire consequences. As there had been similar incidents in the past where an idol's intervention resulted in the dismissal of a security guard, I had already notified them, but they chose to ignore me. Xiao Yuan exclaimed, having attempted to call for intervention before the situation escalated, but to no avail. Surely, we cannot simply break down the door. The repercussions would be beyond my capacity to bear, especially since I am a public figure. Just as they were at a loss for action, a resounding roar pierced the air, capturing everyone's attention. What kind of car is that? It sounds magnificent. It's a supercar. Only a supercar possesses such a distinctive sound. Could it be Bin arriving? Ah yes, it must be Bin in a sports car. How thrilling. Within moments, the fans blocking the entrance were electrified, clamoring to welcome their idol. Their gaze fixated on a gleaming silver luxury supercar approaching. Whose car is that? One property staff member asked, bewildered. It's Mr. Gu's. Xiao Yuan responded, momentarily stunned before recollecting his deep impression of Gu Chen, and hurriedly dashed toward the sports car. Mr. Gu, is the situation unresolved? My sincerest apologies for your inconvenience. It is our oversight. Xiao Yuan promptly apologized. No, This is not your fault, Gu Chen replied, his expression darkening as he heard the vitriol directed at the security personnel. Was it true that fans today lacked basic civility? Their sharp tongues lashed out, branding an innocent security guard as the gatekeeper. The character of such fans surely reflected poorly on their idol. The indulgence of an idol towards their fans was tantamount to complicity in their misdeeds. As a public figure, he bore the responsibility of guiding his fans towards appropriate conduct. Meanwhile, the fans outside, upon catching a glimpse of Gu Chen within the vehicle, quickly realized he was not their beloved idol. An uproar ensued once more. Not Binbin. You have led me to excitement for nothing. What's going on? Yes. What's the deal with this property management? Where's Binbin? This young man is quite handsome. Could he be a friend of Binbin's? I am no acquaintance of Binbin. I do not even know him. I demand to exit, so please step aside, Gu Chen shouted, honking the horn simultaneously. How dare you speak to us like that? You don't even know Binbin. Several irate fans pointed at Gu Chen, hurling insults. Humph. Is your Binbin renowned? Why should I recognize him? Does he deserve such recognition? Gu Chen was taken aback by the sheer absurdity of their questions, left speechless. Engaging with fools will only diminish your own intellect. He then revved the engine. The thunderous roar of the supercar instantly subdued the crowd's fervor. As the supercar surged forward, the gates of the luxury complex, Tang Chini Pin, began to swing open, though the fans dared not make another move. You dare to hit someone? Hey, is your owner about to run someone over, and you are not doing anything about it? For a moment, they hesitated, resorting to shouting. Humph, you better move aside. Can you afford to pay for any scratches on Mr. Gu's car? The property manager, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of satisfaction. A mere scratch could lead to your financial ruin. Now step aside. You are severely disrupting the order. If you do not leave, we will call the police. He had had enough of these irrational fans. The security personnel shared his sentiments. Humph, with your level of service, it's obvious that Binbin feels unsafe living here. Yes, Binbin will file a complaint against you. Just wait. Although the fans were irrational, they still possessed enough sense to recognize the luxury of the vehicle, realizing it was likely of considerable value. Thus, they reluctantly parted ways, clearing a path. Gu Chen, uninterested in engaging with them further, pressed the accelerator and sped away. Mr. Gu certainly knows how to handle such situations, Xiao Yuan remarked, watching the car's rear. Shortly thereafter, the sound of another sports car echoed, and Xiao Yuan looked up to see the instigator, Lu Bin, arriving. His expression soured immediately. Mr. Lu, please have a word with your fans and ask them to cease this disruption. Lu Bin, however, did not respond to Xiao Yuan. Instead, casting a dark glance in the direction Gu Chen had departed, silently cursing him for ruining his plans. On the road, Gu Chen pondered how such fans still existed in this day and age. I had always thought the rumors online were exaggerated, but reality exceeds the tales. Chu Sini remarked beside him. That Lu Bin is no saint either. He clearly orchestrated this chaos, but he is foolish to create a scene here. He will come to regret it. At this point, all entrances of the Huatian Grand Hotel displayed notices announcing a temporary closure for the day. Gu Chen soon approached one of the entrances, where the security had already memorized his license plate. With expressions of utmost respect, they allowed him through, leaving Chu Sini perplexed. Does this guard seem to know you? She queried. Is there an employee who does not recognize their own employer? Gu Chen replied, unreserved. What? Chu Sini turned to regard Gu Chen's chiseled profile, her lips parting in astonishment. Gu Chen shot her a glance before executing a flawless reverse maneuver into the underground parking lot. Huatian belongs to you. Chu Sini finally regained her composure and hurriedly asked as Gu Chen prepared to exit the vehicle. Did you not already know? Why ask? Gu Chen found himself amused by the charming visage before him, while simultaneously relishing the moment. I recall your previous boss bore the surname Gon. Does that imply your father is also a Gon? Do you take after your mother? Chu Sini, momentarily taken aback, voiced her innermost thoughts. What on earth are you thinking? Gu Chen retorted playfully, ruffling her hair. My father's surname is Gu. I take after him. As for the esteemed Mr. Gon, he was indeed the owner of Huatian, but he sold it to me. Gu Chen elucidated, fearing that the girl might spiral into wild conjectures otherwise. What exactly is your identity? How can you be so affluent? Chu Sini asked curiously, swatting Gu Chen's hand away. Well, since you've inquired so earnestly, I shall no longer feign modesty. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am a second-generation wealthy heir, the sole successor of a hidden aristocratic family, Gu Chen proclaimed with a facade of solemnity, before launching into a whimsical tale. Chu Sini, filled with anticipation, was left utterly bewildered, a dark cloud of confusion hovering above her head as she couldn't help but swing a playful fist at him. You rascal! Why don't you just claim to be a reincarnated celestial emperor? Gu Chen laughed heartily, deftly stepping out of reach of her playful blow. After their light-hearted banter, the two regained their composure and made their way into the grand hall, which had already been adorned by the hotel staff with an atmosphere of festivity and grandeur. Along the way, the staff respectfully greeted him as General Manager Gu, causing Chu Sini's eyes to glimmer with realization. It dawned on her that Gu Chen was indeed the proprietor of Huatian Hotel, explaining his earlier insistence on her choosing Huatian in the future. The soiree was still half an hour away, yet the hall was already abuzz with chatter. Director Gu, President Chu. The crowd parted to create a pathway, collectively exclaiming. Observing the two's approach, they exchanged knowing glances, realizing they could no longer afford to offend Chu Sini, as she was destined to become the chairwoman. Despite her current role as the president of the group, many older individuals held on to their status and felt no fear towards her. But that perception was swiftly changing. Greetings, everyone. Today's theme is to indulge in merriment and enjoyment. There's no need for formalities like Director Gu or President Chu. Gu Chen announced cheerfully as he took the microphone at the podium. No sooner had he spoken than a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the audience. He then relinquished the stage to others, allowing for singing, talent displays, and various hobbies that elevated the atmosphere to a euphoric peak. Sitting in the front row, Gu Chen watched with delight, astonished by the plethora of talent within the company. At that moment, he caught the host's mischievous gaze, sending a shiver down his spine as the implications of it dawned on him. He promptly excused himself from his seat to avoid being called upon to perform. Enjoying the spectacle from below was certainly more comfortable than taking the stage himself. After splashing water on his face in the restroom, he breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping potential embarrassment. However, returning to his seat was out of the question. Who could predict whether he would be summoned again? Thus, he began to explore the hotel, as he had yet to experience it in its entirety. Mr. Gu? Just as he was about to exit after visiting 2 halls, a voice called out to him. Turning around, he recognized the familiar figure. Manager Ma? Gu Chen ventured tentatively. Indeed, it is Mr. Gu. A middle-aged man hurried over, visibly delighted. Gu Chen soon realized it was Manager Ma, who had previously aided him significantly at Iua Plaza. Hello, are you here for the company gathering as well? Yes, Gu Chen nodded. The two engaged in conversation, Gu Chen out of boredom and Manager Ma seeking to establish rapport. They exchanged thoughts, each harboring their own intentions. Mr. Gu, may I inquire if you have any free time? Our General Manager Lu is quite curious about you. Manager Ma suddenly posed. General Manager Lu? He is the General Manager of Huahai City. He is very interested in your acquisition of our Iua Plaza office building. Manager Ma explained. Gu Chen understood the implication but was about to respond when his phone rang. Chapter 32. No one can help. Upon checking, he saw it was the hotel's general manager, Lu Ying. He immediately expressed his apologies and stepped aside to answer the call. Hello? Director Gu, there's been an incident. A panicked voice came through the line. What is the matter, Manager Lu? What has happened? Gu Chen's brow furrowed. Outside the hotel, a throng of fans has gathered, claiming to be supporters of Lu Bin, demanding to meet their idol, severely disrupting order. Upon hearing Lu Ying's words, Gu Chen's expression shifted. Lu Bin? How could he be at our hotel? Gu Chen pondered, perplexed. It seems he is an artist under Tianqing Entertainment, who has reserved a hall for today. Somehow, the fans learned of it and flocked here to catch a glimpse of their idol. Lu Ying continued to explain. Then have Tianqing send someone to handle it. They have. But the situation has escalated. I had previously contacted the general manager of Tianqing Entertainment, and they dispatched Lu Bin himself to resolve the matter. Unexpectedly, once he arrived, he began to accuse our hotel security of assaulting his fans, demanding we provide an explanation. Lu Ying's tone turned stern. Did that security guard actually use force? Gu Chen asked, taken aback by the turn of events. No, I have spoken with that guard, and others can corroborate. He merely blocked the fans from rushing in and did not resort to violence. Lu Ying assured him, knowing Gu Chen would trust his security staff, especially as he had no faith in Lu Bin's words. Gu Chen perceived this situation as a scheme orchestrated by Lu Bin. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, what is Tianqing's response? They stated they would persuade Lu Bin while also hoping we could jointly clarify this misunderstanding. Lu Ying replied, her expression darkening. A misunderstanding, indeed. Gu Chen's anger flared. I am coming over immediately. He hung up the phone, unable to suppress a bitter laugh. What has transpired, Mr. Gu? Noticing Gu Chen's sour expression after the call, Manager Ma could not help but ask. If there is anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask. We at US still have some influence here, Manager Ma offered, patting his chest. Thank you, Manager Ma. Gu Chen expressed his gratitude. Have you heard of Tianqing Entertainment? Tianqing Entertainment? Manager Ma paused, then nodded. Tianqing is an idol cultivation company in Huahai City. Why? Have they offended you, Mr. Gu? Not exactly. It's just that one of their artists demands an explanation from me. Gu Chen replied, his face grim. He then briefly recounted the unfolding events to Manager Ma, who was left in stunned silence. In his mind, One thought resonated. Huatian Hotel was indeed owned by Gu Chen. Without waiting for Manager Ma's reaction, Gu Chen headed towards the entrance. Manager Ma quickly regained his composure, and as he observed Gu Chen's retreating figure, his conviction regarding Gu Chen's extraordinary capabilities deepened. With a five-star hotel in his possession, just how formidable was the power supporting Gu Chen? Contemplating this, Manager Ma was filled with respect. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Wasn't this a splendid opportunity? He promptly took out his phone and dialed his superior, General Manager Lu. Lu, it's me. I've just encountered Mr. Gu Chen. Yes, he is also at Huatian, and Huatian belongs to him. Indeed, Manager Ma hurriedly reported, relaying all that Gu Chen had previously disclosed to him. He was well aware of the close relationship between General Manager Lu and the president of Tianqing. Is that so? Where are you? Come and meet Mr. Gu with me. Of course. Lu, I'll be there right away. Manager Ma exclaimed with delight. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Chen had already made his way outside, where he noticed a large gathering of people. Mr. Gu. The security personnel surrounding him respectfully called out upon seeing Gu Chen approach. Mr. Gu. At that moment, Luing also spotted Gu Chen and approached him. How are things progressing? The other party insists that we dismiss that security guard. Luing's expression soured upon hearing this. If they were to dismiss the guard, it would imply that their hotel couldn't even manage its own security. Gu Chen glanced over to see a strikingly handsome man berating the security personnel while pacifying the fans. Has Tianqing Entertainment sent anyone over? They just dispatched a manager. But it seems to have been of little use. It appears they intend to turn a blind eye. Gu Chen replied coldly, his disdain for Tianqing Entertainment growing. Manager Lu, how much longer do you intend to wait? At that moment, Lu Bin glanced at Lu Ying before pressing on. He was pleased to see more and more people gathering, including several reporters starting to take photographs. After all, the longer this went on, the greater his exposure, which would undoubtedly benefit him. You must be Lu Bin. Gu Chen stepped forward and said nonchalantly. And you are? Lu Bin scrutinized Gu Chen, momentarily taken aback by Gu Chen's superior looks. I am the owner of this hotel. Oh, you are the hotel's proprietor? A flicker of jealousy crossed Lu Bin's eyes. How could someone so young possess a five-star hotel? Simultaneously, a hint of trepidation coursed through him, as he realized that anyone capable of managing such an establishment could not be trifled with. He had assumed that this matter would be easily resolved, considering it merely involved dismissing a security guard, something he had done in the past without issue. Many hotels would choose to placate matters by dismissing a guard, thus enhancing his reputation. Having tasted success before, he sought to replicate it, creating a topic to maintain his momentum. However, he had not anticipated that this time he was mistaken. Not only was the guard not dismissed, but the owner was now personally involved. Yet, with the situation as it stood, he found himself in a precarious position and felt compelled to persist, given his celebrity status. Gu Chen stepped forward. So, I hear our security guard was involved in an altercation? Indeed. We hope your esteemed hotel will not shield the assailant. Oh, is that so? May I inquire if the police have been notified? Our hotel has always adhered to the law. Physical assault is a criminal offense. How could we possibly cover for anyone? Gu Chen stated directly. Not yet, Mr. Gu. Lu Ying interjected in support. Then what are you waiting for? It has been some time. Why hasn't anyone called the police? Once the authorities arrive, the truth will undoubtedly emerge. Gu Chen admonished. Lu Bin was left dumbfounded. How could this be happening? Why was he not following the expected protocol? He had presumed that the other party would choose to dismiss the guard for the sake of the hotel's reputation. After all, maintaining a good reputation is paramount in the hospitality industry. However, little did he know that at the five-star level, a mere reputation could hardly sway the hotel's standing. Panic set in as he saw Gu Chen's serious demeanor, his face paling as if painted with foundation. He wanted to speak, but words failed him, and he could only look to his manager for assistance. Manager Lu, perhaps we should avoid involving the police? We can resolve this privately. The manager, feeling cornered, had initially opposed Lu Bin's approach, but now that trouble had arisen, he had no choice but to intervene. Humph, where was this initiative before? Let us wait for the police to arrive. Gu Chen replied dismissively. Disturbing public order alone could warrant significant repercussions. The manager, left with no recourse, had no choice but to call to report to the general manager. General manager, there's a situation. The owner has arrived and insists on involving the police. What? I'm almost there. Please keep the situation under control. He quickly hung up the phone. The manager chuckled bitterly to himself, thinking, how can I possibly keep things under control? Manager Lu, please hold on. Our general manager is on his way. He explained helplessly, as he did not recognize Gu Chen and could only address Lu Ying. Lu Ying looked at Gu Chen. Whatever happens, I'll take responsibility. Gu Chen cast a sidelong glance at the flustered Lu Bin and replied coolly. From their previous encounter at Tangcheni Pin, he had found Lu Bin to be utterly distasteful, resorting to any means necessary for attention. Now that he had intruded upon Gu Chen's affairs, he would not be so easily dismissed. Lu Ying understood her boss's irritation. It was evident he intended to pursue this matter legally. Lu Bin, too, grasped the gravity of the situation, his face lengthening in dismay. At this point, the atmosphere had settled into a tense silence, the group of fans falling silent under Gu Chen's firm presence. Suddenly, a few individuals approached from a distance. Gu Chen recognized only Manager Ma among them. General Manager. The manager quickly approached a middle-aged, portly gentleman, whispering urgently before detailing the situation, stealing glances at Gu Chen intermittently. Mr. Gu. This is our Huahai City Yue Group's branch general manager, Lu Xianglong. Manager Ma hastily introduced. Hello, Mr. Gu. It's a pleasure to finally meet such a remarkable young talent. A man in his 30s beamed as he greeted Gu Chen. Greetings. Gu Chen replied with a smile. This must be Mr. Gu. I am the general manager of Tianqing Entertainment. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused to you, Mr. Gu. We will certainly provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. The general manager of Tianqing promptly approached Gu Chen to apologize. No need. I trust the police will furnish me with an explanation. Gu Chen replied, his smile fading as he spoke. The other party paused, their tone faltering as they regarded Gu Chen's expression, shifting their gaze toward Lu Xianglong. Cough, cough. Mr. Gu, might I ask if you could grant me a favor in this matter? Perhaps we could resolve it privately. Rest assured, I will ensure they provide you with an explanation. Lu Xianglong awkwardly coughed, feeling helpless. Originally, he had come to assist Gu Chen, but now he found himself pleading on behalf of the other party. Given his friendship with the owner of Tianqing Entertainment, if Gu Chen were to truly take matters seriously, it would likely spell disaster for his associates. In this day and age, how many in the entertainment industry can claim to be wholly innocent? Naturally, we must extend some consideration to General Lu. However, they have severely tarnished the reputation of our hotel, causing immeasurable damage to our establishment. This predicament is quite challenging for me to navigate. Gu Chen wore an expression of deep discomfort. The general manager of Tianqing couldn't help but twitch his lips. What losses are you speaking of? This is utterly preposterous. Nevertheless, it is true that they were at fault from the outset. Indeed, it is all our fault, rest assured. We will compensate for the damages inflicted upon your esteemed hotel. The general manager of Tianqing quickly interjected. His foremost concern was to persuade Gu Chen to spare Lu Bin. If the police were to take Lu Bin away, it would be the end for him. And all the effort the company had invested in Lu Bin would go to waste. We previously summoned you to address this matter, and what did we get? You still wish to bask in the reputation of our hotel. Gu Chen had no intention of engaging with this exceedingly foolish manager. The latter was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Gu Chen's vehement reaction, showing no regard for the hotel's reputation and opting instead to call the police. What could he possibly do now? General Lu, it is not that I am unwilling to show you respect. They have truly gone too far this time. Gu Chen then addressed Lu Xianglong once more. Just as Lu Xianglong was about to respond, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the air. Suddenly, Lu Bin's complexion changed, and Lu Xianglong fell silent. He dared not provoke Gu Chen, who called the police. A few officers disembarked from the patrol car. It was I. Lu Ying quickly stepped forward and recounted the events. The officers remarked, let us take the involved parties with us for further inquiries. Upon hearing this, the officer's brow furrowed, clearly finding the case to be exceedingly complicated. On one side, there was a major taxpayer, and on the other, a public figure. If mishandled, he could easily become the scapegoat. Thus, the police vehicle arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, taking the involved parties away. Only Gu Chen, the delighted Lu Xianglong, and the general manager of Tianqing remained. At this moment, the general manager's face was grim, and just as he was about to speak, his phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, his expression shifted drastically, and he answered, "Hello, boss." "What?" "Understood." He nodded repeatedly, his countenance fluctuating, before finally hanging up. "Mr. Gu, this incident is indeed a misstep on our part. We will certainly compensate for the losses incurred by you, and my boss has also instructed me to extend his apologies. We will provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding the Lu Bin affair." The general manager took a deep breath and approached Gu Chen with utmost respect. Upon hearing this, both Gu Chen and Lu Xianglong were momentarily taken aback. "Let us hope so." Gu Chen responded with a nod. Although he was unaware of the reason behind the sudden shift in the other's demeanor, he remained undaunted. After exchanging a few words with Lu Xianglong, he departed. "What did your boss say?" Lu Xianglong inquired curiously, relieved that his good friend was not going to confront Gu Chen head-on. "General Lu, my boss mentioned that many individuals have begun pressuring him over the phone, urging him to resolve this matter swiftly." The general manager replied with a bitter smile. "What?" Lu Xianglong was momentarily stunned, staring at the spot where Gu Chun had vanished, speechless. He had not anticipated Gu Chen's prompt action. Previously, he had informed his friend of Gu Chen's substantial background, but it turned out that Gu Chun was even more formidable than he had imagined. They could not have known that Gu Chun had done nothing at all. It was merely the hidden connections of the five-star hotel that had come into play. Furthermore, many prominent figures residing in the Tangchun Epin had begun to make calls due to the earlier incident, expressing their dissatisfaction with Lu Bin. All of this was the result of a series of coincidences, leading to their misunderstanding that Gu Chun had intervened. Unbeknownst to Gu Chun, he had already returned to the banquet hall. As he settled in, Chu Sini cast a curious gaze his way. "Where have you been? You've been gone for such a long time." "There was a situation at the hotel. I want to handle it," Gu Chun replied candidly, as such a significant matter could hardly be concealed. "What happened?" Chu Sini inquired with interest. "It's about that celebrity who caused a stir at Tangchun Epin. Do you recall?" Upon hearing this, Chu Sini nodded, clearly remembering the incident. "Yes, it was he who claimed that our hotel's security assaulted him and demanded an explanation." Chu Sini exclaimed in surprise. "He attempted to ride the wave of publicity at my expense, so I promptly called the police and then returned," Gu Chun remarked nonchalantly. Chu Sini was momentarily stunned, her gaze shifting to Gu Chun, before bursting into laughter. She had anticipated a more elaborate resolution from him, but was taken aback by his straightforward approach. Subsequently, Gu Chun focused intently on the program, allowing the earlier discontent in his heart to dissipate amidst the laughter. As the clock approached 10 o'clock in the evening, the banquet concluded, and naturally, everyone returned home. At this point, only Gu Chun and Chu Sini remained. "Mr. Gu," an assistant from the hotel hurried over to Gu Chun. "Has Manager Lu returned yet?" "Not yet," Gu Chun replied, momentarily taken aback. Why was the matter still unresolved at such a late hour? He promptly made a phone call. Seconds later, the call connected. "Hello? Is it still not resolved?" "No. Lu Bin continues to insist that our security assaulted him. However, due to the large number of people present, the surveillance footage is unclear, which has led to a deadlock," Lu Wing explained, sounding somewhat fatigued. Is that so? Was there no medical examination?" Gu Chun was taken aback by this outcome, his expression darkening. "There was, and indeed the fan does have injuries. However, it remains uncertain whether they were self-inflicted or caused by our security personnel." "Enough. You should head home early. Leave this matter to the lawyers." Gu Chun shook his head, recalling what Tiansheng had said earlier. Was this truly the resolution they had promised me? All right. Lu Wing agreed, recognizing that her presence was no longer beneficial. It seemed that the matter had not yet reached its conclusion. "It appears the situation is still ongoing," Chu Sini remarked. "Yes. No more discussion. Let me escort you home," Gu Chun stated, wanting to end the conversation. All right. Thus, the two of them made their way back. Originally, during the National Day holiday, he had intended to venture out and enjoy himself, but now he found himself devoid of such enthusiasm. In the golden autumn of October, as the crisp winds blew, workers welcomed the most anticipated time of the year. Gu Chun rose early to prepare for heading to the hotel when his phone rang. "Hello? Manager Lu. Mr. Gu. Happy National Day." "Happy National Day," Gu Chun replied with a smile. The National Day holiday is a peak season for the dining and hotel industry. How could one possibly take a break? In the past, Gu Chun had harbored a strong dislike for companies that remained open during holidays. Yet now he found himself among their ranks, having ultimately become the very person he once detested. "Is there something urgent that requires an early call?" "Yes, Mr. Gu. There has been a new development in the Lu Bin incident," Lu Wing exclaimed with excitement. "The police just informed us that Lu Bin's fan has suddenly admitted to having received money from Lu Bin to defame our hotel, and he has provided evidence." "What?" Gu Chun was taken aback, halting his actions mid-motion. "At first, I found it hard to believe, yet more astonishing revelations followed. There are individuals covertly reporting Lu Bin's numerous illegal activities and providing substantial evidence. Thus, it seems Lu Bin's fate is sealed. Imprisonment is now inevitable." Lu Wing divulged everything she knew in one breath. Is someone orchestrating this against him? Gu Chun immediately sensed something amiss. "Indeed. Wasn't it you, President Gu, who orchestrated this?" Lu Wing inquired. Gu Chun's mind quickly deduced a particular individual. After exchanging a few words, he ended the call and prepared to leave. However, his phone rang again. Upon checking, it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's contemplation, he answered. "President Gu? Who is this?" Gu Chun narrowed his eyes. "Hello, President Gu. I am Zhou Hao, the owner of Tianqing Entertainment." May I inquire what brings you to contact me, Mr. Zhou?" Gu Chun asked with a raised eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "I am here to apologize. I feel deeply remorseful for the events of yesterday. I regret the trouble it caused you." President Gu. On the other end of the line, a handsome man spoke into the phone. He hadn't anticipated this elusive President Gu to be so inscrutable in conversation. "So, The matter concerning Lu Bin was also your doing? Although Gu Chun's tone was inquisitive, it was laced with certainty. Indeed. Might I ask if President Gu is satisfied with this outcome? Zhou Hao was taken aback, astonished that Gu Chun had deduced it. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen also comprehended the implications of what had been discussed the previous night. It's acceptable. Gu Chen revealed no semblance of joy. After all, in his eyes, Lu Bin was inconsequential. One cannot possibly care about the life or death of an ant. Lu Bin's predicament was merely a consequence of his own making. He deserved it. I wonder when President Gu has time. I would like to personally apologize to you. Zhou Hao was momentarily taken aback, having expected Gu Chen to be elated. No need for that. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Gu Chen promptly declined. What a joke. I don't even know you. Why would you want to dine with me? Never mind then. Zhou Hao's expression stiffened, caught off guard by Gu Chun's abrupt refusal. Very well. Mr. Zhou, do reach out again when you have the time. With that, Gu Chen hung up the phone. Listening to the dial tone, Zhou Hao shook his head, knowing better than to take offense. Meanwhile, Gu Chen lost interest in going out, turning instead to recline on his comfortable sofa, contemplating where to spend the upcoming National Day holiday. After all, it had been quite some time since he had last relaxed. Suddenly, his phone chimed, breaking his thoughts. It was a message from his class group, mentioning him directly. Where are you planning to go for the holiday, Boss Gu? Gu Chen pondered for a moment before replying, lying at home. Shortly thereafter, he was met with a flurry of compliments, prompting him to shake his head and exit the chat interface to open Taobao. In recent days, he had selected various daily necessities, such as clothing, fine wine, and the latest electronic gadgets, items that, given his current wealth, were rather superfluous. Was it truly necessary to play games beforehand to win something worthwhile? It was no wonder Gu Chen thought this way, as he had previously won a stay at the Zhonghua Grand Hotel after playing a game first. Congratulations. The user has won a law firm. Instantly, a text message arrived. A law firm? Gu Chen was taken aback. This was a surprise. Yet, what would he do with it? Sue someone. He shook his head, feeling rather disappointed. It seemed he truly needed to play a few games before entering any future raffles. Taking out the equity certificate, he examined the law firm's name. Songhai Law Firm. Legal representative. Gu Chen, 100 ownership. Address, 217, Furong Road, South District, Huahai City. Upon seeing this, Gu Chen nodded in understanding. Perhaps he should pay a visit sometime. He then placed the equity certificate in the safe in his bedroom, looking at the document with a sense of satisfaction. I wonder when I can fill my safe to the brim. He closed the safe door, checked it once more, and eagerly contemplated the future. Lost in delightful fantasies, Gu Chen was jolted back to reality by his phone ringing. What is going on today? Isn't it supposed to be a day off? Why am I receiving more calls than usual? He muttered to himself before opening his phone, his expression shifting dramatically. Goodness. Even Chuanpu can't compete with this. Hello, Mom. A gentle voice resonated through the phone. Little Chen, do you have a holiday for National Day? Gu Chen replied, Mom. Didn't I mention? I'm running my own company now. Whether I work or not is entirely up to me. True. Gu Chen's mother acknowledged, finding his reasoning sound. They then delved into a conversation about family matters. Toward the end, Gu Chen's mother suddenly recalled her purpose for calling. Oh dear. Look at me. I'm getting old and my memory is failing. I almost forgot the reason for my call. She smacked her forehead. Mom, is there something you need? Gu Chen inquired. Yes. Your cousin Shir, your younger female cousin, is in Huahai, but she has encountered some troubles. I thought, since you're in Huahai, perhaps you could lend a hand? So I decided to call you. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen reminisced about how kind his aunt had always been to him. During difficult times for his family, she had unhesitatingly lent her savings. A warm current flowed through his heart. What troubles is Shir facing? Why didn't my aunt inform me? Gu Chen asked. Oh, your aunt knows the situation at home. Why would she trouble you? Had I not heard it from someone else, I wouldn't have known. His mother chattered on. All right. I'll call Shir and see what is going on. Good. I won't keep you any longer, little Chen. You must do your utmost. Rest assured, Mom. I understand. He then hung up the call. This girl, knowing I'm in Huahai, yet she didn't bother to call me. He scrolled through his contacts and directly dialed his cousin's number. After several seconds, the call connected. Hello, cousin. A soft, melodious voice from Jiangnan came through. You still remember me as your cousin, huh? Gu Chen replied, a note of displeasure evident in his tone. You didn't call me when you got into trouble. What is going on? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment, struggling to find words. Forget it. I'll come find you. Where are you? Gu Chen stated decisively. I'm at wait. I'll be right over. With that, Gu Chen hung up the phone, snatched the car keys from the table, and hurriedly set off. In every city, social classes are polarized. Where there is wealth, there is also poverty. The international metropolis of Huahai City is no exception. In an older district, The area was filled with various illegal constructions, appearing quite chaotic. Upon arriving, Chen frowned. Although the place he had previously resided in was not vastly superior, being a young man, he found it bearable. However, knowing his cousin lived here filled him with concern. "Hello, I've arrived." Chen pulled out his phone and announced, "I'll be right down." Shortly thereafter, Chen heard hurried footsteps and shook his head. While waiting for his cousin, he began to observe his surroundings. Due to the National Day holiday, the area was bustling with a considerable number of residents and visitors, creating a lively atmosphere. "Brother?" At that moment, he heard a familiar voice from behind and turned around. A young woman dressed in simple home attire stood before him. Despite her lack of embellishments, she exuded a pure and charming aura. It was none other than his cousin, Su Shishir. "When did you arrive in Huahai? You didn't even call me." Chen, unable to suppress a long-lost smile, feigned anger and inquired. "I came at the beginning of this year." Su Shishir replied joyfully, akin to a child as she embraced Chen. "All right, let's go see where you live." Chen affectionately ruffled his cousin's hair. "Okay." Su Shishir's previously troubled expression softened slightly. She then led Chen to a stairway. Being an old building, it naturally lacked an elevator. Throughout their ascent, the two siblings engaged in lively conversation. Chen learned about Su Shishir's current situation. She was attending a university majoring in accounting and had recently started an internship at a company recommended by her school. Unfortunately, due to her lack of experience, she was tricked into signing a 10-year employment contract. Since it was arranged by the school, she hadn't paid much attention and had signed as an intern. This meant she was obliged to work at that company for the next decade without even being a formal employee. "Are you a fool? What's wrong with the school? Even if I gave you a contract, you should read it carefully." After hearing the full story, Chen scolded her. Su Shishir remained silent, feeling wronged. She had no idea how complicated things could be outside. "By the way, did the school mention anything when they helped you find a job?" Chen pondered and continued to ask. "The teacher never mentioned anything about signing a contract. They only said I could return after an internship of 1 semester." Su Shishir explained thoughtfully. "So your teacher was unaware of the contract details?" Chen probed. "I don't know. How did you discover this?" "I felt the atmosphere at that company was unpleasant, so I wanted to resign. But to my surprise, they told me I could leave. But I'd have to pay a penalty for breaching the contract." Su Shishir answered honestly. Chen was at a loss for words. "Have you spoken to your teacher about this?" "The teacher said it wasn't his concern, that I was the one who lacked sense for not reading the contract before signing." That teacher from your school should bear a significant responsibility in this matter." Chen furrowed his brow, analyzing the situation. Su Shishir remained silent. She had spoken up, but they had ignored her. After all, she was of little influence. She feared they might withhold her graduation certificate, so she had to find a solution on her own. The two fell into silence, the only sound being their footsteps. "We've arrived," Su Shishir finally announced, stopping to retrieve her keys and unlock the security door. Chen stepped inside and was pleasantly surprised by the interior. Although the room was old-fashioned, it was impeccably clean and had a warm ambience. The apartment, though modest, had 3 bedrooms and a living room. From their earlier conversation, Chen learned that his cousin shared the space with 2 roommates, who were also her close friends. However, they seemed blissfully unaware of the troubles plaguing Su Shishir. Chen settled onto the sofa, nodding at the tidy table, acknowledging that girls indeed tended to be more meticulous about cleanliness. "How do you find living here?" Chen asked Su Shishir, who stood nearby. "It's all right," she replied with a nod and a smile. At that moment, a door across the room swung open. Shishir, where have you been?" Both turned to see a young woman in pajamas, her eyes still heavy with sleep, standing at the entrance. "Ah," she exclaimed, promptly shutting the door again. Su Shishir appeared slightly embarrassed, not having anticipated her friend's emergence at that moment. "Brother, Xiaoyu didn't know you were coming," she explained to Chen. Chen nodded with a smile. "What happened? What's wrong with Xiaoyu?" Just then, another door opened, revealing yet another young woman in pajamas who had presumably heard the earlier commotion. Moments later, she too let out a shriek and quickly closed her door. Chen rubbed his nose, bemused by the unfolding scene. Chapter 35. Is this really your car, brother? After a few minutes, both young women emerged from their respective rooms, now dressed and looking a bit sheepish. Upon seeing Chen's handsome visage, they exchanged curious glances between themselves and Su Shishir. In their recollection, Su Shishir had never brought a male friend before them. Instantly, they communicated their thoughts through their eyes, feeling a surge of excitement. "Ah, why is Shishir's boyfriend so handsome? Don't get carried away, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Chen, having lived together for 3 to 4 years." They were well aware of each other's thoughts and feelings, and Su Shishir shot them a warning glare as she clarified. "Brother, this is my roommate Zhang Xiaoyu and Wu Siyu." "Hello." Chen nodded and greeted them with a smile. "Hello, brother." The 2 girls' eyes lit up as they greeted him in unison. The group then engaged in light conversation, discussing Su Shirshi's situation, during which her friends expressed their indignation on her behalf. However, both came from ordinary families and could offer little assistance. Don't worry, brother. We've already found a lawyer for Shirshir. Yes, exactly, brother. We must get that contract annulled. The two girls called out to him affectionately, their familiarity evident. When women unite, men have no place, they joked, realizing that with such a handsome brother in their midst, they must seize the opportunity. Su Shirshir easily discerned her friends' intentions. They were clearly smitten by her brother's looks. Uft, how shameless. I consider you my close friends, yet you wish to become my sisters-in-law. At this, Gu Chen's interest piqued. A lawyer? How fortuitous. Which one have you found? He inquired directly. Ahem. We found an intern lawyer. The trio exchanged glances, feeling embarrassed, and finally, it was Xiaoyu who spoke up. Gu Chen frowned upon hearing this. Even with limited knowledge of the legal field, he understood the significance of having a competent lawyer. He then gestured for Su Shirshir to clarify. Brother, we had previously sought out other lawyers, but either their fees were exorbitant, or they refused to take our case. Su Shirshir explained, feeling the weight of her troubles. Gu Chen then learned the full story. Many lawyers had turned down Su Shirshir after assessing her situation. After all, they were dealing with a publicly listed company and a prestigious university. It was hardly worth offending them over a minor case. Additionally, some lawyers preferred to maintain their reputations and would not take on cases they deemed uncertain. As for renowned lawyers, their fees are prohibitively high, and they dismiss small cases. Given their limited resources, they could only resort to hiring an intern lawyer. After comprehending the intricate details of the situation, Gu Chen's furrowed brow finally relaxed. All right, I shall take care of the lawyer's matters. You just need to gather the documents and accompany me shortly. Huh. Su Shirshir was momentarily taken aback, as she had not anticipated Gu Chen's willingness to assist her. In the past, it would have been no issue, considering his family's business background. However, at present, it was already commendable that he was inclined to help her at all. Thus, she had refrained from troubling Gu Chen. Go prepare the materials. I'll make a phone call first. Gu Chen paid no mind to Su Shirshir's expression as he stepped out onto the balcony. As soon as Gu Chen departed, his two close friends, Xiao Yu and Xiao Yi, swiftly approached Su Shirshir. Shirshir, how come we never heard you mention you have an older brother? Yes, come clean. Does your brother have a girlfriend? What type of girl does he fancy? Shirshir, wouldn't you mind if we became closer through family ties? The two chattered excitedly. You can forget about it. There is no chance. Su Shirshir rolled her eyes, then stood up to return to her room to prepare the documents. Gu Chen stood on the balcony, gazing down at the bustling world below, and after a moment, retrieved his phone from his pocket. He dialed the number that Taba had given him the previous night. A few seconds later, the call connected. Hello, this is Gu Chen. Hearing the formal tone from the other end, Gu Chen promptly introduced himself. Hello, boss. My name is Bai Yensong, currently the director of Shanghai law firm. After pausing for a few seconds upon hearing Gu Chen's introduction, the voice on the other end responded respectfully. He had previously received a call from the former owner, informing him that a significant figure had purchased the firm and advised him to work diligently and seize opportunities. Initially surprised, he recognized the gravity of the situation. The former owner was also quite capable, and if he deemed the new owner a prominent figure, it could not be mistaken. However, he soon felt a twinge of nervousness, as he was unaware of what kind of person the new owner might be. Logically, as a renowned lawyer domestically and somewhat recognized internationally, he should have been untroubled. Yet, having spent decades at Shanghai law firm, he had grown attached to it, given that the firm was amongst the best in the country. And as someone who viewed his career as his lifeblood, he aspired to achieve international renown. Only a prestigious firm like this could fulfill that ambition. Hence, he was genuinely concerned about Gu Chen's perspectives. Hello, Director Bai. May I inquire if the firm is on holiday? Gu Chen inquired politely. Most lawyers are on leave, but there are still some on duty. Although unsure of Gu Chen's intent, Bai Yensong replied candidly. I see. I will be heading to the firm shortly. I would like to request your assistance in finding a lawyer, as I have a lawsuit for which I need legal representation. Gu Chen stated directly. Professional matters must be handled by professionals. Perfect. I happen to be at the firm. Once the boss arrives, I'll have him give me a call. Bai Yensong's interest was piqued by Gu Chen's words. For him, becoming an internationally renowned lawyer hinged on continuously winning cases to elevate his influence. However, high-profile cases were not easily available, and even if they were, the parties involved typically had established legal teams. Thus, hearing Gu Chen's proposition stirred him with excitement. In his mind, someone of Gu Chen's stature meant significant events were afoot, leading him into a mental trap. Very well, I shall see you shortly. Gu Chen expressed mild surprise. He hadn't expected the director to be at the firm during the holidays. What dedication. All right. Gu Chen then hung up the phone. Upon returning to the living room, He found Su Shishir had already prepared the relevant documents. Let us go. Gu Chen beamed. In his years of navigating romantic endeavors, he discerned that Su Shishir's two friends shared a genuine concern for her well-being, which greatly reassured him. Brother, can we come along? Yes. We want to see too. Can we? Noticing Gu Chen's lack of invitation for them to join, the two friends immediately began to act coy. Perhaps next time. My car cannot accommodate all of us. Once Shishir has resolved her matters, I'll take you out for a meal, all right? Gu Chen explained after a moment's thought. Fine. The two could only nod in agreement, subsequently departing from the house. This place must be quite far from your workplace, right? All three of us need to take nearly an hour-long bus ride to reach the office. Su Shishir replied, nodding at Gu Chen's inquiry. This area likely isn't very safe at night. You should move in with me in a couple of days. Where do you live? Su Shishir glanced at Gu Chen, who was walking ahead, only able to see his attractive silhouette, not his face. Over by Binjiang Road. It's certainly more convenient, safer, and closer than here. Forget it. I won't trouble you. I'll just stay with them. Warmed by his offer yet still hesitant, Su Shishir ultimately declined. Do you have the funds to cover rent now? Gu Chen turned to ask upon hearing her refusal. No. Su Shishir's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied. At present, she was still entangled in legal issues and had no means to pay rent. This month, her two friends had covered her expenses. Well then, what? Do you expect them to keep paying for you? Upon hearing her response, Su Shishir shook her head, certainly not wishing for that. Though her friends would not voice any complaints, she herself was uncomfortable with the idea. Then it's settled. Once you resolve this matter and find a new job, you can move out, and I won't oppose. This Su Shishir hesitated slightly. Enough. It's decided. If you keep arguing, I'll call your mother. Gu Chen decisively proclaimed. All right. Su Shishir could only acquiesce. The two then shared stories of their past experiences. Brother, are you saying you've started your own company? Su Shishir was astounded to learn that Gu Chen was now a company owner. Indeed. Gu Chen nodded. Su Shishir was well aware that her brother had never been one to deceive, thus she believed him wholeheartedly. Yet, she remained astonished, occasionally stealing glances at this seemingly changed brother. Eventually, Gu Chen halted by the roadside. Brother, where's your car? Noticing only a sleek sports car parked nearby. Even without recognizing the brand, she could tell it was quite expensive. This one. Gu Chen grinned. He then retrieved the key, and the sports car responded with 2 beeps. This. Su Shishir was utterly taken aback that it was indeed Gu Chen's car, leaving her momentarily speechless. The car door slowly lifted. Get in. Gu Chen chuckled, patting Su Shishir's shoulder. Oh. Even after settling into the car and driving for a while, Su Shishir was still in a state of disbelief. Chapter 36, Shanghai Law Firm, by Yinsong. Brother, what kind of company have you established? Gu Chen responded, it can be considered a comprehensive company specializing in raw material processing. With that, Gu Chen pressed the accelerator, the powerful thrust from the seat causing Su Shishir to feel a surge of fear. Although she was unaware of the scale of the company, the mere fact that they could afford a sports car indicated it was substantial. At the same time, she felt a surge of confidence regarding her contract breach case. An hour later, following the navigation, Gu Chen arrived at their destination. Upon seeing the imposing and dignified entrance, he nodded subtly. Is this the Shanghai law firm? Su Shishir exclaimed in astonishment. Have you been here before? Gu Chen glanced at her. No. But haven't we been looking for a lawyer these past few days? So I have come to know about this firm. It is one of the top 5 law firms in the country. I've heard that the lawyers here are the creme de la creme, rarely losing cases. And there's even a renowned lawyer, by Yinsong, presiding here. It's simply formidable. Su Shishir's excitement surged. She had considered hiring this firm. Yet they deemed her case too insignificant. Oh, that is perfect. Doesn't that mean your case is practically guaranteed to win? Gu Chen chuckled, intrigued by Yinsong, not anticipating that the person he had spoken to previously would be so illustrious. Yes, but they wouldn't take on a case as small as mine. Su Shishir nodded, her enthusiasm deflating once more. Don't worry, I've got your back. With that, the two proceeded inside. May I assist you in finding a particular lawyer? As they entered the grand hall, a solemn and sacred ambience enveloped them, accompanied by a customer service representative. Hello, I'm here to see lawyer Bai Yinsong. This time, he had been wise and called ahead. Both the representative and Su Shishir were taken aback. I'm sorry, sir, but Director Bai has long ceased to accept new cases. However, we have many other exceptional lawyers in our firm. The representative quickly apologized and explained. I'm aware. I already spoke with him. Gu Chen stated confidently. Oh, I see. The representative, though skeptical, refrained from arguing further. Could you please direct me to lawyer Bai's office? Gu Chen continued to inquire. It's on the 3rd floor, the farthest room on the right, the representative indicated. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Gu Chen led Su Shishir to the elevator. Brother, You don't actually know Lawyer Bai, do you? Su Shishir asked urgently in the elevator. I don't know him, he admitted, having never met the man. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Su Shishir was momentarily stunned. She had assumed he was sincere in his previous assertions. What does it matter if you don't know him? Rest assured, he will surely assist you. Gu Chen, fully aware of her thoughts, smiled confidently. At this point, she had little choice but to trust his words. The elevator chimed, arriving at their destination. As Gu Chen beheld the name by Yinsong inscribed outside the door, he knocked gently. Come in. A clear, standard Mandarin voice called from within. Gu Chen gestured for Su Shishir to follow him inside. The interior was elegantly minimalistic yet exuded sophistication. Who might you be? Bai Yinsong, engrossed in reviewing documents at his desk, looked up, adjusting his glasses as he noticed the pair entering. Hello, Director Bai, I am Gu Chen. Gu Chen observed the distinguished aura the man possessed. Upon hearing this, Bai Yinsong immediately rose to his feet. My apologies, boss, I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. No trouble at all. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively. Bai Yinsong then led them to the reception area, pouring 2 cups of tea. He was surprised to see someone so young in such a prominent position. Su Shishir, however, was left dumbfounded, never imagining that the renowned lawyer would refer to her brother as boss. May I inquire what type of case the boss is involved with? After providing an overview of the firm, Bai Yinsong eagerly inquired about the case. Gu Chen gently nudged Su Shishir, who was still in a daze. Oh, my apologies. She quickly regained her composure and, following Gu Chen's cue, handed over the documentation to Bai Yinsong. Bai Yinsong paused momentarily before accepting the papers and began to peruse them. However, as he continued reading, his expression grew increasingly peculiar, his lips twitching subtly. Gu Chen and Su Shishir exchanged anxious glances. Seconds turned into minutes. The silence in the office was palpable, broken only by the rustling of the pages. At last, Bai Yinsong lifted his gaze, a complex expression gracing his face as he regarded Gu Chen and Su Shishir. Their hearts raced with anticipation. Director Bai, what do you think? Is there a chance of winning? Gu Chen inquired. Su Shishir, equally eager, fixed her hopeful gaze on Bai Yinsong. Bai Yinsong remained silent for a moment, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Boss, this case. He was at a loss for words. He had anticipated that Gu Chen would present a significant case that would showcase his skills, only to be confronted with something so straightforward. Did this trivial matter truly warrant the attention of a top lawyer? It was almost laughable. However, to refuse would be to dismiss the first case entrusted to him by his boss. Director, is this case particularly troublesome? Observing Bai Yinsong's hesitance, Gu Chen furrowed his brow in concern. No, not at all. Boss, let me put it this way. This case is one that any lawyer in our firm could win without difficulty. Bai Yinsong, suddenly invigorated, proceeded to explain the situation. Both Gu Chen and Su Shishir were taken aback. Indeed, boss, this case is not complex at all. The only challenge is that the opposing side is a publicly listed company, which brings considerable pressure. However, within our firm, that poses no issue at all. So, Gu Chen interjected, confirming, this means our chances of winning are exceptionally high. Exactly. Bai Yinsong nodded in agreement. At this, Su Shishir was elated. The dilemma that had troubled her for so long seemed to finally reveal a glimmer of hope. In that case, could you kindly recommend a lawyer for us, Director Bai? Gu Chen's expression relaxed as he spoke to Bai Yinsong. Rest assured, boss. Bai Yinsong promptly agreed and dialed a number. Have them come to my office. He instructed before hanging up. This is my apprentice. Although he hasn't been practicing long, he has already made a name for himself in the legal field. You can trust that this case will be in capable hands. Gu Chen felt a wave of reassurance wash over him at Bai Yinsong's confidence. He understood that the absence of Bai Yinsong's direct involvement was not an issue, given the renowned lawyer's stature. Employing him for this case would indeed be overkill. A few minutes later, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in. At once, a serious-looking man in formal attire, appearing to be in his 30s, entered. Master, did you call for me? Noticing the presence of 2 guests, he was slightly taken aback but quickly adjusted. Xiaomo, you're here. Have a seat. Bai Yinsong's gaze fell upon his beloved disciple as a genuine smile blossomed from within. Allow me to introduce you to the newly appointed head of our firm. Upon seeing the other party obediently take a seat, Bai Yinsong began, This is Mr. Gu Chen, our esteemed boss. The young man appeared momentarily taken aback, but his formidable mental fortitude quickly restored his composure as he promptly stood and greeted. Hello, boss. I am Lin Mo. Greetings, Attorney Lin. Gu Chen replied with a warm smile. The reason I summoned you here is to discuss a case that requires your expertise. Subsequently, Bai Yinsong handed Lin Mo the documents resting on the table. The latter nodded slightly, taking the files to scrutinize them thoroughly. The three then sipped tea while awaiting each other's reactions. Lin Mo's expression mirrored that of Bai Yinsong from earlier, However, Gu Chen finally grasped the situation. This expression did not indicate a complex case, but rather a notion of excessive simplicity. Indeed, Lin Mo's words confirmed his suspicion. Boss Master, the likelihood of our victory in this case is exceedingly high, as the primary liability rests with the school, Lin Mo declared with conviction. Precisely. Therefore, you shall be the one to handle this case. Bai Yinsong agreed with a smile and promptly instructed. This, Lin Mo responded. Disbelief etched across his face. You want me to handle such a straightforward case? Well then, this is the first case entrusted to our firm by the boss. I shall give it my utmost effort. Bai Yinsong, well aware of his disciple's sentiments, decisively stated, after all, if this matter is handled well, it will undoubtedly capture the boss's attention, and such a golden opportunity must be passed to my disciple. Indeed, rest assured, boss. Lin Mo, flooded with thoughts, instantly comprehended his master's intentions and readily agreed. Excellent. Thank you, Attorney Lin. Gu Chen expressed his delight, and soon Lin Mo, accompanied by Su Shishir, moved aside to inquire about the detailed information. Despite the high probability of success in this case, Lin Mo's cautious nature coupled with his sense of responsibility ensured he approached every case with unwavering diligence. This very quality had earned him a modest reputation within the legal world by the age of 30. Chapter 37. It turns out the clown was me. Over 2 hours had passed. All right, now you can rest easy. As they approached the door, Gu Chen bid farewell to Bai Yinsong with a smile and turned to the relaxed Su Shishir. Thank you, brother. Attorney Lin said we just need to wait for the court hearing. Su Shishir replied, her large eyes blinking, her smile as radiant as a crescent moon. That's wonderful. Now, let's go eat. After all this time, you must be famished. Gu Chen nodded and suggested. The two soon climbed into the car, where Gu Chen treated his cousin to a delightful meal. Following this, he arranged for a moving company, realizing that his sports car could not accommodate such a large quantity of belongings. This sparked in Gu Chen the desire to purchase another vehicle. As he was in a position to afford it, he could not fathom why a single girl could possess so many belongings, shaking his head at the overflowing trunk. As he watched Su Shishir bid a reluctant farewell to her two friends, Gu Chen stood alongside the movers. Hey, your girlfriend is quite attractive, a young man remarked with a grin. I'm her brother, Gu Chen replied with a sidelong glance. I get it. I understand. The youth chuckled, trying to convey camaraderie. Gu Chen, uninterested in further explanations, simply observed as Su Shishir approached, causing the young man to fall silent. Follow my car. Gu Chen instructed the movers before heading outside. Due to the narrow roads, he hadn't driven his car into the area. Sure, the youth noticed the absence of regular vehicles, only seeing numerous electric scooters. Mistakenly assuming Gu Chen drove an electric car, which ignited a sense of envy within him. How could a mere nobody, without a car, attract such a beautiful girlfriend? After a few minutes, they exited the congested neighborhood, and the youth gaped as Gu Chen slid into a luxurious sports car, parked by the roadside. They had noticed this striking and expensive vehicle upon entering, but had not anticipated it belonged to Gu Chen. Suddenly, it dawned on them that he was clearly from a wealthy background, likely visiting the area to impress girls. Unbeknownst to Gu Chen, the youth's perception shifted dramatically. As he drove into the upscale residential complex, Su Shishir grew increasingly curious about her cousin's profession, wondering how he could afford to live here. Meanwhile, the youth was left in profound shock and a tinge of regret. Had he offended Gu Chen with his earlier comments? A simple word from him could lead to his ruin. Yet, he had overestimated himself. Throughout the entire moving process, Gu Chen had not exchanged a single word with him, leaving him with mixed feelings of joy and disappointment. It turned out the fool was indeed himself. Brother, do you live here? Upon entering the room, Su Shishir was captivated by the luxurious and comfortable interior. Of course, how else would I be here? Gu Chen chuckled, sinking into the plush sofa. Feel free to choose any room. I reside here alone. He then lazily instructed the still-dazed Su Shishir. Excited, she began to explore all the rooms, ultimately selecting the one across the hall from Gu Chen on the second floor. In the following 2 days, Gu Chen ensured Su Shishir enjoyed a relaxing time, not neglecting to treat her two friends to dinner. Upon discovering that Gu Chen was not only handsome but also quite affluent, the two girls quickly abandoned their aspirations of having him as their boyfriend after visiting the legendary residence. This revelation took Gu Chen by surprise and elevated his opinion of them. October 5th marked the end of the National Day holiday, with the workforce returning to their routines. Today was also the day Su Shishir's contract case was set for a hearing. Initially, Gu Chen intended to accompany her. However, an important group meeting necessitated his presence at the company. Understanding this, Su Shishir was left in the company of her two friends. Within the conference room of Tycoon Group, numerous executives filled the seats, the least senior among them being department heads. However, a hush fell over the room. As the top position remained empty, their boss had yet to arrive. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang. "Apologies, everyone. I was caught in traffic," Chen casually explained before taking a seat at the forefront. Upon his arrival, Chu Sini stood to activate the presentation, introducing General Manager Jiang and outlining the group's forthcoming strategies and specific matters. The meeting extended for over an hour, leaving Chen thoroughly satisfied. For a business that progressed steadily without consuming his time was the ideal scenario for any owner. Currently, our group has successfully completed its adjustments, and all processing machinery is in place. However, Tianhe Group is unwilling to concede market share to us entirely. Thus, they have filed a lawsuit against our group for alleged market monopoly in the High People's Court of Huahai City. Ultimately, Chu Sini darkly articulated the last issue, which took Chen by surprise. Not only Chen, but other senior executives also engaged in hushed conversations, causing the entire conference room to resemble a cacophonous marketplace. Silence. Chen furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, the room fell silent instantly. "Please elaborate, General Manager Chu." Chen gestured for Chu Sini to continue. "Our domestic laws differ from international laws, and Tianhe Group is exploiting this disparity to accuse us," Chu Sini stated calmly. "If this issue remains unresolved, we will not be able to sell a single ounce of our raw materials. I only seek a final resolution," Chen replied decisively. "As long as we steadfastly refuse to acknowledge their claims, we will be fine. However," he paused, "we cannot afford to procrastinate. Otherwise, international suppliers may perceive our group as lacking sincerity, potentially leading to the termination of collaborations and a complete loss of trust." Chen astutely articulated the underlying truth. "Indeed," Chu Sini nodded. "Hence, we must swiftly extricate ourselves from this quagmire." "General Manager Chu, do you have a solution?" Chen inquired further. "Yes. If we win the upcoming lawsuit, Tianhe Group will ultimately suffer a loss without achieving their goal." Chu Sini's spirits lifted at Chen's question, and she affirmed confidently. "Excellent. Let us prepare for the legal battle. However, afterward, we shall launch a full-scale assault on Tianhe. I intend to see them bankrupt." "Understood." The other senior executives replied in unison, their gazes toward Chen transformed. They were taken aback to discover that the seemingly affable boss could be so decisive when provoked. "All right, the meeting is adjourned. General Managers Chu and Jiang, please remain." In an instant, the spacious conference room was reduced to 3 individuals. "By the way, is our group's legal team in good standing?" Chen pondered for a moment before deciding to inquire. "Our legal team consists of a mid-sized law firm. However, I have heard that Tianhe Group has made a significant investment, hiring a top lawyer from Minghua Law Firm, one of the 5 major firms," Jiang replied, his expression somber. "Does that mean our chances of winning have been drastically reduced?" Chen was taken aback by this revelation. "Indeed. Yet, please rest assured, Chairman, we are also seeking other lawyers," Jiang hastily clarified, sensing Chen's dissatisfaction. "When is the court session?" "The day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Chen fixed his gaze on Jiang, remaining silent. "Chairman, during this time, we have approached many lawyers from the 5 major firms, but most lack the reputation of the opposing counsel." Chu Sini interjected. "Isn't Shanghai Law Firm located in Huahai? Why didn't you reach out to them?" Chen queried. "We did, but their top lawyers are already tied up with other cases and are unavailable," Jiang explained. "What about lawyer Bai Yensong? I have heard he is currently free?" Chen probed. Chairman, you may not be aware, but the esteemed lawyer Bai Yensong no longer takes on domestic cases, and we lack the connections to reach him." Jiang was astonished that Chen was aware of this information. "Very well, I will handle the lawyers myself." Chen was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Bai Yensong's elevated status. Subsequently, he pulled out his phone before the two and dialed Bai Yensong's number. "Hello? Boss." "Yes, Director Bai. Do you have a moment?" Chen cut straight to the point. Upon hearing Director Bai, Chu Sini and Jiang exchanged glances, a flicker of speculation dancing in their minds. Since the boss is asking if I have time, I must certainly make time. Even if I didn't, I would find a way," Bai Yensong replied, injecting humor into the conversation. "That's good to hear. My company requires your personal involvement in a lawsuit. I wonder if you would be interested? The opposing counsel is a top lawyer." "Oh, the boss has a company? Since you have requested it, I cannot decline." Bai Yensong had not anticipated that Chen owned a company, but considering he even had Shanghai, he held no doubts. "All right. I will have my team come over shortly to coordinate with you." "Excellent." He then hung up the phone. "Chairman, that was Bai?" Jiang inquired curiously, watching Chen smile as he ended the call. Indeed, that was the esteemed lawyer Bai Yensong. Wow. Although both harbored their speculations, hearing Chen's words directly left them astounded. They had not expected Chen to possess such influence, capable of conversing with a renowned lawyer. "All right. You both may depart with the materials." "Understood." They promptly exited. Chapter 38. Your brother can't possibly own only one car, can he? Observing their departing figures, Chen mused. I wonder how astonished they would be if they knew that the entire Shanghai law firm is mine. He then returned to his office, where numerous documents awaited his signature to take effect. He immersed himself in work until noon. After signing the final document, Chen relaxed and stretched. At that moment, he was about to call his cousin to check on her when she beat him to it. How's it going? Chen asked directly. Brother, we lost the lawsuit. Woe is me. A soft voice came through, and Chen instantly recognized it as one of his cousin's friends, Xiao Yi. All right, trying to deceive me? Chen rolled his eyes. Hee. I knew I couldn't hide it from you, brother. We won. The court ruled that the contract was invalid. And we also received economic compensation for sure during this time. Xiao Yi suddenly laughed and chattered for a moment before revealing the news. As expected, Chen had anticipated this outcome. Thank you, brother. Eventually, the phone was passed to Su Shishir, who thanked him with great joy. This contract had loomed over her like a mountain, and now that weight had vanished entirely. I am your brother. No need for thanks. Where are you? I will come find you. No need, brother. Work is paramount. Su Shishir, delighted at the prospect of Chen visiting, refrained from interrupting his work. I finished my work ages ago. You know I'm the boss. I can leave whenever I wish. Chen laughed heartily. Upon hearing this, Su Shishir revealed their location. Chen descended to the underground parking lot, taking his latest vehicle, a Koenigsegg Gemera, which he immediately cherished. He marveled at how online shopping had become increasingly intuitive, anticipating his needs. This car, a paragon in the realm of supercars, had been equipped by the company's CEO, Christian von Koenigsegg, with 4 seats, 2 scissor doors, and an astonishing hybrid powertrain, making it one of the wildest 4-seater supercars in the world. The interior exuded a luxurious aesthetic, dominating the design. The seats are crafted from hollow carbon fiber shells, and the side mirrors have been replaced by cameras. Both the front and rear seats are equipped with digital touchscreens to control the climate and entertainment systems. This supercar not only accommodates 4 individuals, but also possesses ample space for luggage, rendering it utterly perfect. Upon starting the vehicle, the distinctive sound of the sports car reverberates through the empty parking lot. As a globally limited edition, this sports car has always commanded attention. It draws the gaze of passers-by as it traverses the road. Meanwhile, freshly emerged from the courthouse, Su Shishir and her companions are bidding farewell to Lawyer Lin. All right, Miss Su, since you've won the case, I shall take my leave. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to give me a call. Lawyer Lin addresses Su Shishir and her friends. Thank you so much, Lawyer Lin. Su Shishir expresses her gratitude. Not at all. Lawyer Lin waves his hand dismissively as he departs, knowing that his boss will arrive shortly and that his presence is no longer necessary. Had it not been for Chen, he would never have accepted such a straightforward case. Sure, congratulations on resolving the contract issue. One of her friends exclaims. Yes. What are your plans moving forward? The other chimes in, both visibly delighted for her. I'm not sure, but I must thank you both. Su Shishir replies, shaking her head. Isn't your brother running a company? You could consider working there, Xiao Yu suggests thoughtfully. Forget it. I don't want to burden my brother any further, nor do I desire to exploit his connections. I shall find my own path. Su Shishir resolutely declines. Fair enough. The two friends nod in agreement. At that moment, a representative from the company Su Shishir had previously been with emerges, casting a shadow over her cheerful demeanor. However, he refrains from saying anything, merely snorting in disdain before leaving. The group remains unfazed, continuing their animated conversation. Suddenly, a deep rumbling sound echoes from a distance. They turn to see a striking supercar approaching. Sure, could it be that your brother is here? Xiao Yu suddenly speculates. No way. You've all seen my brother's car before, Su Shishir replies, shaking her head after a brief glance. Your brother can't possibly have only one car, right? The group falls silent, their eyes fixed on the sports car as it draws nearer and eventually comes to a halt at the roadside. The window slowly lowers. What are you standing around for? Get in. Chen, noticing the envious gazes directed at them, nonchalantly calls out to the dazed Su Shishir and her friends with a smile. Ah, it really is my brother. Xiao Yi is the first to react, eagerly pulling the others closer. Chen opens the car door, revealing a 3-seater interior, prompting everyone to quickly hop inside. They speed away, leaving behind a crowd filled with envy, particularly from the company that had previously wronged Su Shishir, who now realizes that she has indeed associated with a wealthy heir. It's no wonder she exudes such confidence. The others harbor feelings of jealousy and resentment towards Chen. You're dating girls, that is fine. But how did you manage to charm 3 of them? How are we supposed to compete? They lament. This year is truly a feast or famine situation. Inside the car, Su Shishir and her friends are bubbling with excitement, eagerly exploring every detail. Brother, when did you buy this car? It's so comfortable, Xiaoyi exclaims, her eyes sparkling. Upon hearing this, Su Shishir glances over, having thought Guchen only owned his previous sports car. Oh, I got it yesterday. Guchen replies with a smile. I won it in a lottery, so one could say I bought it yesterday. Wow, you're so wealthy. The three exclaim in unison. Guchen revels in their flattery, embodying the essence of a charming car and alluring beauty. By the way, today, I'm treating you all to a feast, Guchen announces, subsequently taking the sports car on a few laps around the outer ring. Thank you, brother. Hee, I can save on a meal. They cheerfully respond, viewing Guchen as the epitome of affluence. It's nothing. You all have helped Shishir immensely, so as her brother, it's only right that I reciprocate. Su Shishir feels a warm glow in her heart, while her friends envy her for having such a brother. By the way, are all three of you in the same major? Guchen then shifts the topic. No, our majors are quite different. Shishir is in accounting, Xiaoyu is in marketing, and I'm in economic management, Xiaoyi explains with a smile. Excellent. Once you graduate, you can come work for me, Guchen promises. Having spent the last few days together, he recognizes the talents of the two girls, not to mention their prestigious educational backgrounds. Really? Brother, you're the best, they exclaim, delighted at Guchen's words, even though they currently have no plans to resign. However, I will only offer you one opportunity. Whether you can join me will depend on your abilities. Guchen adds, don't worry, brother. We're confident in our skills. They assure him enthusiastically. Haha, that's good. Shishir, have you found a job yet? Guchen then queries Su Shishir, who is seated in the front passenger seat. Not yet. She shakes her head, confirming Guchen's expectations. All right, tomorrow, let us try out my company. Don't refuse just yet. I'm merely providing you with an opportunity. If you're not qualified, I want to push it. Su Shishir hesitates for a moment, but ultimately agrees, curious about the nature of her brother's company and its wealth. As this thought crosses her mind, she casts a worried glance at Guchen, wondering what she would do if it were indeed as she feared. Momentarily, she becomes ensnared in a web of conflicting thoughts. If Guchen were to learn that his sister envisions him as a criminal mastermind, he would likely be left speechless. Soon, Guchen takes them to the Huatian Grand Hotel, eager for them to experience the taste of a five-star establishment. After all, it costs him nothing. Brother, why don't we choose another place? Yes, this place is too expensive and not even that good. As they witness the sports car glide to a stop beside the flower bed at the hotel entrance, Xiaoyi and Xiaoyu express their concerns. Having initially anticipated a casual dining experience, they are now filled with trepidation at the thought of taking advantage of Guchen. Indeed, brother, let us find somewhere else. This is far too pricey. Su Shishir joins in the persuasion. It's fine. Eating here doesn't cost me anything. Guchen laughs. Come on. Are you afraid I'll sell you off? Seeing that the group is still hesitant, Guchen makes a playful quip. It is then that they finally step out of the car, their usual exuberance replaced by a bashful demeanor, which elicits a quiet chuckle from Guchen. Guchen has a plan in mind for bringing them here. He intends to use this opportunity to gradually reveal to Su Shishir the extent of his wealth in Huahai City through her. After providing his explanation, he believes their parents will be far more accepting of the revelation. Hello, Mr. Gu. The doorman opens the door, and Guchen strides in confidently. The three individuals behind resembled Lu Lao wandering through a garden, their eyes darting around, utterly awestruck by the opulence of the grand hall. Good afternoon, Mr. Gu. At this moment, the lobby manager hurried over, his enthusiasm palpable. Is there a private room available? Guchen inquired, observing the throngs of patrons, realizing it was indeed lunchtime. Yes, indeed. The lobby manager responded promptly. There must be one. Certainly. Even if they're ISNT, there must be. Right this way. Subsequently, the lobby manager assumed the role of a guide, leading them. Chapter 39. News from the future. How has business been lately? Guchen asked as they walked. Mr. Gu. During this National Day holiday, the hotel has been fully booked every day. Business is remarkably thriving. The lobby manager's eyes sparkled with delight at this news. Guchen nodded, reassured that the hotel's reputation had not been tarnished by the celebrity. Unbeknownst to him, that very celebrity had not only preserved the hotel's reputation, but had also drawn in a surge of clientele. Otherwise, how could the hotel be so bustling? At this moment, Su Shishir and her companions were akin to three docile kittens, obediently trailing behind Guchen, engrossed in the conversation. They were taken aback, sensing the profound respect the manager held for Guchen. Despite Guchen being a company owner, the hotel manager was also a high-ranking figure. Was it not a tad lacking in ambition? If the manager were privy to their thoughts, he would surely chuckle. Ambition? What good does that do when it comes to sustenance? By the way, where is Manager Lu? As they ascended to the second floor, Guchen seemed to recall something and inquired. Manager Lu is in her office. Are you looking for her, Mr. Gu? Upon hearing Guchen's words, The lobby manager's admiration for him surged like an unending river. Observing Gu Chan's company of 3 young women and his desire for manager Liu to join them left him momentarily at a loss for words. It was akin to inviting a mistress home for dinner while asking the legitimate partner to join for drinks, a bold move indeed. As the hotel manager, his allegiance naturally lay with manager Liu. No, just a casual inquiry, Gu Chen replied, shaking his head, merely asking out of curiosity. Here we are, Mr. Gu. The lobby manager opened the door to the private room, bowing respectfully. Thank you. Gu Chen entered without hesitation, while Su Shishir and her companions nodded and followed, graced by the manager's cordiality. All right, I'll call you if needed, Gu Chen remarked, observing the trio's reserved demeanor, directing his words to the manager. Understood. Please feel free to call upon me if you require anything. The manager then politely exited, closing the door behind him. Brother, why is he so courteous to you? Once the door was shut, Xiaoyi promptly asked. Brother? Upon hearing the faint voice from within, the lobby manager couldn't help but twitch his lips. The boss certainly knew how to play his cards. He then retreated. Of course, this is also part of my estate. If he does not show me respect, to whom should he extend it? Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. What? The 3 girls exchanged bewildered glances, staring at Gu Chen with wide eyes. Brother, just how wealthy are you? Is even this place yours? Su Shishir could no longer contain her curiosity and asked. Not excessively wealthy. A friend sold it to me at a bargain. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, as if it were a trivial matter. All right, let us order. Feel free to choose. It won't cost anything. As the trio seemed poised to inquire further, Gu Chen interrupted them. They then shifted their focus, utilizing their phones to scan the menu, a simple and convenient approach. As they perused unfamiliar dish names, they began to bicker and deliberate over their selections. Gu Chen watched this scene with an amused shake of his head. Fortunately, the 3 soon completed their orders, and upon reviewing them, he was taken aback as they had chosen remarkably inexpensive items. Understanding the implications, he swiftly added 2 more dishes to their order. They feasted heartily for nearly 3 hours before Gu Chen escorted them back home, ultimately returning to his residence at Tangchini Pin. Along the way, only Gu Chen and Su Shishir conversed. Gu Chen caught a glimpse of Su Shishir's hesitant expression from the corner of his eye and smiled, inquiring. What is on your mind? Brother, how have you become so wealthy? What exactly are you doing? Su Shishir pressed. Didn't I mention? Our company primarily deals with raw material supply, and we are now transitioning into processing and direct product manufacturing, Gu Chen explained. And that hotel? What? Can't I invest in other industries if I'm making money? It then dawned on Gu Chen that this young lady was concerned about his dealings. Looking at Gu Chen's radiant face, Su Shishir found herself convinced by his words. Upon returning home, Gu Chen headed straight to the bathroom for a shower, leaving Su Shishir alone on the living room sofa, lost in thought until a knock at the door jolted her back to reality. Rushing to the entrance, she opened the door to find Chu Sini and Jiang Dongqiang, returning from Shanghai law firm, utterly shocked to discover it was Gu Chen's establishment. It was no wonder he was so familiar with it, having just finalized arrangements for the day after tomorrow. They hurried to the company only to find Gu Chen had already departed, leaving them to stifle their astonishment. However, Chu Sini, eager to see Gu Chen, made her way to his home. To her surprise, the door was opened by a sweet-looking young woman, causing her to choke on her words. In an instant, her mind went blank. Why was there a woman in his house? Her face paled, startling Su Shishir, who had opened the door. Are you all right, miss? Miss. Hearing Su Shishir's words, Chu Sini felt even more wounded. Do I look that old? Calling me miss? I'm fine. May I inquire who you are? Chu Sini quickly regained her composure, realizing her emotional outburst had clouded her judgment. I'm Su Shishir, Gu Chen's cousin. Are you here to see my brother? Women's intuition is often keen. She quickly noted the scrutinizing gaze from Chu Sini and, coupled with the earlier behavior, deduced her identity. Cousin? Chu Sini's demeanor shifted from guarded to warm, her heart lightening with a smile like the blossoming of spring. The 2 soon found themselves comfortably seated on the sofa, chatting animatedly about Gu Chen, fashion, cosmetics, and more, as if they were long-lost friends. When Gu Chen emerged from his shower and heard laughter from the living room, he descended the stairs, intrigued. What brings you here? Gu Chen asked, genuinely surprised. What? Am I not welcome? Chu Sini replied with a playful pout. Oh, not at all. I'm merely curious. It seems this is your first meeting, yet you appear quite chummy. Gu Chen chuckled awkwardly, noting their closeness with curiosity. We hit it off right away. Brother, I and Sister Chu get along splendidly. The 2 exchanged knowing smiles and spoke in unison. Gu Chen shook his head in silent disbelief, utterly perplexed by the inner workings of their minds. He retrieved a can of cola from the refrigerator, took a swig, and inquired, would you like some? Both shook their heads in refusal, prompting Gu Chen to plop down on another sofa. By the way, Sure will be interviewing at the company tomorrow. Since you two are acquainted, I'll leave the arrangements to you, but all necessary procedures must be adhered to. Sure just mentioned it to me. Chu Sini nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words, Gu Chun ascended the stairs. He closed the door to his room and gazed out at the myriad of lights twinkling in the night, feeling a profound tranquility wash over him. He then lay down on his bed and opened Taobao. Staring at the familiar interface, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. It was this very platform that had altered the course of his life, igniting his curiosity about the nature of its existence. After pondering for a while without arriving at any understanding, he ultimately decided to abandon the thought. He then browsed today's discounted items. Ding! Congratulations! The user has received a piece of news from the future. Instantly, his phone pinged with 2 notifications. Future news? How astonishing! Even Gu Chun, with his robust composure, couldn't he help but exclaim in surprise. Upon clicking to view the details, he found a report concerning the demolition plans for the southern outskirts of Huahai City. The official proposal included the construction of a tertiary hospital in that area, alongside the relocation of the district government, which would also bring educational resources to the vicinity, transforming it into the new central district of Huahai City. At that moment, property prices would undoubtedly skyrocket. Those who were privy to this information first would hold the upper hand in the ensuing competition. A notification was due to be released in a week, inviting bids for the project. Gu Chun felt a surge of excitement, quickly followed by a pang of regret. He lacked any real estate company. Even if he acquired a substantial amount of land, he would only be able to resell it. While that could yield him a handsome profit, the lion's share would ultimately go to those established real estate firms. How unfortunate it was that his father's company had gone bankrupt. Otherwise, he could have propelled his father's business to new heights. Gu Chun lamented at this thought. Before the bankruptcy, his family had owned a prominent real estate company in the area. It was surprising how they had fallen to such dire straits. He had considered the possibility that someone was plotting against his father. At the time, he had little understanding of the company's operations. And since his father didn't elaborate much, he assumed it was merely a case of overexpansion leading to a cash flow crisis. The unfinished projects ultimately led to a court ruling of insolvency and subsequent bankruptcy. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he resolved to focus on acquiring land first. One must not be overly greedy. It was best to get some rest. He set his phone aside and closed his eyes. With only the faint glow of distant lights illuminating the room, creating a serene atmosphere. The following day, after breakfast, Gu Chun initially planned to take Su Shir to the company when Chu Sini approached him, suggesting they go together. Gu Chun shrugged, eager for the arrangement, as he had pressing matters to attend to that day. However, before departing, he inquired about the current cash reserves of the group, specifying that he required the entirety of his share, excluding the other shareholders. He did not wish to involve the group in this matter, as it would complicate accountability later. Although Chu Sini was curious about why Gu Chun needed such a substantial sum, she provided him with the information. Currently, the group had approximately 1.8 billion in liquid assets, and calculating his 58 share, he was entitled to around 1.04 billion. Chapter 40, Bank Loan. Thus, he promptly dialed the finance department's number to arrange for his share to be transferred. Without hesitation, they processed his request, and within minutes, he received a notification indicating the funds had been credited. Along with his previous holdings, he now had approximately 1.2 billion in total. While that sounded considerable, in the real estate industry, it would barely create a ripple. Gu Chun was well aware of this. Consequently, he devised his next plan. With clarity of mind, he intended to leverage his equity to secure a loan from the bank. If he were to play, he would play big. He had faith that the altered Taobao would not deceive him. However, he was entirely in the dark regarding the specifics of the operation. Thus, he pulled out his phone and called Lin Mo, the lawyer who had assisted his cousin with her lawsuit the previous day. Gu Chun was quite pleased with his performance. "Hello, Lawyer Lin, it's me. Boss, what can I do for you?" "Indeed, I need your assistance. Where are you?" Gu Chun replied with a smile. "I'm at the office." Although unsure of Gu Chun's intentions, Lin Mo answered truthfully. "Great, I'll see you shortly." Gu Chun concluded the call and contemplated driving his newly acquired Koenigsegg, feeling invigorated. Under the respectful gaze of the security guard, Gu Chun departed with a smile. A newly hired guard nearby wore a puzzled expression. "Brother Wu, who was that owner just now? Why did you treat him with such respect?" "That's Mr. Gu Chun, the first owner of our Tangchun Epine, who purchased the pinnacle of the complex. Moreover, he is a remarkably honorable person. He has previously spoken up for us security guards. In short, just show him respect if you encounter him again." Brother Wu replied with admiration and respect. "Understood." The new guard felt a surge of envy. Gu Chun, preoccupied with his thoughts, drove straight to the law firm. "Excuse me, which lawyer are you looking for?" Upon entering the lobby, he heard a familiar voice. Besides Bai Yinsong and Lin Mo, the other staff were unaware of Gu Chun's identity. I'm looking for lawyer Lin Mo. Lawyer Lin is on the second floor. The receptionist replied with a smile. Her role was to direct inquiries and provide guidance. Thank you. Gu Chen expressed his gratitude and ascended the stairs. Knock, knock. Gu Chen quickly located Lin Mo's office. As one of the top 5 law firms in the country, it was standard for each lawyer to have their own private office. Come in. Lin Mo's voice called out. Gu Chen pushed the door open and stepped inside. Boss. Lin Mo glanced up and quickly rose, slightly anxious. I'm here today to hire you as my exclusive lawyer for the next few days, Gu Chen stated directly. No problem. Please share what you need, boss. Lin Mo readily agreed without a second thought. After all, being a lawyer was about making money. And having someone willing to hire him as an exclusive lawyer was an opportunity he could hardly resist, especially since the client was his own boss. Excellent. Gu Chen was extremely satisfied with Lin Mo. He then proceeded to outline his intentions. Upon hearing his plans, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that this younger man would possess a billion-dollar conglomerate, complete with a 5-star hotel and an office building. What astonished him even further was Gu Chun's intention to mortgage all these shares to the bank for a loan, an audacious endeavor indeed. Boss, may I ask if you are in dire need of funds lately? Lin Mo struggled to suppress his astonishment, swallowing hard as he spoke. Gu Chen first nodded, then shook his head, leaving Lin Mo at a loss regarding his intentions. I intend to purchase a plot of land, Gu Chen stated directly, as he would be the one to handle the necessary legalities when the time came. Huh. Lin Mo was once again taken aback. What kind of land acquisition would require tens of billions? With his professional expertise, he quickly deduced that, based on the shares in Gu Chen's possession, securing a loan of several billion from any bank would pose no challenge whatsoever. I plan to entrust all of this to you, Lin lawyer. Do you still have any doubts? Gu Chen nodded, fully aware that his actions would seem utterly insane to anyone else. None. Lin Mo shook his head, curiosity swiftly overtaking his thoughts. May I inquire why the boss is pursuing this? He couldn't help but ask. Naturally, it's for profit. Gu Chen had already prepared his rationale. Lin Mo paused, then indicated that he had no further questions. Now, I must report to Director Bai, he said after a moment of silence. The two then proceeded towards Bai Yinsong's office. Boss, I never expected you to be the illustrious and enigmatic chairman of Tycoon Group. Upon entering, Bai Yinsong expressed his astonishment. The announcement of Tycoon Group's acquisition of Chu Group had caused quite a stir in the raw materials sector. Subsequent developments indicated that Tycoon was in the midst of a transformation, and with the assistance of Chu Group, its future appeared exceedingly bright. With a market value soaring to nearly 500 billion. The result of this was that Gu Chen's shares had nearly doubled. Had it not been for the subsequent lawsuit from Tianhe, his fortunes would have continued to rise. Too kind, Gu Chen replied with a smile. He remained oblivious to these developments. By the way, Xiao Mo, you're here. After exchanging pleasantries, he turned to Lin Mo. I'm looking to invest in some enterprises, so I've hired Lin Lawyer as my exclusive attorney for a few days. I see. Since the boss has such faith in you, Xiao Mo, please feel free to remain by the boss's side during this time. Bai Yinsong quickly grasped the situation and expressed his approval. Understood. The two then exited. Once back in the car, Gu Chen stated, let us head directly to the bank. I've made an appointment. You can first review my property certificates. He started the vehicle, and Lin Mo, seated in the passenger seat, was taken aback to find himself riding in a supercar with the boss himself at the wheel. Despite his usual composure, excitement flickered across his face. However, he soon calmed himself, feeling slightly embarrassed for his lack of composure, and diligently began reviewing the materials Gu Chen had provided. The two remained silent throughout the drive until they arrived at a certain bank. Upon entering, they were greeted by the bank manager personally. Gu Chen had scheduled the appointment under Tycoon Group's name. Otherwise, a young man of little renown would hardly have garnered attention. The upper echelons of society had heard of Gu Chen's name due to his rapid rise, even if they did not recognize him. Greetings, greetings. I hadn't realized that Director Gu is the mysterious chairman of Tycoon Group. Truly impressive at such a young age. The manager mistakenly assumed that Lin Mo was the chairman and extended a warm greeting to him, though Lin Mo was also in his 30s. His formal attire and indescribable aura set him apart. Meanwhile, Gu Chen appeared in casual wear, exuding charm yet resembling a second-generation heir. Ahem. My apologies, you've mistaken us. Lin Mo awkwardly paused for a second. Oh, the manager's smiling demeanor froze, and he felt even more awkward than Lin Mo. However, being a seasoned professional, he quickly regained his composure. I'm terribly sorry. I was so excited that I mistook the identities. My apologies, Director Gu, for achieving fame at such a young age. You surpass us older gentlemen by leaps and bounds. His face brightened, exhibiting a talent for flattery that made Gu Chen and Lin Mo exchange glances. Indeed. Indeed. echoed a chorus of sycophants behind him. In this day and age, wealth truly commands respect, granting Gu Chen a taste of the privileges of the affluent class. Observing the long queue, Gu Chen ascended the stairs amidst envious gazes. "May I inquire about the nature of your proposed collaboration over the phone?" The manager, presenting a cup of his finest tea, posed the question. "I wish to secure a loan from your esteemed bank. May I ask how much you could extend to me?" Gu Chen lifted the cup, inhaled its aroma, then took a measured sip before leisurely continuing, "How much does Director Gu wish to borrow?" The manager's spirits lifted at this inquiry. After all, the primary goal of their bank was to extend loans, and they yearned to lend out as much of their capital as possible. "Whatever you wish to borrow, I shall lend." Gu Chen's tone remained light, yet it effectively subdued the manager's enthusiasm. "Ahem, as far as I'm aware, Tycoon Group seems to be financially sound, although embroiled in legal troubles." Astute individuals recognized that this was merely a minor inconvenience for the giant. The manager then relaxed, adopting a congenial attitude. It must be said, to attain the position of a branch manager, one's intellect and insight must be exceptional. Gu Chen privately deemed him a cunning old fox. "I am borrowing personally, unrelated to Tycoon." "Oh." This revelation left the manager astonished. "These are my shares, you may examine them. I wonder how much I could borrow." Gu Chen cut to the chase, gesturing for Lin Mo to hand over the documents. Upon receiving them, the manager's eyes sparkled with interest. Good heavens. Chapter 41, 200. 100, 000 in hand. The manager had presumed that even as the chairman of Tycoon Group, Gu Chen's shares would not exceed 20%. After all, it was rare for the chairman of a company valued over 100 billion to hold a significant stake. "What? Director Gu possesses absolute control?" The manager, with a keen understanding of the documents, exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed." Gu Chen nodded. "I never expected this. You continue to surprise me, Director Gu." The manager immediately lavished praise upon him, then inquired, "May I ask how much you wish to borrow?" His excitement had escalated significantly compared to before. He harbored no concerns about Gu Chen's repayment ability. In fact, he welcomed the prospect of Gu Chen defaulting, as that would mean the collateral would belong to the bank. Though he was uncertain about the young director's intentions, it was evident that Tycoon Group was on an upward trajectory, with its shares holding immense value, especially given his absolute control over the company. Naturally, he would never be foolish enough to voice such thoughts. 200 billion. As soon as the words left Gu Chen's lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The manager nearly choked, and Lin Mo's expression twitched. "Director Gu, you must be jesting. Such a substantial figure is beyond my authority. However, I can offer Chairman Gu a credit line of 5 billion. What do you think?" The president subsequently articulated his bottom line, which was indeed the maximum amount permitted by his authority. "Deal." Gu Chen pondered for a moment and acquiesced. It was then that the moment for lawyer Lin to showcase his expertise had arrived. He meticulously reviewed the contract multiple times, identifying several concealed clauses that were disadvantageous to Gu Chen, and only after ensuring there were no issues did Gu Chen slowly inscribe his name. The contract was thus activated, bearing legal efficacy. "A pleasant collaboration, Chairman Gu." "A pleasant collaboration, President." The two extended their hands in a firm handshake. Gu Chen then expressed his desire to take his leave, for he had scheduled meetings with not just one, but 4 major banks throughout the day. Consequently, the entire day was a repetition of the earlier proceedings. By evening, upon exiting the last bank, the fatigue etched on his face could not diminish the exhilaration within him. 2 billion would be deposited in full within the next couple of days. "Thank you for your hard work today, Lawyer Lin," Gu Chen remarked, glancing at the equally weary Lin Mo with a hint of apology. "It's nothing." Lin Mo shook his head, recalling times when he had endured far greater exhaustion to assist clients in winning their cases. "Let us get you home today, Lawyer Lin. Rest well for tomorrow. The day after, I shall reach out again." "Very well." With a weary body, Gu Chen mustered his energy to first escort Lawyer Lin home before returning to his own residence. He was so fatigued that he could not even manage dinner and fell into a deep slumber. He had no time to concern himself with his cousin Su Shishir's affairs. The following day, he awoke naturally and proceeded directly to the site for an inspection, spending the entire day observing and comparing with maps, which allowed him to form a rough idea in his mind. Thus, he returned home once again, exhausted. "Alas, it seems my physical endurance requires improvement." Gazing at his aching feet, Gu Chen had always believed himself to be in decent shape, yet after merely 2 days of activity, he found himself in this state. He returned home earlier than the previous day, only to find that his cousin Su Shishir had yet to arrive. Just then, a commotion at the front door caught his attention. "Brother, what have you been up to these past few days? I haven't seen you at all." It was indeed Su Shishir, her face lighting up with excitement before she was startled by the sight of Gu Chen lounging on the sofa, and she curiously inquired. "Naturally, I have matters to attend to." By the way, how did it go with your interview? Not bad. I received unanimous approval yesterday, but brother, your company is enormous. At this, Su Shishir's face radiated with delight. Of course. But brother, how did you become the chairman of such a colossal group just a year after graduating? Upon hearing this, Gu Chun remained unfazed. I was already the chairman of the group during my university days. I simply hadn't made an appearance until now. He delivered his prepared response confidently. No wonder. I heard the chairman of Taiyu Group is very mysterious. Su Shishir exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. By the way, brother, my mother now knows that I work at your company, but I haven't dared to tell her just how big it is. Su Shishir then recalled something, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. It's all right. You can gradually explain it to Auntie and the others. Gu Chun felt a surge of excitement. His plan was beginning to take effect. Indeed, Su Shishir nodded in agreement. After chatting for a while, they both retreated to their respective rooms. Gu Chun adeptly opened Taba, only to find that the previous 2 days had yielded custom clothing or high-end wines, which left him feeling rather disappointed. He had been hoping to win a real estate company, enabling him to maximize his profits, but such outcomes were beyond his control. Congratulations. The user has won a vial of future elixir, a bodily enhancement agent. The notification sound on his phone rang out, causing Gu Chun's eyes to widen. What is this? Future elixir? Bodily enhancement? Cutting-edge technology? A multitude of questions flooded his mind. Why have the past few days been all about the future? Is this application truly that powerful? Yet, no one was there to provide him with answers. A fleeting glance revealed an unexpected test tube on his bedside table. The liquid within was a mesmerizing azure, radiating a faint glow. This substance can enhance the body? Gu Chun regarded the test tube with skepticism, feeling an unsettling sense that this elixir might be a lethal poison. For a moment, he hesitated, staring at the luminous liquid, his heart racing at the thought of potential demise. However, recalling that this was a product of the system, and feeling the persistent aches in his body, Gu Chun gritted his teeth and uncorked the vial, closing his eyes as he downed its contents in one swift motion. He firmly believed that Taba would not harm him. Indeed, as the elixir flowed down his throat, it was not the bitter taste he had anticipated, but rather a subtle hint of fruitiness. Soon after, Gu Chun succumbed to exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. The elixir coursed through his heart and into his veins, altering his body, fortifying various tissues and cells. The following morning, Gu Chun abruptly awakened, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloping him, indescribably pleasant. As warmth radiated from every part of him, the aches of yesterday had vanished, and his previously slightly myopic vision was now exceptionally clear. Was that elixir truly effective? He marveled at its astonishing potency. Gu Chun felt a rush of joy, though a twinge of regret followed. If only there were more, if he could replicate it, then. He shuddered at the thought. The world's wealthiest? He would likely end up imprisoned in some research facility, subjected to relentless interrogation. He understood the adage, a common man is innocent, yet possesses a jewel. Following a refreshing wash, he ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Just as he finished, Su Shishir emerged. Brother? Why do you seem different today? Upon seeing Gu Chun, Su Shishir paused, then uncertainly remarked. What seems different? Unable to articulate it. Su Shishir shook her head. All right, your brother grows more handsome by the day. I was merely exhausted yesterday. Let us eat breakfast. Shall I take you to the company afterwards? No need. I'll go with Sister Xine. Su Shishir said, sitting down to sip her porridge, her words slightly muddled. Very well. I can hardly believe you've only known each other for a few days. You seem like old friends. Gu Chun replied, no longer insisting otherwise. After breakfast, Gu Chun called Lawyer Lin. Following this, he set off for the Bureau of Land and Resources. After thorough consideration, he based his plans on future information regarding the demolition plans in the southern suburb of the city. The area primarily consisted of barren land, interspersed with a few residential buildings. As an individual, he naturally did not consider residential demolitions, thus the remaining options were those vacant lands. Conveniently, there was a substantial plot of barren land that perfectly met his requirements, and his objective was that parcel of land. Upon meeting with Lawyer Lin, Gu Chun relayed his intentions. Boss, I recall that area is quite remote. Why do you wish to purchase such a large tract of land there? Upon hearing Gu Chun's words, only one thought crossed Lin's mind. The boss has lost his senses. He struggled to contain his astonishment and inquired. Naturally, I wish to invest in a piece of land. Is the real estate sector not exceedingly profitable at present? Gu Chun remarked with a smile. However, it lacks the conditions for investment. It is situated so far from the city center. No matter how much development occurs, it cannot lead to significant progress. Lawyer Lin still could not comprehend. Not only him, but even Gu Chun himself found it puzzling, were it not for the absence of future prospects. He too could not fathom why the authorities would choose to establish a new district there. Why is it impossible? Gu Chun retorted with a smile. The resources in Huahai City are limited. For sustainable development and to expand regional economic influence, outward expansion is inevitable. The land I have purchased is vast and sparsely populated. Although it is remote, once it garners official attention, it will soar like a phoenix. Listening to Gu Chen's eloquent discourse, Lawyer Lin once again scrutinized Gu Chen. Previously, he had assumed that Gu Chen's considerable assets were merely a result of parental fortune. But now it was evident that he was indeed quite capable. What are you staring at? Gu Chun inquired, feeling a chill as Lawyer Lin gazed at him intently. It seems there are always those who find me fascinating. Apologies, I merely believe that you appear quite different today than usual. Lin Emo said, somewhat abashed. Of course. Gu Chen affirmed. I am even more impressed by that vial of potion from last night. Subsequently, Lawyer Lin began preparing the contract per Gu Chen's instructions. Chapter 42. Acquisition of the land. The journey was uneventful, and they soon arrived at the Land Resources Bureau. Lawyer Lin, well acquainted with the process, guided Gu Chen to a department head's office. As a lawyer who frequently interacts with the government, it was inevitable that he had acquaintances. Oh, Lawyer Lin, what a rare visitor. What brings you here today? A middle-aged man casually seated in a modest office greeted them with a smile upon noticing their presence. Haha. It is naturally the windfall of fortune that has brought me to you. Lawyer Lin responded cheerfully. Oh, then I must extend my gratitude to you. The department head shook hands with Lawyer Lin. Noticing Gu Chen behind him, he then inquired with a tone of formality, and who might this be? This is the windfall I mentioned. Lawyer Lin replied. He is my boss, Gu Chun, chairman of Tycoon Group. A pleasure to meet you, department head. Gu Chen extended his hand with a smile. He immediately noticed the small plaque on the man's chest, something he would have overlooked previously. Greetings, Mr. Gu. Truly a promising young man. Those accustomed to the corridors of power are adept at pleasantries and warmly shook hands with Gu Chun. Please have a seat. He then invited them to sit down and poured them each a cup of tea before initiating conversation. May I inquire which piece of land Mr. Gu intends to purchase? The department head asked with a smile. Coming here, there is no other agenda than land acquisition. Indeed, department head, I have brought my boss directly to you. So please extend us a favorable deal. Lawyer Lin said with a grin. Naturally, the department head readily agreed, appearing quite accommodating. Our boss wishes to acquire the land in the suburban area south of the city. After securing Gu Chen's authorization, Lawyer Lin began to negotiate. Oh, that area? Lawyer Lin. It is rather remote. The department head, having heard of it, cautioned. I am aware. Lawyer Lin chuckled bitterly. He certainly understood the situation, but ultimately, his boss was the one making the decisions. This time, our boss is looking to purchase approximately several hundred acres. Lawyer Lin stated directly. How much? The department head nearly stumbled, questioning whether he had misheard. At least several hundred acres. The exact amount will depend on the discount you can offer us. Observing the astonishment on the department head's face, Lawyer Lin inexplicably felt a sense of satisfaction. Lawyer Lin, this jest is far from amusing, although it is quite remote. The price is also exceedingly high. The department head replied, his expression calm while internally he felt a twinge of irritation. Naturally, if you do not believe it, you may verify the strength of Tycoon Group, Lawyer Lin asserted. The department head quickly searched online and found that Tycoon Group currently had a market value exceeding 50 billion. With Gu Chun as the chairman. By this point, he was convinced to a significant degree. I sincerely apologize. This matter requires me to inform our bureau chief. Such a substantial transaction is beyond my purview. The department head then dialed an internal number. A few minutes later, an authoritative-looking elder hurriedly arrived. Greetings. I am the bureau chief of the Land Resources Bureau. May I inquire which of you is Mr. Gu Chen? I am. Gu Chen responded with a smile as he stood. Greetings. I must confirm whether what was previously discussed holds true. Indeed, Gu Chen affirmed. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the bureau chief's face blossomed with a smile. After extensive discussion and confirming that Gu Chun was genuinely interested in purchasing a significant amount of land, they prepared to conduct an on-site inspection. Observing Gu Chen's sports car, the bureau personnel felt a degree of reassurance. Although they were uncertain of Gu Chen's intentions behind acquiring so much land, it was of no concern to them. The sheer magnitude of the transaction excited them, especially the soon-to-retire bureau chief, as it could enhance his political achievements. Perhaps, upon retirement, he might even ascend in rank. The same sentiment applied to the department head, who, in his 40s, still considered himself relatively young within the system. Such a monumental achievement would likely secure his position as bureau chief. Of course, this was contingent upon Gu Chun actually purchasing the land. After the on-site evaluation, they found that the desolate land chosen by Gu Chun spanned over 900 acres. Gu Chun was exceedingly pleased, and the bureau personnel were even more satisfied. Bureau Chief Du, may we now discuss the price? Gu Chen approached the bureau chief and inquired. Naturally, according to the quoted price here, it is 32,000 per square meter. Bureau chief Du replied, slightly displeased. I am purchasing over 900 acres here. And you're offering me the market price? How about this? I'll reduce it by 500 per square meter. 3,000. Instantly, the two parties engaged in a spirited debate. They exchanged various arguments with the ease of seasoned negotiators. Excellent. Let us settle on the price of 31,000 per square meter. I did not expect Mr. Gu to be so accomplished at such a young age. Ultimately, they agreed upon this price. Not at all. I must express my gratitude for your generosity, Bureau Chief Du. The two men conversed amiably, the earlier dispute seemingly forgotten. Finally, under the witness of both parties' lawyers, Gu Chen slowly inscribed his name on the contract. Instantly, both sides felt a wave of relief. 900 acres at 31,000 per square meter, Gu Chen's total expenditure amounted to over 19 billion. Congratulations, Mr. Gu. Congratulations. At that moment, Gu Chen's phone suddenly rang. A glance revealed it was a call from Chu Sini. Gu Chen, in high spirits, quickly answered. Hello? Gu Chen, have you taken a loan of 200 billion in cash using the group's shares? An anxious voice came through the receiver. Hearing the urgency in her tone, Gu Chen was taken aback, fearing some issue had arisen. Yes, he nodded in acknowledgement, as there was no need for him to conceal it. Upon hearing Gu Chen's admission, there was a moment of silence on the other end. Are you encountering some difficulties? Do you need money? Chu Sini inquired with concern. Everything is fine. I will explain when I return. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen felt a stir of emotion within his heart. After offering a brief explanation, he ended the call. My apologies. Everyone, since the matter has been resolved, I shall take my leave. Gu Chen addressed the group upon returning to his office. Oh, Chairman Gu, you are being too modest. Tonight, I shall host a gathering to treat you to a drink, for today is indeed a day worthy of celebration. The director interjected, attempting to persuade him to stay. I truly regret it, but the group has some pressing matters that require my attention. I can only express my apologies. Next time, I shall personally make amends to all of you. Gu Chen replied, his expression tinged with regret. Very well, since Chairman Gu is so busy, we shall not impose any further, the director responded, understanding the situation. Subsequently, Gu Chen departed amidst the warmth of their farewells. On the way home, Gu Chen expressed his gratitude to Lawyer Lin. Thank you for your assistance these past few days. You're too kind, boss. I merely fulfilled my duties, Lin Mo replied promptly. Today has been quite an eye-opener. Over 10 billion spent just like that. And the parties involved remained remarkably composed. He reflected, gazing at Gu Chen, who drove with expert precision. Truly, some individuals possess an enviable poise. Unbeknownst to Gu Chen, Lin Mo was grappling with a whirlwind of thoughts. After dropping him off, Gu Chen returned to his own residence. Though he had spent an entire day in toil, he felt no fatigue, merely a slight weariness. He couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of the body-enhancing tonic he had consumed the previous day. Barely settling into his seat, Gu Chen heard the front door open. As anticipated, two familiar figures stepped into his view, Su Shishir and Chu Sini. You're back quite early today. Gu Chen greeted them with a smile. Brother, I heard from Sister Sini that you secured a loan of 20 billion at the bank? Su Shishir exclaimed, her expression shifting to one of complex surprise. 20 billion. Such an astonishing figure. Indeed. Gu Chen nodded, a smile gracing his lips. How can you be so cheerful, Gu Chen? What do you intend to do with such an immense sum? Chu Sini asked, her concern evident. Naturally, it is for investment. Gu Chen replied with a hint of enthusiasm. Upon hearing his words, both women exchanged perplexed glances. What exactly are you investing in? Chu Sini queried, breaking the silence first. Gu Chen then recounted the events of the day, and the two women listened with mouths agape, utterly astonished. Why you? Su Shishir, unaccustomed to such grand undertakings, found herself momentarily speechless. Chu Sini, despite her worldly experience, was equally taken aback by Gu Chen's audacity. The living room fell into a brief silence, and Gu Chen recognized that the two needed time to process the information, thus refraining from interrupting. Have you really spent it all? Chu Sini finally regained her composure, her expression a mixture of concern and disbelief. Absolutely. The contracts are in my briefcase, Gu Chen affirmed, gesturing toward the black briefcase on the coffee table. Upon hearing this, Chu Sini promptly opened the bag, retrieving the documents, and indeed found Gu Chen's signature upon them. Suburban area? She read aloud the details of the land Gu Chen had purchased, her voice tinged with incredulity. Gu Chen, how could you buy land there? It is so remote. What if it becomes developed? Gu Chen countered with a smile. How could that be possible? Chu Sini retorted, her tone laced with skepticism. Any rational person would avoid buying land in such a location. How will you manage such a substantial expenditure? Won't your shares be affected? Her anxious expression mirrored the weight of the 20 billion, as if it were her own debt. Rest assured, Gu Chen maintained his calm demeanor, exuding confidence. By the way, how did the lawsuit turn out yesterday? Noticing the lingering concern on their faces, he shifted the topic. His focus had been so consumed by the land deal that he had little awareness of other matters. Lawyer Bai is indeed a premier attorney in the country. He was simply remarkable. Chu Sini responded, aware of Gu Chen's desire for brevity, yet her tone conveyed admiration. Oh, Gu Chen's interest peaked. In court yesterday, Lawyer Bai covered everything from domestic laws to international regulations, leaving the opposing counsel utterly speechless. You should have seen it. Everyone was astounded. Chu Sini recounted, her delight evident. Her spirits were lifted, especially knowing that the Tianhe group could no longer pose a significant threat. She felt a sense of retribution for past grievances. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, we shall intensify our efforts against the Tianhe group. They rely on imported raw materials, correct? We must target their suppliers and win them over. Gu Chen concurred, recognizing the validity of the approach. Chapter 43, Official Announcement Leaves Major Banks Stunned. Chu Sini readily agreed with Gu Chen's strategy. Meanwhile, Su Shishir observed her brother and Chu Sini as they tackled issues regarding the Tianhe group. Watching Gu Chen's earnest demeanor, she felt reassured, believing this might be the truest reflection of her brother. With her worries momentarily set aside, Gu Chen engaged in a few more exchanges before retiring for the night. Elsewhere, the offices of the four major banks received the startling news almost simultaneously. Chairman Gu Chen of Taiyu Group had secured a total loan of 20 billion from various banks and subsequently invested over 19 billion in purchasing land. This revelation left them utterly flabbergasted. Had they not seen the actual transfer records, they would have never believed that the shrewd and astute Gu Chen could act so foolishly. Splurging in such a remote area, what was he attempting to achieve? Squandering wealth? Or perhaps flaunting his affluence, showing a complete disregard for consequence? They could hardly fathom that a chairman of a billion-dollar enterprise would engage in such a financially detrimental venture, especially when he had doubled the group's assets since taking office. Yet, no matter how they investigated, they discerned no significant differences in the land aside from its slightly larger area. Thus, they reluctantly acknowledged that the young chairman had seemingly miscalculated, and their excitement grew as they contemplated that if Gu Chen could not repay the loan, his shares would be forfeited to cover the debt. Given Taiyu Group's current trajectory, it was evident that the value of those shares would dramatically increase. However, just days later, a public announcement from the city government left them utterly confounded. The local government, in pursuit of healthy economic development, revealed that Huahai City had reached a saturation point, necessitating expansion. Consequently, the previously overlooked southern district suddenly caught the eye of officials. Located at the boundary between Huahai City's economic special zone and the external region, the southern area was rather remote but boasted ample flat land, making it the government's unequivocal choice. Thus, the authorities announced the establishment of a new economic development zone, precisely in the suburban area Gu Chen had purchased for over 19 billion. Upon hearing this news, the bank presidents were left with darkened expressions, their disbelief palpable. They were utterly astonished, for this news had only just surfaced today, revealing that Gu Chen had previously acquired such a vast expanse of land, showcasing remarkable foresight. Moreover, there was another rumor circulating, that Gu Chen, possessing extensive connections, had been privy to this information long before the official announcement, prompting him to strategize in advance. With this thought in mind, Gu Chen had morphed into an enigmatic figure in their eyes, simultaneously signaling an air of untouchability. However, Gu Chen remained blissfully unaware of all this. For the past few days, he had been engaged in physical training at home, and thanks to the assistance of a particular potion, he had truly become a formidable athlete. On this day, rather than adhering to his usual exercise routine, he sat on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, his expression calm, though the subtle twitching of his muscles betrayed his feigned composure. Suddenly, a notification popped up on his screen. Upon reading it, a relaxed smile finally graced his face. Indeed, it was from a certain treasure trove of goods. This time, he had gambled wisely. Just then, his phone rang, a number he recognized from a previous exchange at a bank. Hello? Mr. Gu. Allow me to extend my congratulations. Came a voice as soon as he answered. President Gu chuckled. What is there to celebrate? Gu Chen couldn't help but admire the speed of the information that had reached the other party. Haha, Mr. Gu. The land you purchased a few days ago has skyrocketed in value. Surely you must be aware? Is that so? That's splendid news. I was just pondering how to repay President Gu. Gu Chen feigned surprise. No need to rush, Mr. Gu. We are not in a hurry here. If you find yourself in need of funds, I could certainly assist. The voice on the other end paused for a moment before generously offering. Thank you, President Gu. They concluded their conversation after exchanging a few more pleasantries. Gu Chen shook his head. Even banks had become so mercenary in these times. He now found himself in possession of substantial wealth, and the banks had no concern regarding his ability to repay. Subsequently, 3 other banks called, each one congratulating Gu Chun and inquiring if he required further loans, to which he graciously declined. His position had shifted dramatically. He was now the one in command, and they were obliged to tread carefully around him. Once the news broke, numerous real estate companies, akin to sharks sensing blood, eagerly prepared to make their mark in this venture. The authorities announced a bidding process, and major real estate firms in Huahai City were abuzz with anticipation. Even 3 of the nation's top 10 real estate groups were in attendance, leading to fierce competition. Ultimately, this represented significant profit. Whoever secured the winning bid would emerge as the primary beneficiary of this project. However, only 3 contenders appeared most likely to succeed: the formidable top 10 real estate groups in the country, Yue Group, Wandai Group, and Evergrande Group. Just as they brimmed with confidence, an unexpected announcement from the authorities left them utterly bewildered. There would be no winning bid this time. Upon hearing this, their initial reaction was disbelief. Soon after, it became clear that a buyer had already purchased the land in the development zone several days prior, acquiring over 900 acres at a prime location, thus claiming the title of the winning bid. They were all taken aback. What a coincidence! Consequently, suspicions of insider information arose, with even the authorities questioning how this leak had occurred. This was serious. The top brass demanded a thorough investigation. Initially, they anticipated unearthing a corrupt official, but a few hours later, the truth emerged. The meeting's details had only been finalized the day before, while the buyer had commenced purchasing 4 to 5 days prior, leaving no room for speculation. Merely a stroke of good fortune for that individual. Upon learning the facts, the 3 major real estate groups could only mutter curses under their breath, lamenting the incredible luck of that mysterious buyer. However, the absence of a winning bid did not deter them. There were still opportunities to seize. Thus, various real estate companies commenced their attempts to claim a portion of the spoils. After a fierce contest, it was inevitable that some would rejoice while others would mourn. At the official bidding venue, representatives from Wandai and EUF fortuitously encountered one another. Indeed, it was true that rivals are often the most bitter of foes. Given their previous tensions, their meeting was rife with sardonic banter. "Oh, Mr. Liu, why do you seem so out of sorts today? Did you fail to secure any prime land?" The manager of Wandai's Huahai branch sneered. "Humph." The manager from EU's Huahai branch scoffed dismissively, turning away. There was no denying the truth in the statement. He had indeed miscalculated this time. If Gu Chun were present, he would surely recognize Lu Xianglong, who had previously crossed paths with him. Find out who that buyer was. Lu Xianglong instructed his secretary, his expression darkening as he climbed into his car. If he failed to establish a connection with that enigmatic buyer, he would inevitably face repercussions from headquarters. Unbeknownst to Gu Chun, he was currently engaged in a phone conversation with Chu Sini. Such a significant event had naturally drawn widespread media coverage in Huahai City. Even elderly ladies in their 70s and 80s were aware of it, and Chu Sini was no exception. "Gu Chun, did you know about this all along?" she asked. Seated in her office chair, her face alight with excitement, tinged with a hint of vexation as she recalled how foolishly she had worried for him. "Ahem, President Chu. Please address me by my title," Gu Chun replied, exasperated, unsure when she had begun to call him by his name. "Gu Chun, I shall call you Gu Chun. You cannot evade the topic. You haven't answered me yet." Chu Sini feigned anger, her shyness hidden from view. After the misunderstanding, she realized if she didn't take the initiative, she would regret it later. "Would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence?" Gu Chun sighed, aware that this predicament had been anticipated, yet no viable solution presented itself. "What do you think?" "All right, I cannot outsmart the astute female president," Gu Chun conceded. Had she been his sister, she would have believed anything he said. Sighing, he mused, sisters are indeed the best. In truth, he believed the economic prospects of Huahai City were promising. Thus, he reiterated the arguments he had previously made to lawyer Lin. After listening to Gu Chun's words, Chu Sini fell silent, deep in thought as she observed the official announcement on her computer, leading to a sudden realization. "Gu Chun, your progress is remarkable," she exclaimed, inexplicably hanging up the call. Gu Chun was left bewildered, yet relieved to have managed to distract her. In reality, the information Chu Sini had seen was similar but more detailed than what Gu Chun had encountered, a fact he had not anticipated. He then began to contemplate his next course of action, whether to sell the land outright or establish a real estate company. Both options had their merits and drawbacks. The former was less complicated and would immediately turn Gu Chun into the youngest billionaire in the country, while the latter promised sustained growth and maximized profits, albeit requiring significant time investment. In that moment, Gu Chun found himself at a crossroads, unable to make a decision. At that moment, his phone rang, and Gu Chun initially presumed it was yet another call from a real estate company. To his surprise, it was his father. Gu Chun promptly answered, as it had been quite some time since his father had reached out following the incident at home. "Hello, Dad. How have you been lately? Good. Your turn? Still good. A subsequent silence enveloped them, as the father and son remained mute on the line for several minutes. It is often said that a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain, silent yet profound. This sentiment rang true. Countless words lingered unspoken, leaving only the inquiry of each other's well-being. Did you call for a reason? Chen finally broke the weighty silence. I heard from your aunt that Sher's matters were resolved by you, and that she is now with your company? Upon hearing this, Chen's father paused momentarily. Sher is quite remarkable. Chen was unsure of his father's intentions, yet he responded earnestly, feeling quite satisfied with his decision regarding Sher. That's good. Your aunt was quite fond of you when she was younger. I know. Well, the purpose of this call was simply to check in on you. It seems like you're doing well. I'll hang up now. As Chen listened to his father's words, a wave of curiosity washed over him. He felt certain that his father had ulterior motives, yet he dared not inquire further. After all, a father's love is not only steadfast like a mountain, but also recalls memories of childhood discipline. Wait, Dad. Suddenly, an idea illuminated Chen's mind. And he spoke up. Is there something else? What about the workers from our old company? Chen asked, recalling that although his father's company had gone bankrupt, those workers still existed. His desire to establish a real estate business hinged upon having capable hands at his disposal. Why do you ask about that? His father responded. Curiosity piqued. Ahem. Dad, I have a piece of land, but I don't want to sell it. I wish to start my own real estate company, Chen admitted, slightly embarrassed. Don't you already have a company? Now you want to start another? His father's brow furrowed with concern as he spoke in a low tone. I understand you have your ambitions, but take things step by step. Don't aim too high too soon. He initially refrained from saying much, but seeing his son tread a path reminiscent of his own past mistakes compelled him to offer a warning. He himself had been too ambitious, taking on several projects without sufficient strength, ultimately leading to bankruptcy. I understand, Dad. Chen nodded earnestly, recalling how his father had met his downfall. If you're determined to pursue this, then go ahead. The elderly workers from the company have managed to find their footing in the city. I will speak to them on your behalf. His father, understanding Chen's nature, resigned himself to support his son's decision. Great. I'll return in a few days to speak with them in person. Chen replied with enthusiasm. And what about you? His father hesitated. His son had not returned home in a year, and naturally, he had much on his mind, but as a man, he had to maintain a strong exterior. It's fine. The company is running smoothly. A few days away will not be an issue. Good. Your mother will be very pleased to hear this. His father expressed his delight. After a brief conversation, they concluded the call. As Chen reflected on his father's final words, it seemed he had made a resolution. Lying on the sofa, he pondered several matters. His return might expose his assets. While he was unperturbed, he feared his mother might not handle the news well. His father, however, had navigated the tumultuous business world for decades, possessing a certain resilience. Enough of this. I will deal with it when the time comes. Chen mused, rubbing his temples. Meanwhile, numerous real estate companies had already accessed Chen's information. It was astounding how swiftly news traveled in this industry. In the office of the general manager of Yue Group, two figures sat facing each other. Mr. Liu, we have obtained the information of the individual who purchased the prime lot, but you would never guess who it is. One of the older men remarked. Oh, who is it? Mr. Liu inquired, his curiosity piqued. You know him. I know him. Yes, I know him too. The older gentleman sighed. After pondering for a while, Mr. Liu gestured for him to continue. Mr. Chen. It's him. Mr. Liu exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, he was the very same manager Ma from Yue Plaza, who had previously assisted Chen with paperwork. Every encounter with Mr. Gu never fails to surprise us. Upon realizing it was Chen, Mr. Liu breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he had some familiarity with Chen, giving him an edge over others. Indeed, it seems fortunate we did not offend him back then. Manager Ma mused. But would Mr. Gu be willing to sell to them? That sizable piece of land would be difficult for him to develop alone. Even if he had his own real estate company, he would likely need assistance, Manager Ma surmised. Absolutely. I will call Mr. Gu right away and gauge his interest. Mr. Liu declared, cautiously dialing Chen's number. After a few seconds of silence, Mr. Liu felt a pang of anxiety until the call was finally answered. Hello? Chen said, slightly furrowing his brow, having been deep in thought before being interrupted by the call. Hello, Mr. Gu. This is Liu Xianglong from Yue. Mr. Liu? Greetings. What brings you to call? Haha. I never call without a purpose. I heard that you recently acquired a piece of land. May I inquire if you plan to sell it or keep it? As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Liu held his breath, his heart racing as he feared he hadn't heard correctly. He was well informed, and indeed, Chen had land in his possession, which he intended to retain in part. May I ask if you would consider selling it to us? Mr. Lu asked eagerly upon learning that Gu Chen was willing to part with a portion. Why not? But I'm curious about the price you're offering. Gu Chen replied with a chuckle. At the current market rate? Mr. Lu inquired tentatively. Now that lacks sincerity. If I were to announce it publicly, I would have offers pouring in. Gu Chen retorted nonchalantly. Since the official announcement, property prices had soared with each passing day, now nearing 60,000. Economic experts projected that prices could reach 150,000 per square meter. In less than a week, Gu Chen stood to gain nearly 100 billion. That's my bottom line, 150,000 per square meter. Gu Chen stated firmly. Mr. Lu was taken aback, his lips twitching in disbelief. However, after careful consideration, he found the price acceptable. Could Mr. Gu not offer a slight discount? Mr. Lu inquired, though he was willing to accept the price. If you find it too steep, it's no problem. After all, business is built on mutual respect. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Please, Mr. Gu, allow me a moment. I must report this to headquarters. Upon hearing those words, he realized that this was Gu Chen's bottom line. Very well. However, I cannot wait indefinitely for General Lu. Gu Chen readily agreed, as he was quite familiar with the other party and was happy to extend a courtesy. Excellent, excellent. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Gu. The two then concluded their call. Subsequently, he headed straight to the corporate headquarters, intent on resolving matters before returning home. Thus, he spent the entire day addressing various affairs, whether at Taiyu Group or the Huatian Grand Hotel. As for that office building, Gu Chen had nearly forgotten about it, although the annual rent amounted to hundreds of millions. Such sums no longer held significance for him. That evening, at Gu Chen's residence, around the dining table, Chu Sini once again accompanied Su Shishir as they entered. She had almost begun to consider this place her second home. By the way, I might be home for a few days after tomorrow, just to let you know. Go ahead, go ahead. Chu Sini replied in a familiar manner. I didn't mention it to you. Gu Chen rolled his eyes, then turned to Shishir and asked, Shishir, is there anything you would like me to bring back? No need. Su Shishir thought for a moment before shaking her head. All right then. Gu Chen nodded and continued with his meal. After they finished dining, Chu Sini took the initiative to wash the dishes and then settled down in the living room. By the way, ISNT your family with Huahai? Is there a way to expedite the car procurement? Gu Chen inquired, gazing at the newly seated Chu Sini. Are you thinking of buying a car? Yes. I can't very well drive a sports car home, can I? There is indeed a possibility. But I wonder if it would catch the eye of a billionaire. Chu Sini remarked with a hint of envy, fully aware of the land's value. Cough, cough. Perhaps I've overthought. Speaking of which, the company is also set to acquire vehicles. I intended to report this to you. But you've been absent these past few days. Acquire vehicles? Yes. Didn't you mention wanting to target Tiana Group? International suppliers wish to assess our Group's capabilities before making decisions. Therefore, they plan to visit us in a few days for an evaluation. Naturally, to convey our strength. We need some vehicles to serve as a facade. I discovered that the last time the group purchased cars was 6 years ago, and they are all quite outdated. Chu Sini reported. That sounds acceptable. Let us proceed with the acquisition. Additionally, all department heads in the group should have a vehicle assigned. Gu Chen readily consented, pondering for a moment before gesturing grandly. Since they wish to evaluate my strength, let them witness it. I shall express my gratitude to the chairman on their behalf. Chu Sini replied with a cheerful smile. After a few more exchanges, Gu Chen ascended the stairs. Chapter 45. The Gu Family Turmoil. The night was as dark as ink, resembling a colossal beast devouring all in its path, stretching across the boundless sky. As dawn approached, the first rays of light gradually dispelled the encroaching darkness. The horizon began to blush with the first hints of dawn. The initial beam of sunlight filtered through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Gu Chen's face. With a sudden roll, he sprang to his feet, commencing his morning workout, a newfound interest he had cultivated over the past few days. Half an hour later, after returning home and freshening up, he began preparing breakfast. As a single man, one must possess culinary skills, right? After dining, he intended to accompany Chu Sini to the 4S dealership to pick up the car. Since they were going to purchase a vehicle, they did not drive there. Instead, hailing a taxi along the way, Chu Sini provided the location and fell silent. This establishment belongs to a friend of my father's. She finally introduced as they neared their destination. So, you are leveraging public resources for personal gain? Gu Chen remarked seriously upon hearing this. Indeed. If I bring a client here to buy a car, they might even give me a red envelope. Chu Sini blinked playfully. Cough, cough. Gu Chen shot her an exasperated glance. Upon entering the dealership first, Chu Sini noticed Gu Chen's demeanor, realizing she had discovered a vulnerability. Following closely behind, she entered as well. Good day, sir. Are you here to look at cars? A sales representative, noticing Gu Chen's refined appearance, immediately approached him with enthusiasm. The other salespeople could only sigh in envy. We are here to see Manager Wang. Gu Chen was about to speak when Chu Xini interjected, stepping forward. Manager Wang? Yes. I've already spoken with him. I see. The sales representative's face fell as he turned to leave. What kind of car are you looking at? Just browse as you please, Chu Xini said to Gu Chen, her tone brimming with confidence. Nearby onlookers turned to Gu Chen, momentarily startled, then realized he was merely a pretty boy. A wave of disdain washed over them, though inwardly they were envious of such a striking young lady with wealth, a rare find indeed. Is it you who will be making the payment? Gu Chen, noticing the attention, shot a glare before whispering. Chu Xini, observing the situation, found it amusing, but upon hearing Gu Chen's words, her expression froze. How could she afford it? She had exhausted her funds during the recent merger. Consequently, she lowered her head in silence. Gu Chen, unfazed, ambled through the 4S dealership, noting that Chu Xini's father's friend possessed quite a reputable establishment. They had a range of vehicles from the Audi A8 and BMW X7 to more modest options, as well as luxury brands like Bentley and Ferrari. Xini, sorry to keep you waiting. At that moment, a kindly middle-aged man approached. Uncle Wang, it seems business is thriving. Chu Xini greeted him with a smile, glancing around before offering her congratulations. Most are just here to look, not to buy? Manager Wang shook his head. If they were truly here to purchase, he'd likely be grinning from ear to ear at night. And who might this be? Noticing Gu Chen's remarkable presence, he inquired. Hello, I'm Gu Chen. Gu Chen extended his hand in introduction. Hello. I'm the manager and owner here, surnamed Wang. You can just call me Uncle Wang. Manager Wang glanced at Chu Xini, sensing a genuine connection between them, thus speaking casually. Upon hearing this, Chu Xini's face flushed red. Uncle Wang. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, sensing a misunderstanding, yet refrained from clarifying. After all, the more one explains, the more convoluted it becomes. So, what kind of car are you looking to purchase? Manager Wang inquired with a smile. Him? He.S. definitely after something extravagant. Chu Xini interjected. Oh. Manager Wang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Uncle Wang, do you have something more comfortable? Gu Chen had already disregarded Chu Xini, feeling that the previously aloof and untouchable version of her was nowhere to be found. May I ask what your budget is? Price is not an issue. As long as it catches my eye, it will suffice. Gu Chen replied calmly. His tone was quite understated, yet Manager Wang sensed an air of pretentiousness. Uncle Wang, you've struck gold this time. Quickly unveil your prized possession. Let us impress the guests. However, Chu Xini knew that Gu Chen spoke the truth, causing her to chuckle as she addressed Uncle Wang. Well then, let us proceed to the back. Manager Wang, upon witnessing Chu Xini's demeanor, realized that Gu Chen was not merely flaunting wealth, but genuinely possessed considerable financial means, which brought him immense joy. Consequently, he led the two of them to the back. When it comes to the most luxurious automobile, there is no doubt that the Maybach reigns supreme. As they walked, Manager Wang spoke animatedly until they arrived at a relatively spacious room where a gray sedan stood quietly, resembling a sleeping extraordinary monarch. The car, elongated in shape, showcased elegant and grand lines. This was the latest model. Although it bore a striking resemblance to the Mercedes S-Class on the outside, the interior was a different realm altogether. The expansive space was immensely satisfying, and it had taken great effort for me to acquire this beauty. Observing Gu Chen's non-committal expression, Manager Wang refrained from elaborating further and simply remarked, Mr. Gu, you may step inside and experience it for yourself. Very well. Gu Chen opened the car door, his gaze falling upon the exquisite decor, revealing a hint of interest. The scientifically designed seats provided him with a subtle comfort. And as he admired the high-end electronics and aesthetically pleasing design within the vehicle, Gu Chen nodded in approval. It must be said, sedans do offer a level of comfort that surpasses that of sports cars, a fact that is undeniable. What do you think, Mr. Gu? Manager Wang inquired, his pride evident in his demeanor. Not bad, Gu Chen replied, causing Manager Wang's smile to momentarily falter at such modest praise. Uncle Wang, Gu Chen's garage starts at tens of millions. Chu Xini interjected, adding fuel to the fire. Manager Wang's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. It turned out that Gu Chen was indeed speaking the truth. His few million was nothing in comparison. I'll take this one, Uncle Wang. Is it alright if I pick it up today? Gu Chen said with a smile as he stepped back from the vehicle. Manager Wang was taken aback. Typically, one would inspect several cars before making a decision after much deliberation. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, no problem. We can complete the paperwork in an hour. After all, Gu Chen was no ordinary individual, and this car would allow him to recoup some funds. Subsequently, Chu Xini generously selected several other vehicles, causing Manager Wang's grin to stretch from ear to ear, proclaiming that his efforts had not been in vain. After Gu Chen made the purchase with a swipe of his card, he departed with an air of nonchalance. This Maybach, a pinnacle of luxury cars, Limited in availability and adorned with top-tier interiors, had cost Gu Chun over 5 million. Driving along the road, the comfort was undeniable. He then input the route to his hometown into his phone's navigation. Gu Chen's ancestral home was located within the province, not far from Huahai City, and he could reach it in 4 hours of driving, which is why he chose to drive himself. The navigation system announced, "Your destination is Yong City." A total of 430 kilometers, approximately 3 hours and 46 minutes. Listening to the voice from his phone, Gu Chun pressed the accelerator and merged onto the highway. After driving for an extended period, discomfort began to creep in, but Gu Chun had anticipated this issue and had purchased a highly comfortable model. The advanced seating technology automatically adjusted to his needs, making him feel that his expenditure was justified. For hours flew by in an instant. As he exited the highway and beheld the familiar surroundings, Gu Chun was overcome with a wave of nostalgia. A profound sense of security welled up within him. He turned off the navigation and effortlessly navigated back to his street. Suddenly, he noticed a crowd gathered in front of his home, causing him to stop in his tracks and hastily find a place to park before jogging over. Pushing through the throng, he soon spotted a dozen men resembling workers in his courtyard. His family had always resided in an ancestral home with a courtyard in the old city, a tradition upheld even after his father gained fame. "Brother Gu, I know you harbor resentment. Your son has found success and wishes to rise again, but face reality. Yong City is no longer your Gu Jiangyin's domain. Besides, we are now working under the Wanda Group. Do not seek us out any longer." One of the men, of similar age to Gu's father, proclaimed loudly. "Indeed, Mr. Gu, we have families to feed as well. We appreciate your past kindness, but it's time to let go." The others echoed in agreement. Gu Chen's father was taken aback, momentarily frozen in place. He had only sought to assist the elderly workers who had once followed him, unaware that they had all joined the Wanda Group. The leading man was even his most trusted confidant from years past, and Gu Jiangyan was stunned by such words. "Very well. It seems I, Gu Jiangyan, have overestimated my abilities." His expression fell, aging him several years in an instant. "Brother Gu, we won't stay for a meal. We must take our leave." With that, the group turned and departed, the onlookers parting to let them through, leaving Gu Chun standing in the center, bewildered. You are Gu Chen." Someone finally recognized him. "Indeed, it truly is the child of the Gu family. I hardly recognized you with such changes. Isn't that the truth?" The crowd buzzed with chatter. The workers also paused in their tracks. "Uncle Gong, I didn't expect you to have grown so formidable in just a year." Gu Chen regarded the group with calm assurance. "Little Chen, when did you return?" the middle-aged leader asked, his face reflecting embarrassment. "Just got back," Gu Chen replied indifferently. "That's good. We have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." With that, they bypassed Gu Chun and exited. Gu Chun watched their retreating figures, his gaze flickering before he hurriedly entered the courtyard, finding his father still in a daze. He rushed forward to support him. "Father." Gu Jiangyan finally snapped back to reality, recognizing the familiar yet strange figure before him, his body trembling. "Little Chen?" "Yes, I'm back." Gu Chen smiled. "Splendid. It's good to have you back. It appears you've been doing well in Huahai." His father pushed Gu Chun away slightly, taking a moment to appraise him before patting his shoulder. "Not too bad. By the way, where's mother?" Gu Chen asked, taking in his surroundings. "She's in the kitchen preparing dinner." "Old Gu, who is it?" As Gu Chen stepped inside, he heard his mother's familiar voice. "Mom, it's me," Gu Chun said softly, his eyes glistening with emotion. Suddenly, a loud clatter echoed from the kitchen. An excited figure rushed out, her expression animated. "Little Chun, when did you get back? You didn't even call ahead," Gu mother exclaimed, enveloping Gu Chun in a tight embrace, her joy palpable. "I just returned. I wanted to surprise you." Gu Chen gently patted her back. "Wonderful. You must be hungry." "I was just cooking." After giving Gu Chun a meaningful look, Gu mother returned to the kitchen to continue her preparations. Gu Chen stepped outside to retrieve his belongings from the car, then sat down with his father in the living room. "Father, just now, Uncle Gong." He paused to consider his words. "You saw it too, huh? I thought Uncle Gong was still doing odd jobs. I wanted to inquire about the worker's situation, but I never imagined he had joined Wanda." Gu Jiangyan's expression turned somber at the mention. He could not fathom why they would choose to work for Wanda. Hearing this, Gu Chun felt a wave of discomfort. "Old Gong, husband?" In truth, there was another reason for the company's bankruptcy, and that was the covert machinations of Bandai. Noticing Gu Chen's silence, Gu's father hesitated for a moment before revealing the truth. Dad, why didn't you mention this earlier?" Gu Chen was taken aback. "I didn't want you to know, fearing it might provoke you, and besides, we lacked evidence," Gu's father replied, shaking his head. "Does Uncle Gong know about this?" Gu Chun inquired, his expression shifting. "He does." Upon hearing this, a thought began to form in Gu Chen's mind. "Well, since it has already happened, let it be. After all, You no longer need my company. Gu's father observed Gu Chun's contemplative demeanor and promptly interrupted. Gu Chun could tell that his father harbored some suspicions, but chose not to dwell on them. However, Gu Chun harbored no such reservations. Whoever was responsible would surely pay the price. Time for dinner. What are you two discussing? At that moment, a voice pulled Gu Chun back to reality, and he quickly resumed his smile. The familiar aroma wafting through the air and the comforting flavors brought a sense of tranquility to Gu Chen's heart. Eat more. There's nothing like a home-cooked meal. Gu's mother gazed at him with affectionate eyes. To Gu Chun, this meal surpassed even the finest chefs of the Huatian Grand Hotel. By the way, Mom, I'm going out for a stroll this afternoon. After finishing his meal and chatting with his parents for a while, Gu Chen announced. All right, go ahead. His father replied, and Gu Chen stepped out the door. As he took in the flowers and trees around him, memories began to surface. Though the small city could not compare to the grandeur of larger metropolises, Gu Chun felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. The pedestrians on the streets moved leisurely, their faces free of the burdens of stress, exuding a tranquil demeanor. Accustomed to the fast pace of life, Gu Chun found himself unwinding. However, this tranquility only characterized a fragment of the city. Only the old town could offer such serenity. Venturing beyond the old district, the new area of Young City had transformed into a modern landscape, with towering skyscrapers rising in the distance. It seems the economy of my hometown has been flourishing these past few years. No wonder Bandai Group has made its way here. Gu Chen mused, observing the bustling traffic. But that does not justify your encroachment upon my family. Just then, Gu Chen's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from President Gan, and promptly answered. Hello? Although uncertain why the call had come, he greeted the caller. Mr. Gu, long time no see. I wonder if you remember me. Came a cheerful voice from the other end. President Gan, how could I forget you? Gu Chen replied with a smile. Allow me to congratulate you on your astute vision, Mr. Gu, for ascending to the ranks of billionaires. It was merely good fortune. I didn't expect even you, President Gan, to be aware of it. Gu Chen responded modestly. Please, Mr. Gu, do not be humble. This news has spread throughout Jiang province. A certain Gu Chen has made a staggering fortune of $1 billion in just a week. A true meteoric rise to fame. President Gan continued, his enthusiasm unmistakable. Let us not overstate it. Is there something you need? Gu Chen, taken aback by the impact of this news, sought to redirect the conversation. Perhaps he was unaware of what it truly meant to earn $1 billion in a week. This was no mere market value or stock shares, but cold, hard cash, actual bills. His investment yielded a return of 500% within a week, which was indeed staggering. Hence, Gu Chen felt a sense of caution rising within him, wary of those who might take reckless risks. Oh, I nearly forgot. Mr. Gu, may I ask where you are at the moment? I would like to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for your previous assistance, and I have some good news to share. Gan Yuan said from his perch in a high-rise, gazing into the distance, genuinely grateful to Gu Chen for his timely assistance, without which he might have found himself imprisoned. I'm terribly sorry, but I'm currently not in Huahai. I've returned to my hometown. Gu Chen replied with regret. After all, he was eager to forge connections with individuals who could afford five-star dining. What a pity. We shall wait until you return to extend the invitation. Gan Yuan expressed his disappointment. By the way, what good news do you wish to share? Haha, it truly is good news. You must have heard of the Huahai Chamber of Commerce, right? They wish to invite you to join. President Gan's voice grew more animated. As this was no ordinary invitation. The Huahai Chamber of Commerce? Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, who had not heard of the illustrious Huahai Chamber. It was said that every member was a titan of their respective industry, and only those from Jiang province were deemed worthy of membership. This was indeed a legendary ticket to the upper echelons of society. President Gan, why would they extend an invitation to me? I hardly meet the entry criteria. Gu Chen was genuinely thrilled at the prospect of mingling with the elite, but quickly regained his composure. Taken aback by Gu Chen's response, Gan Yuan realized that Gu Chen was far more composed than he had expected, immediately perceiving the underlying concerns. His esteem for Gu Chen surged, compared to him. Gan Yuan recalled how elated he had been when he first received the invitation. Mr. Gu, while you may not meet all the requirements, achieving such success at your age is already remarkable, Gan Yuan remarked with admiration. Well, all right. Gu Chen conceded, feeling a swell of pride at his own accomplishments, and agreed to the invitation. Great. I will inform them shortly. By the way, when do you plan to return? Gan Yuan inquired eagerly. I'm not sure. Gu Chen shook his head. I have a friend in Young City. If you encounter any issues, you can seek his assistance. Gan Yuan's words sparked a realization in Gu Chen. There must be some predicament involved. Gu Chen was taken aback, surprised that Gan Yuan had friends in this area, and felt a stir of gratitude. Thank you, President Gan. It's but a small favor. Do remember to call me when you return to Huahai. Absolutely. Gu Chen responded, exchanging pleasantries before hanging up. Not long after, a text message arrived. Upon checking, he found a name and number, but Gu Chen was taken aback. The name belonged to Yu Xianggui, the wealthiest man in their city. Someone he had never met even before his father's bankruptcy. A notable figure in Yong City, rumored to have ties with the underworld. Yet, in his eyes, he was merely another individual. Without hesitation, Gu Chen dialed the number, and it was answered almost instantly. Perhaps Gan Yuan had given him a heads up. Hello? Hello. May I speak with Mr. Gu Chen? A respectful voice replied from the other end. Yes, that would be Mr. Yu, correct? Indeed. President Gan has informed me. Please, feel free to share any matters you wish to discuss. With this, Gu Chen realized that Gan Yuan's standing was undoubtedly significant. Their relationship was clearly more than mere acquaintances. Mr. Yu, do you recall the bankruptcy of the Gu family that occurred a year ago? Are you referring to the Gu family in the real estate sector? Yes. I have heard some whispers about it. At this, the other party immediately recognized the implications of their respective positions. Very well, since Mr. Yu is aware. I shall speak plainly. There are individuals here who have resorted to illicit means, and I require you, Mr. Yu, to assist in uncovering the evidence, Gu Chen stated forthrightly. He was confident that, given the other party's position in Yong City, any occurrence would surely lead to the discovery of the truth. Mr. Gu, it has been over a year. Even if there is evidence, it has likely vanished by now, the other party replied, revealing a look of consternation. I can provide you with a mastermind, the overseer from the Gu family, who is now employed at Bandai Group. Gu Chen replied with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, you shall bear none of the consequences that follow. Gu Chen, knowing the other party to be a cunning fox, made a direct assurance. Chapter 47. The neighboring young lady. Very well, Mr. Gu, await my news. You shall have information within 3 days. After considering Gu Chen's words for a moment, the other party readily agreed. Thank you, Mr. Yu. After exchanging some pleasantries, Gu Chen hung up the phone. Subsequently, his spirits lifted. He had not anticipated that a former acquaintance would possess such influence. He continued to stroll around for a while before heading home. That evening, lying on the bed he had slept in since childhood, Gu Chen reflected on how events had unfolded. At that moment, a message from his childhood friend arrived. Gu Xiao, I heard you returned today? Gu Chen, indeed. Gu Xiao, well, you are quite inconsiderate, not even giving a heads up upon your return. I only found out because my mother mentioned it. Gu Chen, today was rather busy. Shall we gather tomorrow? Gu Xiao, sure. But you'll have to wait until I finish work. I have heard you have started a company? Gu Chen, just a small one. We can talk more tomorrow. Gu Xiao, all right. With that, Gu Chen concluded the conversation. The thought of his childhood friend's profession brought a smile to his face. The mischievous child he once knew had now become a teacher. Life is indeed unpredictable. The following day, Gu Chen awoke early, donning a set of sportswear in preparation for his morning jog. Xiao Chen, why are you up so early? Gu's mother, also awake at that hour, looked at him in surprise. Mom, I'm going for a morning run. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Morning runs are great. It's good for your health. Off you go. I'll prepare breakfast shortly. Gu's mother said cheerfully. All right. Gu Chen then stepped out of the house, jogging along the community path. Although this was an old district, the environment remained quite pleasant. However, he was not the only one out for a morning run. Many individuals had risen before him. Gu Chen paid little mind to others, maintaining his own pace. It must be said that Gu Chen's physical fitness had now reached the level of an elite athlete. Before long, he spotted a graceful figure ahead, also out for a run. However, Gu Chen merely admired her for a moment before overtaking her, surprised by his swift pace. She had been accustomed to the regular runners in the area, but Gu Chen was a stranger to her. She assumed he was merely another suitor trying to catch her attention, and her fondness for him quickly dissipated. After all, those who pursued her in the past were often feeble men who would give up after a short distance. She was curious to see how long Gu Chen could maintain his pace. Before long, she realized that the individual ahead was no ordinary runner. His speed remained unchanged even after a considerable distance, leaving her far behind. A turn later, he vanished from her sight, leaving her momentarily stunned. It dawned on her that she had been mistaken. He was not pursuing her, but genuinely engaged in a morning run. This thought caused her to blush. Unaware of her musings, Gu Chen continued his jog, circling the community in a complete lap of at least 10 kilometers. He was merely slightly out of breath. His complexion only a touch pale. Refreshing. The air back home is delightful. Gu Chen gradually slowed his pace. As he passed by a nearby establishment, he unexpectedly encountered the woman he had seen earlier, and he was momentarily taken aback. She recognized him too, and their eyes met. Though there was no spark of instant attraction as often depicted in tales, Gu Chen quickly averted his gaze, nodding in acknowledgement. He found it curious that he had never noticed a girl his age living so close by. How was I unaware that there is a young lady next door? He pondered, continuing on his way, as his home was just ahead. The woman watched Gu Chen's direction, realizing he lived right next door. Her mouth slightly agape, she thought. What a coincidence. I never knew there was a young man living beside me. With that, they both returned home, each to their respective families. I'm back. Gu's mother was watering the flowers in the yard, and upon seeing her son drenched in sweat, she smiled warmly. Yes, Gu Chen replied, heading straight to his bedroom to take a shower. By the way, how long are you planning to stay this time? Gu's father, finally awake, asked as he observed his son enjoying his meal. See, I told you, Gu Chen replied, finishing his rice before adding, by the way, Dad, are you interested in working again? I mentioned before that I plan to start a real estate company. Seeing his father nod, Gu Chen continued, however, I have yet to find a suitable manager. Since you seem to be quite idle at home, why not give it a try? This was the true purpose of his return. Cough, cough. You're trying to exploit your own father now. Gu's father coughed, then replied with mock annoyance. Yet, he was intrigued by his son's proposition. At just under 50, he was not yet ready for retirement, and the monotony of staying at home was becoming unbearable. Xiao Chen, don't you already have a company? Why start another? Gu's mother inquired curiously. Well, I recently purchased a plot of land for investment, and unexpectedly, the government announced plans for development in that area just the other day. Dad, you can surely understand why I wish to start a company now, Gu Chen replied, his enthusiasm evident as he presented his well-prepared argument. Simply put, it's a lucrative opportunity. Gu Chen's words elicited an immediate response from his father. He was pleased with Gu Chen's foresight, knowing that with his background in this industry and the land located in Huahai City, the prospects were indeed thrilling. Do tell. How much land did you purchase? Gu's father inquired eagerly. Gu Chen simply held up a hand, not specifying the amount, fearing that his father might become overly excited. 500 square meters? No, wait. 5 acres? As he spoke, Gu's father's breaths quickened with anticipation. You'll find out when you visit. Gu Chen chuckled. You rascal. Keeping me in suspense. Not bad, not bad. You've inherited some of my flair. Gu's father beamed with pride. You haven't decided if you'll join me yet? Gu Chen pressed on. Well, Gu's father was certainly tempted but glanced towards Gu's mother for her opinion. All right. If you wish to go, then go. Helping your son with his work is nothing to be ashamed of, Gu's mother replied with a teasing glance. Over the past year, she had noticed her husband was not particularly happy, and thus her words brought a smile to Gu's father's face. What a disgrace. Those old geezers I work for my son can't even dream of going. And what about you, Mom? Gu Chen then turned to his mother and inquired. You too are leaving, and you want me to stay? Gu's mother responded directly. Upon hearing this, both Gu Chen and his father were greatly pleased. Finally, Gu's father went to contact the elderly acquaintances from the past, while Gu Chen stepped out. It was Friday, and school was on break. So Gu Chen arrived at school early. At the entrance of Yong City No. 1 High School, his alma mater, he gazed at the towering gates. A wave of youthful memories flooding his mind. It was the time when students were spilling out of classes, their faces radiant with the exuberance of youth. And Gu Chen felt a surge of nostalgia. Suddenly, he noticed several junior girls sneaking glances at him, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Though he quickly vanished through the gates. After wandering around, he returned to the playground, where he saw some students playing basketball, so he casually walked over. It had been a long time since he last played. Watching them sweat it out on the court, Gu Chen was reminded of his younger self. Hey, want to play? A junior unexpectedly called out to him. Sure. He was somewhat surprised at how mature today's youth had become. Thus, they played and chatted. Initially, Gu Chen was a bit out of practice, but after a game, he regained his rhythm and played with remarkable skill, earning the admiration of those watching. Senior, you're amazing. Are you a professional player? They had introduced themselves earlier, and to their astonishment, this handsome senior was indeed one of them. No, I just played a lot in college. Gu Chen replied. College is great. Upon hearing his words, the juniors' faces lit up with yearning. Indeed. But you should focus on your studies and strive to get into a good university next year. Gu Chen reminisced. They continued to converse, with Gu Chen doing most of the talking as they listened. Suddenly, a voice shattered this idyllic scene. Xiang Yang, Zhu Hong, Lu Zitao. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be studying? A melodious voice called out from behind. Upon hearing this, the nearby seniors immediately stiffened. Gu Chen turned to look and was taken aback. What a coincidence. It was the young lady he had encountered during his morning run. The juniors quickly scattered, and the girl approached him. Is it you? She exclaimed upon recognizing Gu Chen's face. Yes. Are you a teacher here? Gu Chen furrowed his brow. Yes, she replied with a slight smile. What brings you here? Just visiting a friend and checking out my alma mater, Gu Chen said. Is your friend also a teacher here? Gu Xiao? Do you know him? Gu Chen smiled. Oh, he is my English teacher. The girl's eyes brightened, sensing a connection between them. Just then, Gu Chen's phone rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call. He stepped aside to answer, and it was his childhood friend, Gu Xiao. Hey, where are you? A youthful voice came through. On the playground. Hurry up. We've been waiting for you. Gu Chen complained. Okay, I'll be right there. The call ended, and as Gu Chen returned, he heard the girl say her goodbyes. All right, bye. Gu Chen was not one to linger when a beautiful girl was leaving. Chapter 48. Using my belongings against me? The October sun shone pleasantly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Leaning against the basketball hoop, Gu Chen watched the retreating figure when an unexpected visitor blocked his view. You little rascal. You've only been here a short while and already charmed one of our school's beautiful teachers? A teasing voice rang out. Of course. You should see who I am. Gu Chen retorted, rising to exchange playful punches with the newcomer. Not bad. Being a teacher certainly has its perks, Gu Chen said, surveying the surroundings with a smile. Seriously, is there something specific you came back for? Gu Xiao asked. Yes. I want to invite my parents to Huahai. That sounds great. Your parents deserve some enjoyment. Gu Xiao expressed his happiness for his childhood friend. So, are you planning to be a teacher from now on? Gu Chen inquired. We'll see. My dad is thrilled to see me becoming a teacher, so I might just do it for now, Gu Xiao shrugged. All right, if you change your mind, let me know. Gu Chen waved his hand. Haha, sure. The two then strolled around the school, reminiscing about the imprints they had left behind. They also enjoyed the afternoon meal, which tasted just like it did in their school days. As they prepared to leave, they were suddenly surrounded by numerous students and parents at the entrance. Exchanging glances, the two hurried over. Xian, will you be my girlfriend? A voice called out. They saw a formally dressed young man holding a vibrant bouquet of roses, leaning against a white BMW, gazing affectionately at a young lady in front of him. The crowd, eager for excitement, cheered him on. The atmosphere became lively. Since this was outside the school, the security guards did not intervene. Is that her? Gu Chen and Gu Xiao both recognized the female lead as Qin Xian, the girl Gu Chen had previously met, and also Gu Xiao's colleague. Zhang Heng, I've told you countless times that I'm not interested in you. Can you please stop being so annoying? The girl's expression darkened as she flatly rejected him. At this point, Gu Xiao could no longer stand by. Thinking that his good friend Gu Chen had feelings for her, he stepped forward and scolded the surrounding students. What are you all doing here? Shouldn't you be heading home during break? If you don't, I'll report this to the school and cancel the break. The students who had been engrossed in the spectacle quickly dispersed at the arrival of a teacher. Qin Xian displayed a look of gratitude, while the young man in the BMW scowled, having timed this moment to pressure her into agreeing. Who are you? Why are you meddling? He glared at Gu Xiao. His teeth clenched in anger. I'm a teacher here. What is it to you? Gu Xiao replied fearlessly. Fine. Just you wait. He shot a glance at Gu Chen. Realizing he had no chance in a one-on-two confrontation, and with a parting threat, he got into his car and drove off. Thank you, teacher. Qin Xian expressed her appreciation as soon as the BMW left. It's nothing. He was causing a disturbance. Gu Xiao waved his hand dismissively. But did I cause you trouble? His family is quite powerful. You should be careful, Qin Xian said, showing a hint of concern. It's all right. I've got my brother here. Gu Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. Gu Chen felt a surge of indignation. So you're the hero saving the damsel. But I'm left to clean up your mess? At this moment, Qin Xian glanced at Gu Chen, feeling a bit embarrassed. What is that guy's background? Gu Chen asked, not particularly concerned. His name is Zhang Heng. His family runs a materials company and is somewhat well-known locally, backed by Tycoon Group, supplying to the local Wanda Group. Moreover, his esteemed father is a retired leader in the educational sector, and the principal of our school happens to be one of his students. Qin Xianyuan proceeded to disclose the information she possessed. The Tycoon Group may not be renowned in Yong City, yet the Bandai Group is exceedingly well-known. However, it does not influence the school. Gu Xiao harbors no concerns, save for the fact that the school principal is a protege of theirs. Upon hearing this, a fleeting glimmer of realization crossed Gu Chen's eyes. So they are leveraging my resources against me. Rest assured, leave it to me, Gu Chen asserted confidently. Chenziyu. Gu Xiao expressed a hint of disbelief, as he initially thought it was merely a jest. Do not worry. Shall we go? Does Miss Qin wish to join? Gu Chen offered a reassuring glance and inquired. Are you heading home? Indeed. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Xianyuan acquiesced. Thus, the group made their way to Gu Chen's vehicle. Chenzi, please do not tell me this is your car? Gu Xiao exclaimed, excitement overtaking him as he beheld the sleek automobile. Gu Chen smiled faintly, retrieved the keys. And with a gentle press, the car responded with a dazzling double flash of its lights. Wow, it appears you are faring quite well in Huahai. Allow me to take it for a spin. Without waiting for Gu Chen's approval, he swiftly took the driver's seat. Miss Qin, let us be on our way. He then opened the car door. Thank you. Qin Xianyuan cast a curious glance at Gu Chen. She was surprised that someone so young could possess such a fine vehicle. Coming from a distinguished family herself, she recognized that this car was worth far more than the previous one owned by that BMW gentleman. Gu Xiao excitedly made several loops before returning to the old city, where all three resided. Gu Chen directly went to Gu Zhao's home, as their families had been close for generations, and he stayed for dinner before returning home. Upon arriving home, Gu's father had long since returned, seated in the living room engrossed in a television program. Today, I made a special visit. Only a select few gain entry into Bandai. Most merely engage in odd jobs nearby. Upon mentioning it, many expressed interest. We are just waiting for me to establish the company. Gu's father proclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Great. I shall register it tomorrow. You can begin laying the framework, and once we are in Huahai, we can commence operations immediately. Gu Chen responded with a smile. All right. After a brief familial chat, Gu Chen retreated to his room. He first called Chu Sini, requesting her to rent a storefront in the southern part of the city and prepare the necessary materials for him to establish the company upon his return. He then instructed her to thoroughly investigate the suppliers underneath the various divisions of the group, ensuring to ascertain the origins of the raw materials, and to have the local division promptly select new partners. After discussing for over an hour, he ended the call. During this time, he received 3 calls, and upon checking, he noted they were from President Liu of EUA Group. Gu Chen contemplated briefly. Just as he was about to dial back, the other party called him. Hello? Mr. Gu. I sincerely apologize for calling you so late. The other party began with a cascade of apologies, exhibiting a notably humble demeanor. Haha, President Liu, you are being overly courteous. Gu Chen immediately recognized that the other party had acquiesced to the previous conditions. Indeed, Liu's subsequent words confirmed this. It is as follows. I have just received orders from headquarters and have agreed to Mr. Gu's conditions. I am curious when you might be available to finalize our cooperation. Liu's tone was urgent, as if fearing unforeseen complications. No problem, but I am currently away from Huahai. Once I return, we shall sign the contract without delay. How does that sound? Gu Chen replied with a smile. Excellent. I shall await your news, Mr. Gu. Liu remained silent for a moment, seemingly verifying whether Gu Chen was deferring, but after contemplating, he realized he had no choice but to trust Gu Chen. All right. With that, Gu Chen ended the call. After some thought, he opened Taobao. He had yet to commence his activities for the day. Regardless of how busy he was, he always carved out time to browse Taobao, although he had not found anything of value in recent days. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a premium industry, the Yuanqing Group, a transportation company on the brink of bankruptcy. However, it possesses significant potential. 2 prompt notifications sounded in succession. Gu Chen was taken aback to find an introduction accompanying the draw, feeling that Taobao was becoming increasingly user-friendly. However, he pondered, why would they present him with a company on the verge of collapse and still label it as premium? Surely, they must be misinterpreting the term premium. He muttered softly before noticing the stock certificate resting on his bedside table. 100% ownership? That is rather impressive. Upon reaching this point, Gu Chen felt a flicker of satisfaction. Subsequently, he began to investigate the company's information. The Yuanqing Group, one of the earliest transportation companies in the country, once dominated the development of the transportation industry. Regrettably, its later leaders lacked foresight, issuing erroneous orders that led to a loss of market position, eventually being surpassed by 3 competitors. Ultimately, failing to adapt to the evolving times, they stagnated, resulting in increasing decline. They could not even afford the transportation costs anymore, leading them to sell off several large freight trucks. Thus, the once glorious Yuanqing Group faded into obscurity, barely surviving within the province, and now facing a credibility crisis. An accident during the transportation of goods resulted in complete damage, placing the company in jeopardy of substantial compensation claims and entanglements in litigation, inevitably leading towards bankruptcy. After reading this, Gu Chen was astonished to discover that this company, once a leader, now faced bankruptcy. To have squandered such a promising position piqued his curiosity regarding the talent that had led them. However, upon further reflection, Gu Chen was struck by a realization. This was fortuitously aligned with his interests. The Yuanqing Group perfectly complemented the final shortcomings of the Taiyu Group. As the saying goes, a lean camel is larger than a horse. Regardless of how the Yuanqing Group has declined, its foundation remains intact. Given an opportunity, it could shine brilliantly once more. Furthermore, its headquarters is situated in Huahai, making it convenient for him to attend to matters upon his return. Chapter 49, An Awkward Scene. The following morning, while jogging, Gu Chen encountered Qin Xianyuan once again. After exchanging greetings, he continued on his way. Upon returning home, Gu's mother was still attending to the flowers and plants. Mom, I recall there doesn't seem to be any children around our age living nearby, right? Gu Chen inquired after finishing his shower. You saw that young lady. Did you not think she was quite lovely? Gu's mother remarked with a teasing glance at Gu Chen. That girl is a relative of theirs, temporarily residing here. By the way, have you taken a liking to her? Let me speak to her. I heard her family is from Huahai. How perfect. You ought to consider finding a girlfriend. Gu's mother continued. Ahem. I am merely curious. I am not in any rush. Gu Chen replied as he promptly retreated into the house. A phone call came through, and upon seeing the local number, he immediately recognized who it was. Hello? Mr. Yu. Good morning, Mr. Gu. I have successfully obtained the evidence. Should I deliver it to you or directly to the authorities? Came the voice from the other end of the line, eliciting a sense of satisfaction from Gu Chen. Please pass it on to the police. Gu Chen contemplated before responding. Rest assured, Mr. Gu, this pertains to a corporate crime, and the Bandai Group cannot evade responsibility. Mr. Yu proclaimed with confidence. Thank you, Mr. Yu. Gu Chen expressed his gratitude. Mr. Yu, might you be interested in becoming a supplier of raw materials for the Yongxi market? Gu Chen inquired with gratitude. Oh, are you referring to the Yute Group? Indeed. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiangui was elated, recognizing it as a lucrative opportunity. And without a moment's hesitation, he readily agreed. Then, Mr. Yu, please await further instructions. Gu Chen subsequently mentioned a friend of his who had crossed paths with a retired leader, and upon receiving an assurance that there would be no issues, he contentedly hung up the phone. Phew, all matters have been settled. Tomorrow, I can return home. Gu Chen felt a lightness of spirit and promptly informed his parents of his departure the next day. They held no objections. After the three of them hastily packed their belongings, they invited a few close neighbors over for dinner. The Gu Shaos were notably among them. They exchanged congratulations and well wishes for Gu Chen's success before dispersing. Without further ado, Gu Chen suggested they leave immediately, and thus, they departed from their hometown amidst the fond reminiscences of his parents. Both Gu father and Gu mother were in good health, and the 4-hour journey posed no difficulties. Upon arriving in Huahai, the sun had already set. With only one residence to return to, Gu Chen went straight to Tang Chini Pin. In the respectful gaze of the security personnel and the astonishment of his parents, they parked in the underground garage. Xiaochen, do you live here now? Gu mother exclaimed, gazing at the beautifully landscaped garden in surprise. She adored flowers and greenery and had presumed that upon arriving here, such sights would be lost to her. Indeed. Gu Chen replied with a smile. It's quite late now. You can explore at your leisure tomorrow. Sure resides here as well. The group then proceeded to the lobby under Gu Chen's guidance. Good evening, Mr. Gu. How may I assist you? The lobby staff greeted respectfully upon noticing Gu Chen's numerous packages. Hello, could you assist my parents in obtaining a free access permit? Certainly, I will arrange that for Mr. Gu and Mrs. Gu shortly. Upon hearing Gu Chen's request, the staff readily agreed, casting respectful glances at Gu father and Gu mother. Thank you. Gu Chen then stepped into the elevator. It appears they hold you in high regard. Gu father, a man of discerning character, immediately recognized the sincerity behind their gestures. Of course, I am their first major client. Gu Chen replied with a grin. Soon, they arrived at the door, where Gu Chen unlocked it with facial recognition. The three entered the foyer. Brother, you're finally back. Uncle, auntie. Sure exclaimed in surprise, rushing forward to embrace Gu mother. Having lived with Gu Chen during her high school years, she shared a close bond with Gu mother. Sure. It's been ages. Gu mother responded joyfully. Is Gu Chen back? At that moment, a melodious voice emerged from the bathroom, causing Gu Chen to freeze. His parents exchanged knowing glances. While Sure seemed to forget this detail, Gu Chen Yu. Chu Sini stepped out, freshly bathed and clad in pajamas, mid-sentence, only to pause in astonishment. The scene froze, enveloping the five in an awkward silence. Ahem, well, Dad, Mom, allow me to introduce my university classmate, Chu Sini. Gu Chen was the first to regain his composure, unsure why Chu Sini was in pajamas, but he persevered with the introduction. Ah, good evening, Uncle Andy. I had no idea you two would be here. Chu Sini quickly gathered her wits, her face flushing crimson, her legs trembling as she spoke haltingly. Hello. You may call me Sini. Gu mother rushed forward, scrutinizing Chu Sini with increasing satisfaction, akin to a mother-in-law delighting in her prospective daughter-in-law. Certainly. You may call me anything you wish, Andy. At that moment, Chu Sini bore no trace of her usual assertive demeanor. In the living room, the group settled onto the sofa. Uncle, Andy, I was feeling a bit lonely living here, so I invited Sister Sini to keep me company. But I didn't expect you to return so soon. Sure explained. Chu Sini immediately displayed a grateful expression, keen to avoid leaving a negative impression on Gu Chen's parents. No worries. Sini is welcome to visit often. Gu mother, understanding the young woman's shyness, reassured her. It was evident that the girl harbored feelings for her son, and as a mother who knows her child best, she recognized that if Gu Chen were indifferent, he would not have allowed her entry. Really? Thank you, Auntie. Chu Sini replied, her delight evident. Of course. I would love for you to come over and chat more. Rest assured, I live nearby, so you can always find me when you're bored. Chu Sini beamed radiantly. What could be more gratifying than winning a mother-in-law's approval? They engaged in conversation for quite some time, but ultimately, at Gu mother's urging, Chu Sini took her leave. While she desired to stay, she also did not want to appear presumptuous. Xiao Chen, why didn't you mention her before? If we hadn't happened to come today, you would have kept this from us. Thus began the assembly to admonish Gu Chen. After multiple assurances, he was finally let off the hook, casting a glare at the instigator, sure, before retreating to his room. The following day, Gu Chen went directly to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register a real estate company with an initial capital of 10 billion. The process was completed swiftly, and the company was named Tianjin Real Estate Company. He then accompanied his father to the new district in the southern part of the city, which was slated for development. The relocation efforts had only just begun, but a multitude of materials and machinery were already being transported with fervor. No doubt, this is Huahai, Gu father mused, marveling at the sheer scale of machinery and manpower, far surpassing that of his own company. Of course, don't worry, Dad, as long as you're fine. Surpassing them is only a matter of time. Gu Chen replied with a smile. All right, as long as your funding is secure, I'm on board, Gu father declared exuberantly. Gu Chen first took him to the previously rented site, an enormous warehouse, perfectly suited for a real estate storage facility. Not bad, I can call them over. Gu father surveyed the space, thoroughly impressed. In preparation for a significant undertaking, he had gathered a considerable number of skilled laborers from the vicinity, far exceeding the manpower of his previous real estate company in Yongshi. Okay, Dad, I'll leave the company in your capable hands. You're more familiar with the real estate industry, so I won't interfere, but I will send a financial officer over. Gu Chen stated decisively. No problem. But you need to tell me how much land you have at your disposal. Over 900 acres. What? How much? Gu father was momentarily taken aback. Dad, it's over 900 acres. I didn't mention it earlier because I was worried you'd get overly excited. Gu Chen chuckled. You rascal, tell me the truth. Where did you acquire so much capital? Gu father was left speechless for several minutes, processing the information with a complex gaze directed at Gu Chen. He was no fool. In Huahai, which ranked first in land prices nationwide, even suburban areas commanded higher prices than typical urban districts. Naturally, I secured a bank loan. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Observing her father's skepticism, Gu Chen let out a sigh, fully aware that her astute father could not be easily deceived. I possess another company with a valuation in the hundreds of billions, hence the banks are eager for me to secure a loan. After a moment's hesitation, she declared, Rest assured, it's not full ownership, I merely hold a portion, and I assure you it is entirely legal. Seeing her father's doubtful expression, Gu Chen hastily added a reassuring note. Thus, the father and daughter remained silent under the sun. At that moment, Gu Chen's phone rang. She glanced at the screen before answering. Hello, Mr. Gu. I hear you've returned. May I inquire about our collaboration? The voice on the other end was filled with excitement. No problem, President Liu. Just name the place, and I shall be there promptly. Excellent. We'll meet at Wangjiang Pavilion, dining and discussing simultaneously. How does that sound? Upon hearing Gu Chen's agreement, President Liu couldn't contain his delight. Perfect. We'll see you soon. With that, they ended the call. Dad, we cannot possibly develop such a vast piece of land with our newly established real estate company, hence I plan to sell half of it. Upon seeing her father nod, Gu Chen continued, the person who just called is the general manager of the Huahai branch of EU Group, one of the top 10 real estate groups in the country. I intend to sell the land to him and then collaborate further. That sounds good. Gu Chen's father realized that leveraging the reputation of a well-established company like EU would be crucial for Tianjin's future development. The two then set off for Wangjiang Pavilion. Chapter 50. Collaboration with EU Group. Inside the exquisite private room of Wangjiang Pavilion, EU Group, represented by President Liu, occupied the left side of the table. However, this time he was not the focal point. The main character was a vice president dispatched from headquarters, surnamed Du Manager Liu. I hear you've met with Mr. Gu? Du inquired curiously, awaiting Gu Chen's arrival. Indeed, one of our office buildings was purchased by Mr. Gu. From that moment, I became aware of him. Manager Liu replied with a smile. I am uncertain, as it seems to have been decided by the board. Du's expression revealed surprise. Mr. Gu is truly enigmatic. He is backed by a conglomerate, making it essential to cultivate a positive relationship with him. One of my objectives for this visit is to establish a collaborative partnership. Du looked earnestly at Manager Liu. Rest assured, President Du, we have consistently maintained a friendly rapport with Mr. Gu. Manager Liu assured him. After a brief wait, the door of the private room opened, revealing the long-anticipated Gu Chen accompanied by an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Hello, Mr. Gu. It is indeed an honor to finally meet you. President Du exclaimed, astonished by Gu Chen's youth. Though he had seen her photograph countless times, she appeared even younger in person. Hello, and you are? Gu Chen greeted with a smile, though curiosity flickered in her eyes. Greetings, Mr. Gu. This is our Group's Vice President Du, who has come to discuss collaboration with you, Manager Liu introduced. Hello, Vice President Do, my apologies for the oversight, Gu Chen responded, slightly surprised but quickly regaining her composure as she extended her hand in a courteous gesture. Haha, no need for such formality, Mr. Gu. May I ask who this gentleman is? This is the general manager of my newly established company, Gu Jiangyan, and also my father, Gu Chen replied. Oh, so you are Mr. Gu, the elder. It is a pleasure to meet you. President Du was momentarily taken aback, wondering about the unusual dynamic, but he maintained his smile. Hello, Vice President Du, Gu Chen's father greeted in return, aware that had he not been Gu Chen's father, he likely would not have garnered any attention. Shall we take a seat and converse? Absolutely. They settled in and began to discuss various topics. In the business culture of the country, deals are often struck over meals. After a lively exchange of toasts, Du felt the time was ripe to broach the main subject. Mr. Gu, regarding the contract we discussed previously, I trust there are no issues? Of course not. Gu Chen replied with a smile. However, may I inquire how much your side is willing to invest? Du nodded. Transitioning into the core discussion, that would depend on how much your party can accommodate. Oh, is Mr. Gu contemplating a full investment? Du's eyes lit up at her words. I would take the entirety, though I wonder if your side can muster such a substantial amount of cash? Gu Chen remarked with a teasing smile. Du was momentarily taken aback, quickly recovering. Might I inquire if Mr. Gu would consider installment payments? Haha, President Du, that jest is rather unamusing, Gu Chen replied, fully aware that she would not entertain such a proposal. All right then, President Du, I am prepared to offer over 500 acres. I wonder if that is acceptable to your side? Gu Chen stated directly. Certainly. However, I have a condition, Du responded, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Having anticipated this outcome based on prior analyses from the headquarters think tank. Oh, please proceed, President Du, Gu Chen replied, intrigued. We seek to deepen our collaboration with you. In what manner? Gu Chen asked, puzzled. We propose a materials collaboration. Moving forward, all construction materials for our group would be sourced from Tycoon Group, albeit at slightly reduced prices, and the payment terms should align with standard market practices, Du explained with a smile. No problem, Gu Chen readily agreed, recognizing it as a significant opportunity for development. Excellent. Mr. Gu, let us toast to a fruitful collaboration. Du rejoiced upon receiving her affirmative response, his respect for her growing. To our successful partnership. They clasped hands for a brief moment. However, I have one more request that I hope President Du can accommodate, Gu Chen added. Please, go ahead. I have also registered a real estate company and would like to explore collaboration with your firm. What do you think? Gu Chen proposed with a smile. Absolutely. We would be delighted to cooperate. Du replied without hesitation, instantly grasping her intent. With everyone's objectives met, they continued to celebrate, enjoying a meal that lasted over 3 hours, concluding with plans to sign the contract the following day. Stepping outside, a gentle breeze swept over Gu Chen, invigorating her senses. Thanks to her exceptional physical constitution, her body metabolized alcohol rapidly, significantly increasing her tolerance. Dad, can you finally relax now? Gu Chen inquired. Knowing her father was a focal point of attention, but also a seasoned veteran who could handle his liquor with ease. Indeed, Gu Chen's father beamed, and the two strolled outside, exchanging many long overdue words and imparting valuable business wisdom to Gu Chen. At Tycoon Group's conference room, under the watchful eyes of both parties' lawyers, Gu Chen and the counterpart signed the land transfer agreement. Subsequently, they also formalized a strategic cooperation agreement with Tycoon Group and a development collaboration agreement with Tianqin Group. Mr. Gu, here's to a fruitful partnership. President Du likewise. Their hands clasped firmly in a show of camaraderie. Amidst the flashes of cameras from reporters, this remarkable moment was immortalized. Following this, President Du hurried back to headquarters. Manager Liu, from now on, please liaise directly with Manager Gu, Gu Chen instructed. Looking at Manager Liu, absolutely. I would be delighted to do so. Manager Liu replied eagerly. Shortly thereafter, the group departed. Congratulations to Chairman Gu on the substantial increase in assets. At that moment, the general manager of the group, Mr. Jiang, promptly extended his congratulations. Haha, Mr. Jiang. You are too kind. You two have played a significant role in this. Gu Chen responded. It is still the chairman's merit. Who would have thought we could establish a partnership with such a large company? This will greatly enhance our group's reputation. After a brief exchange, they took their leave. As for President Chu Sini, she naturally took a leave of absence. Accompanying her future mother-in-law was far more important than attending work. Dad, feel free to explore around here, Gu Chen said to his father, who stood nearby. All right, I'll take a look. Gu's father was equally intrigued by his son's enterprise, as if inspecting his own company. Soon, rumors spread like wildfire within the group. The emperor has come to inspect. Chairman Gu's father is set to take over. Gu Chen then returned to his office to address the matters that had accumulated over the past few days. Just as he settled in, his phone rang. An unfamiliar number appeared on the screen. After a moment's thought, he answered. Hello, who is this? May I ask if this is General Gu Chen? Yes, it is. Hello. General Gu, I am He Fan, the general manager of the remote transport group. Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Gu Chen quickly recognized the situation. Hello. Is there something I can assist you with, Manager He? General Gu, may I inquire when you might have time to inspect the operations? The atmosphere within the company is quite tense. After saying this, He Fan listened cautiously, knowing only the name and contact details of the person he was speaking to, and fearing he might offend this newly appointed boss, despite not understanding why he had purchased a company on the brink of bankruptcy. How many employees does the company currently have? Gu Chen pondered before asking. There are over 200 employees in total, including 45 drivers, He Fan replied earnestly. So few? Gu Chen was taken aback. It seemed the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. Understood. I will come over right away, he stated decisively. If all the drivers left, then the remote group would be rendered useless. All right. Gu Chen promptly set off for the remote group. At the remote group's general manager's office, a short and stout middle-aged man hung up the phone with a wry smile. He could tell from the voice that the new boss was quite young. He felt a twinge of nostalgia for the once glorious transport group, now facing bankruptcy. He had been part of this establishment long enough to witness its rise and fall. And now it was truly disheartening. Unless a miracle occurred, the new boss would need both financial resources and transportation orders. Just then, a knock resonated through the office. Come in, He Fan responded, his tone serious. Manager He, a few individuals from Dongfeng Transport Company have arrived, claiming they wish to speak with you, reported a slender young woman anxiously. Oh, did they specify their purpose? He Fan frowned at the inquiry. No, they did not. Then let them in. He Fan contemplated before issuing the command. Yes. The young woman stepped outside. Moments later, several men in suits entered, guided by the young woman. May I ask what brings you here? Hello, Manager He, I am Zhu Changhai, the purchasing department head of Dongfeng Transport Group. One middle-aged man who appeared similar in age introduced himself. Hello, Minister Zhu. He Fan nodded in acknowledgement. The reason for my visit is that I have heard your company is embroiled in legal troubles and urgently requires compensation. Hence, I am here with an offer. Zhu Changhai stated with a smile. Oh, He Fan was skeptical of the claims. I have heard that your company possesses over a dozen heavy-duty trucks that have been idle. Why not sell them to us at Dongfeng? Zhu Changhai revealed the true purpose of his visit. Minister Zhu, I must clarify that I do not have the authority to sell the company's assets, He Fan replied, his brow furrowing. That was the last of their reserves. And he was taken aback that someone would have the audacity to make such a suggestion, prompting him to decline outright. Oh, I have heard that Manager He is the sole leader of the company, Zhu Changhai countered with a knowing smile. Rest assured, Manager He, the price will not disappoint you. He Fan was surprised by how well-informed Zhu was, indicating that this was a premeditated approach. Chapter 51, The Plight of Remote Group. He was taken aback by Zhu's keen awareness. What does Manager He think of this proposition? Zhu Changhai grinned confidently as he regarded He Fan. Is it possible Minister Zhu is unaware that the company has a new owner? What? Zhu Changhai was momentarily stunned by He Fan's words. Manager He, please do not jest. How about this? If you agree, I will offer you a separate sum, he suggested, extending his hand in temptation. That does not sound appealing. Minister Zhu, if there is nothing further, you may leave. He Fan cast a dismissive glance, firmly escorting him out. Humph. Manager He, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a penalty. Do you wish for your lifelong career to lead to bankruptcy? Zhu Changhai, incensed by He Fan's indifference, retorted angrily. Xiaofeng, show them out. He Fan commanded his assistant outside. Yes. Zhu Changhai, enraged, left the office with a final scornful remark. Prepare for bankruptcy, Manager He. He Fan shook his head dismissively. With so many pests, he was hardly bothered. After all, the company was already in disarray. Why cower before threats? At that moment, Gu Chen arrived at the destination, stepping out to find a vast parking lot surrounded by high walls, within which loomed a tall building of over 10 stories. After walking a few steps, he noticed several figures approaching him. He overheard parts of their conversation. Minister Zhu, that Manager He is refusing to cooperate. When he goes bankrupt, we can return to buy at a discount and humiliate him. One young man exclaimed indignantly. Indeed, the prices will likely be even lower by then. The others chimed in. Gu Chen furrowed his brow and stepped aside to let them pass. Piecing together the preceding information, he had begun to comprehend the situation. The remote group was on the brink of bankruptcy, prompting various transport companies to eye its vehicles, particularly the heavy-duty trucks. He then traversed the parking lot and entered the building, where he observed a few scattered employees working listlessly. As he did so, a woman noticed him. Hello, sir. May I ask what brings you here? Yes, I am looking for Manager He. All right, I will inform him immediately. After a few minutes, A slender young woman approached him from the elevator. Assistant Fong, this gentleman wishes to see Manager He, the receptionist said promptly. Very well, follow me. Assistant Fong nodded and turned to Gu Chen. I must say, your company seems rather lifeless. Does Manager He not oversee things? Gu Chen assessed the young woman, noting her pleasant appearance, though a shadow of worry lingered on her brow, prompting him to ask, if it weren't for Manager He, this company would have collapsed long ago. It is not merely our concerns. Rather, it is the collective anxiety regarding the company's future that has rendered us disinclined to work. Assistant Fong glanced at Gu Chen and elaborated. It seems that Manager He possesses quite a talent as well, does he not? Indeed. If only the former chairman had heeded his counsel, our company would not have descended into such disarray. At this juncture, Assistant Fong expressed her dissatisfaction with the previous chairman. She then cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chen, just as the elevator arrived. Manager He, this gentleman wishes to see you. Assistant Fong announced to Manager He. Manager He rose from his chair, regarding Gu Chen with curiosity. Hello, sir, you are looking for me? Greetings, Manager He, I am Gu Chen. Manager He momentarily froze, then quickly regained his composure. My apologies, Mr. Gu, I did not recognize you at first. I sincerely apologize. He began to profusely apologize to Gu Chen. Not at all. Assistant Fong, standing to the side, was momentarily stunned. She had just heard Manager He refer to this young man as Mr. Gu. Assistant Fong, why are you still standing there? This is our new boss. Hurry and prepare some tea. Manager He called out, noticing Assistant Fong in a daze. Oh, my apologies. Mr. Gu, realizing her oversight, Assistant Fong hastily apologized and proceeded to prepare the tea. Manager He, when I arrived, I noticed a group of people leaving. Were they here too? Oh, they were interested in purchasing the company's fleet of heavy-duty trucks and container vehicles. Is that so? Gu Chen responded with an expression that conveyed his understanding. Subsequently, Manager He proceeded to recount the company's various challenges, including the outcomes of ongoing litigations and financial matters. So, the company currently has no active business? Gu Chen pondered aloud. Indeed, Manager He nodded, somewhat embarrassed. In truth, many have sought our services. However, in the end, they all reneged, as investigations revealed that most were swayed by other transportation companies. Manager He's countenance darkened as he spoke. Oh, Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. Those clients, upon learning of our legal troubles, lacked any sense of security, hence. By the way, has the litigation issue been resolved? Gu Chen inquired. Mr. Gu, once we pay the compensation to the opposing party, it will be settled. However, the former chairman left us without any funds. Manager He sighed in resignation. I will transfer 100 million to the company's finances later. You must clear all the bad debts, Gu Chen declared, tapping his fingers and looking at Manager He. As long as the funds are in place, I can resolve this immediately, Manager He replied, his spirits lifting. Excellent. Also, provide me with a detailed development plan moving forward. Now, shall we proceed with a tour of the company? Gu Chen stood up and stated. Certainly. This way, Mr. Gu. Manager He nodded and guided Gu Chen outside. Along the way, they encountered numerous employees, all of whom greeted them, and Manager He responded with a smile. Mr. Gu, our company currently possesses a fleet of 48 standard large trucks, 14 heavy-duty trucks, and 6 container trucks, along with over 100 other vehicles. Manager He introduced as they reached the equipment department. Gu Chen nodded. It seemed that the company still had substantial foundations despite its current plight, having retained so many vehicles. Why are there so few drivers? Alas, it is not entirely their fault. The company has not operated in quite some time, and the drivers largely earn based on the frequency of their trips. Hence, the few who remain are the veterans of the company, Manager He lamented. Then we must recruit more personnel. We need to kickstart all operations, and you must also address the morale issue promptly. Gu Chen instructed. Rest assured, Mr. Gu. Once everyone knows the company is not on the verge of collapse, they will bounce back. Manager He assured him. Very well. I entrust this to you. As for the orders, I will always have them ready for you as long as you can restore operations. Manager He was slightly taken aback, intrigued by Gu Chen's identity, but refrained from asking further since Gu Chen remained reticent. Manager He then went off to arrange matters, and he was quite pleased. Previously, he had longed for the chance to be busy, and now Gu Chen had empowered him, leaving him deeply touched and revitalized. In the following days, the Yuanqing Group exhibited an unprecedented level of efficiency. Within 3 days, all departments operated in an orderly manner, leaving Gu Chen astonished during his inspection, as if he were not visiting the same company he had seen before. Hello, Mr. Gu. As he entered, he was met by a line of employees from Yuanqing Group, all bowing respectfully. Greetings, everyone. Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Gu, everything in the company has returned to normal, and the HR department is actively recruiting. We welcome your inspection. Manager He beamed from the front. Excellent. Thank you for your hard work. Gu Chen nodded and proceeded with his inspection, layer by layer. Noticing the significant transformation in the employee's demeanor, leading him to regard manager He with newfound respect. It seems that the assistant was indeed correct that day. All right, everyone. Please return to your duties. After completing his round, Gu Chen addressed the management team behind him. Yes, Mr. Gu. They all responded in unison before returning to their respective posts. Manager He, let us commence the restoration of the provincial branches tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to coordinate with you regarding transportation. Additionally, expedite the recruitment of drivers and consider acquiring more transportation vehicles. Gu Chen instructed Manager He. Understood. Manager He promptly continued with his arrangements. Upon returning to his office and settling down, a slender woman dressed in professional attire entered, carrying a stack of documents. Mr. Gu, these documents require your review and decision. It was none other than Assistant Fong, now serving as Gu Chen's secretary and reception manager. Very well, Gu Chen nodded, beginning to attend to official matters. Meanwhile, in the office of the general manager of Dongfeng Transportation Company, a gentleman in his 50s sat in his chair, facing a middle-aged man standing before him. General manager, it is quite peculiar. I distinctly observed that the people from Yuanqing Group were in a state of panic the other day, clearly indicative of impending bankruptcy. Why then? Have they seemingly risen from the ashes? The standing man, Zhu Changhai, remarked with a perplexed expression. How incompetent are you, minister? The news has reached you too late. They have already replaced their boss, and you remain oblivious? The general manager's expression darkened as he slammed the documents onto the table, startling Zhu Changhai. What? Zhang Changhai was taken aback. You fool. You are nothing but a liability. The general manager's irritation flared. What should we do now? Zhu Changhai asked in a hushed tone, retracting his neck. By all means, do everything in your power to sabotage their transportation contracts, as long as no one is willing to engage their services. I refuse to believe that the newly appointed boss can sustain losses indefinitely. However, that would significantly escalate our costs and potentially lead to losses. Zhu Changhai interjected. As long as we acquire the Yuanqing Group, Dongfeng will undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the transportation industry in Jiang Province. Such a minor loss is indeed worthwhile. The general manager remarked. He had coveted the Yuanqing Group for quite some time, only to be unexpectedly confronted by Gu Chen. Although the current state of the Yuanqing Group may seem unremarkable, the mere mention of its name holds immeasurable value. Despite its present decline, its influence, reputation, an extensive nationwide network are priceless assets that he is acutely aware of. Indeed, I shall attend to this immediately. Gu Chen was oblivious to these considerations, and even if he were aware, he would not deem them significant. At this juncture, he had no intention of seeking new contracts. Merely supplying Taiyu Group sufficed. Moreover, the forthcoming development of new districts would enable the Yuanqing Group to soar to new heights. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, it was his father. Hello, Dad. Where are you? I'm at the office. Just in time. I need to talk to you. Everyone has arrived, and we can commence work at any moment. However, the construction materials I ordered have yet to arrive. I need you to arrange for their delivery. His father stated directly. I see. What about the Yue Group? Gu Chen inquired, as he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Yuanqing and had not kept abreast of other developments. They have already begun work. The heavy machinery I purchased has arrived, but it cannot be delivered. The transport companies I contacted all indicated that they cannot handle my items without special vehicles. I'll give you a number. Please reach out to him. All right. Gu Chen agreed. Were it not for his unfamiliarity with the area, he would not have sought Gu Chen's assistance. After handling the business matter, Gu Chen noticed that both companies were gradually getting on track, which alleviated his stress. Reflecting on his obligations, he decided to call Gan Yuan. After all, he had been of assistance to him. Hello, Mr. Gu, you finally decided to call me? As soon as the call connected, a melancholic voice resonated through the line. It was reminiscent of a jealous concubine in a royal palace, sending a shiver down Gu Chen's spine. Ahem, General Gan, you jest. I've just concluded a busy period and am now reaching out. I understand, after all, Mr. Gu is certainly not like us idle folks. Gan Yuan laughed heartily. If General Gan is considered idle, then there are no busy individuals left in this world. Mr. Gu, may I inquire if you are free this evening? I would like to host you for dinner, Gan Yuan proposed with a smile. Of course. However, it should be my treat, considering the gratitude I owe you for the last matter. Gu Chen expressed his appreciation. He had learned that the head of Wandai Group in Yong City had violated commercial law. Although backed by Wandai, he was now incarcerated. The reputation of Wandai Group in Yong City had soured, forcing them to abandon that market. Such trivial matters. Even without my assistance, I believe you could resolve them. So do not dwell on it, Gan Yuan remarked nonchalantly. He had already received reports from Yuxiangue. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen paused, uncertain of how to address it. yet he sensed that the other party viewed him with considerable esteem. He could not fathom why he was held in such high regard. Enough, Mr. Gu, let us not engage in this debate. I happen to have something to discuss with you this evening. Gan Yuan, noticing Gu Chen's silence, decisively continued. Very well. See you tonight. Good. Thus, the two arranged to meet. Gu Chen glanced at his wristwatch before heading home. He discovered that his mother was not present. But he paid it no mind. After changing into casual attire, he departed. Tianqing Garden, renowned as one of Huahai's prestigious private dining establishments, was exceptionally well known within high society. It was said that the head chef hailed from the Qing dynasty's imperial kitchen, making reservations a necessity to secure a table. Gu Chen had heard of this establishment and felt a sense of anticipation upon learning that Gan Yuan wished to treat him to dinner there. After all, the head chef of his hotel also had imperial roots. He was eager to determine if Tianqing Garden truly lived up to its illustrious reputation. Following the navigation, he turned through winding paths until he finally arrived at a secluded road, surrounded by lush flora that made one feel as if immersed in a sea of flowers. Indeed, this ambience is truly deserving of its acclaim, Gu Chen marveled. Upon reaching the parking lot, he was greeted by an array of luxury vehicles, a rare sight outside. Naturally, the Koenigsegg he drove remained among the elite. The doorman had already spotted Gu Chen's car and, upon his approach, respectfully inquired, "Good day, sir. Do you have a reservation?" Gu Chen nodded, responding, "Gan Yuan." The staff member, taken aback, became even more enthusiastic. "This way, sir. Mr. Gan has been expecting you." Gu Chen followed the attendant into the establishment. Meanwhile, on the other side of Tianqing Garden, two exquisite women stood outside a private room, accompanied by a gentleman. "Remember, young Master Wang and young Master Peng are inside. Ensure you attend to them well. If you do, your debut will be assured," the gentleman instructed. "Manager who? Didn't you say it was just a dinner?" One of the most beautiful women bit her lip nervously. Had Gu Chen been present, he would have recognized her immediately. "Indeed, just dinner," Manager who affirmed. "I don't want to go. Find someone else," the young woman stated, attempting to leave. "If you walk away now, you may very well forfeit your chance to return, and you will owe 10 times the penalty fee. Think carefully," Manager who threatened, eyeing her retreating figure. Realizing the gravity of her situation, the young woman halted, her face pale as she turned to ask, "Manager who? I haven't breached any contract. Why must I pay? That is of no concern to me. If you do not enter and please the two young masters, you will face exorbitant penalties," Manager who replied coldly. The young woman trembled at his words, understanding that escape was impossible today. "What do you have to fear? I assure you, the two gentlemen inside possess substantial connections. If you serve them well, you shall want for nothing." Manager who, seeing her hesitation, smiled and tried to reassure her. With the two women remaining silent, he had no choice but to urge them inside. The two young women exchanged sorrowful smiles before reluctantly entering. Just as they did, Gu Chen approached from around the corner. The attendant halted in front of the private room. "Sir, Mr. Gan is waiting for you inside. I shall take my leave," the staff member stated with respect. "Thank you," Gu Chen replied, turning to open the door to the room. Inside, the decor was visually pleasing, resembling a true paradise. "Mr. Gu, it has been a while." As Gu Chen surveyed his surroundings, he heard a cheerful voice and turned to see a casually dressed middle-aged man smiling at him. "General Gan, it has indeed been a while." Gu Chen promptly walked over, returning Gan Yuan's smile. "Haha." Gan Yuan rose directly to embrace Gu Chen. Let us eat first," he said, and the two of them took their seats. "Mr. Gu, I wonder when you might have the time to visit our Huahai Chamber of Commerce?" "Oh, is there a specific location for the chamber?" Gu Chen inquired, astonished. "Indeed. Our Huahai Chamber boasts its own building, and we hold gatherings every month to foster connections," Gan Yuan replied. "By the way, I trust that Mr. Gan will assist me in joining the Huahai Chamber?" "Haha, it's still your reputation that opens doors, otherwise. Even a recommendation from the president would be of no avail. I must express my gratitude to you, Mr. Gan." Gu Chen raised his wine glass in a toast to Gan Yuan. "I should be the one thanking you, Mr. Gu, were it not for your gallant intervention. I might have long since faced bankruptcy and imprisonment." Gan Yuan reflected with a sigh. "What?" Gu Chen asked, perplexed. "It was during that incident when I was betrayed by a friend. Had you not purchased my hotel, allowing me to regain my financial footing, I would be in dire straits now. So, thank you sincerely for your timely aid, Mr. Gu." Gan Yuan lifted his glass in heartfelt appreciation. Upon hearing Gan Yuan's words, Gu Chen finally comprehended the origins of Gan Yuan's numerous past favors, realizing that it was all tied to that incident with Taobao. Chapter 53. Do you know who my young master is? Understanding dawned on Gu Chen, and he refrained from further comments. Thus, the two began to toast and share stories, enjoying a lively conversation. Eventually, Gan Yuan mentioned another matter. "Mr. Gu, in 5 days, the Huahai Chamber will host a charity gala. Distinguished guests from various sectors will be in attendance. Would you be able to join us? Of course. Gu Chen replied with a smile. Splendid. Gan Yuan exclaimed, clearly delighted. They then exchanged many amusing anecdotes from the business realm, with Gan Yuan speaking and Gu Chen listening. Just as the atmosphere reached a delightful crescendo, the door to their private room was flung open with a loud crash. Gan Yuan's brow furrowed in irritation, initially assuming it was a careless server. He was about to scold them when a girl with an exquisite appearance and a panicked expression rushed in. Upon seeing her, an expression of astonishment flickered in his eyes, though it was quickly replaced by concern at her evident distress. At that moment, two burly men followed her into the room, advancing towards the girl. His expression turned icy. Clearly, they intended to disregard him. Just as he prepared to voice his anger, Gu Chen beside him gasped in surprise. Is that you? Gu Chen, startled by the commotion, turned around to face the girl, recognizing her instantly. It was none other than Yan Qing, a streamer he had encountered several times before. Help me. Please help me, she cried. Yan Qing, a streamer from Tigerfish Live, had captured the attention of a guild due to her star-like beauty, prompting an invitation to join. Aware of the significance of a guild for newcomers and reassured by their promises, she accepted. Initially, the guild provided her with decent resources, and she quickly gained a modest reputation. However, things took a sinister turn when they began to reveal their true intentions, pressuring her to attend a dinner and entertain several wealthy patrons. After hearing the manager assure her it was merely a dinner, she hesitated but ultimately agreed. Yet upon arriving, she sensed something was amiss and wished to leave. The manager then tore off the facade and threatened her. With no choice left, she complied and entered, only to find herself alone with two lewd young men who, upon seeing her, leered and began to make unwelcome advances, even demanding her to spend the night with them. Not one to comply, she seized a moment of their inattention and bolted from the room. However, the men were unwilling to let their prize escape and commanded their bodyguards to retrieve her. Unfamiliar with her surroundings and in a state of panic, she dashed into the nearest private room, leading to the current scene. In her haste, Yan Qing failed to recognize Gu Chen, and upon seeing the two men follow her in, her face drained of color as she pleaded with him. What are you doing here? Gu Chen frowned. Huh. Yan Qing paused, then locked eyes with Gu Chen, suddenly enlightened, and her expression shifted to one of joy. It's you, she exclaimed, surprised to encounter a familiar face in such dire circumstances. Though she was unaware of Gu Chen's true identity, anyone capable of driving a luxurious car was surely not an ordinary individual, and she felt a glimmer of hope. Apologies, gentlemen, but this young lady is my young master's girlfriend. She has had a bit too much to drink. The two burly men exchanged glances, taken aback that this woman knew the owner of the establishment. They silently cursed their luck, but still spoke up. No, I am not. I don't know them at all. Yan Qing protested vehemently, fearing Gu Chen might misunderstand her. Miss Yan, think carefully. If our master is displeased, you'll face the consequences. One of the burly men threatened. Indeed, Yan Qing was momentarily taken aback, fully aware of the repercussions of defying them, yet she was equally unwilling to return. After a moment of contemplation, her resolve solidified. Humph. I'll pay the breach of contract penalty if it comes to that. The two men were momentarily at a loss. They had anticipated that such a statement would frighten Yan Qing into compliance, yet the outcome was entirely contrary. If their master learned of this, it would not bode well for them, and it seemed they had no choice but to resort to force. You want to have it your way, one declared, preparing to seize Yan Qing. What are you doing? Gan Yuan, the room's host, could no longer sit idly by. Humph, you old fool, mind your own business. Do you know who my young master is? The burly man sneered, recognizing that those dining here were either affluent or influential. Yet, he was confident that his master was among the elite. Oh, I would indeed like to know who your young master is, to be so brazen, Gan Yuan retorted, his anger boiling over with a sardonic laugh as he pressed the alarm button. Haha, this Tianqin pavilion belongs to my young master. Do you still wish to know who he is? The burly man boasted arrogantly. Little did he know, Gan Yuan's expression twitched, and his fury surged. Ignoring Gan Yuan, the burly man assumed he had intimidated him and disdainfully dismissed him, then attempted to grab Yan Qing once more. Gu Chen's expression shifted dramatically, ready to intervene when suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. Within moments, more than a dozen security personnel burst in, led by a middle-aged man in a suit, his face etched with urgency. What is wrong, Mr. Gan? What is happening? The lead security officer inquired respectfully as he approached Gan Yuan. Gu Chen looked at Gan Yuan in astonishment, while the two burly men wore expressions of disbelief. Seize those two, Gan Yuan commanded, his face ashen with anger. He turned to Gu Chen, offering an apologetic glance, before pointing at the burly men. Instantly, the security team surged forward, apprehending the men before they could react. The once menacing figures were now utterly subdued. Go. Fetch that ungrateful scoundrel. Gan Yuan instructed the manager. The manager was momentarily taken aback. What are you still standing there for? Seeing the managers in action, Gan Yuan slammed his hand on the table. Indeed, after all was said and done, he turned to Gu Chun with a heart full of remorse. I truly apologize, Mr. Gu. I never anticipated such an incident would occur. He offered a direct apology. It's nothing serious. It's just that. Gu Chun shook his head, soon revealing a look of curiosity. Standing nearby, Yan Qing's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she discreetly speculated on Gu Chen's identity. She had thought that Gan Yuan's status was already quite elevated, yet he still exhibited such deference toward Gu Chun. Regrettably, I must confess, Tianqin Pavilion is my establishment, and the young man they referred to earlier is my disappointing son, Gan Yuan said with a bitter smile. Gu Chun was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond, finding the scene somewhat ludicrous. Meanwhile, the two burly men, upon hearing Gan Yuan's words, felt their legs weaken. Had it not been for the security personnel beside them, they might have collapsed. Nevertheless, their faces turned pale, and cold sweat trickled down their brows. I apologize, young lady, for the fright you experienced. Rest assured, when that scoundrel arrives, I shall ensure he personally apologizes to you. Gan Yuan then turned to Yan Qing to express his regrets. Knowing her father's temperament, he was well aware of what his son had intended to do. Yan Qing nodded silently, understanding that this was merely out of consideration for her acquaintance with Gu Chun. Regrettably, she didn't even know Gu Chun's name, and she couldn't help but smile wryly at this thought. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Everyone turned to see the manager who had just departed, followed by two unruly yet visibly anxious young men, and behind them was a pale-faced, frightened young woman. Dad. Uncle Gan. Upon seeing Gan Yuan, the two young men's expressions grew tense, awkwardly greeting him. Humph. Scoundrel. What were you doing just now? Gan Yuan's face turned stern as he observed their entrance. The young man was at a loss for words and could only glare fiercely at Yan Qing, causing her face to change color. You wretched fool. Seeing this, Gan Yuan seized a wine glass from the table and hurled it at the young man, then stood up to kick him twice. It seems I have neglected to discipline you properly. How dare you act in such a brazen manner? The young man, now terrified into silence, hadn't he expected his father to be so enraged. Dad, he stammered. Apologize to the young lady at once. Gan Yuan glared fiercely at his son. The young man pressed his lips together, realizing his father was genuinely angry. After a moment of silence, he turned to Yan Qing. I'm sorry for my earlier indiscretion. Yan Qing was unsure how to react and sought Gu Chen's assistance with a glance. At this moment, Gan Yuan, seeing the situation, smiled ruefully at Gu Chun and said, Mr. Gu, rest assured, I will impose strict discipline on my son in the future, and I will ensure that the injuries caused to these two ladies are compensated adequately. Upon hearing this, the young man displayed a look of astonishment. He hadn't expected his father to be so courteous towards someone of similar age. I cannot involve myself in Gan's family matters, Gu Chun replied, shaking his head nonchalantly. Do not worry, ladies. I assure you, you will not face any further harassment, and I sincerely apologize for everything that transpired today. Subsequently, Gan Yuan bowed slightly to the two young women. Gu Chun was taken aback by Gan Yuan's actions, but soon understood. He couldn't help but shake his head at the notion of a tiger begetting a dog. Chapter 54. The prodigal son becomes a chauffeur. Xiao Luo, you may return. I cannot manage your affairs, but I will inform your father of today's events. Gan Yuan then turned to another young man named Xiao Luo. Yes. Xiao Luo's face turned pale upon hearing this, and he turned to leave. All right, you may all go now. Gan Yuan instructed the others. Yes. The manager and the others promptly exited. Please forgive me for any embarrassment caused, Mr. Gu, Gan Yuan said to Gu Chun with a forlorn expression as the crowd departed. Gu Chun remained silent. I have been preoccupied with work for years, neglecting to discipline Gan Lu, which has led him to become the way he is now. Gan Yuan continued. Gan Lu, the young man, lowered his head upon hearing this. Gan Yuan also wishes to pass down a legacy to him, Gu Chun remarked, observing Gan Yuan's expression. Indeed, Gan Yuan sighed. May I impose a request upon you, Mr. Gu? Gu Chun looked at Gan Yuan, puzzled. I would like Gan Lu to spend some time with you, to see if it might instigate any change in him, Gan Yuan pleaded. Gu Chun was taken aback and swiftly declined. You jest, Mr. Gan. I can barely manage my own affairs, let alone those of Mr. Gan Lu. Dad, why should I follow him? Gan Lu objected directly. What a joke. If word got out, I would be the laughingstock. Do you think your opinion matters? From today onward, I will freeze all your bank accounts. You will have to earn your own money. Gan Yuan retorted angrily. Mr. Gu, how about this? Let my son serve as your chauffeur. I have spoiled him, and if he continues this way, I cannot pass my legacy to him. Gan Yuan said with a wry smile to Gu Chun. Rest assured, my son has been driving since childhood and has even participated in competitions. You can rely on him without worry, Gan Yuan continued, noticing Gu Chun's astonished expression. Observing Gan Yuan's typically shrewd face now pleading for his son. Akin to a common father, Gu Chun pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, but Mr. Gan, let me make one thing clear. If he is to be my chauffeur, he must be on call 24 hours a day, and my word is final. No problem. My son is now your chauffeur. You may reprimand him as you wish. Gan Yuan assured eagerly. Dad, what are you doing? Gan Lu's expression changed drastically. Silence. From now on, you are Mr. Gu's chauffeur. What he says is what I say. If Mr. Gu dismisses you, then you shall never return home. And I will ensure that all my assets are bequeathed to charity in my will. Gan Yuan glared at Gan Lu with utmost seriousness. Gan Lu, taken aback, staggered back a few steps. He recognized his father's sincerity in this matter. Yes, thus, he had no choice but to comply. Gu Chun glanced at Gan Yuan in surprise and nodded. You'd best address him properly. Hello, Mr. Gu. Hearing his father's words, Gan Lu could only begrudgingly greet him. Yes, greetings, I am Gu Chun. You may call me Chen Gu from now on. Chen Gu, Gan Lu exclaimed under his father's approving gaze. Meanwhile, Yan Qing sighed in relief, realizing his name was Gu Chun. Thank you, Mr. Gu. If you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to let me know. After resolving his son's troubles, Gan Yuan was immensely pleased. You jest, Mr. Gan. Since it's getting late, I shall take my leave. Gu Chun stood to bid farewell. All right, I look forward to inviting Mr. Gu for a meal next time. Gan Yuan nodded in response. What are you still dawdling for? Go on and be a driver. Gan Yuan scolded as he ushered Gu Chun to the door. Observing his son's immobility, he reprimanded him again. No need. Not today. You can come find me at the long-distance transport group tomorrow. Gu Chun waved his hand in refusal. He had already detected the scent of alcohol on his companion and was not about to gamble with his own safety. Thus, he proceeded forward with Yan Qing and another young lady. Thank you for today. Yan Qing glanced at Gu Chun ahead of her, biting her lip as she expressed her gratitude softly. Yes, thank you, handsome, chimed in the adorable girl beside Yan Qing. It's nothing, Gu Chun replied dismissively before inquiring. But how did you find yourselves there? Although he was not a paragon of virtue, he still felt compelled to lend a hand in such situations. We were sent by the guild. They said it was just for a meal, so we came, but unexpectedly, Yan Qing hurriedly explained. Ah, I see. Gu Chun understood immediately, recognizing it as a common tactic employed by wayward science. As they reached the intersection, Yan Qing and the other young woman linked arms and paused to address Gu Chun. Mr. Gu, thank you very much for today. We shall take our leave now. Do you have a car? Gu Chun asked, puzzled. No, we don't. Yan Qing shook her head. Initially, they had arrived in the manager's vehicle, but he had departed, leaving them to walk back. As for taxis, did it seem likely that the patrons dining here could not afford a car? Then let us go. I'll give you a ride, Gu Chun stated, his tone indicating he was not inclined to debate further. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Yan Qing and her companion exchanged glances, their expressions filled with gratitude. Upon arriving at the underground parking lot, the two young ladies gazed in awe at the row of luxury cars. Suddenly, Gu Chun spotted his own vehicle. Yan Qing and her companion beheld the gleaming silver exterior, their eyes sparkling as if they were beholding an exquisite masterpiece. When Gu Chun retrieved the key and unlocked the door, they were momentarily taken aback, though it soon seemed entirely fitting. Yan Qing had not anticipated that Gu Chun owned such a dazzling sports car. By the way, who among you can drive? Gu Chun had intended to climb in, but suddenly realized he had been drinking. He halted, valuing his own safety above all. The two young women exchanged puzzled glances, but Yan Qing raised her hand. I can. Great. You drive this time, he said, taking a seat in the passenger side. Ah, Yan Qing exclaimed in surprise. What else with the gasp? Hurry up. I can't drive. Gu Chun rubbed his temples, his concern for Yan Qing's driving skills evident, given their reputation on the road. Nonetheless, he prided himself on being a law-abiding citizen. All right. Yan Qing quickly composed herself, her excitement bubbling over. The chance to ride in such a lavish sports car was exhilarating, and the prospect of driving it herself was even more thrilling. The other girl, filled with envy, lamented her lack of driving skills, vowing to obtain her license upon returning home. However, on a future occasion when she would again find herself in a sports car, she would naively expect that the wealthy heir would let her drive, unaware that he had no qualms about drinking and driving, which would leave her utterly perplexed for quite some time. Yan Qing, brimming with enthusiasm, took to the road. It was an indescribable experience. Huahai, renowned as the city that never sleeps, was bustling with more people at night than during the day, and the streets were equally congested. While many might not recognize the name Koenigsegg, they certainly knew of sports cars, and thus, Vehicles kept their distance, fearful of any potential scrapes. However, once they discerned that the driver was a woman, chaos ensued as they disregarded traffic rules, retreating far away. Some even ran red lights or drove onto sidewalks, waiting for Yanqing to pass before daring to step down. As for penalties, please, who among them cared for a few demerits? Unbeknownst to Yanqing, she was in a state of exhilaration akin to a person on a high, though initially apprehensive. Her caution soon gave way to unbridled thrill as she noticed the absence of vehicles for hundreds of meters in either direction, unleashing her inner speed demon. Gu Chen couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, a female driver paired with a supercar was a formidable combination on the road. After dropping off the other young woman, they returned to Tang Chenyi Pin. Thank you so much, Mr. Gu. Yanqing expressed her heartfelt gratitude, radiating joy. It's nothing. Gu Chen waved his hand dismissively, but just as he was about to leave, Yanqing shyly asked, Mr. Gu, could I add you on WeChat? She lowered her head, secretly hoping he would not refuse. Gu Chen pondered for a moment before conceding. All right. The moment the words left his lips, Yanqing's face lit up with joy, her enchanting smile momentarily catching Gu Chen off guard. They exchanged contact information, and she skipped away, brimming with glee. Reminiscent of a child, Gu Chen sat in his car, watching her retreating figure in silence. The moment she had lifted her head resonated within him, prompting him to shake his head and head home. At that hour, Gu Chen's mother was still awake, watching television with Shir. Brother, you're back. Su Shir greeted him with a smile. Yes. Where's Dad? Gu Chen replied with a nod before inquiring. Uncle said he wouldn't be coming back to stay. He plans to reside at the construction site. Gu Chen's mother remained silent, and Su Shir continued. Oh, the construction site has already commenced? Gu Chen asked in surprise. He recalled that he had only given Fan the call earlier that day to send him over. It appeared that the efficiency of their transportation group was indeed commendable. Chapter 55, Rectifying the Prodigal. After chatting for a while, Gu Chen retired to his room to freshen up. Seated on his bed, he opened his phone and found a message. Upon reading it, he discovered it was from Yanqing, who he had parted ways with not long ago. Thank you, Mr. Gu. The company just informed me that they've fired the manager and given me the best contract. The message was time-stamped 5 minutes prior. It's nothing. You deserve it. Gu Chen replied with a smile. To his surprise, she responded almost instantaneously. I wonder if Mr. Gu has time. I'd like to treat you to a meal? In a cozy rented apartment, a casually dressed young woman lounged on her bed, staring at her phone. Suddenly, a notification chimed, and she quickly picked up her phone, unlocking it to reveal Gu Chen's message. She stared at it, grinning like a fool for a while, then hesitated for a moment before sending a reply. Afterwards, she rolled away, her face flushed with nervousness. Are you not just like those watching from the other side of the screen? Lately, I've been quite busy. Upon reading this, Yanqing's smile gradually faded, her expression betraying her disappointment, though she repeatedly reassured herself that it was all right. That he merely said he was busy and had not outright rejected her. Tears began to flow down her cheeks. At that moment, her phone vibrated again. She opened it, and, to her delight, broke into a smile. Let us wait a few days. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Chen replied with a message. All right. Upon reading this, a smile graced his lips as he closed the chat interface. He then opened the modified Taobao, and the familiar interface gradually emerged. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring a snippet of information from the future. A prompt sound resonated. Gu Chen glanced at the notification, momentarily taken aback, but then joy surged within him. The last time he obtained information from the future, it had bestowed upon him a staggering return of billions. What might this new revelation yield? Soon, another notification chimed in. In 1 month, ZTE Corporation will unveil a groundbreaking chip technology that will astonish the world. What could this possibly mean? Subsequently, an introduction to the chip technology followed. This innovative technology transcended current chip designs, enabling graphene to be genuinely utilized in chip manufacturing, thus elevating conventional two-dimensional chip technology into the realm of three-dimensional chip technology, potentially enhancing the overall capabilities of current chips by over 1,000-fold. At this point, Gu Chen began to comprehend, yet he pondered, what relevance does this hold for me? Unable to grasp the significance, he turned to Baidu to research the importance and applications of chips. Good heavens! Was ZTE on the verge of achieving monumental fame? Once he connected the dots, envy and jealousy washed over him. Should I be the one to acquire ZTE Corporation first? Gu Chen muttered to himself. However, after perusing ZTE's information, he promptly abandoned this impractical notion. They certainly had no need for him, nor would they ever acknowledge him. Resigned, Gu Chen let go of the thought. Although he was uncertain of the utility of the information he had drawn, it presently seemed rather inconsequential. After a bout of longing, he set his phone aside and retired for the night. The night passed in silence. After enjoying breakfast, Gu Chun instructed Shi to investigate ZTE Corporation to see if an acquisition was feasible. After all, he was reluctant to relinquish the opportunity, considering it a justification for his desires. Although Shi was unaware of Gu Chun's intentions, she acquiesced. It seems I need to find myself a secretary, Gu Chun mused inwardly. With so many responsibilities on his plate, it was impractical to continuously delegate tasks to others, yet finding a suitable, loyal candidate was exceedingly challenging. He decided to postpone that thought for later. Casting aside his contemplations, Gu Chun hastily finished his breakfast. Once his mother arrived, he found that he no longer needed to lift a finger around the house, which brought him great comfort, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. After all, he had invited his mother over for enjoyment, yet it seemed he had ended up as the one being cared for. He then proceeded directly to the long-distance transportation group. The journey was smooth, and he soon spotted Ganlu, dressed impeccably in a suit and tie, embodying the image of an elite. Upon seeing Gu Chun's vehicle, he burst with excitement, akin to a man beholding an extraordinary beauty. Only when Gu Chun alighted did he retract his gaze, grumbling. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" "When I arrive is determined by my own discretion," Gu Chun retorted nonchalantly, striding forward. Ganlu hesitated, clenched his fist, then released it, following Gu Chun in silence. Gu Chun offered a smile, well-versed in dealing with such privileged youths. "Good day, President Gu." Employees greeted him respectfully along the way. "Hello, everyone." Gu Chun responded with a smile, causing many of the group's single female staff to swoon. President Gu is so handsome and so gentle. They gazed at him with starry-eyed admiration, inciting a wave of disdain from Ganlu, who harbored a deep envy for Gu Chun. "Go, deliver this document to the general manager of Tycoon Group." Upon reaching his office, Gu Chun tended to some business matters. Glancing at Ganlu, who was idly playing on his phone, his lips twitching slightly, though Ganlu failed to notice. He then addressed him. "What?" Ganlu exclaimed, startled by Gu Chun's words. "I am merely your driver, not your employee, and certainly not your errand boy," he asserted, refusing the request. Yet Gu Chun remained unfazed, fixing his gaze on Ganlu, who felt immense pressure as if facing a stern school principal. After half a minute, Ganlu capitulated, begrudgingly accepting the document. However, his thoughts were far from compliant. "You asked me to deliver it, didn't you? This document clearly seems urgent. Then I shall take my sweet time." With this resolve, Ganlu quietly took the document and prepared to leave. "Half an hour. If you don't arrive within half an hour, you needn't come back. I'll call Gan for an update," Gu Chun stated calmly, fully aware of Gan Li's intentions. "What?" As he reached the door, Gan Li's face paled, cursing inwardly, "Old fox." He quickly pulled out his phone to search for Tycoon Group, initially believing it to be nearby, only to discover it was a good 10 kilometers away. "Are you toying with me? This clearly requires over 40 minutes of travel, and you only grant me half an hour?" He confronted Gu Chun. "That's not my concern." Gu Chun replied indifferently. "You." Ganlu felt an overwhelming urge to punch that face he both envied and loathed. "Yesterday, President Gan said your driving skills are exceptional. I don't believe it and wish to test it myself. However, I have a fear of death, so this is my only option. If you truly possess such skills, it should be no trouble for you." Gu Chun continued provocatively. "Humph." Ganlu remained furious. "If I were you, I'd hurry and not waste time here." Noticing Gan Li's frustration, Gu Chun advised. At that moment, Ganlu contemplated unleashing his frustration on Gu Chun, declaring, "I'm done serving you." Yet he refrained, casting a deep glare at Gu Chun before rushing down the stairs. The sound of the slamming door did not faze Gu Chun. Instead, he chuckled. Dealing with such privileged youths required refining their proud natures. "President Gu, what transpired?" Secretary Fong, hearing the commotion, rushed over in concern. "Nothing. Just carry on with your work." Gu Chun reassured him. "Understood." Secretary Fong nodded and closed the door. Gu Chun then glanced at the time and resumed attending to his business. Silence enveloped the room once more. Suddenly, Gu Chun's phone rang. It was General Manager Jiang Dongxiang calling. Gu Chun checked the time and calculated it was 28 minutes. He acknowledged Gan Li's capabilities. "Hello, General Jiang?" "President Gu, what document did you have delivered?" Jiang inquired. "Nothing significant, just an ordinary document. You may return it to him." Gu Chun replied, hanging up before Jiang could elaborate. Meanwhile, in the resplendent office of Tycoon Group's general manager, Jiang paused after the call, returning the document to Ganlu. General Jiang, what does this mean?" Ganlu asked, setting aside his usual nonchalance, his expression one of confusion as he regarded Jiang. He had certainly heard of the recently rising reputation of Tycoon Group, and thus maintained a demeanor of humility. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Chun's identity had not been revealed. Jiang intended for him to discover it on his own, leaving Ganlu unaware that Tycoon Group also belonged to Gu Chun. Initially, it was merely a business transaction. In other words, Director Gu instructed you to retrieve the documents. Although General Manager Jiang was perplexed, he complied nonetheless. What? Gan Li's voice rose sharply, completely missing the mention of Director Gu by Jiang. Is Gu Chen toying with me? Gan Li's expression transformed in an instant, and he stormed out with the documents in hand, fury radiating from him. This left General Manager Jiang momentarily stunned. He had assumed Gan Lu was merely an employee under Gu Chen's command, but it appeared otherwise. Half an hour later, infuriated, Gan Lu returned to the remote transport group. Gu Chen, what do you mean by this? Are you mocking me? He forcefully tossed the documents onto the desk, confronting Gu Chen. The scathing remarks he had rehearsed in his mind were abruptly stifled upon meeting Gu Chen's gaze. What do you mean? Also, remember how to address me. Gu Chen replied coolly. Why are you toying with me? Gan Lu faltered, continuing to question him, though his voice was significantly subdued. Firstly, I am not toying with you. I am merely testing you. Secondly, remember your current status. You will do as I say, not question me. Understood? Gu Chen continued to peruse his documents. Not lifting his head, Gan Lu was momentarily taken aback, his fingers clenched and then relaxed in indecision, before silently retreating to the nearby sofa. At 5 in the afternoon, the workday concluded. Gu Chen stretched, finally having completed his tasks. Let us go. It's time to clock out, he said calmly to the taciturn Gan Lu. Upon hearing this, Gan Lu rose and followed Gu Chen. Chapter 56. The Unfathomable Wealth of 10, 100, 000,000. Upon arriving at the parking lot, Gu Chen casually tossed the keys to Gan Lu. Observing Gan Li's puppet-like demeanor, Gu Chen remarked, "What are you standing there for? Drive." At this, Gan Li's expression brightened, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the imposing supercar before him, akin to caressing a beloved. Gu Chen couldn't help but smirk. It was evident that this fellow had a penchant for supercars. Gan Lu adeptly started the vehicle and hit the road, while Gu Chen observed him from the corner of his eye, noting his intense focus as he drove, resembling a devoted acolyte. This demeanor was a stark contrast to his previous self, leaving Gu Chen mildly surprised. Perhaps this young man was not beyond redemption. At the traffic lights and intersections, Gan Li's fluid maneuvers left Gu Chen in awe. The journey was remarkably smooth, culminating at Tangchini Pin. Reluctantly, Gan Lu caressed the steering wheel, preparing to exit when Gu Chen abruptly interjected, "What do you think you're doing? Come pick me up at 9 tomorrow morning." He then exited the vehicle, leaving Gan Lu perplexed. After a moment of contemplation, he comprehended Gu Chen's intentions. Watching Gu Chen's retreating figure, he found him less disagreeable than before, which filled him with newfound eagerness as he revved the engine. Previously, under Gu Chen's presence, he had driven cautiously. Now, however, he ventured onto the outer ring and sped a few laps before finally returning home. Gan Yuan was already at home. "How was your day? Any thoughts?" he asked with a smile upon seeing his son return. "No particular thoughts," Gan Lu replied, recalling Gu Chen's earlier words that had lingered in his mind. Though he stubbornly chose to remain reticent, he then retreated to his room. And who was Gan Yuan? A father who truly knows his son would quickly recognize the changes in his demeanor since the first day he had met Gu Chen, leading him to express gratitude for the encounter. "It seems my decision yesterday was indeed the right one," he mused, before returning to his work, unconcerned about his son. The following day, Gan Lu arrived early at Tangchini Pin, marveling at the luxurious design, astonished that Gu Chen resided in such an opulent place, known to be the domain of the truly affluent. As he pondered, Gu Chen sauntered out leisurely. "Are we heading back to yesterday's location?" Gan Lu inquired as Gu Chen entered the vehicle. "No, we are going to Taiyu Group," Gu Chen replied, shaking his head. Gan Lu, having no objections, promptly set off. An hour later, they arrived at Taiyu Group. "Good day, Chairman." Just as before, employees on the way greeted Gu Chen with respect, leaving Gan Lu in disbelief. "What did I just hear? Chairman? Taiyu Group is his?" A flurry of questions raced through his mind. He had not anticipated that the illustrious Taiyu Group belonged to Gu Chen. Upon reaching Gu Chen's office, witnessing him at ease in his singular chair while others came to report matters, he finally accepted that Gu Chen was indeed the chairman of Taiyu Group. "You are the chairman of Taiyu?" Finally, after a high-ranking executive departed, Gan Lu could no longer contain his curiosity. "Did you think I was like you, merely indulging in pleasures?" Gu Chen shot a disapproving glance at Gan Lu, who immediately felt a flush of embarrassment and fell silent. What followed was a series of Gu Chen's adept work arrangements and unique insights, which provided Gan Lu with immense learning. Gradually, his perception of Gu Chen began to shift. When 5 o'clock rolled around, signaling the end of the workday, Gu Chen's voice brought Gan Lu back to the present. He felt a tinge of regret. Why had the workday ended so soon? He had been deeply contemplating Gu Chen's previous remarks, with numerous aspects still unclear. In the car, he finally voiced his questions. Gu Chun was momentarily taken aback by Gan Li's rapid transformation, but proceeded to explain in detail. Consequently, their relationship began to thaw. On the third day, Gu Chun visited the Huatian Hotel, leaving Gan Lu astonished once more, speculating on the extent of Gu Chen's enterprises. At the remote transport group, in the office, General Manager He Fan was standing by to report. Mr. Gu, I just received news that the ocean shipping company is preparing to sell their cargo ships, Manager Han reported. Oh, ships? Gu Chen responded, taken aback. Indeed, we once had our own cargo ships, but eventually sold them. Cargo shipping is the most significant mode of transport today. I believe acquiring a few ships again would greatly enhance our transport capacity, Manager He elaborated. That sounds feasible. Gu Chen nodded, contemplating further. This would allow him to collaborate directly with raw material suppliers and expedite global operations. However, given our company's financial situation, we can afford to purchase only one ship at most. Manager He was elated by Gu Chen's agreement, but his expression faltered at the last part. No matter. If we are to do this, let us aim big. You need not worry about the finances, Gu Chen declared grandly. Since the funds from EU Group had cleared, he had settled all bank loans, and currently, he had over 300 billion in his account. He was pondering how to spend it wisely. Manager He, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. He was already aware that the flourishing Tycoon Group belonged to his boss, which fueled his enthusiasm further. The raw material transport channels within the province had been entrusted to him. However, given the limitations on Remote's development, he could only lament the national transport situation. Thus, he was keen to seize any opportunity to advance Remote. There's one more thing. Suddenly, Manager He's expression darkened. What is it? It has come to my attention that there are recent allegations directed towards our remote operations. Manager He reported. What? Have they uncovered anything? Gu Chun furrowed his brow upon hearing this. From my investigation, it appears that the previous East Wind Transportation Group is involved, albeit without any concrete evidence. We must tread carefully and avoid alarming them. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Chun narrowed his eyes. Very well, let us proceed to prioritize our own development. To the Ocean Group headquarters. Subsequently, Gu Chun and his entourage made their way directly to the headquarters of Ocean Group. In the current global climate, the situation is gradually stabilizing, and the world economy is accelerating towards integration, thus exerting immense pressure on numerous domestic enterprises. Some rise swiftly, while others are swept away by the tides. Ocean Group is among those affected, as it has experienced a deceleration in growth following the onslaught of the global economy. Teetering on the brink of bankruptcy and compelled to liquidate its cargo vessels to replenish its capital. On this occasion, Gu Chen opted not to drive his own vehicle, but rather to travel in the company car. Manager He, what forces will be competing with us? Gu Chun inquired during the journey. The three major transportation groups in Jiang province will undoubtedly make an appearance, alongside numerous other large and small companies. Moreover, the East Wind Transportation Company, with whom we have a grievance, is particularly determined to engage us. Manager He's expression turned grave upon hearing this. Oh, it seems we are in for a fierce battle. Gu Chen too had shed his previously carefree demeanor. Indeed, were it not for the knowledge that our esteemed boss is the chairman of Tycoon Group, Manager He would scarcely possess the audacity to compete. Thus, an air of silence enveloped the car, save for Gan Lu, who hesitated to speak. Never mind, let us acquire as many vessels as we can. In the end, Gu Chen shrugged. Brother Chen. At that moment, Gan Lu could no longer contain himself. After spending a few days together, Gan Lu had come to regard Gu Chen as his most admired individual, and the term Brother Chen slipped from his lips with remarkable familiarity. What is it? Gu Chen turned to him with a smile. As the saying goes, a wayward son returning home is worth more than gold. The current Gan Lu had indeed undergone a remarkable transformation compared to his former self. Anyone who had previously associated with him and seen him in his reckless days would hardly recognize him now. I am acquainted with the young master of Ocean Group. After a moment's hesitation, Gan Lu stated, we have previously spent time together and maintained a decent rapport. Perhaps we could seek his assistance? Oh, it seems you were not entirely aimless in your past. Gu Chen was taken aback to learn of Gan Li's connection and chuckled. Ahem. Gan Lu blushed and cleared his throat. Very well, then reach out to him. Perhaps we can procure vessels directly from him. Gu Chen then declared earnestly. Manager He also exhibited an expression of anticipation, never having expected that the individual shadowing Gu Chen was, in fact, a wealthy scion. All right. Gan Lu promptly retrieved his phone, scrolled to a previous contact, and dialed. Hello? Liang Zi. Hello? Li. What a surprise to receive a call from you. A youthful voice echoed from the other end of the line. Haha. Naturally. I have matters to discuss with you, esteemed boss. How have you been lately? What do you want from me? I am nearly at my wit's end. One of our family-S companies is on the verge of collapse. I never imagined that the illustrious young master of the Du family would be concerned about his own enterprises. How rare. Gan Lu teased upon hearing this. Spare me. All right. What do you want? I heard that your ocean group is planning to sell its vessels. Gan Lu cut straight to the chase. Indeed. How did you learn of this? What? Has the famous Gan Lu finally turned over a new leaf? The voice on the other end acknowledged with a hint of amusement. I have a big brother interested in purchasing all your ships. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Gan Lu felt a twinge of nervousness. After all, the hedonistic youths in their circle were not known for their loyalty. What? You actually have a big brother? It turned out that both parties were focused on entirely different aspects of the conversation. Gan Lu rubbed his nose awkwardly, his expression somewhat embarrassed. Nonsense. Can you give me a definitive answer? Let us go by market prices. A prompt reply came from the other end. Of course. However, I would like to meet this big brother of yours. Very well. We are heading to your family's dock now. Feel free to join us.